and more akin to the all-powerful EPA. It, rather than partial local governments or even the legislature itself, largely dictates the country's building codes, for example. Cities are only permitted to divide their land into zones. The national government decides what can and can't be built in each one. The United States has no fewer than 22,000 sets of codes, each one with dozens of different zones. The entire nation of Japan, meanwhile, is divided into just 12 total, and any changes made to one of them applies everywhere. Another seemingly minor difference with major downstream effects is the way these zones work. While a commercial zone in America typically allows only commercial activity, things like auto repair shops, movie theaters, and strip malls, the same one in Japan also allows for non-commercial uses, like apartments and schools. What this means is that developers are free, if they want, to mix uses. That free house in Asago, for instance, is about 30 feet from a hair salon and a 3-minute walk from a bookstore. In Japan, your neighbors really have no say over what you do with your property, a degree of freedom that results in some pretty quirky design choices. On the tame end of the spectrum, there's the stuff of HOA nightmares. You might find a traditional wooden house directly adjacent to a modern minimalist mansion. Then there are the truly creative ones. The Gothic tomato cottages, transparent townhouses, and giant pyramids. If you can dream it, it can surely be built. One consequence is that Japan produces more architects per capita than any other country, and by a
Thank you, RGT85. I have liked and subbed to your channel. I like your style, though it's not my style. I like the content, but I don't think you know what you're talking about at all. And I'll just say it. I don't think you have any idea what's going on over there. It's like it reminds me of like if we were alive in like the 1930 like the late 30s into like early 40s and stuff around World War II. It's like sitting in the White House and speculating what Hitler's doing right now. You know, and I'm not trying to draw some correlation between or whatever. Other way around, right? Let's say it's like sitting in Will Chamberlain's office and speculating what Il Duce was doing or whatever and speculating what Emperor Hirohito was thinking about right now, right? It's like that. You just guess. I see a lot of content like this too. You just guess what you think is going on at YouTube because you don't like a boss that doesn't talk to you. None of us do. You know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of shit that'll cost them. It'll cost them their entire company if they don't start talking. If they just let algorithms like replace humans. Even though they've got trillions and trillions of dollars to hire humans to do this work, they will lose their company. You know, and I'm not trying to threaten them with it. It's just goddamn fucking clear as day. They'll lose their company. Somebody more competent with more willing to actually put humans behind like these career canceling things will just come along and all it takes, you know how this works. All it takes is for that to go viral before everybody just leaves YouTube, reposts everything they've ever done onto some other fucking thing. And like suddenly, and that's how easy it would be for most creators. So, like the creators usually keep copies of everything that they do, not all of it, of course. But I mean, like, and there'll be some fallout and stuff. But like overall, like like there's there's what's the word? It's like like they're like rats from a sinking ship, and if YouTube is sprung a leak and it just deals with a bunch of people through algorithms that don't even take the time, they just auto cancel and auto age restrict and auto fucking demonetize and all this, people will leave the channel. Somebody will be like F YouTube, right? Like, F YouTube, right? Like, and it's funny because it could work too. Like, F YouTube, which means free YouTube, right? Where they're like, we'll never charge you, we'll never demonetize you, we'll never cancel you and stuff. And like, well, I mean, we'll demonetize you and we'll cancel you, but we'll tell you why, right? And they'll call it F YouTube, which means free YouTube, but what it really means is fuck YouTube. Because then that'll happen, that'll happen. Like they're terrified of it. They're all terrified of this. Twitch is terrified of this. They've had their reign of terror where they took trillions to establish some company. They thought that was more important, and then in order to cut costs and keep their money instead of just paying it all out and absorbing more over the next 100 years and being the only fucking like video site on the planet that anybody needs, right? They just kept stealing and well, not stealing, but like they kind of stole like our time and our effort and like canceled us, and that's not too good, not us, but I mean like like the people who were, wow, look at this idiot. Peace elf. Oh yeah, I do have an appointment come up. I don't want to talk to you right now. Sorry about that. Sorry, I got my fucking mind blown by the phone. Yeah, and so so we're in this cancel culture, like darkness, like dark ages, where people can just get their fucking entire career like popped, and I think a lot of these YouTubers are kind of like aggrandizing about their efforts and stuff. I don't think any of them have worked like a real job in like 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 years or something like that. None of them have done construction of late or drove in taxi for 60 hours or sat in front of a cashier, till for 14 hours, 16 hours and stuff, or like shovel snow or any of that stuff. I doubt they've actually done real work in like 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 years, something like that, all of them, right? And they forgot what real work actually is, and they confused thousands of hours of gambling on video editing paying off for a real job, And like I don't know, like they brag about how much time they spend doing this. I think streamers do. So I think it's very clear and evident that people like Asmongold just stream 14 hours a day and deal with all those kids and all those people yelling at him and all those people targeting him and all that stupid shit and all the balding and malding comments and all this stupid ass shit. And I have a lot of sympathy for him because that can't be easy. But what I do know is he is working. It's work. It's work, that shit. If he wanted to, he's got like at least $10 million, if not like 20 and shit. He easily could go move on to a fucking Carnival yacht. He could step to Carnival yachts and be like, yo, I'd like to pay you $2 million to live on a fucking, on a Carnival cruise for the rest of my life. And they're gonna be like, yes. They're gonna be like, yes, They're gonna be like, yeah, we got a cabin for you. And I thought about doing that myself if I ever make money. Let them fucking clean my cabin. Let them bring me food. Go gambling at night with the pretty girls who are always coming through the Carnival or whatever, and that kind of shit, and go drinking and stuff right outside your fucking door is a resort, and if you're that kind of fucking rich, that's what most people do when they get $20 million. But a lot of fucking streamers work so fucking hard, as in work, as in like deal with a bunch of assholes and dodge all these bullets and produce content, come up with things to do the next day, and storyboard shit and write shit and edit shit and pay production crews like some kind of television show, like some kind of fucking TV show host. And 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 they could take that money and run. They could take that 10 million and just stop, 20 million and stop, but he didn't. He kept going another 7 years past or whatever, or when not 7 years past, but he's like 4 years past now, something like that. He kept going. He just kept going, sitting in his house and going crazier. His mother passed away and shit. I fear that my life, his life was a cliche before mine was, and all this stuff. And I just, I have some sympathy for that. Now the YouTube content creators, some of them work like dogs. You can see it, but I don't like the results. A lot of people do, but I don't like the results. It still comes across to me as like a low rent. Most of it, I would say, some of it has high production value enough where I am satisfied. Such as I would say like Jeffree Star, or one of those. Really high production value. You can tell he's got a team working on it, that kind of stuff. And they are full-blown television shows in their own right, and they should be Jeffree Star, and they should have $100 million or whatever. They should, but not most of them. Most of them come across as public access. A lot of you guys weren't even alive yet, but all my life until I was like 25, and I'm 40 now, public access was like the biggest, like not the biggest at all, but like was like the most interesting thing in the world almost, because anybody could do any television show that they want to. Sound familiar? Long before YouTube came around, all these kids think YouTube was the first thing in entertainment, like it was the first blip on entertainment's radar, but it turns out for like 40 years before YouTube even ever went live, people have been doing live cable access TV shows. Hello? Sorry about that, guys. As usual, I get my fucking mind blown. Got called by my doctor's fucking office, you know. I might have to make another fucking phone call. Sorry, guys. It has stuff to do with the doctor. They think my heart's unhealthy because I game 18 hours a day, and boy, if I died of a heart attack, I'd be so happy. You know what I'm saying? I'd be so happy. It'd be so good. They think I'm interested in good health. I want off this coil. I'm not interested in goddamn good health. I don't care about that. That's why I'm here for 16 hours a goddamn day, trying to entertain you and getting attacked and fucking, and like shut out and like fucking like people sicking me. It's like like attacking me all day and shit. Like it's like go ahead, attack me. I'm not here long, or whatever. I don't really care. It's kind of funny. I hope I have like terrible heart problems or whatever. That'd be fine by me. Like anything closer than 110 years old, dying of old age is fine by me. I'm sick of this fucking place, and I would absolutely love to die. You know what I'm saying? I'm not suicidal in any way. I'm not. I did once try that, and I realized it wasn't gonna work. I tried. I made a real good attempt one time, and it wasn't gonna work. If 300 pills won't kill me, or whatever it was 198, I think, all in all. They counted, or what? They didn't count, but they counted the bottle. There was like 100. It was like 100 pills of naproxen and like 98 pills of like Tylenol PM. And suicide is not like, I don't condone suicide. I don't think it's a good thing. I just had a reason, I'm not gonna say what it is, but I had my reasons back then, and I don't have them anymore. Never have. I don't like suicide. I think it's a cheap fucking cop out meant to damage everybody around you, not yourself. You get out easy. They don't. Anyway, so I don't condone suicide or any talk about it, and I won't stay on the subject for very long and stuff, but like, like I already made my attempt to get out of here. I'd love to get out of here legitimately, you know what I'm saying? It has not been fun. Treatment like this that I've been receiving lately for the last 10 months is exactly how it's been for like 7 years and shit. It has not been fun in this world for very long. Just people are on the attack now. If they think that they don't like something about you, they'll just try to destroy you. Doesn't matter where you are. You can be in the ghetto, poor, don't have a dollar to your name. You can be super rich or anywhere in between. Everywhere around you is people who just want to attack you because they're so fucking bored that their lives are just, just not good. So they enrich their lives by destroying anybody around them that they don't like. And that's been my experience now for like 7 years. I've just been like from pretty much experience to experience. There's always someone in the background trying to destroy me for no good goddamn reason at all. And I'm just kind of sick of it. It'd be nice if it just ended. I doubt I have any heart issues because I've never experienced heart pain in my life, and I'm still not. I feel just fine. And I walk every day. Not every day, excuse me. Like, you know, a lot. Didn't walk today, but I do most days, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm very unhealthy. I think they're trying to tell me I should exercise more. But like the thing is, I'm a gamer. I've never done that. I'm actually more scared of going to that extreme and like just sort of like starting to walk like 10 miles every day or whatever. I actually think I'll end up in the ground faster that way than I will if I just like stay where I'm at, continue to be on a keto diet, don't eat sugar or soda or any of that fucking crap, none of the bad shit, and just live the lifestyle that I've lived my entire fucking life. I'm actually of the opinion that I'll be stuck here until I'm 110 and there'll be no fucking problems. I know that's not how it works for most people, but once you've done it your entire fucking life, you know it works. I've made it 40 years. I don't know why I wouldn't make another 40, especially now that I've fixed my diet. I am losing weight. I'm losing like, a pound a week or something. It's going to take me like 200 weeks. It's going to take me like 4 years or something like that. But in the end, I'll be back down to like, 180 or something like that. I am progressively losing weight, like a pound a week. It's been steady for, I'm down now to like, I don't know, 246 or something. And I was like 280, or that's sorry, 346 when now. Or 356 or 346, I think something like that. I don't know, the 350, something like that. Yeah, I'm 350 pounds, by the way. You should continue to fucking totally try to torture me. I think it's totally appropriate, as if I'm not torturing myself or whatever. It's hilarious. But anyways, where's it going with this? Health and stuff, and they're worried about something like abnormal they found about my stress test to my heart. Yeah, it turns out I sit down 16 hours a day. And and I'm pretty healthy. I don't know. I smoked for many years, but I've even given up like vaping now for I don't know, like 5 months or something. I haven't touched tobacco even in like 5 months, and that's the best I've ever done in my life. And now they're saying like, oh, your heart is under stress. Yeah, motherfucker, my heart is under stress. I keep being attacked by everybody. I've got PTSD, and I keep having a mental breakdown every day because they won't leave me alone. I mean, it's been nice. It's been 2 days now where I haven't had like a, like an attack, or like a stalker attacking. Well, I did have a stalker attack me 2 days ago, but yeah, it's been nice. It's been 2 days of not having a stalker attack me or attack one of my friends, and that's pretty nice, I would say. So, and I think things are getting more better than the doctors think. And on top of it, every doctor I've met is like, why are you here? You look absolutely fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go by that. They're like, you look absolutely fine. You're not out of breath like fat people. You don't have stretch marks like fat people. Your cholesterol's not off the fucking chart like most fat people. They're like, you're obviously hugely fat, but like you're not like, you're not like huffing and puffing or wheezing, like you are a little bit, because you smoked your whole life, but like that makes sense and stuff. And they're like, yeah, like, and so like in person, they're like, you look fine to me. But then the tests are always like, oh, you're kind of unhealthy a little bit, and sort of like worry sign area. But I mean, I sit down 16 hours a day and I rock the video games fucking hard. If the tests were normal, I would be worried. You know what I'm saying? This isn't how normal people live. This is how astronauts live. You know what I'm saying? Like when they test for astronauts, they often hire gamers to lie in a bed for 6 weeks in a suspended state, like kind of like laid down and back. The bed kind of goes like this. I've seen it before. It goes like this, and it kind of moves you from day to day, and it kind of tilts you around and stuff to test what the effects are of not moving for a really long fucking time. They'll hire an MMO gamer to sit there and play video games for 8 weeks on a NASA bed, just to test the effects of what not moving for 8 weeks actually does to the human fucking body. And that's the kind of body that I've got. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, I walk. I would say I walk at least a block every day because my house is that far. Like not well, it's not my house yet, but like I'll own this house eventually. This house up the way, my house is like, I don't know, a quarter of a block far away, to get from door to door. So like every day I walk at least a half a block, if not like a block or even more sometimes, like 2, 3, 4 blocks, which isn't that much, but I mean like that's more than I think most computer people, I would say. I would say more healthy, less healthy and more healthy at the same time than most computer people. And it's kind of weird. And I've never experienced heart pain in my life. So that doesn't jive with the experience that they're saying, like the stress echo test on your heart is showing abnormal results. I would be very worried if it was normal. Let's put it that way. I'd be very worried, because my heart can't be normal. I sit here 16 hours a fucking day. Obviously, there's and they don't know what it is. The doctors don't know what it is. They think that I've just been working 9 to 5 in some crappy job that's stressing me out so bad that I've got abnormal heart results and shit. But what the reality is I'm what they've never seen before, which is somebody who sits down for 16 hours of fucking, I'm sure they've seen it before, but they don't not really. Even really fat people usually get up to eat, you know what I'm saying? I stay down if I can. Like, I don't get up and go eat a lot. I don't get up and go to the bathroom a lot if I can't help it. I don't get up at all. I just want to play video games. That's it, That's what I've always wanted. And sure, it's a bad fatty lifestyle, and it's terribly negative, and it's not, it's not very responsible. But I mean, here we are, what I'm saying? It's not my fault some man tried to kill me and shit, Here we are, like where I was for a long time, I couldn't step out my front door without the potential of somebody shooting me in the fucking face or running me over with a truck or something like that. Right where I lived, it was like that. If some man wanted to kill me for no reason at all, never crossed him, never did anything to him whatsoever, as usual. And so now, now, like, I would be worried if I was normal, let's put it that way. It's kind of weird. Like, I just, withdrew from society. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get killed over some stupid shit that I didn't even remotely touch or do. I didn't even really talk to the guy very much. The guy just tried to kill me. Just weird, sick, fucking targeting guy. Nobody understood it. The judge was okay with giving him 4 years. Nobody understood it. They're like, you're kind of sick. We're going to get you a doctor, because he was, So, anyways, yeah. Yeah, that's all I care to talk to you about that. So now they're gonna make me come in and deal with more doctors, which I'm not happy about, I'm really not happy about that. I'm like, I really don't want to deal with more doctors, but that's okay. If they're like, you're gonna die if you don't do something about it, I'll start walking every day for 2 hours. I was gonna do that anyways. I've just been resisting to do that because it's been mostly like 30 degrees out now for some weeks, but I'll even then, I'll go out there and I'll walk for 2 hours, and a couple months later I'll come back to the doctor and they'll be like, this is the strongest your heart's ever been, I'm not too scared of it. It's not like I pound cocaine all day or something weird. I don't drink almost at all. I smoke marijuana in the form of hash like every month, but only for 3 weeks of the month. So even then, like, I still give my heart and lungs a rest for like a week. I pound energy drinks, but again, only for like 2 or 3 weeks a month. It's not like I do that every single day of my fucking life like most people do. I definitely usually give my body a rest in the particular aim of. Now, did I do the gardening? I can't remember. I think I did. I'm just going to go double check because I really don't want to lose that crop. I think I did, but I don't know. I can't remember. Get distracted when I do this. What was I going to say? And so, like, I would be very, I'd be surprised if I was normal, but I'm feeling like of all the fat people out there, I would say, like, I don't have the proclivities of most of them. At least not anymore. I think tobacco's a common one, but I think pounding food is the most common one. I don't pound food all day. I'll eat like maybe 3 times max if I'm lucky. But it's more like I catch a meal right before bed most days. Like I'll eat. Well, that's not true. I'll eat a dinner at like 7 with my family most days, and then I might have like something at like 2 or 3 or 5 in the morning, something like that, smaller, just enough so I'm not hungry when I go to bed. And like, and that's, I would say 1.5 meals most days. And it does show, especially on a keto diet. Like I've definitely lost like 35 pounds in the last like 3 months or something like that. It actually shows. It's like, You know, it's showing. I'm doing better. Everybody can tell I'm doing better. But I'm sure my heart is under stress because I've been pounding fucking energy drinks and smoking cigarettes all my life, and I did methamphetamine for 7 years, and and heroin for 2, and I'm just like, I don't think I'm that healthy. No, it would be very surprising if I was. It would be very surprising if I was. Let's put it that way. So I'm gonna chase it. I made a commitment to myself to do that, and I may have a new woman in my life too on top of it. So there's all these other fucking problems. It's hard to build a career while you have other outside pressures and stuff. But that's what I did. I like what I wanted for myself when I went into this is I was like, I want a good like 9 to 12 months of like I did it every day for 15 hours a day, no matter what. I streamed or I recorded for 15 hours a day every day since March 7th, right? Since March 7th of last year, whatever that is. I did the math yesterday. It's like, I don't know, it's like 8 months or something, 9 months, I forget, 10 months, I think. Or whatever. No, March is, yeah, it's like 9 months, 8, 9 months, something. 8, 9 months now, every day, 14, 15 hours a day. And I told myself I would give it a college try the first year, and I knew I wouldn't get very far because I'm not trying to light my ass on fire to burn just so people can watch me and then leave. I'm trying to build that slow. You know what I'm saying? Trying to build that slow, where like people are in and they come watch me in the background and they put me on and they listen. That's it. That's all I'm trying to reach. I'm not trying to be some flash in the fucking pan, like, Logan Paul or whatever. I'm not trying to be like that. I don't aspire to that. I'm not like fucking other streamers. I'm not in this for the clout or the fucking money. I just want some kind of income for being a gamer, and I will do the work. I will do the fucking work. I'll record all the videos, and I'll stream 15 hours a fucking day for the foreseeable fucking future, and I'll just keep on going. Try to provide content and stuff, and keep it fresh. Keep it strange, Brody, because it's like that's the name of the game. Seed sown, bag of grant. See, I was figuring I would have to water these today. That's why I tripped and I came back. I was like, why didn't I water on the Taru? But oh well, that's okay. I guess that's in a few hours or something like that. But yeah. And that being said, I am a proponent of good health, but it's not something I've ever paid attention to in my life. And I never sat down to be a full-time gamer. I mean, there was definitely like times in my WoW rating career when I was doing 80-hour weeks for months on end. So I suppose that qualifies. But I feel like I didn't really sit down to be a full-blown gamer for years until COVID. And so it's not like I've been at this for 10 years and it's a lost cause either. I'm gonna have to strike a fucking balance, which is something I've never wanted to do in my entire life. But I see it coming up there, that weird chasm where the doctors start to warn you that this lifestyle of hedonism you've chosen, where you sit on your fucking fat ass for 16 hours a fucking day and lie down for the other 8 and abuse yourself with hashish and fucking, like the occasional like bottle of wine, and like 16 hours of gaming, and they've got me on 3 different medications: one for blood pressure, one for sleep medication, and one for bad GERD, which is acid reflux. And so that doesn't help. Those drugs have side effects, and they box your liver a little bit. So that's part of this process. That makes it harder for me to get healthy and stuff, and I don't like that. But I mean, it helps, that perfect balance of sleep medication, blood pressure medication, and GERD, acid reflux protection stuff, omeprazole. That is what I've always needed my entire life. I've had bad heartburn. I've never been able to sleep around the same time every day until I took sleep medication. And I have had high blood pressure, 157 over 110, most of my adult life due to a meth addiction and the stress on my heart and my overall like overkeyed hypertension from being a meth addict and stuff for like 7 years. And I'm clean now. I've been clean for five years and some days. But I mean, like, that definitely had an effect. It definitely had an effect on like the overall results. Like, I'm not your normal average like McDonald's pounding fat ass. I'm not like that. which is helpful. I mean, you can see the doctors have hope. They're not scared of my situation, but they also don't understand it. They don't know why I would voluntarily sit down for 16 hours. They don't get it. But see, I would easily cut off my body and put my brain in a jar if it meant that I could play EVE Online for the rest of the universe's history or whatever. I'd be okay with that. Like, you know, play video games for the rest of existence and stuff. Like, my body is not what I came here to do. Unfortunately, I knew this when I was very young. When I was like 13, they're like, yeah, you run the mile like everybody else, but you don't ever try. And I was like, nah, man, I'm not a physical person. I don't like exercise. And I've not been fat until I was like, I don't know, 24, something like that. I was always able to sleep with girls and no problem. You know, I wasn't fat until I was like 24 when I tried to commit suicide. I ate 300 pills, and you know, it was 200 pills. They're like 198 pills or something like that. And afterwards, they pumped my stomach, the blood out of my stomach for 5 whole days in the hospital. And that's one of the reasons why I have a huge pregnant gut. You know, I'm talking like pregnant. You know, and ever since then, because I have this like huge ulcerous mass of like dead flesh for a stomach, because I killed it with pills. And that's one of the reasons why I have like the big fatty problem, because my arms are proportionate. I'm not really not my ham hocks up here, you know, or whatever you want to call these. My arms, my legs, my ass, you know, most of my neck, not all of it, is mostly proportional to like a semi-fat person, you know. But where I really am fat is I'm more pregnant than a pregnant woman. For 16 years, I've carried around a pregnant belly for 16 fucking years, and it's wrecked my back, it's wrecked my health, and it's wrecked my body. But I did that to myself, you know, and that's okay. The things have costs. If you try to commit suicide and you live, there's going to be costs, you know. There's going to be costs. There's going to be brain damage. There's going to be stomach damage if you take pills, that kind of thing. Maybe you shot yourself, so there's whatever actual physical damage. And I don't like this topic. I don't like suicide as a topic. I'm just saying it has very terrible effects upon people, and I don't recommend it. Suicide is goddamn terrible. Please contact a helpline if you're worried about that kind of thing. You know, disclaimer, I'm not trying to use suicide as some kind of fucking topic for my stream. I don't condone it. I don't think it's good. I don't never have. I don't think it's okay. I think it's a deadly sin. All this other stuff, and I think it's an easy way out of your society, when really I think humanity is about struggling and striving, you know? So that's where I'm at with that. You know, it was okay money, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't really enough. So annoying. It's so annoying. Like, it was okay money, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't really enough, like, to go to QFIM again until I'm at least getting some mithril swords. I'm not getting that at fucking, like, whatever I am, 20 or something. It's kind of annoying. They really balanced the fishing pretty crazy good. And it's good. The system's the best I've ever seen on a private server, I will say that. Gonna do a lot of fishing today, but tonight I'm gonna level Black Mage. By the way, I'll get in like you'll see me again in like 8 hours and stuff. I will begin my all night push to try to take Black Mage to 30. So tonight you'll see Black Mage from 20 to 30, and then the next day you'll probably see 30 to 33, and the next day 33 to 35, and then the next day 35 to 37. Over the next like 5 or 6 days, I'm just gonna fish to pay for Black Mage scrolls, and I'm gonna take Black Mage to 37, and that leaves most of the barriers to White Mage done, except for Astral Rings. I've done all the gear that the White Mage should have, except for Astral Rings and Black Mage and stuff, and I'm tempted to fish until I have 2 Astral Rings. Right now, I've got a Scroll of Erase sitting on the auction house at 240k, because I don't want to sell it, right? But I could just sell this Scroll of Erase that I bought, maybe. Let's see what the price is in. Yeah, prices stayed. I'm not even on the list anymore, which means that there's at least 10 erases going out every single day, which is kind of fucking crazy for this 4,000 pop server. How long should that last? But one of them is mine, right? So I have a Scroll of Erase on the auction house, and I could get 80k with that. But like, what I'm really looking for is fucking Astral Rings, and I don't know what they're charging for those. I would really like those, particularly for Black Mage. Astral Ring can be a really big fucking deal. It can make the parties a fucking breeze if you have like another fucking 50 MP. You know, that's like a whole nother 2 fire spells that you can cast in your rotation that you didn't have before. But I mean, I don't know. Int rings are also maybe appropriate. I don't know. Maybe it'd be okay. I definitely need to take a look at buying 2 sets of like I thought about hermit rings, but I absolutely didn't, and it breaks my heart. I kind of need hermit rings. Like, god damn it, man. I kind of want the better ones. Like, let's go see. Like right now, yeah, I want the knowledge ring. Is it? Yeah, I think it's the knowledge ring. Those are like whatever, 20K. Fucking crazy. Like, you can see how the black mages actually have to really like dedicate before, before they actually commit to this. And I'm scared of the amount of dedication I should have to take black mage to 37. It's like 100,000 gil, uh, you know, thing that whatever you want to call it. That's like 100,000 gil proposition to take black mage to 37. So I mean, I can do that if I farm up 25K each day. But I mean, like, god damn it, this game is starting to turn me into a slave fairly fucking quickly. I'm not really trying to be this kind of crazy goddamn slave for this fucking game. But I mean, that's what it is. That's what that shit is. That's what this shit is. You want to be the best at it? This is what it is. Grinding all goddamn day. Whatever it is, Rust, Fortnite, Final Fantasy 11, I don't know, CS:GO, ESO, CS:GO, ESO, CS:GO, ESO, etc. All that stuff. You want to be good? Get to grinding all day. It's not fucking UKN kills and raids all day. Let me tell you, you better get to fucking grinding, get that KDR up and all that stuff. Yeah. So here we go. I'm tempted to run Sabiki Rig here because I might do better now. I actually should probably finally go try to look for Qs in Port Bastock. I'll probably, after this cast, I'll go to run to North Bastock and throw a Sabiki Rig on and see what I get out there, because I believe that's actually where the best skill up would be right now for me, but I don't know that. It should be giant catfish, but I fished up, I think it was 70 giant catfish, and I got a level, you know. So I suppose I'm just supposed to vendor them and keep going, I guess. I think that's actually probably what I should do. I'm just gonna vendor them and keep going. I put the Sabiki rig. Or no. I'm using a Sabiki rig. I didn't get anything. Let's see what the results of Sabiki rig is for like 5 casts, and see what kind of stuff I can pull out of here with this, because I haven't tried here yet at level 20. At level 20 fishing. Yeah. So it was so annoying. I got so ready. I'm sorry. I've got a phone call, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I will be right back. Bear with me, please. Sorry, dealing with the day's phone calls and doctor stuff and all that. I'm sick of being a fat crass American. That is something that you will see change on this channel over the next couple of years. Um, I don't know how my life's gonna go, but it appears that the love of my life will be moving in with me here this year, which is the best news I've ever received in my life. And I'm ecstatic about it, but you always wait for the other shoe to drop and stuff. I really love this woman, and I always have since the day I met her. And we told each other our life stories, like day one and stuff. And I've not had good news of any kind at all, except for getting 1,200 follows in a year or whatever. I haven't had, I haven't had good news in, God, like 7 years or something. Not any good news, just deaths, suicides, attackers. Man tried to kill me with a circular saw, put him in jail for 4 years. Now I've been dealing with a stalker on the internet for 10 months. I've got my best friend has a stalker as well, because you can see the mental health deteriorating by the day in the gaming community and otherwise. People's mental health in the world is just deteriorating by the fucking day, and they're getting crazier and crazier every day that goes by. And it's just a really interesting time to be alive, I would say. And things are looking up, which is good. Like I'm in this for love. Everybody else is in it for money. I'm in this for love. Like everything that I do, I do it for her, and I've always done this since I met her. Everything I've done some crazy, crazy things for her. I'm so, I don't know how that's gonna go. If I get my hopes up, it won't happen. So I try not to. I just wait. I'm just, all right, let's see how it goes. And if she doesn't show, that's okay. I'll work and I'll build a career. That's okay either. So I'm happy about that, and it appears that it will be like that. It will, And so that'll be a really good positive change to my life, just having my best friend back and having somebody to actually trust and talk to in the real world, as opposed to a crew who just turned their back when they're like, oh, sweet, I will smile. There we go. As opposed to a crew who turned their backs because their jobs kind of took over their lives, and their businesses and such. And I don't blame them. I did too. Like nobody. When you're like, one of the saddest things is it's so weird. Like they say that men are a lot more lonely than they let on, because past the age of like high school, past the age of like 18, like supposedly men don't keep friends really. They're just too busy trying to make their lives and stuff. I watched a study about this. Like women tend to keep like lifelong friends and use them for support and stuff, and their family and their mothers and such. But like men tend to kind of like want to solo wolf it, in America especially. They want to like solo wolf it past the age of high school, and they don't want to keep friends that they talk to every day. Some of them do, but not all of them. A lot of the people are kind of going the other direction, where they cut off their ties and they just solo grind their life. And and I've always been one to keep friends around. My house was the flop house. I always had 20 friends in my house. I was the king of the social scene, really. I was never the leader of my group because my best friend did that better. He's more intelligent than I am. He's a much more qualified leader, and in the respect that people look up to him more. He's got more charisma, and he's definitely skinnier, and he's definitely happier, and he's definitely more sane, and he's definitely got a higher IQ quotient than I do. Definitely, he's probably off the charts. I've never met him more. Well, I've met one more intelligent man who is also in my crew. He's eidetic, straight up Mensa. And it's just he's got an eidetic memory, and he's in Mensa. And it's just kind of crazy. Like with high IQ, high caliber friends who are all rich except for me. I'm the only one who isn't. I'm in my entire inner circle. There is another kid in my circle who's not rich, but everybody else has hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and they're doing just fine, and they work really hard and all this. And I was the one who had to take as the Dixie Chicks put it, the long way round. I always took the long way round. It took me a long time before I valued a fucking dollar. I'm talking like not like $1 billion or $1 million. It took me a long time to value even a dollar. I consider taking a vow of poverty with never donning the frock or any of that stuff, because I had a very, very negative I thought it very negative, the amount of stress and pressure that money put on my generation for some reason, because I feel like the last generation didn't pass it on at all, and now they're about to be forced to. Now they're like my mother is like 77, I think, or something like that, and you can see it. They're beginning to plan to do their transition and stuff, and they've made their wills, and they're gonna give it to us. But you can tell they would take it with them to their fuck. You want to talk about boomers? You guys think that we're boomers, motherfucker? I have boomer parents. You don't. You know what I'm saying? You don't have boomer parents. I'm 40 and I have boomer parents, and they're not greedy. They're just like, they came up in the Depression, so they don't want to let this shit go. They didn't want to give us a fucking dollar. You guys, like my generation took care of their fucking kids, but I would say the boomers, they were like the most selfish, like, entitled generation I've ever met, and they definitely are loath to pass it on. And I think they would take it to the grave like Ra in the Great Pyramids if they could, rather than passing it on to their kids. They can't stand the idea of actually letting go of this stuff, and it's because they came up in the Great Depression, where, you know, and post-war, when there was no men, there was no, like, 'cause they were all dead, right? There was no money, because we spent it all on the war. There was depression because it was like there was no money and no men. Like, all this shit. And so they came up in that shit, and they were taught to hold on to everything that you've got and never let it go, because there's none of it left after that. And that's what we're seeing. This whole entitlement about boomers thing. You guys don't have boomer parents. You think you do. You're just mentally retarded. You don't know what a baby boomer is. I know what a baby boomer is, and I actually have baby boomer parents, and they're 80. That's how old baby boomers actually are right now. They're 80, you know, boomers and stuff. So when my generation says okay boomer, it's accurate. When you guys say okay boomer, you just sound like a fucking moron to 6 fucking generations, and you're totally unaware of it. If you're 15 and you unironically use the word boomer, 5 generations call you a fucking moron behind your back. And I guarantee it, 5 generations call you a fucking idiot. Jesus, these fucking kids are goddamn low IQ, room temperature Ronaldos and stuff. I've never met somebody like older than me who didn't think that anybody who used the word boomer, except our generation, thought like was a fucking shithead moron. You know what I'm saying? Even my mom, I've heard her yell at dumb kids at like fucking like Trader Joe's who think who knows she's a boomer, because she is. That's a boomer. They're 80 years old. They're born between 46 and 60. You know what I'm saying? That's what a boomer is. If you think who was born between 80 and 95, right? If you think I'm a boomer, you're just low IQ. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? You know, okay, boomer, I can hear the answers and stuff, but that's not actually the case. Go Google it, bitch. Go Google what a baby boomer is and get your mind blown. You think it's my generation? Nah, man, I'm a young millennial. I'm a fucking young millennial. I'm not a boomer. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so that's kind of funny. We always get in this generational gap conversation that's not too fun. But I will say that, you know, their generation, they have reasons for not wanting to let it go. They came up in a time where letting it go meant you didn't get it back. So it makes sense. But the world's going to heal again when they finally do kick off in the next fucking 20 years and they let go of that fucking slip knot that they've had on the world's money. This place will get better and the Dark Ages will end. But that's the worst part. We'll probably see another fucking world war before this generation lets go of their goddamn money and lets the world heal. You know, they lived off of 5 cars. Tell me that your grandparents don't have at least 1 house and at least 1 car, if not 2 or 3 or 4, right? Of all of it. Tell me your grandparents don't have at least 1 house and 1 car, right? Most of them have at least 2 of both, right? If not more. And they're not rich. They just never let go of any of it, right? I can't wait till they're fucking strangle, steel trap fucking mind. I despise young millennials my age who think that they're boomers. And I had one of my really smart friends call himself a boomer the other day. And I was like, motherfucker, you are 7 years younger than me. What the fuck are you fucking talking about? You're a young millennial, you idiot. I literally hit him with it, like verbatim, with that sentence. And he was like, what? And I was like, here's the Wikipedia to baby boomer, you fucking moron. When you say the word boomer and you call yourself a boomer, you sound like a fucking moron to 5 generations. And you're just not aware of it. And I caught that out of somebody my own age. I'm a boomer dad now. Nah, boomer dads are 80. You fucking shithead moron. I'm sorry, but like, come on now. Seriously, boomer dads are 80, trust me. They're like 75. They're not fucking 40, dude. Whatever you think's going on in there, no, nah, you know. Yeah, so these kids think that Generation X and young millennial is boomer because they've never read a book and they've never Googled anything that they make a statement about ever. You know what I'm saying? And this one really bothers me because it's insulting to them. It's insulting to the rest of us who know better. And it's just kind of funny. You guys can go be fucking stupid and call us boomers if you want, but it makes you look really stupid to 5 generations. I'm serious. You're just not aware of it. Every time you say that shit, all of us laugh at you and you're not aware of it. It's a cute thing about Gen Z. They're absolutely not fucking aware of it. They just don't know. And it's weird because they're the people most likely to use Google too. Right? They're the generation most likely to use Google, but also they don't. They don't go Google what a boomer is. They just use this language. They don't know what it means. You know what I'm saying? At all. It's kind of funny. I don't know. That's a new one. Like all my life's language has always been just words like cool, cool and awesome and like badass and all this stuff like that. Like language has always been really like benign words. To you, it's like a misusage of a categorization word to label somebody. Except you label them 25 years off what the actual accuracy is. You don't know what a boomer is because you're dumb and you've never Googled. And I love this, and I can see doing a video about this on YouTube and making fun of an entire generation, but then they'll just hack me and attack me because all they ever do is hack and attack. That's all they do. So that's all they know. So you have to watch. You have to watch pissing off Gen Z because they're fucking bored. They don't bother Googling. They've had it for so long that they don't bother using it. and like and they and they hack and attack. We all know that's what they do. They hack and attack if they want to show you their love. And that's okay, but I mean, anyways, and so you want to talk about calling me a boomer? Okay, you want to mislabel me, huh? I'll mislabel you then. I'm just showing you an example of how it feels. What I'm saying, of how it feels to being mislabeled. It's not very fun. None of the things I just said are true. It's just kind of fun to poke that at you, and like you guys like calling us boomers because I know it pisses us off. But you think it pisses us off because you think it's accurate. But see, it pisses us off because we think you're dumb and that you don't know what the word means, and it's kind of funny. It is a funny little thing that I think it's good content for a video. I think it'll get me some millions of hits when I do it, or if someone doesn't beat me to it first. Here's what actual generation years are. Here's what a boomer actually is. Here's what a boomer looks like right now. White hair, wrinkled skin, arthritis, likes to sit on the porch with their blankets, likes their heating pad at night, has a cat, cuddles up with them, drinks a glass of wine, and they got about maybe 10 to 20 years to live. That's what a boomer is right now. You think it's me. You're fucking stupid, dude. You guys are so stupid. It's clear as day how really low IQ you guys are. And that's our fault. We didn't educate you. They stole all the money. They didn't pass it on. When they pass it on, we're going to educate you again. Trust me. When the boomers die off and let all of the world's money go, it's going to fall to us. I know because I'm inheriting 2 houses. I'm not kidding. I'm inheriting 2 houses. I'm not bragging. It's not a brag here. I'm talking about the reality, and I don't want them, honestly. I don't want the 2 houses. It's a lot more problems than I want to fucking deal with. It's a lot more maintenance than I want to deal with. I don't want to sell them. I don't want to deal with the hassle of selling them. I don't want to clean them. I don't want them. I would straight up say no if I was given a choice, but I'm not. So that's a problem I'm going to fucking have to deal with, but I'm going to be given 2 fucking houses. That's a lot of people's life's dream. I don't want it because it's responsibility that takes me away from my career. I never lived in the real world in the first fucking place, so I never really, in the first fucking, I mean, I did. I lived in the real world my whole fucking life, but basically unwillingly. I've always felt that Vanna DL and Eorzea and Kellowan. That's, what is that? That's Raymond D. Feist. Not Kellowan. I always get Kellowan mixed up with whatever World of Warcraft is. Azeroth, right? Yeah. Those are my actual homes. And they're free. I mean, they're not free, but the most they cost is $15 a month. My rent is $15 a month. You know what I'm saying? My rent is $15 a month. There's another video I want to do. My rent is $15 a month, bitch. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, I've been living online since I was 16 years old on MMOs, and it's $15 a month. And yeah, sure, I've had real life abodes, and I'm blessed, and I'm a fat, crass American that's blessed, and all this other stuff, but I mean, still, my rent's $15 a month, bitch. How much is yours? Straight up. There was 5 years where I just went homeless and I played on a laptop because I knew that really, in the end, I don't live in the real world, never have, and so it doesn't matter what's happening in the real world, and it didn't. You know, for 5 years, I found some place where I could sleep and get power and steal an internet signal from some place, and I just lived there in a burnt-out restaurant for 5 fucking years, playing my MMOs, living off the fucking streets, getting high, and dealing with the fact that my parents hadn't cut the purse string, the world's purse strings yet, and that it was impossible to make a living for like 25 years or something like that. So I just learned and I adapted, and I lived on the streets and did all this shit. I walked out the door with nothing but the clothes on my back and a laptop and a backpack, and I lived for 5 years, and I didn't do just fine. I got a bad drug addiction doing that. You know, it's in order to like live off the grid in a major city, you have to like be fairly aware all the time for like cops and other homeless people and other problems, you know, and other people like might discover you, or building inspectors or that kind of thing. So you kind of have to be fairly alert when you're homeless. And so I use drugs to kind of do that, because it's very stressful to just do it without some kind of assistance, like coffee or methamphetamine or something like that. You're like, oh man, I've got to stay awake or I'm going to get thrown in jail, kind of thing. It happens a lot, and you're like, oh no, and I got to stay awake and shit, and it's kind of funny. So like that, you know, I know where my real like for instance, Horizon right now is my home. I own this home that you guys see with the heart on the window and all this stuff. But my actual home's right here, and all my roommates keep walking on by like Grand Central Station to the Bastock Auction House. But this is my actual fucking home, and it's been my home since 2003. And if it's not this, it's Azeroth, and if it's not Azeroth, it's fucking Eorzea, and if it's not Eorzea, it's fucking whatever whatever fucking ESO is called, whatever that world's called. You know, Vardenfell or whatever, I forget, whatever it is, you know, Morrowind or whatever, like whatever your world is, whatever fucking, you know, whatever Fantasy Star is called. What was that? That was like Ragnoll, right? Ragnoll was my home for some years. There's, you know, whatever. There's a lot of, you know, places that I've been over my life that I would call a home, but none of them are real. And that's an existential fucking problem for you. Thank you so much for the follow, Mr. I won't put you on blast, but thank you so much for the follow. You know what I'm saying? You want an existential fucking crisis? Is your home hasn't been real for 25 years. There's an existential crisis. You don't value real life homes. I don't. I own one, and I'll be the first one to admit it. I'm blessed, and I'm so fucking happy that I have some place that I can game all day. But I'm gonna game all day either way, and I'll find some way to do it. It doesn't matter whether I own a home or not. So I'm very blessed in the respect that I have a home when a lot of other people don't. I admit it, and I'm an asshole, and I shouldn't look like second guess it. But I mean, this real life was never my home in the first place. So it's really hard for me to value. Now, if you were to offer me, say, a lifelong subscription to World of Warcraft, I'd be like, where do I hide the bodies? You know, seriously, like I would do anything for that. If somebody was like, how much, you know, you can have a lifelong subscription to, I don't know, what's a good one? Like WoW. If you could get, or EVE Online. If they were like, would you like a lifelong subscription to EVE Online? I wouldn't kill a man, but it would be fairly close to that. You know? That to me is of huge value. That to me is of much more value than a McMansion, you know. And they're not financially the same. It would only be about 10 grand to get a lifelong subscription to EVE Online. You know, it wouldn't be that much. It's like 60 years times 15, whatever that is. What's 60 times 15 to be? You know, to what was that's like? Not even. It's like it's like $10,000. Yeah, it's about $10,000. It'd be about $10,000, I think, or something like that. The 60, yeah, I don't know, like 60 times 15, I think. Let's go see. Times $15 a month, no, it's not 60 months. We'd have to do the math here, right? So let's call it, what's a lifetime subscription actually cost for an MMO? And let's call it a lifetime, right? 100 years, well, it wouldn't be 100, like what's a lifetime? Call it 90, right? 90 years times 15, well, now they're goddamn, let's call it what it actually is, $25, right? Now, you said 5,400, no. We'll try again. 90 years times 20. No. Go back. Times. What is that? 90 times 12 months a year would be 1,080 months times $25 would be $27,000, right? That's exactly what this place cost. that I live in, right? I value a lifetime subscription to EVE Online at exactly what my home in the real world costs. If you were to give me a lifelong subscription to World of Warcraft, I would be even happier because that would be double the value at another 27,000 or something, a little bit less. It'd be like 24 or 5, something like that. And oh my God, I could die a happy boy because I would have a home forever. You know, I'm essentially homeless in the respect that I still have to pay rent to be in these worlds if I want to be there and all this. And eventually there'll be more, like Ash's Creation, Blizzard's survival MMO. There's going to be a lot of really like good games coming over the next 5 or 10 years and shit. And I won't be on EVE Online and WoW forever or FFXI. And I'm excited about that. So, so here I am. I'm just trying to provide content in goddamn 2023 while I fish. And I look at, I'm blessed and stuff, but I don't see it the same as a lot of other fucking people do. I see what I consider the core value of things are, and I love my home, and this is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Every day is the best day of my life, and I wish it wasn't like that, but it is. I wish I had some kind of a sense of normalcy and like, mid-level kind of level out, and it's just like, oh, today was a good day, but it wasn't the best day of my life. But every day is the best day of my life. It just keeps getting better. Every day is a little bit better, and that's how you know you're in full recovery. You're going to be good for the rest of your life. You're never going to be a drug addict again. You're never going to be targeted by some asshole in attempted murder or any of this other fucking shit, or have a pistol level in your fucking face or any of this other stuff. You're not going to fucking, you're not gonna have a bad time anymore because for some reason whatever the bad energy was finally changed, and it's good. I believe it's the changing of the guard. I think the boomers actually are beginning to pass it on and let the purse strings finally fall, and we might be able to educate our children again instead of them living in their fucking 2 houses, right? They always have some fucking house out in the some cabin in the woods, and they have a house that they live in, and they've got at least 3 cars, which is like, to me, essentially like a fiefdom of riches that I'll never really have. I'll have it if I'm famous and rich or whatever the fuck, but I'll never buy things with that. Ooh, oh, sorry, I thought I heard something. Yeah, I did. It's just funny to look at it from a different perspective of what you want out of life as compared to what they say you should want out of life. And that's all I really have to say about this. Let's go see what other people have to say about. Okay, well, yeah, okay, well, let's see what he says.
Earlier today, Xbox and Bethesda hosted the developer.
This is good, but we've had this for 25 years. It's fake news. I don't know what he's talking about, but we've had that forever. He's an idiot. Every single time that they do some con or they release some game, Todd Howard has to talk for like 100 hours. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. They've been talking to us forever. It's their impression of like what's going on, but the actual reality is Bethesda's always been fairly clear. I mean, they'll drop stuff like Fallout 4 with no warning to hide Fallout 76, like hide the fact that 76 is coming too, right? But they won't. They're not intentionally obfuscational. They're not intentionally obfuscational. They are beholden to, like as Asmongold always says, they are beholden to a board of directors that handle the investments that pay for what it is that they do, and they have to do what those people tell them to do. And everybody loves to bite the hand that feeds and talk shit about Todd Howard or Bobby's World. But in the end, those guys have to do what the fucking board of directors tell them to do. They don't really have any sway at all. The board of directors leads the company, and that's a lot of people. That's like 20, 25 people, something like that. All the big investors get to go sit in a big fucking boardroom in some fucking, suit dummy mansion or whatever, and like dictate what Bethesda does. It's not Todd Howard, you fucking morons. Stop attacking these Bobby types. It's like saying Trump runs the world or whatever whenever he was president. No, man, he's got like 2,000 cronies. What are you talking about? He's got thugs. That's a gangsta. He's sitting back in his gangsta lean. You think he fucking drives his own fucking, his own Lincoln around? No. You know what I'm saying? That fool, he's not any more responsible than I am for what happened to this country. It's a bunch of thousands of cronies in the background cash grabbing and telling us what to do. It has nothing to do with Trump or fucking Biden. You guys are just so dumb when you scapegoat fucking presidents. They have about as much power as you do. Believe it or not, presidents have about the same amount of power as you do. Now they can launch nukes and stuff like that. They have some good power and stuff, but not without our permission. You know what I'm saying? Or at least hopefully not. You know what I'm saying? That's what Doctor Strangelove was about. Hopefully not, you know? No, hopefully not without our permission anyways. That's what Doctor Strangelove was about. So, like, yeah, they've got some power if we give it to them and we let them do it, but they can't just go fly off the fucking handle and go to war with Russia without the fucking public's goddamn blessing. You know what I'm saying? That's why America let, never mind, I'm just gonna stay out of that one. I don't want to be disrespectful to victims. But anyways. Punked was faked. Why was Punked faked? I mean, I knew it was faked, but I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah, what's going on in the role-playing world? Let's see. Is there any hope for Halo? No. The actual goofiest RP. I wish I was kidding, and I know that was really snarky and brief, but no, there is no hope for Halo. It is dead in the water. Infinity fucking confirmed it. If Infinity can't do it, or Infinite can't do it, we're done. That's a dead license in the water. I'd stake my career on it. And if it keeps going, it's because the fanboys can't let it go. It's not because the IP should continue. Yeah, all right. This looks funny. Let's do this. Let's do this. This looks great. We'll watch this. I like these RP Rust videos where they sway the entire world by themselves. The most power that you can get in any video game is Rust, and true power, or like absolute power, corrupts. It does, and you end up doing stuff like this. Watch this. You end up doing stuff like this.
What I would consider the most overpowered trap in Rust. A trap no one else has ever thought of doing. A trap no sane person would attempt. And to this second, you guys still don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the junkyard car. It's a vehicle that you cannot drive, and its main purpose being is that you toss it in the grinder, and it gets turned into scrap. Well, I mean, that's its intended purpose. That would be boring. Because Timmy informed me that you can move these junkyard cars with regular cars easily. Not only that, but these cars never despawn. They're indestructible, and players cannot pass through them or move them without another vehicle. And with enough patience, you can push these cars as far as you want.
Don't waste your lives, guys.
Not building a trap base this time.
You can tell true Rust players because they don't think, oh, I better go farm some fuel. They think, who can I go drive up, park my car against their front door, and demand fuel or not leave, right? That's how a Rust player thinks. Why would you ever farm if you could just go kill somebody who was farming, right? That's how Rust is. Another thing about Rust is every 1 in 10 shots that you hit somebody with are invalid. And that's why there's no damage numbers in it, because if they did, you would see invalids pop every single time you sprayed somebody. And that's a real bad problem with Rust that Facepunch doesn't want the world to know about, but they probably should tell the world, because it's going to lead to a bad place. When the world figures out that 1 in 10 shots that they fire in Rust don't have any effect, I don't know, that sort of rage. They are griefing, and I'm going to get off the video now. I'm terribly sorry. They absolutely are griefing, and I think it's a bad video. Sorry, guys. I liked your shit. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream, but I did not like your video. You are griefing. Sorry. It's the actual case. That's why you said it. That's why I left.
Last year, I uploaded a video entitled 11 of the Worst YouTubers. Despite what the title might imply,
I'm sorry, my channel took like kind of a darker turn here in terms of it's not my channel, but my algorithm has gone darker because I watched some dark stuff yesterday about the internet, and now it thinks that that's all I want to see. I think I want to watch a. Now that's interesting, maybe.
Hello, you absolute legends. The year is 2011, and this is me balancing a Guitar Hero controller on my chin. The controller wasn't mine, it belonged to my housemate, and truth be told, this was the most action the controller had seen in a long time. By 2011, Guitar Hero mania had dwindled, but in the late 2000s, it was huge, with the franchise selling millions of copies. Even my sister owned one of the games, and I vividly remember us dueling against one another trying to get the highest score. The fun never seemed to last for long, however. I actually play guitar, which surprisingly does have a lot of carryover to the game, so my agile fingers were able to play along much easier than hers. Guitar Hero seemed like the kind of game that was fun for a few songs, but the novelty quickly wore off, and most people set it aside never to play it again. Personally, I found it incredibly fun, but I never took it seriously because I could play the real thing, and ironically, the songs seemed easier to play on a real guitar than on the game. Nowadays, Guitar Hero seems to be somewhat out of fashion, and the last popular game came out well over a decade ago. But not everyone put their controllers away. There is still a very active community of dedicated guitar heroes doing incredible things. And at the top level, Guitar Hero is astoundingly impressive. I have never followed Guitar Hero and wasn't really aware of the kind of accomplishments people had performed in the game, but after spending the last couple of weeks within the community, playing the game myself and watching the best of the best, I am in complete shock. The things some of these players can do with their fingers boggles the mind, and one of the best players in recent years, maybe even the best, was a player by the name of Shmooey. Shmooey was a level beyond what anyone had ever seen. He did things that simply no one else could do. Over a span of 2 years, he amassed a long list of world firsts, perfectly playing through the most difficult of songs, and often at double or even triple the speed they were meant to be played. By the accounts of most other top players, and even Shmooey himself, he was the greatest the world had ever seen. In fact, he may have even been a bit too good. Some of his accomplishments seemed inhuman, but Shmooey had been around for so long and had seemingly proven himself so many times that the thought of any trickery taking place was immediately brushed off. There were some red flags though, certain glitches that seemed to crop up, or weird behaviors that couldn't be explained. However, there was nothing concrete, and he was so trustworthy that any investigations were half-hearted and didn't result in anything meaningful. Then, a bombshell dropped. In December of 2021, Shmooey posted another world first, playing through the song 9 Patterns of Eternal Pain without missing a single note, something that no one else had ever done. Everyone was blown away, and the comment section of the YouTube video was once again flooded with comments of amazement. But there was one player who noticed something that was off. The finger patterns that Shmooey was using through one of the song's trickiest sections wasn't correct. Based on what he was actually playing on the guitar, he shouldn't have hit all of the notes. This oddity was too egregious to ignore, and sparked another investigation from several of the top players. This time, they were serious.
Okay, in my experience, if you are the best in the world, and this isn't my experience, I'm not saying this is always the case because it's just not, but in my experience, most of the time, if you are the best in the world, you are either cheating, you are win trading, you are kibitzing, which means making agreements with other players and stuff like that. Maybe not win trading, but I'm saying like maybe you let them have a win out of every 10 or something like that, so they can stay on the fucking level playing field above everybody else. Shit like that. It's not, I guess that is win trading. I don't know what you would call it. It's like, kibitzing would be like letting somebody know that the priest that they're fighting is tired or something like that, right? Like kind of like interfering with other people's like really big competitive shit. And I would say in the video games anyways, in my experience, if you think someone's really, really good, there's usually something going on in the background. It's usually some kind of computer assisted thing. And a lot of really good shooters will actually put their keyboard and mouse on their fucking stream because we want to see their hands, because a lot of us don't really believe that they're legit, and it happens. Like Ninja, it actually happens, you know, really truly like world best skill. It does happen. It occasionally happens, you know, but usually there's assistance, there's aides in the background, there's something going on in the background. You'd be surprised. Even in this Guitar Hero shit, doesn't matter. This does not surprise me in any way or form. Usually they're kibitzing or, oh, this is bad feeling. Never mind. I don't want to snap this fucking composite rod. I got to make this a little smaller. I can't see my results. There we go. And so, yeah, was he cheating? Yeah. Clara, have you been using my Guitar Hero?
They uncovered was one of
A lot of that looks like real hand movement, though. I would say he's doing. I would say his skill level is still the best in the world. Who cares? Like, I would say his skill level is still the best in the world. I don't think he's faking about that. So who cares if he cheats to get even higher accolades if he's still the best in the world? I mean, I care, obviously, but I don't really understand like why it matters if he cheats if he's still good enough to be the best in the world. I don't know. Like, and that's kind of something I always wondered about that too. Like about boxing and stuff like that. Is that how they consider the NFL? If you're like the best quarterback in the fucking league, who cares if you deflate gate like Tom Brady? Who cares if you do that if you literally are the best in the world? You know, who cares? Right? And I've always wondered about that. Like if the best in the world end up maintaining it by cheating, you know?
he made that led to his ultimate demise. It's a fascinating story, and I really hope you enjoy. Now, Legends 2022 is upon us, and I promise you, this will be your luckiest year yet. And when you do get lucky, you want to make sure you are looking your best, which is why you should be trimming and grooming your special areas. When you do mess around down there though, you need to be using the best tool for the job, which is where today's video sponsor Manscaped has got you covered. Using the lawnmower, trimming is incredibly safe and easy. I've used it many times and have literally never had a nick or cut. It's waterproof, so I use it in the shower and it takes like 2 minutes, plus there is no cleanup needed. I recommend getting the performance package because it contains everything you need to look and smell great. Take it from a married man. When you look clean, your partner will treat you better. And the best part is, if you use my link in the description, you'll get 20% off plus free shipping. So click the link in the description to pick up a lawnmower today. While the initial Guitar Hero mania that was so prevalent in the late 2000s has long since waned, and the popularity of the game has seen a steady decline over the past 15 years, the competitive scene of Guitar Hero has seen somewhat of a resurgence since 2017. This is largely in part to the release of Clone Hero, which is a near-identical port of the game to the PC. Clone Hero, while being an unofficial port, is extremely faithful to the original franchise, and was created essentially out of necessity due to the official PC port being horribly botched, featuring very low note limits and frequent crashes. For all intents and purposes, the game is basically the same, as are the skills required in order to play well. The game has 4 difficulties: easy with the least amount of notes and only requiring you to use 3 buttons, medium, now requiring the use of 4 buttons, hard, utilizing all 5 buttons, and expert, which also requires 5 buttons and contains the most amount of notes. The game does...
I'm going to download Clone Hero, and I'm going to invest some money in a PC guitar. I've been thinking about it for a long, long time, like 5 years, and I didn't know that Clone Hero existed, which is why I'm watching this video, and I did find a gem, and you will see some Guitar Hero content on this stream. Although, I don't know, if you're playing your harmonics games, I suppose I should Google, but I don't think Clone Hero is probably legal to play on Twitch. I doubt it, because at that point, it basically is just a track of the song, I think, with like notes attached, whereas like harmonics, like half the time they would hire a cover band to do it, and the other half, when it was the actual band, they had all of the DRM rights to do so. The band sold them the song, so they were okay to put like Guitar Hero on fucking streams and stuff. So it's probably okay to do Rock Band on Twitch, but I don't think it's okay to do Clone Hero, which is also like really tragic, kind of. I don't really know. I don't know. It's debatable. Like, like, let's go Google. I'm kind of curious to see. Is it legal to stream Clone Hero? Right? Yeah. Like, can you Twitch? Can you stream? Yeah, as opposed to community-made ones. I've been spooked off of streaming Clone Hero for the past year, ever since Twitch started cracking down. But I've seen the game does still get streamed. Is it just community-made stuff, or is there a workaround if I want to play game set lists and such? I played them on stream on Twitch with no issues during the stream, but your VODs and clips will be muted. YouTube is more strict with this, though. They will take down your channel. Parts of my VODs get muted, but I still have 0 copyright strikes on my channel or anything. So yes, so we will do Clone Hero. Absolutely. So now this behooves me to go. I will, on Friday and Saturday night, on Friday and Saturday nights, I will sit with my best friend and we will play Clone Hero in a couple of months here on my stream on Twitch. Every Friday and Saturday night, we'll get 3 sheets to the fucking wind, and we'll play, like, she'll have to learn the game, but I can play drunk on extreme and sing. I can sing extreme. Everybody thinks I'm a liar, but I'm not fucking lying. You'll understand when you motherfucking see it. Understand it, bitch. I can play extreme bass across all of the titles, drunk off my fucking ass and stoned, and I can sing extreme too, with a microphone fucking thing on my head, on my headset shit. I'll sit here on my guitar and I'll play Twitch. I'll play Guitar Hero on Twitch and shit with my best friend and shit. And I'll finally begin to provide some good content, right? Stuff that I consider good. I think that would be good content. I don't want to play like this. I don't want to be considered the best in the world. I'm more of like the entertainment value of it, you know? Woo! This was fun. 4 hours of Clone Hero, you know? Clone Hero. It makes me very, 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 very happy. But the other thing is what is the cheapest rock band guitar for PC, right? And this is a big fucking problem. $11 for a Stratocaster wireless guitar harmonics, no dongle. Rock Band 3, wireless Fender Mustang Pro guitar controller for Wii. Legends of Rock. No. I want a Rock Band. Honestly, I want a Rock Band rival guitar. Ooh, Rock Band guitar, huh? All right, well, let's go see what Amazon says. But this is a little bit more sort of not my. I'm not trying to put my shit on blast. We'll sort by price low to high. The guitar. Oh no, I want the guitar. Rock Band guitar. Rock Band guitar. Yeah. And I want you to sort by price low to high. And we will look around for guitar here, and I don't see one. I realize this is probably boring to you guys, but and I'll set up, and hopefully that'll pull in some follows and stuff. Yeah, be fucking great. Clone Hero. I had no idea. I'm gonna have to invest in a guitar, a nice wired guitar for Xbox 360. Doyo for Nintendo Wii. I need PC. I want PC. Can I differentiate between the consoles here? Yeah. PlayStation 3, Xbox One. I suppose this would have to be Xbox One. Not department, but brands. No, I'm looking for. Oh well, I will buy a guitar. I'll buy 2 guitars, and that's not going to be cheap. I'm going to have to set aside some money for that. That's not too good. Yeah. Okay, wireless guitar for Wii. Official Guitar Hero World Tour. Wireless guitar for PS3. Guitar only. And I'll have to buy a dongle, and those aren't cheap. I suppose I should buy the Mad Catz copy, maybe. Wii Rock Band 2. I can't do that though. I need a PC. What Rock Band guitars? This will be safe to put on stream. Here we go. Sorry, I just have some personal info and stuff. What Rock Band guitars are compatible with PC, right? We'll have to figure that out too. Use Rock Band guitar on, can use Rock Band guitar on PC. Compatible controllers for Clone Hero Wiki. Here we go, Clone Hero currently. Ah, cool, there's a Clone Hero Wiki. Fucking huge. I didn't know this was a thing. I'll be a member of this community soon enough. You know what I'm saying? I belong here. I'm good at that shit. So here we go. Not good at it, I'm just, not bad at it. Let's put it that way. I'm not world good at it. I just enjoy it, Rock Band 1 through 3, Rock Band 4 Stratocaster, Rock Band Precision Bass, Rock Band 2, Rock Band Pro Guitar for Rock Band 3. Fuck, I had one of those and I let it go and I shouldn't have. So, okay, Rock Band Stratocaster. So that's what I'll look for on YouTube. Rock Band Stratocaster guitar. Stratocaster guitar. Right. And we'll sort by price low to high. Looking for a same price here, guy, but I don't think you're gonna fucking have it. I need you to go $25 or up because you're showing me a lot of bullshit here. I don't know why. Why did you do this? Go search. There you go. And then I need you to sort by price low to high. Then I need you to say 35 and above, right? There you go. Did you sort? Yep. And then, so we go through until we see guitar. PS3 controller for PS3, but I want a standalone guitar for Rock Band 2 for the Xbox 360 by EA. They are not for sale. Oh, buy used for $190. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not spending $400 fucking dollars on a fucking. Oh, no. Here's one for $132. Cryfox wireless guitar. Oh, it's the bad one though, but I mean it works, right? But is it brand new? Guitar Hero Games, right? 132, huh? Number 1 new release in Xbox 360 adapters, right? Wireless guitar for Hero and Rock Band, right? Made in China, PC and PS3 support. This is it. I'm going to save this. So in the end, I did find one, guys. $132. So ooh, that's not too good. So I guess I will blow, not this month, but in February. Man, it's not gonna be February. In March, I will spend $240 fucking dollars on 2 5-button wireless guitar controllers with receiver, right? And yeah, I really wish it was a good one, like the good one from Rock Band Rivals or whatever the newest one is, but I don't think so. This is, I believe, the best solution. I will definitely take a note of this. Yeah, here we go. This, yeah. And then also this other page about compatible controllers and such. That's actually really valuable info too. So there we go. Now we can go back to doing what we were doing. Here we go.
To mimic some of the techniques used by real guitarists too, with hammer-ons and pull-offs and tapping. Obviously, the controller doesn't mimic a real guitar perfectly. A guitar has 6 strings with up to 24 frets, resulting in 144 possible notes to hit. Guitar Hero makes things significantly simpler, with no need to worry about horizontal or vertical movement. But what it lacks in complexity, it makes up for in sheer speed. Without having to worry about everything else, this leaves people focused on a single goal, playing as fast as possible. Players reach stupidly fast speeds. Here are just a few.
You know, it's funny. This particular part of it turns me off entirely. Although I am probably skilled enough, I think, at it to do this kind of stuff. That side of it turns off. I think they kind of like they're in it to do the meta game of like I've got faster fingers than you. But I think about how much fun you could have with this. I don't see it from a competitive point of view. I think of how much fun and how much like stream support I could get with it. And I'm definitely probably gonna do it. I'm probably gonna buy like two guitars at $240 fucking dollars. My mom's not gonna like that, but I don't care. I'm gonna buy two guitars and stuff. It's kind of funny, and if you know, and if I have 2 guitars, that's okay because that means I can wear one out and still have one that works. You know, that's all right. Yeah, this is really good. Actually, this is so good. I'm gonna buy this. I bet it's probably not too fun to use, but you can get used to it. It'll probably be rather stiff, I would think. Yeah. This looks like a piece of crap, like it wouldn't play very well, but it looks like it would work. I mean, they're getting killer money for this. This is a great little scam. Coming up with, it's not a scam, but I mean, I'm saying like this is not a scam. It is a scam in the respect that they're selling a piece of crap, piece of plastic that's worth like $9 for $132. That's like a fucking, you know, that's genius. That's like a 20% or whatever. Sorry, that's a 200 times markup or something. Or whatever. It's a 13x markup. You know. 13x for your money is actually really good. That's like the kind of loot that you take out of the box when you're leaving in Fallout, you know?
Clips to demonstrate what I mean.
Oh my fucking god.
It takes many years and countless hours to reach the finger dexterity required to do these feats, and it's insanely impressive. Even more
I want
so
to do
if you
that.
are a musician yourself.
See, I can play at that level, right about there, extreme, I would say. I can't play at these other guys' level, no, never probably will, but I can definitely play extreme, no problem, full combo.
So I settled on medium, which is far easier, and I don't have to worry about moving my hand around because it only uses 4 buttons. Even still, sections on this difficulty were hard to play, even after years of actual guitar playing under my belt. I needed to practice sections many times before I could get through them reasonably consistently, but the true test is playing from start to finish, and to find out if I could do it, you'll need to wait until the end of the video. Before that, let's get stuck into the cheating scandal that has rocked the entire community. Despite everything you're about to hear, Shmooey was, and is, a really good Guitar Hero player. He attended real meetups and played in person with real players. However, as I've always said, and as history has and will continue to show, being good doesn't make you any less likely to cheat. It does make these kind of situations more of a giant shame, because all of that time spent getting legitimately good is simply thrown away. Like all top players, Shmooey had been playing for years. As early as 2013, he was already uploading Guitar Hero videos to YouTube. He's only 20 years old now, so he must have been extremely young. Though it would be in 2018 where he would really start to make an impression on the Guitar Hero scene, posting various montages of his best clips. One of his most impressive early videos was the song Don't Has AIDS in October of 2018, showcasing his impressive tapping skills. This caught the attention of the other top players who welcomed Shmooey into the community, where he would continue to share his videos and develop as a player. 2019 is where Shmooey really started to shine, performing feats that even the best of players had tried and failed to do, and he would seemingly do them with relative ease. In June of 2019, Shmooey's full combo of the section Solo F in the song Supernovae was his first big break that really put him on the map and made everyone take notice. In September, one of the greatest players ever, Friff, was grinding on stream trying to FC the song Zoidberg's Revenge, which would have been a world first at the time, when Shmooey came out of nowhere to snipe it. Shmooey wasn't just able to play songs perfectly with relative ease, but he could also do things that other people simply couldn't physically do. A great example is the solo for I'm the One by Van Halen, which contains a section that requires you to strum at 22.8 notes per second, which is already crazy, but Shmooey was playing it at 125% speed, which puts it at 28.5 notes per second. Coupled with technical fretting, this section is just insane. Between 2019 and 2021, Shmooey accumulated a long list of world firsts and boasted achievements that no one else in the world could mimic. He even managed to win himself a bit of pocket money in the form of bounties. Various people would offer up large amounts of money for whoever could FC difficult songs. Shmooey did very well for himself, scooping up thousands of dollars. By 2021, Shmooey was easily considered the best player in the world. The things that Shmooey was able to accomplish were unbelievable. And of course, whenever you start to do things this impressive, people start to become ever so skeptical. People start to pay closer attention to the minute details. And it wasn't just Shmooey's skill that made a few eyebrows raise either. While he had provided video proof for all of his major achievements, there were some oddities in his videos that were definitely noticed. The first notable instance being a full combo of the song Madness March Kamikaze from June 2020. The webcam is particularly dark in the video, making it hard to see exactly what is happening, but the microphone was working just fine, and you can definitely hear the notes being tapped on the guitar. This song had been FC'd before by the player ArchWK, and it was noted that Arch's tapping speed was much faster than Shmooey's. It seemed as though Shmooey wasn't tapping quick enough to hit every note, but ultimately this isn't anything concrete and nothing happened. In April of 2021, Shmooey uploaded his yearly montage called Shmootage, which featured his best clips of the previous year. In one of the songs highlighted, the ending is insanely difficult, requiring a very specific technique in order to do it correctly. However, what Shmooey actually played on the guitar was very different. This was quite obvious to the players who were experienced with this song, and several of them confronted Shmooey about his playstyle. Shmooey attempted to provide an explanation of his technique, but no one else could understand how it could possibly work, nor could they replicate it. And neither could Shmooey. He claimed he would show them in a voice call to prove it was possible, though that never happened. There were also a ton of weird stutters that would show up in various videos. Very obvious sections where there would be inexplicable dropped frames. Shmooey claimed this was simply an error with OBS, the software he used to record his videos. Something else that was extremely bizarre was when he uploaded a Tech FC of Through the Fire and Flames at 250% speed in June of 2021. A Tech FC is where they play each section separately and then put them together. It's more like a theoretical demonstration of what might be possible. But then, mere hours after uploading this incredible display of skill, the video was removed. Shmooey claimed this was due to a copyright strike, but people had noted that copyright strikes for this song hadn't happened in over a decade.
Bullshit. I'm only a cheater some of the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm only a cheater some of the time, so it's fine. You know, some of my work's legitimate. Can you listen to it? The fucking denial. Clara! And meanwhile, Dragon Force wrote the song, Dragon Force played it live, Dragon Force wrote it, Dragon Force did it best, Dragon Force could do it better on a real guitar, and all of this doesn't really matter. Turns out that everybody cheats in the video game community, and whoever you think the best tourney winner that you've always worshipped is actually just a win trader, asshole, cheater, hacker, ESPer, aimbotter. Only about 1 to 10% of the time, but that's enough. That's that 10% that you need to be the best. Turns out that most of humanity is liars. Big surprise. Big fucking surprise. I didn't see that one coming. Oh, big plot twist, and most people are liars. You know what I'm saying? It says, you know, like like this kid's been yelling at me for making false claims about a fucking achievement. I just didn't remember what the achievement was. But I'm very honest about what my achievement list is, and I'll pull it if you need me to. I'm not trying to lie. I don't need to. I've never been the best in the world, and I never said I was. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying I'm good. That's it. That's all. Average good. Average to good. Not amazing. Not the best. Not even, I would say, expert. I am saying average to good is the best I'll ever claim. And if you thought that my ego was so big that I want to say I'm the best in the world, you're absolutely wrong. You know, like I don't, you know. whatever. So whatever. I do play many games that I would say mid to high level, but I don't play any of them well. You heard it from the horse's mouth. And this thing, this thing about cheating, Jesus fucking Christ, you don't think you might get caught with that? Sooner or later, you're going to have to play live. And when you can't do it live, what happens then? Not only do they demand the money back that you scammed them for with your grand prize turn-ins and such for the great FCs of the community and stuff that people pay thousands of dollars for and shit, that they're gonna want their money back for. But when you can't fucking pay them, guess what? You're at a tourney with them, and it turns out you can't play that song even remotely perfect at all, even though you put a fucking video on saying you could, and then they punch you in the face and steal your car because because you took you stole $10,000 from them, and you can't go to the fucking cops because they might actually prosecute you for full-blown fraud, and so he can punch you in the face and steal your car just fine because you're more scared of the cops than you are him, and because what you did is kind of like actually illegal and really kind of fraudulently illegal kind of to steal money. It's essentially basically like criminal mischief. It's probably a felony charge. He's more scared of the cops than he is the fucking people that he's ripping off, so they can just walk up, punch you in the face at any given fucking tourney and steal your fucking car basically and all your guitar gear right from your fucking face and call you a bitch and kick you down. And you're not calling 911 because then the cops might look into you for fucking stealing tens of thousands of dollars from some poor fucking nerd online. You go to real pound me in the ass prison. So it's kind of funny that this is why you don't do shit like this. That's the worst case scenario, but that's where my mind takes it, is sooner or later you're going to have to prove that you can do this in real life, which is what makes ninjas so good. You know what I'm saying? It's he isn't faking cranking 90s all the time, neither is Sifu or any of those guys, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. This is what makes them so good. It's just, that they're cranking 90s and they're not fucking around. They'll do it in a tourney. They're not fucking around. They've done it enough where they should say that they're the best in the world, and they are. So it's just kind of funny that they're top 50, you know what I'm saying, out of millions. And and why would you cheat like this and dummy videos? Because sooner or later they're gonna force you to do it in real life, and then what? Then your little house of cards crumbles. They rob you because you robbed them, and you can't even go to the cops for recourse. They could even rob your house maybe, and you still wouldn't do anything because because what you did was so nasty. It's several felonies. You'll spend a lot of time in jail. So, you just, at that point, you're their bitch. If any of them discover you, they can blackmail you with prison time. That's another thing that's really bad about this. If you're winning tourneys by cheating, by sending in submissions from remotely, which is also a really shaky premise, what kind of fucking tourney lets you submit a fucking video? That's goddamn dumb. I'm sorry, but I don't care if it's Guitar Hero or whatever the fuck. I'm not holding some contest or tourney or putting money on a song trying to see who the best in the world is unless I see that motherfucker live. You can tell the community isn't very high IQ. They're just good at Guitar Hero. It's kind of funny.
I heard a video where he compared
Yep, and then when you find out they've been lying, you go back and you find out they've been fucking, they've been fucking somebody behind your back or whatever, and that's not really, that's only ever happened to me one time before it was over. But I'm just saying, when you find out that they're lying, it turns out they've been lying for 10 years and everything that you thought about them was fake and they're actually Mr. Talented Ripley, you know? And it's always like down the rabbit hole with that. You're like, oh nah, this guy is absolutely not even remotely legit. And no, he can't play it live. And this is what happens when you idiots let people fucking submit videos for a world competition or whatever the fuck their community gets up to. Make them do it live. Who the fuck cares about fucking submitting videos? You guys are so dumb. If like let's hold a Counter-Strike Go tournament where we just submit videos, huh? That's fine. You can tell they're not too smart there. Sorry. I think some of them are. They're some of the best nerds in the world. They're probably in that community, but I don't know that. I'm not sure they were using their brains that much. I could have seen this coming a mile away. I would have been like, okay, if we're submitting videos here, I don't want to compete. I'd be like, nah. I'm not submitting fucking videos, no. Not for the world's best Guitar Hero title, no. I'll play it live. Do it live, bitch. Do it live! Do it live! Fuck it. Do it live! Because I'm not fucking submitting videos for some kind of dreamt up fucking like weird community competition. I'm not doing that, I'll tell you that. And anybody who does is an idiot. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Maybe logic and cold reason and I don't know, like kind of critical thinking just isn't that highly valued in this community, maybe, or something. But like submitting videos for fucking competition is only really good for stuff like engineering competitions for like Colorado School of Mines and shit like that. It's not too good for like video games, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, what was I going to look at here? There was something else that was funny, right? Do it live, dubstep. Right? Fuck it, do it live! Do it live! Fuck it. Why is this song fucking 45 minutes long or whatever? I don't even want to know. I don't even know what that was. Like, I don't know what that was anyways.
That's tomorrow. And that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know what.
I don't know.
Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that. Okay, but...
Never mind, I take it back. This community is fucking brilliant. The proof is in the pudding. I'm sorry I doubted them. I retract it. I put my foot up my own fucking ass, and I need to shut the fuck up now. The community is genius. I was thinking about it. I was like, how would I catch this asshole? I was thinking really hard, too. I was like, how would I catch this asshole? And I was like, something, that's what they always do. It reminds me of this episode of, the Newsroom, which is like a woke fucking liberal fucking call to arms, basically, right? But I liked it. And Newsroom was super good. And there's this wonderful scene where they realized that this guy who had submitted footage as a producer was dumbing up photos to try to say that the army had used sarin gas, right? And they catch him because in the background, while he's faking this interview, that he chops and screws and splices to get the guy to say things that he didn't actually say, like the media does all the time, right? There's a shot clock on the NBA. I was thinking about this thing. I bet I probably would have arrived here probably pretty fast, probably faster than they would have. I was thinking about that shot clock on that episode of Newsroom where they catch this producer who's like chopping and screwing shit so that he can just like make a guy say whatever he wants him to say, right? And the shot clock on the fucking TV in the background when they're doing the interview keeps going from 8 to 3 to 5 to 8 to 3 to 5 9 14 3 7 whatever. It jumps around a bunch of shit. As he splices in different words in different order to make the guy say something totally opposite from what he actually said. And they catch him that way. When Maggie catches, like, she catches it, she's like, the shot clock. And they're like, oh, he's been splicing and chopping and screwing and like in all this, and it's not a legitimate interview and all this, and they fire the guy and they issue a retractment. And that's sort of the thing that can happen to a news station, is they don't even know if their producers are cheating or not. And so then we get bad like, fake news and shit sometimes, because some of those people are off the fucking hook and they use their power and abuse it and fake an interview and shit like that, fake responses and all this. And so I was like, something on the screen will indicate if he's splicing. And that's what they're thinking too. And then they were like, oh right, well there's this yellow thing by the score multiplier that always runs at the same speed in a circle. If that changes at all, the guy's cheating, right? And then they solve their problem forever. The community exalts, Excelsior! Like Super Friends, nerds unite, and they're like, Excelsior, we figured it out. And they're smart, and that's what and my brain was down that path. I bet I would have figured it out a few seconds just from watching this. I was like, yep, the shot clock. I was thinking, if I was trying to catch a splicer, is what I call this, a splicer. They're like splicers. Anybody who can submit video evidence to prove they did something, I bet the Book of Guinness World Records is full of splicing. I guarantee it. Fucking full of it. Like cheaters, like getting world records for shit that they spliced in video. I call these splicers. You heard it here first. Fucking cheaters. They're fucking splicers. You know what I'm saying? They're fucking they're splicing in shit that doesn't really actually belong there. And and I was like, something on the screen will indicate that. That's where my brain was going. And I was trying to figure out, how would I catch this guy before he said it? And then he said it before I got to it. God damn it. I was like, I bet I can catch this guy before they figured it out. And I probably did. I don't know. I have an eye towards catching cheaters because, like pretty much I have a really devious mind, and my mind didn't jump to splicing right away. I thought that he might have actually, what was my original thought? I had thought that he had manipulated something speed hack wise. I thought he had done something with his system clock, and he probably was. That's what I mean. He probably was. I mean, part of that splicing thing is to make it look faster. As he's like speed hacking his own computer to do it. So the other half of the splicing is what my suspicion was. Where the video is really nasty too. The video's nasty. Like I was saying, the video splicing is really nasty. But I think the speed hack is worse. That's traditional fucking never be in our community again cheating. That's really bad. Turns out that most of the world's best video game players are actually cheaters. And I'm watching a video about that. Be right back,
Guitar
Bio.
Hero has a relative
Thank you for the excellent content for my stream, Mr. Carl Jobst, whatever his name is. I've never heard of him before. There's a like and a sub. I'm gonna check out your channel, see what else you got here. Very good content, right? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. This looks good. Well, this looks clickbaity, but I still think it's probably really good. So we'll take a look. I've never seen this guy. We'll take an examination of his career. I like his style. I think he's very honest, and I think he's very down to earth. Sort of rare, you know. And so we'll take a look. Something I remember when I was like 8 or 9 years old, there was always these fake copies of shit that the like the bootleg market would try to pass off in the GameStops and places like that. And so you would go shopping for like Nintendo games and stuff, like Super Nintendo games and shit, and you'd find these weird curved cartridges from Japan for like their Famicom. It would be either like that the card itself was foreign or it was bootlegged, and I saw this the worst when I went into my mom took me to an interesting Vietnamese video game store in Torrance, California when I was like 12 or 13, something like that. And I'll never forget it. I stepped in there, and it was essentially a GameStop, except everything was $1. Everything was $1. And you had to buy a console for the same $100 or whatever. It was a little bit cheaper. It was like 80 or 90 for a console. But you would have to buy a bootlegged console. I mean, they weren't bootlegs. I mean, they probably were. They were like bootlegged consoles, but I don't know. They probably were getting away with it because, like, basically, I think they're probably legal in a way because they do what they're advertised to do. You know, I don't know. They play the games, I think, and I don't know if that's. I mean, I guess it's bootleg, but it's not like they use the same name as Nintendo. It's just, you know, like rip-off shit, bootlegs essentially. And so I liked that store, but the reality was it was expensive to get into it because you had to buy this like $80 console. But then you had access to dollar games, like $1 to $3. They were all like, you know, Japanese games and stuff, but they had English translations on the cart. And it opened my eyes to what is actually capable of happening in this scene. And I always wanted to be a retro video game collector. I did at like one of my live streams. I wrote a thing on my YouTube about it recently. I would like to buy a Winnebago or whatever, yeah, like a Winnebago or whatever, like just like a car or something, and spend a summer driving to all the major cities in America, to every single thrift store and every fucking garage sale on the weekends and shit for like 3 months. And I want to take like 15 grand, and I don't want to spend more than $5 per cart, and I'm gonna buy every fucking video game that I see like whatever, as long as it's $1 to $3 to $5, whatever, I'll buy that motherfucker and wherever I see it, and I'll just fill a Winnebago with fucking video game cards and CDs and stuff, as long as they're not scratched and shit. And I don't care if they're vintage or whatever. In 40 years, they're all gonna be worth like 10 grand each. You guys should know this. If you're gamers, you should know this. Keep your fucking games. In like 40 years, that shit, like this shit'll be like $10 million in 40 years. You know what I'm saying? This isn't a joke. When they begin to realize that this is one of mankind's most favorite things to do of all time in like 50 years and always will be, these things are going to be worth so much fucking money. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of money in this, but the problem is, for every legit copy, there's like 10 bootlegs that could get mixed up as a legit copy if there was like a bit of sticker, if they were to manipulate the stickers on carts. They could easily, by the way, never buy retro fucking video games either. Don't ever buy retro video games, because they can easily just take a fucking bit of Goo Gone, and some fucking, and they can take razor blades, and they can take like tools, and they get gloves, so there's no fingerprints or oil or anything, and they take just like a surgeon, and they go in there with a scalpel, and they slice the plastic perfectly, and then they'll fucking get in there, and they'll take the sticker off the fucking card, and they'll put it on a piece of crap or whatever, like they'll get a fucking, like a 3D printer for the sticker, and they'll put the fucking sticker on a fucking bootleg, like, cart that they've always had, that they bought for $1 when they were like 12, like me, and then they'll sell you that for like $1 million, and all it cost them was like a 3D printer, a dollar cart that they bought when they were 12, and some sticker material. And that is what the retro game market actually is. If you don't know it, you know it now. Never ever buy retro goddamn games for any more than what they originally were worth, maybe 120 max. Never spend more than 120 on a retro video game unless it's something like Guitar Hero and it's a peripheral. I'm talking about carts, like CDs and carts and stuff. Don't ever buy video games for more than $120. It's always a scam. It's always some 3D printer fucking scam or whatever. This whole thing about this, like this whole shit. And I watched another video about this the other day where it turns out that they're basically running crazy auction insider scams now, where the people who do the grading, it's called grading, of these retro games, they're just selling directly to the auction, which is the same subsidiary as the graders, right? I watched a really good video about this, and the graders are the same company as the auction house, so they can just grade their own goddamn games and then sell them on their own market for whatever the fuck price they want. This is one of the more corrupt businesses in the world, believe it or not. And it's like worth hundreds of thousands, if not maybe billions of dollars too. So we're going to see this every year. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. Don't ever buy, this is my gamers out here who are actually listening to me, don't ever buy retro games. Don't fucking do it for more than $120 anyways, or you will definitely become a victim pretty fairly fast. And the proof's out there. Proof's in the pudding. Videos are out there. Some of these guys aren't jokers. They're actually for real and legit, and they know liars when they see them, and all this stuff. And you'll see in the community, there's a big bad problem with this, where they're selling you some crappy cart they bought in that Vietnamese store when they were 12 that they never used for like $1 million, right? And they do some sticker manipulation and some package manipulation. They get in there with like tools and scalpels and shit with like magnifying glasses, and they make these minute cuts, and they peel, and they do it in a way where they don't touch the card or scratch it and stuff. They'll use like heat and stuff to remove that label and shit, just like paintings, where they dummy up paintings and sell them for millions and millions of dollars and shit, counterfeit paintings. The video games are no different. This scene's the exact same.
And in the media.
The answer is both, depending on what your execution is. If you're a scam artist, it's a scam. If you're legit, it's real, a real copy and a real unopened copy of Super Mario. I don't know why it would be Super Mario 64. It should be Super Mario Brothers 3. Should be worth $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Super Mario Brothers 3 came out 10 years before Super Mario World did. I don't or whatever. Not even or even later. Super Mario 64 went for $1 million, but that's because they graded it at $1 million. You know. But I would buy Super Mario Brothers 3 unopened in the package for $1 million. I would only pay maybe 10,000 for a Super Mario 64 unopened. You do find legit copies like that, and they should be valued because they've never been touched, and that's something that collectors value because it means that it actually works when you try to use it, right? It's not that that's been untouched and it's mint. It's that if they were to ever go try and use it to relive their youth, the cart will work when they fire it up, you know? And that's why they like mint, because most of those carts don't. The memory card's worn out because it's been used. You know, the cart's worn out because it's been used. For many years. So mint has value to these people, but I don't know, man. Like I'd say about half the time, you probably want to like scale that lower. I would say, I don't know, $1 million. I don't know about that. It's only been 30 years. I think in 100 years it would have been worth $1 million, but 30 years later from when it was released, that's too much money. That's scam money, you know. I'm so sorry, guys. This has devolved into a cat fight, and I'm gonna turn it off. I mean, it's over anyways. I mean, I know it got kind of, yeah, it got kind of a little bit. But anyways, let's see what other stuff he has. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hello, you absolute legends. In 2019, Video Game Player of the Century Billy Mitchell sued Twin Galaxies for defamation after they removed his high scores from their database and said he didn't achieve them on original hardware. For almost 4 years, this lawsuit has dragged on, and thankfully for everyone involved, it looks like it should be wrapping up and going to trial.
Honestly, I think the gamer of the century would be whoever won the Halo 1 championships the first year. That'd be the gamer of the century, in my opinion. And no, I don't like Halo, and no, I'm not a Halo fanboy. I'm just saying, as accolades go, yeah, I would say, what is that? That's going to be Halo 1, right? There was probably the Halo 1 championships, I would say. Whenever that was, probably a year or two after it came out. Halo 1 championships would make that gamer the best gamer of the century, right? I would say Ninja winning the World Cup is the gamer of the century thing right now. Or well, not really winning the World Cup, excuse me. Well, I mean the World Cup and his $50 million are the same thing, right? But I would say Ninja is like the gamer of the century right now, because he walked with $50 million on a deal he didn't even have to satisfy after a couple of months, you know? And that is the true, I believe, ceiling for gamerhood right now. I don't think anybody else has been paid more except for developers, you know? So, like, usually if you want to be the best in the world, it'd be a championship, and he won that. And he definitely did, like, do it in a way where, like they gave him a $50 million contract that he didn't even have to satisfy. That makes him, by rote right now, the gamer of the fucking century. And he is worthy of following. And he is good. And he is good like that. And he did win, you know, and he did get $50 million and all that. So, you know, this Billy Mitchell shit, I think that's kind of rude to say that a Donkey Kong cheater was better than the guy who won the Halo 1 the first Halo 1 championships, which I believe would have been before, I don't know, when was Halo 1 released? I can't remember. I believe that would have been 99, something like that. But right at the end of the century, somebody better came along than Billy Mitchell, I swear to God. When was the first Halo 1 championship, right? I think would be a good question, right? The history of Halo esports, right? CPL Winter 2003. No, I guess he is Gamer of the Century, technically. Never mind. Because before then, there was nobody famous in the scene for it. The best play, like I would say, but I mean, like the history of the championships, right? 343, etc. But Rainbow Six Siege, I'm talking about CISA, what started it all, right? CPL Winter 2003, first major tournament on record was CPL Winter. I believe that's what I'm talking about. CPL Winter 2003 is what I remember, but that's 2003. I'm wrong. For the century, I believe that is Billy Mitchell or whoever came in second after him, because that would have been arcades. We didn't have championships or anything like that for video games before the year 2000. So whoever dominated the championship for arcades in the earliest year would have by rote been it. But this guy cheated. So I mean, I don't know who came in after him. That's whoever the gamer of the century is, not this guy. It's kind of sad. Yeah, when the '90s came around, which wasn't that far from the '80s, when all this shit like with the Galaxy arcade and all that, or whatever they were called, I forget the name of the Twin Galaxies, right? When Twin Galaxies were like the late '70s, early '80s and stuff, and by I would say 1988, I don't know, I would say 1992, there would have been an emulator on the market willing to play, well, able to play Donkey Kong at a perfect level at the same exact frame rate and same appearance that an arcade game would. And so I don't know when he tried to submit that fucking Donkey Kong video, but I do know that I don't respect Donkey Kong as the world title. I think that would have to be, to me, it's like Pac-Man. World title would be Pac-Man, not Donkey Kong, because Donkey Kong is way, 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 way easier. Like, way, way easier. All you gotta do is climb ladders and jump barrels in a kind of a stilted, sort of slow movement thing all the way to the top, right? It's a lot easier than running from 4 ghosts that are like a foot behind you while you gotta go through and they're a little bit faster than you, so you're trying to get that pebble before or that, whatever, that pack before you, to eat them before they get you and shit, and you got all that timing and that perfect fucking thing. I would say Pac-Man should have been the world championship thing, not goddamn Donkey Kong either. And if not Pac-Man, fucking Tetris. I care more about the world champion of Tetris in the 21st century, or sorry, in the 20th century. Excuse me. In the 20th century, Tetris would have been the game that I would have looked for the world champion. Not goddamn Donkey Kong, not fucking even Pac-Man. It would have been Tetris. Whoever was the best in the world at Tetris is who I think is the #1 gamer of the 20th century. It's not this fool. It might have been one of the Twin Galaxies guys, but Tetris is the one that I care about. I'm just saying, for personal taste. You want to say you're the best gamer of the 20th century? I want to see who owns the world record for Tetris. Let's go see who owns the world record for Tetris, right? And among these breaking records is YouTuber Eric about that. I'm not talking about now, but I'm talking about previous score records. Tetris player breaks classic world record. Tetris owns the classic world for classic Tetris. I'm talking about classic Tetris, right? Yeah, smash previous score records, right? Is the YouTuber Eric ICX, right? First ever glitch colors and stuff. Score, score is in April of this year being 2022. I'm talking about whose record did Tetris World Records, I guess, is what I'm looking for. Record of Tetris World Records. It's gonna be stupid, but right, the Guinness Book of World Records is previous, like I'm looking for previous, but I mean, I want to see who got the largest score jump in Tetris this year, but I'm looking for Tetris World Records, right? So the fewest lines completed achieved at the highest spot of 207, but I'm looking for whoever did this before the year 2000, because to me that is the best. That is the best player of the 20th century. Would have been whoever the right. I'm looking for a bigger one, like a retrospective like this one, right? Right. The world records of Tetris, right? Yeah, but where did this go? This is clickbait. It is. It's fucking clickbait. So whatever. Teams right was impossible in the world. Here's the world NES Tetris records leaderboard, but I'm looking for list of Tetris high scores, right? The list fist, right? But when I'm looking for the year, right? Who cares about this? I'm talking about so I guess I care about this in the respect that we know that Eric ICX is one of the more skilled gamers in history. Probably in the top 5, I would say. If you can master Tetris, to the point where you're the best in the world, I would say you're still sort of technically, basically, like the world master of gaming. I would say Tetris is the easiest and the hardest game ever made. It's when it gets up to super speed and you're level 99 or you're about to glitch the cabinet or whatever it is that you're about to do, that shit's the hardest that I think a game gets. Shooters don't hold up to it. Fortnite doesn't hold up to it. You know what I'm saying? So I look at Tetris when I look at Twin Galaxies, the Nintendo version and stuff. Harry Hong submitted in 2009, but wow, look, Twin Galaxies has actual records and stuff. But I'm looking for whoever did this earlier, right? 2019 and stuff. PAL points, performances, and points, right? I want to see more. Total records are 69. I want to see more performances and stuff. Let's take this back to the tab for a second. I care about this nerdy shit, and I don't know why. I just always figured I would set a world record at some point, and that's proving to be untrue. But that's okay. I'm not a world record type of guy. I don't play like that. I don't play to be the best. I play to have fun. I've always played to have fun. If something's boring to me, I fucking don't do it. That's the sad part about this fishing, is I actually find it extremely therapeutic, kind of like trimming bonsai, and I actually really love doing it. I actually really do. It's my favorite thing to do, short of fishing and Rust. Problem is, Rust doesn't pay well enough unless you're on a team or something like that. This fucking pays. It turns you into a fucking master. You walk around with your fucking relic and shit that you bought eventually if you just keep fishing, you know? Like the thing on the Lu Shang webpage says on the FFXI Cyclopedia, if you wait by the river, if you sit by the banks of the river long enough, the corpse of your enemy will float by. And my enemy right now is poverty. And if you sit by the river and you fish long enough, the poverty goes away. So that's why I'm here. Now I don't remember. Is it the Galka? Oh, no, it's her. Yeah, it's her. Yeah. Oh, Chevelle salmon. Oh, I thought it was giant catfish. Chevelle salmon. Oh, I have to go back. Oh well, that's okay. At least there's a teleporter. This shit sucks. Having to get to the fishing guild is goddamn murder, man. Anyways, I should just move to Windy by rote. Hey, what's up, Tara? How you doing? I'm just looking into videos about world records of gaming and stuff. Because this guy, Billy Mitchell, I don't know if you ever saw that one about Billy Mitchell and Twin Galaxies and his cheating and all that stuff. It's a pretty good documentary if you've never seen it. Twin Galaxies being like the #1 arcade in the world. And I'm looking at Tetris records for Harry Hong and stuff because they're trying to say that like this video right here just blatantly called Billy Mitchell the #1 gamer of the 20th century. And I was like, nah, that'd be whoever clocked the first world record for Tetris, right? It's not Donkey Kong, it's Tetris. Whoever clocked the world first record for Tetris points and stuff way back in like whenever it was released, 1988 or whatever, that's what I consider to be the #1 gamer of the 20th century. And I went into this whole thing about how I thought it might be whoever won the first Halo 1 championships, but that turned out to be 2003. So now I'm just chasing that thread, trying to see who the actual like #1 gamer of the 20th century was in respect to the arcade generation. And I believe the #1 arcade, no matter what all these guys say, is Tetris. I still think Tetris is the best game ever made technically because it's the hardest game ever made and the easiest game ever made. And it's like at level 99, or when you're about to glitch the Tetris cabinet, I was saying, like this shit speeds up to the point where it becomes the hardest game ever made, I believe. So I respect Tetris for best gamer of all 20th century. But I mean, I would have said Halo 1 before that because more people cared about Halo than Tetris. But I mean, I still think whoever took the world record for Tetris first back in the 80s, like 1989 maybe, is going to be the top gamer of the 20th century. But we're looking back through the years, right? I don't know if these are chronological order, but I'm looking for an older one from like 1980. There's a 99. So there we go. This guy's still only ranked 51 though. He didn't get percentage. He's only 20% or something like that. It's undisputed. That's good. Look. Poor Twin Galaxies had to add a status thing of undisputed for fucking Billy Mitchell. Undisputed. Life's funny sometimes. The truth's always stranger than fiction. It's kind of funny. But anyways, we like, man, like, show more performances, damn it. I'm looking for like really old. See, we're not seeing it. I guess Tetris has only been a really big thing for like the last 20 years, but I was hoping for some gamer from 1988 to be like the best in the world, and I didn't find it. I guess Billy Mitchell kind of by rote is like the best gamer of the 20th century. So here we go. Sorry guys, sorry for the long diatribe. I'm just a little bit like irked with the idea of Billy Mitchell, a fucking cheater, being considered the top gamer of the 20th fucking century. Terra Firma's a better gamer than fucking Billy fucking Mitchell. Terra Firma's probably not a cheater. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I respect my friend Terra Firma more than Billy fucking Mitchell. Like, come on, this guy's a fucking joke, dude. I'm sorry, but... And my beloved friend Terra Firma's never competed. That's how sad this guy is. You know, he's never competed with the world's best arcade players, I imagine. So, like, he's still better than this fool. I can guarantee it. He's got more skill than this jackass. I guarantee it. Oh, thank you, Tara. Nobody told me. As you can see, as usual, Windows has glitched my fucking driver to my fucking audio devices. I don't do this. You know, I mean, hopefully you can hear the microphone, but anyways, you can see this, right? I don't do this shit, and I should have checked. I'm gonna start checking. I've been checking usually every day, but here we go. Thank you, Tara. I fucking love you for being the kind of man to respect me enough to tell me. I think most people just make fun of me, and I don't know what my desktop audio devices is doing. It sounds fine through my speakers, so I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Goddamn fucking dumb. Man, no wonder. I'm gonna start checking this every 5 minutes. I really love this program. Let me tell you how competent it is at doing its job. It's so good. Let me tell you. Thank you. I love you. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, fuck, man, like, at least you respect me enough to fucking tell me. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't. They think it's funny, I guarantee it. So, whatever, you know? It's like having a bug hanging, you know? Or, like, you know, a kick me sign on your fucking back. They think it's funny. That's why I love my gamer community so much, you know? They're such nice people. Unlike you. I'm just kidding. More like you're the nice one, you know?
The videotapes were the only tangible evidence these scores ever happened, so that's all anyone had to go off. Aside from the tapes, it was just people saying that it happened.
I'm gonna start this over because I have 5 viewers. I assumed they could hear what I was watching, but instead they were just watching a dead fucking stream with a microphone. It's kind of funny. So, okay, well, here we go. I'm gonna start this over, and thank you so much for letting me know I had a bug hanging, you know? Good, you know, what's that quote, Tara, from, let's see, motherfucking The Who, Behind Blue Eyes, right? I love you because you respect me enough, right? You know, when my fist clenches, crack it open before I use it and lose my cool. When I smile, tell me some bad news before I laugh and act like a fool. And if I swallow anything evil, put your finger down my throat. And if I shiver, please give me a blanket, keep me warm, and let me wear your coat. If that's the type of person that you are, and I'm going to let you know that I see you. Thank you.
Which really doesn't cut it. There was no footage of Billy actually playing. There was nothing to indicate that he was even there or that he played at all. Hello, you absolute legends. In 2019, Video Game Player of the Century Billy Mitchell sued Twin Galaxies for defamation after they removed his high scores from their database and...
I have a word for it. It's called decency. It's a dying art. Thank you for being a decent human being, Tara. I'll never forget. In this dark time of idiots and incompetence, thank you for being somebody respectful enough to at least let somebody know when they're doing something wrong, you know?
Said he didn't achieve them on original hardware. For almost 4 years, this lawsuit has dragged on, and thankfully for everyone involved, it looks like it should be wrapping up and going to trial sometime this year. The crux of Twin Galaxies' defense so far has been centered around 2 videotapes that show Billy's high scores, and it's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the gameplay seen on these videotapes cannot come from an original Donkey Kong arcade. Instead, they must have come from an emulator. Billy Mitchell seems to have lied and said he played on an arcade machine when he in fact didn't. and this opens up the possibility for cheating in numerous ways. In his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, Billy claims these videotapes don't matter because he achieved the scores live and he has witnesses. How is it possible that he performed them at a live event in front of hundreds of people if he faked it and actually played on an emulator? The videotapes must be fake, or are not his actual gameplay, or should just be ignored, because he has real people that say he really did it, and they saw it happen, so it must be legit. As Billy said in his lawsuit, if everyone is lying, it must be a conspiracy akin to that of the Kennedy assassination. But here's the problem. The videotapes were the only tangible evidence these scores ever happened, so that's all anyone had to go off. Aside from the tapes, it was just people saying that it happened, which really doesn't cut it. There was no footage of Billy actually playing. There was nothing to indicate that he was even there or that he played at all. That is, until now. For the first time in 15 years, photos of Billy Mitchell at one of these events where he claims to have achieved one of his world records have surfaced. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. These photos absolutely destroy Billy's case. He is done. There is no more doubt Billy will lose his lawsuit. These photos do more damage than anything that has come before them, and I'm not exaggerating. Even if you disregard all of the videotape evidence, Billy's world records would still be disqualified and he would still be banned for lying just because of these photos. So how is that even possible? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy. Now Legends, I am super excited because this video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a high-protein, zero-sugar cereal that just might be the greatest thing humans have ever invented. I absolutely love cereal. I could easily smash an entire box. But generally, cereal has very high sugar and low protein. It's just not ideal for someone like me who wants to lose fat and build muscle. When Magic Spoon wanted to sponsor me, I was very skeptical. I am a cereal connoisseur. This is my ballpark. But I was very impressed with how good it is. I can easily fit Magic Spoon into my diet because of its macronutrient profile, but it honestly feels like I'm cheating because of how delicious it tastes. Personally, my favorite flavor is fruity, and I eat it before bed. This helps me stick to my diet throughout the entire day because I really have something to look forward to. For those looking to improve their body composition, or just want a cereal with more natural ingredients, I cannot recommend Magic Spoon enough. And if you click the link in the description or use the promo code LEGEND, you will get $5 off your order. And Magic Spoon are so confident, they provide a 100% money-back guarantee if you are not happy. Again, you can scan the QR code, use the code LEGEND, or go to magicspoon.com/legend to get $5 off today. When Twin Galaxies banned Billy Mitchell in 2018, they did so because of videotapes showing two scores. The first is a 1.047 million point score Billy achieved in 2004, known as the King of Kong score. It's called this because this score is featured in the King of Kong documentary. The second is a 1.05 million point score Billy achieved in 2007, which is known as the Mortgage Brokers score. This is because he supposedly achieved it at a mortgage broker's convention. The videotapes for both of these scores show footage that isn't legitimate. This is a fact, and it's why he was banned. But aside from that, there was no other evidence that Billy even played the game, aside from a few people saying it happened. Well, to be completely fair, the King of Kong score actually does have 0 witnesses. It's the Mortgage Brokers score that Billy has a few witnesses for, and it's this Mortgage Brokers score that we now have photos for. So let's take a deeper look into this. Of course, as the tape shows the score wasn't done on an original arcade, we'd assume he didn't actually get the score at the event. But for a moment, let's forget all about the videotape and humor Billy's argument that the tapes don't matter. In his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, Billy submitted 5 witness statements saying they were at the event when the score happened. 2 of these statements are from people who worked at the convention. They just say they were there when it happened, but they don't say they actually saw him get it, and they aren't even Donkey Kong players, so they have no idea what's going on anyway. We all know that Billy likes to lie in public, as he recently showed, so a random person thinking a score happened when it really didn't doesn't mean much. So we can disregard those 2 statements. This leaves 3 witnesses that say they directly saw him get the world record. The first is from a guy called Richard Mallion. He says he watched Billy's score reach beyond 1 million points and that he saw him achieve his targeted score. Richard is
My answer depends on information that I don't have. I can't remember if there is an outpost warp in Juno, so I'll go look. But if there's an outpost warp in Juno, I think that would be the fastest way directly to Litalor if you've done the outpost. If you haven't, that would be a chocobo. Just ride a chocobo through Sarumu, Champagne, through Mrifatod Mountains, over to Astroha, and then north to Litalor. Or, sorry, what you said. That zone. I can't think of what you just said. I'm sorry, my brain's got holes. Zeta, Sanctuary Zeta. There you go. So if we take a look at outpost teleportation, I don't know. I know that there's it's from your Allegiance city and only, I think. I don't think there's ever been a Juno outpost warp, but I couldn't remember, right? So yeah, outpost to home nation teleportation is not able to surrender beastman control. Must pay a fee. Teleportation is an outpost. There is a way to make it faster, Terra, if you want to. There is like slightly faster, not really, but I mean, it might be worth it to you if you have a lot of conquest. To purchase a homing ring, which lets you jump to the outpost, right? So you can chocobo to the Zeta zone from Juno, and then pop the homing ring at the zone, and you can skip the whatever it is, like the 90-second run to the outpost on the chocobo. But that's about the most min-max of that I believe you can make. But the outpost, of course, is the fastest, I believe. Later on, we'll be able to use Imperial Silver coins to warp home from Whitegate directly to your home city. That becomes much easier because you can get to Whitegate from Juno and then take the teleport NPC to your home nation and then outpost directly to Litalor, to Zeta, right? But we don't have that yet. We don't have that Getham teleport to Whitegate yet for 300 gil, you know. So until we have that, the fastest way is the chocobo, I believe. And even then, I wouldn't really mess with the homing ring because it just costs conquest points that you don't need to spend, and it doesn't really give you that much of a value unless you're going to hunt for outpost turn-ins, outpost supply quests. That's what homing rings are for. Other than that, I mean, you could shave off like 90 seconds off the journey with a homing ring, but that's about the most min-max that I can offer until actual, Treasures of Ottergon comes out on this server, unfortunately. There's no path to Litalor to Zeta other than the outpost or Mrifatod Mountains, or of course if you're going through Romave, which is like the zone right before Sky, but that's like coming from the north side where you don't really, that doesn't apply because it's like further away, not closer, So really, the only real approach is from the south, from Juno on a chocobo, I believe should answer the question.
Is actually a childhood friend of Billy's. In fact, he appeared opposite Billy in the school yearbook. But let's not hold that against him. While it is common for friends to lie for each other, let's not assume that's what happened. Now, when I'm deciding whether or not someone is trustworthy, what I do is create two columns. One for yes, I should trust them, and one for no, I should not. Then I put things into each column and weigh them up at the end. So first, I can see that Richard dresses really well. He has a nice suit, and he has a nice watch. No one who dresses this well could lie. So I'm going to put that into the yes column. For the no column, there isn't much I found out about Richard that really concerned me, except for this super tiny detail of him pleading guilty to conspiracy, securities fraud, money laundering, and criminal contempt in 1996 after an FBI sting operation. I mean, it's probably nothing, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't include it. Back to the yes column, Richard just seems like a super friendly and nice guy. I mean, no one who looks this happy could lie, so this has to go into the yes column. Now, looking at the no column, I'm going to be super nitpicky here and include this other small thing. And look, maybe this is being too judgmental, but I'm going to go ahead and add to the fact that he was charged again with fraud in 2019 by the
I fear I may have given you inaccurate information, Tara, in the respect that you cannot use a homing ring if you do not have the outpost yet. So if you're going to do the outpost supply quest, you won't be able to homing ring, so don't buy one, you know? You really don't need them, you know? They're helpful for certain things, like if you are trying to get to, say, the Cape Tarigan zone, or no, I mean, yeah, the Cape Tarigan zone, all you have to do is go through Western Altepa, I think, and as soon as you zone in Kuptal, no, you can't use a homing ring to an outpost that you haven't been to before, so never ever buy a homing ring. It's just good to, like, get out of a zone if you're leveling there. You know, if you want to go home, but you don't want to use the scroll of instant warp, the homing ring is a good way to go home without having to use the scroll for 1,000 conquest. That's what homing rings are actually for. But, like, on the Somi, you didn't have to have the supplies quest before you could homing ring to the outpost. So I always get that mixed up with what the actual era accuracy was, which is that you have to have gone there first and turn in the supply quest before you can just warp there with a homing ring, I think. Let's go find out. Because the homing ring can save some time when you're doing supplies quests. I just don't really remember. Right? Outpost warp. To the region the user is currently in, but only if the user's nation controls the region and the user has done the supply run mission, right? So if you're running a supply run, homing ring doesn't help you. What it's actually for is, like, if you're leveling on BST and you want to get out without having to use an expensive scroll of warp, this is a much cheaper option, because the one, like, a homing ring for 1,000 or whatever this costs, it's like, 9,000 CP. Jesus, never mind. But I mean, yeah, it's still a better deal, because you can get, like, rather than using 30 scrolls of, I'm sorry, rather than using, 30 scrolls of warp at 1,000 conquest apiece, you can get 21 extra ones for with the homing ring. So it has its uses, but I assume you're either going out there to XP or farm, or you're going to, like, turn in a supplies quest. No matter what it is, if you haven't done the supplies quest to the fucking outpost, this can't help you. But it is another way that you can shave off some time, a little bit of time. Not so much in Elite to Lore, but it does matter in other places, like getting to Cape Tarigan, or getting to like, if you want to get out of, like, Castles of All Baileys, like, deep in, without using a scroll of warp or something like that, it's cheaper to just outpost warp and then teleport home. But I mean, that's if the Beastmen don't own it, and most of the time the Beastmen do own Sarkabard. So that means I like this ring, and I've seen creative uses of it that does save time, but it's really not worth the money. It's not worth the conquest, really, for what you get. I would say Scrolls of Warp are just easier. They take up the same amount of space. They're one and done anyways. You can't teleport more than once, really. This thing has an hour-long cooldown, which is actually sort of restrictive. I mean, it's got its ups and downs. I would say, really, don't bother buying it, though, at all. It's too expensive.
The SEC and had to pay back $750,000. It's probably not even worth bringing up, but again, I just want to be fully transparent. However, I must say that Richard has some really good motivational quotes on his Twitter feed. I mean, look at these quotes. They are truly inspirational, and he puts his name in bigger text than the person who actually said the quote. So when you think about it, who said the quote really? I'm going to have to put this into the yes column. Now, I should probably leave it there, and at this point, I really am not being fair to Richard, but I'll just add one more thing, and I'll let you decide. In 2021, Richard was unfortunately arrested for conspiracy to commit fraud. Look, he has just not been lucky when it comes to fraud. He keeps getting caught. I, for one, do not hold this against him. When I look at this table, I see 3-3. It's pretty even. Personally, I'm leaning towards trusting the guy, but you let me know in the comments what you think. Okay, so Billy's first witness is a bit sketch. Who's number 2? Billy's second witness that says he saw him get it is Todd Rogers. Oh boy, this is not going well. Okay, hit me with number 3.
I would never make an attack video against this guy who made this video, Carl Jobst or whatever. I don't think he's likely to lose that fight. I think he can probably take any comer, and unless they've got a valid reason, you know, which I don't think I've seen yet, I bet this guy can win pretty much any argument he gets into, because I doubt he's the type of personality to ever, like lie. He doesn't strike me as a type. He seems extremely anal retentive. I think he does his research very thoroughly, and he's got that sort of anal retentive nerd where the one thing you won't catch him in is a lie. He believes in fact. You can see it. I don't think he's full of hyperbole either. I think if he makes the claim on YouTube, I feel like he assumes that he's going to be sued if it's incorrect, and he probably will be. So, you know, so he just factually backs up everything he does, which is the wise thing to do if you're a really popular fucking, you know, like content delivery guy trying to do like takedown pieces on scam artists and shit like that. You don't make claims because scam artists are litigious and like to sue. Why did you steal my bee? God damn it. Don't steal my bee. I need that bee. Yay. Don't steal my bee. Oh no! I forgot. Oh well, I mean, this is where I was going anyways. Never mind, this is where I was going. I don't have to outpost warp now. I can just go for free. That's cool. I was like, oh no, I forgot. I'm in Juno, but that's right. Yeah, and that's where I wanted to go anyways, so there we go.
Surely we're going to get a winner. The third witness that says they saw Billy get the score is Kim Mahoney, who is also Todd Rogers' girlfriend. I'm going to be completely honest here. I'm getting the impression that Billy's witnesses may not be entirely trustworthy. Anyway, let's take a look at these new photos. Remember, this is the first time we've seen any footage of Billy at this event in 15 years. So there's Billy and Todd, and Billy's talking to some dude, and that looks like the Donkey Kong cabinet behind Billy. It's got a VCR on top, which is how they recorded the score. It all looks pretty legit so far. There's Billy and Todd posing with a couple of people. There's a camera that was recording Billy play, even though that footage doesn't seem to exist for some reason. Here's Billy and Todd posing again with the thumbs up. Maybe this is just after Billy got the world record. I have to admit, everything here looks pretty legit, and oh my god, what is that? That joystick is not an original Donkey Kong joystick. This arcade machine does not have original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware. This is an original Donkey Kong stick. It's got a big black ball and a short column. The stick on Billy's arcade is a tall stick with a small
Don't we all?
and it's obviously red, so the stick has been changed to something else. On top of that, it appears to be an 8-way stick. Now, the original Donkey Kong stick is 4-way, which means it can only go up, down, left, and right. But an 8-way stick, like the one you would find on all modern arcades, can also go diagonally. When it comes to Donkey Kong, an 8-way stick fundamentally changes the way the game can be played. If you want to steer barrels while on a ladder, you have to stop and hold left or right, because you can't go up and to the side at the same time. But with an 8-way stick, you can continue to climb ladders while steering barrels by using the diagonals. With an 8-way stick, you can do things you can't do on an original arcade, which is why they are banned. So not only is the stick not original, which was totally banned, it looks like an 8-way stick, which is extra banned. And not only would Billy's world record still not count because of the modified stick, but Billy would still also be banned for lying about it. And oh boy, did he lie about it. His entire lawsuit against Twin Galaxies is based on the premise that he played on unmodified original arcade hardware, which is categorically not true. Not only from the videotapes, but now from the photos as well.
I can't believe Carl Jobst slayed Billy Mitchell. They've been trying to get him for like 20 fucking years or something like that. Fucking dirty ass cheater. And Carl Jobst comes along 20 years later while all these guys' peers try to take him down. I am totally free. I'm fishing, but I have nothing going on. Need some? You did me a favor, I'll do you a favor. You name it. Anything you need, I'll do it. You tell me about the sound, it's huge. And you name it, I'll do it. I'll even send Gil, I don't care. I don't have any Gil. Got like 9K, but... Not at the moment. Okay. All right. Yeah, man, name it if you need some, or like I'm open-minded. I'm willing to level my black mage, which is 20. I would build a monoburn party like right now. I'm willing to do that. I'm in QFIM. If you would prefer XP, that's something I'm willing to do as well. I don't want to level white mage yet until I have black mage higher. But I have 20 black mage too. If you want, but I would have to buy, or no, I have the money now. I have the money now to buy. I have to buy imp rings, but if leveling is what you're looking for, I'm also able to do that as well. I wouldn't mind. Though I would prefer to fish. I still have other stuff I gotta buy on Black Mage before I'm truly ready to be partying in QFIM. I have all the scrolls, but I don't have imp rings. I don't have an int cloak, and I'm not sure I can afford all of that without some fishing first. I think the imp rings are 6K for a pair, and the tunic's like 3K. So I think like it would be all my money. Oh, I'm on my way to unlock Nin. Yeah, man. If you want, I'm 30 white mage. I'll heal your. It would take me a while to get to Bastock, like a long time. I'll have to ride on Chocobo. Oh no. I can run the QFIM and I can warp home. Yes. I can heal your leech's run if you need me to. If that's something you need, I'll even go flag the quest myself. And get it done for myself. I don't want to level ninja, but I'll do it. If that's something that you desire, I'll heal your leech's run and sneak in Vids. Or, I'm not too interested in unlocking Nin because it's not on my path. I'm gonna sit caster this time. But if you want, I'll just come do it. I don't care. But Nin is not on my path really. But yeah, if you need a healer, I'll come. Anything you need, you name it, I'll do it if it's within my power.
And his lawsuit is full of lies where Billy claims the hardware was unmodified. And it's not just Billy, the referees who adjudicated the score lied as well. Todd Rogers and his girlfriend Kim Mahoney both say in their sworn statements that Billy played on unmodified hardware. Everyone just got caught out, big time. And it gets even worse, because these photos don't just affect the mortgage broker's score world record, they also affect the King of Kong score as well. This is Robert Childs, who is also a longtime friend of Billy Mitchell. For those with a very good memory, this is the same guy that was in the infamous fake board swap video. He has been lying on behalf of Billy for years. He is part of the con artist clique. Robert Childs runs Arcade Game Sales, which is an arcade retailer in Florida. Arcade Game Sales is important because this is where Billy claims he achieved the King of Kong world record, on an arcade cabinet provided by Robert Childs. Now, as part of his case, Billy Mitchell also submitted a sworn statement from Robert Childs, and Robert states in 2003 he helped Billy by providing an arcade machine. He swore that this was an original Donkey Kong arcade machine. He says this same machine was used when Billy got his King of Kong score in 2004, and says this same machine was used again in 2007 at the Mortgage Brokers Convention. This means that not only is the Mortgage Brokers score disqualified because it was a modified machine, but because Robert Childs swears it was the same machine used in 2004, the King of Kong score is disqualified as well. Billy Mitchell, Todd Rogers, Kim Mahoney, and Robert Childs were all lying about the arcade machine that was supposedly used, and now it's proven. You may be wondering why Billy would lie about something that can so obviously be disproven, and the answer is that Billy didn't know these photos existed. In fact, the entire Donkey Kong community didn't know these photos existed. They were only made public recently, and not by Billy Mitchell. These photos were never made public, and they were only retrieved now by directly contacting the organizers of the convention, which luckily still had them. I cannot stress enough how damning these photos are. Even if you were to disregard every single thing that has ever been said about Billy being a cheater up until this point, based solely on these photos, Billy would still lose his lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. His records would still be removed, and he would still be banned, because these photos show his records are not legitimate. I cannot wait until this goes to trial, and you best believe that when it does, I'm going to cover it. I'm excited, and I think you should be too, because this is going to be a lot of fun. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Your skill has increased.
They finally got Billy Mitchell. Fuck the dirty, rotten, scoundrel cheaters of the fucking world. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? And they finally got Billy Mitchell. That's fucking really good. I really don't like it when people like that guy make my fucking industry, or whatever you want to call it, look bad. I really don't.
Hello, you absolute legend. In November of last year, the biggest cheater in Minecraft history was finally exposed. After faking multiple world records over a span of more than 2 years, the speedrunner Minecraft was ultimately caught after it was proven he had modified the game in order to get better luck. In late November, I made a video going over what happened, and at the time, Minecraft was still adamant that he had only faked one speedrun back in 2020. Now, the Minecraft moderators knew this wasn't the case, because they could prove that he had faked many runs, and they had tangible, concrete evidence that this was the case. Still, Minecraft had not fully confessed, at least not yet. Recently, just this month, Minecraft finally came clean and confessed to everything. And what was shocking were the things the Minecraft moderators didn't know about or even suspect had been cheated. It turns out that Minecraft had cheated much more than anyone suspected, and had cheated in ways that no one even thought of or brought up in the lengthy investigation. In this video, we are going to cover all the ways that Minecraft cheated that weren't found by the Minecraft moderators. And it's really interesting how, despite the fact that they knew the runs were cheated, and even though they spent time going through all of these runs, they still couldn't detect these particular methods. If these ways of cheating can't be seen, even though people know beforehand that the runs are fake, how on earth is anyone supposed to find them under normal circumstances? This obviously raises some hard questions about cheat detection and the future of speedrunning competition. Today, we are going to take a look at the things everyone missed. What were the ways that Minecraft cheated that even the best runners on the planet and the moderators couldn't detect, even though they already knew the runs were fake? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy. Now, before we go on, a big thanks to this video's sponsor, Geology. Everyone should be taking good care of their skin, because if you don't, everyone notices. And when it comes to skincare, you absolutely cannot go wrong with Geology. I use Geology for a couple of reasons. One, my skin is very oily, and my wife complains if I don't wash my face. And two, my sleep is terrible, so I get these really bad dark patches under my eyes, so I use the Nourishing Eye Cream to help with that. But Geology can also help you if you want to fight acne, prevent wrinkles, or target signs of aging. Recently, Geology has come out with a ton of brand new products, including shampoos and conditioners, as well as body washes and deodorant. And everything I've used so far has been top notch, so I really can't recommend them enough. But don't just take my word for it, Geology has over 6,000 5-star reviews. Now, for a limited time, if you use my code CarlJobs or scan the QR code on screen, they will give you an exclusive 50% off their award-winning trial set. Plus, they will give you a bonus offer on one of their brand new skin, hair, or body products of your choice if you add it to the trial. Again, just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. Now, before we get into the details, I just wanted to quickly give credit where it's due. Obviously, cheating is a bad thing, and everyone already understands that. But I think we also have to encourage people to come clean in the best possible way after they are caught. So many cheaters simply refuse to admit what happened, or they simply ignore it, and this does nothing to help the community. When a cheater says exactly what they did, even the things they didn't get caught for, and exactly how they did it, this helps tremendously in not only catching future cheaters, but also stopping similar types of cheating in the future. If someone got away with something and it was never uncovered, it tells the community they need to address it immediately and develop systems or proof standards that can prevent it from happening. Ultimately, Minecraft coming out with the full details, even saying he may release the mods he used, is a good thing. And I think these actions will definitely help his chances of being accepted back into the community after the appropriate amount of time, if he or the community ever wanted that to happen. Remember, in sporting leagues, the penalties for things like doping usually only last a couple of years. Competitors usually come back. However, the people that continue to lie forever will probably never be welcomed back into any speedrunning community ever. Now, all of these specifics were actually released in a video by Minecraft brother, NiceTwice, who is also a world-class Minecraft speedrunner. And before anyone jumps to conclusions, there is no evidence that NiceTwice had any idea what was happening, or that he also cheated. Minecraft also posted his own Q&A video about the cheating on his own channel, and I will put the link to both of these in the description. The first cheated run found by the moderators was achieved back in June 2020, a time of 3:15 in the set seed category. This was found by analyzing
Incoming
the
count.
loot found in chests, which wasn't possible under normal conditions. What they missed was that this run was also spliced when he enters the end. The splice itself doesn't seem to be detectable. However, because he used an existing save, one of the achievements that is supposed to be showing in the chat box isn't visible. In order to fix this, Minecraft did some video editing to add in the text, but the job was very poorly done, and you can see the discrepancy of the background colors behind the text. This very well could have been spotted when it was first published, but I guess everyone just missed it. In August of 2020, another run was spliced. Again, this run was already known to be fake because of the chests, but it wasn't known that it was spliced. This time the splice was done at a different time. I'm guessing this was because adding in the achievements manually was too difficult to do convincingly. Therefore, the splice was done slightly earlier to avoid this problem. However, there is one small blemish that gives the splice away, though you can't really blame anyone for missing it. Here, on this frame, is where the splice occurs. You can tell this because the obsidian text appears on screen, but there is no reason for this to happen. This text appears when you select a new item from the hotbar, but Minecraft hadn't done that, so there is no reason for the word obsidian to appear. However, this can show up again if you load a save file. So obviously, at this point, Minecraft had saved the
Incoming
game
party
and was
invite.
continuously loading from this point until he got a good end. And then he used video editing to splice everything together. But he was either unaware at the time that the word obsidian showed up, or just simply thought no one would see it. It's clear that there was a lot more video editing done than previously thought, and a lot more effort going into cheating these runs. However, over time, things got progressively worse. In November of 2020, Minecraft set a new world record of 221 in the set seed category. This run was noteworthy because it had the fastest recorded dragon perch in history, and since that time, no one has been able to replicate it. As knowledge progressed, it seemed like the speed of the dragon in Minecraft's run was just not possible. Ultimately, he did end up confessing that he manipulated the dragon using a data pack, but he miscalculated the time and thus it perched too fast. However, what they didn't catch, and perhaps this could never have been caught, is the fact that Minecraft also artificially spawned a dolphin at the beginning of the run to make the swim to the nether portal a bit faster. This dolphin also made the run pretty special, as it was very lucky, but there was no way you could prove it was faked or that it didn't naturally spawn there just from watching the video. In January of 2022, Minecraft achieved another world record in the set seed category in 1.14. Again, he manipulated chest loot and manipulated the dragon perch, but what wasn't shown or proven was that he also increased the odds of getting flint from gravel. Normally the odds of getting flint is 10% per block, and this is definitely luck that can end a run, especially when it comes to a run he did a couple of months later in March. Around this time, a new faster seed was found, which was called the gravel seed. It was called this because the top runners only had the option to break 1 or 2 blocks of gravel to try and get flint, and if this failed, the run was over. This RNG was a big sticking point in the run, so naturally, Minecraft increased the odds here as well to achieve a new personal best. This modification to flint drop rates is also undetectable if attempts were done offline. The only way to tell would be to get a large sample size, so just looking at one run won't help. This is why, when Minecraft did attempts using this modification, he did them offline where no one could watch. Also in March 2022, Minecraft set a new personal best in the Set Seed category for 1.8. Here, the end fight with the dragon is different, where it charges you instead of perching. Now, when I made my first video, people had already pointed out that his dragon charged way too much, and the odds of that happening were in the trillions. And yes, Minecraft did end up admitting to cheating the dragon charges as well. Then we moved to September 22, and this is where Minecraft ultimately got caught. When streaming his world record attempts, people noticed he was getting far too lucky with his chests, and this is where the investigation really began. However, the only thing people conclusively showed in these runs was that he altered the loot found in chests. What he actually did was much more egregious. Yes, he altered chests, but again, he also modified the chance of getting flint from gravel. He also made the dragon perch quickly, but this time it wasn't so fast that it was impossible, which actually made it believable. And on top of all of that, he increased the damage that the bed explosions do to the dragon to make the fight easier and more consistent. This increase in damage to the dragon wasn't brought up by anyone, anywhere. No one saw it. It wasn't even on the radar. What's kind of crazy is that Minecraft did actually stream these runs, because he had changed so much about the run that the odds of him being caught were so high. Perhaps he had gotten away with it for so long that he felt he would just never be caught. But it's precisely because these runs were streamed that he was ultimately found out. Again, if these runs were done offline, no one could have known. Finally, Minecraft went back and got the Set Seed world record for 1.8, and he again made the dragon charge. But he also increased the damage the crystals do to the dragon to make the end fight easier. Some of the things that Minecraft confessed to were definitely detectable from day one, things like the obvious video editing mistakes and splices. However, what's troubling are the things that were not detectable, and are still not detectable to this very day. With sufficient coding knowledge, it's possible to modify the drop rates of anything you want, and unless you provide a large sample size, it is extremely difficult to spot. We simply don't know if there are any other faked runs on the leaderboard, because we know that it's possible to cheat in ways that are so invisible they will never be seen. However, this won't always be the case. Currently, there are methods being developed to eradicate all of these issues. For example, a client is being worked on that the top players would need to connect to if they want to submit runs. When played through this client, all of the RNG elements are checked to ensure the game hasn't been modified. I think ultimately, this is where the game is headed, and as long as it's implemented and enforced, it will be extremely difficult to cheat. Personally, I don't think there are many speedruns that currently exist on the ranks that are fake. I'm sure there is probably a few, but I think most of them do get caught out. When I make videos on cheaters, it's always about the players that weren't caught for a long time, but you never hear about the hundreds of faked runs that were caught as soon as they were submitted. And I do think at the very top level, it's always getting harder and harder to get away with it. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next. Hello, you absolute legends. It ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. Nothing better describes the art of freestyle in the esport Rocket League. The standard aim of Rocket League is simple. Put the ball into the opposing goal more times than your opponent. If your score is higher, you win. The indie developer Psyonix's 2015 release became a surprise sensation and has developed into one of the biggest esports in the world. What makes Rocket League so appealing, so popular, and so fun is the incredibly responsive controls and depth of mechanics. Still to this day, players are developing and perfecting new techniques, new plays, and new ways to get the upper hand. The skill ceiling is extremely high, and the way the professionals fly around the arena with such precision and grace is astounding. When a game like Rocket League has such great mechanics, it lends itself to offshoots being spawned. The internet is abound with custom courses and maps that are not only used to practice core mechanics, but also to speedrun as well. The movement in Rocket League is so interesting that it has created entire subgenres of competition, which aren't just about how many goals you can score, and the biggest offshoot is freestyle. Freestyling in Rocket League is a rather broad subject, but the crux of it is all about scoring goals in the most interesting, entertaining, and difficult ways. It's an art form, it's a display of skill, and it's a celebration of the thousands of hours a player has put into honing their abilities. Over the past several years, freestyle has gained in popularity, with Psyonix themselves hosting massive tournaments with grand prizes of up to $50,000. And over the past year, there was one particular player that started getting a lot of attention, a freestyler who went by the name Shimmy. Shimmy was always a pretty decent freestyler. In 2020, his clips were even featured on the channel Rocket League FX. In 2021, he started posting montages to his own YouTube channel that were good, but nothing too crazy. Then, in late 2021, Shimmy became insane. Not only executing shots that were world-class, but even pioneering techniques and tricks that no one had ever seen at this level. Shimmy had become a god. He had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for inhumane freestyling abilities. But alas, it was all a lie. Shimmy had been faking his freestyle tricks in a way never seen before. Not only was he prolific, but he was cunning and creative in his deception. In this video, we are going to take a look at how Shimmy fooled the Rocket League freestyle community for almost an entire year, and how he was ultimately caught. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, this video is sponsored by the military online game War Thunder, and when it comes to vehicle combat games, War Thunder is the most comprehensive ever made. We are talking over 2,000 unique tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships battling it out in intense PvP battles. All of the vehicles are extremely detailed, with each individual component handcrafted to make it as real and immersive as possible. The vehicles in War Thunder span over 100 years of development, so if you're into history you can have fun and learn at the same time. War Thunder offers insane graphics at 4K resolution, and the sound effects seem very realistic. Personally, I love how intense combat is. Flying through the sky with countless anti-aircraft shells whizzing past, trying to outmaneuver enemy planes is pretty epic. And what's even more epic is that War Thunder is free to play, and is available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. And if you use my link in the description, there is a large free bonus pack waiting for you, which includes multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters, and much more. When it comes to live competition like we see in Rocket League tournaments or online play, it's very hard to cheat in real time. In fact, it's basically unheard of. You can't hack the game to get an advantage over someone else when you play, or at least a way hasn't been figured out yet. However, when it comes to editing clips after the fact, or recording something in secret, that's a completely different story.
Okay. Like eating popcorn like in real life, or do you mean like you're enjoying the drama? I don't follow. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, popcorn's good, man. I haven't had popcorn in fucking months. I love popcorn, dude. It's good.
This definitely lends itself to foul play, and it had been seen before. A good example is the player DLG, who in 2020 claimed a new world record for the amount of chained flip resets. A flip reset is where you turn your car upside down and let the ball hit all four wheels at the same time. This resets your jump flag, which lets you jump again without needing to land on the ground. DLG claimed 14 flip resets in a row, but there was something strange about his video. On the bottom right is the boost meter, and the word boost is constantly flashing. It always flashes at the same speed for everyone, but in DLG's video, it was flashing way faster. Ultimately, it was discovered this was because DLG used a mod to play in slow motion, obviously making it easier. The timer and the physics were slowed down to half speed, but the speed at which the boost was flashing remained the same. Then, when DLG sped up the footage using a video editor, everything looked normal except for the flashing boost, which now flashed at twice the normal speed. In 2021, Shimmy was already considered a pretty decent freestyle clip hitter. Nothing crazy, nothing world class, but a pretty good mid-tier player, at least according to the montages he would post on his YouTube channel, which he would upload every few months. But then, in December of 2021, Shimmy became possessed, and took things to the next level in a montage he uploaded called Find My Way. Shimmy's shots were no longer just pretty good, they were top tier, and he started to introduce a tricky maneuver called reverse cam. This is where he would put the car into reverse and turn the camera so he couldn't even see the ball when he made the shot. Now at first glance, this just seems impossible, but experienced Rocket League players are exceptionally good at reading where the ball's trajectory is heading, so this kind of thing isn't completely out of the question. Shimmy's clips were so good that he was even invited onto the freestyle team, Redshift, and as 2022 progressed, he released more montages, each one getting progressively more insane. Shimmy's shots were amazing, and the camera work was stunning. He would seamlessly switch between ball cam and reverse cam to produce beautiful looking goals. And not only was his camera work great and his precision immaculate, but the ball speed he could generate was epic. And in freestyle, a more powerful shot is something everyone strives for. The footage was so good that some YouTube commenters started claiming it was fake. Make no mistake though, YouTube comments mean nothing. Speedrunners get these kinds of comments every day. But Shimmy's montage in August of 2022 was so good that it even raised the eyebrows of a fellow teammate named Taku. Taku was also an incredible freestyler in their own right, who had even competed in live freestyle tournaments. Taku isn't just some random YouTube commenter, they are legit, and they noticed something interesting about a shot in Shimmy's latest montage. So they reached out to Shimmy and asked for the replay file so they could get a good look at it. Shimmy initially delayed, which is not a big deal in of itself. It does happen. Maybe he really was cooking up a 4-course cuisine and it really did take 1.5 hours to make food. But eventually, he sent the replay, and it crashed Taku's game. They couldn't watch it. Or even open it. Shimmy couldn't explain it. It was working fine when he made his montage, but now it's just not working. At this point, Taku's ears perked up, and they became genuinely suspicious. So what had Taku seen in this clip that made them want to see the replay? Well, the problem is that for several frames before the goal is scored, you could see the wide open net, but the ball was nowhere to be found. Shimmy was using a lot of blur in post-production, but still, you can clearly see that there is no ball entering the net. And when Shimmy couldn't even provide a functioning replay, this was a huge red flag. So Taku began digging, and they also reached out to the leader of their team, Nitro Drift, and after a 2-week investigation, what they uncovered was astonishing. Shimmy had been faking almost everything. He had been directly altering the code of replays to show things that simply never happened. Taku and Nitro Drift created an entire Discord server outlining their findings, and there were a lot of smoking guns. Even without delving into the hidden values of the game, just visually, things weren't right. For example, when you score, if you're close enough to the net, you get pushed back by the explosion. The direction you get pushed back is based on your car's placement relative to where the ball hits the goal. It's pretty straightforward. But in many Shimmy clips, he would get knocked back in weird directions that didn't make sense. This is because the replays in Rocket League save positions, and they don't recreate physics. And what Shimmy was doing is altering the ball's position to increase its speed and change its trajectory, so it went faster and placed higher into the net. Basically, he just made it look better than it did in real life. But then, he didn't alter the car's position during the knockback, so it wasn't consistent with the goal. What's funny though, is that when confronted about this, Shimmy tried to cover it up. When asked for a particular replay due to the weird knockback, what he sent was very strange. In the replay Shimmy provided, the car seemed to change direction during the knockback, which just doesn't happen. However, Shimmy was in a difficult position, because he had already shown the clip in his montage, which contained some of the knockback. So if he altered what was already shown, it would give the game away. So he kept that portion the same, but the knockback after the footage ended, he altered to change its direction. It makes no logical sense, but Shimmy was scrambling to find a solution to this insurmountable problem. One thing that's great about using fancy camera work and not looking at the ball is that you can do whatever you like with the ball and no one would know, unless of course they had the replay. In this clip, Shimmy performs an amazing double tap off the back wall, and you don't really see where the ball goes. In fact, in the frame or two before the explosion happens, you do see the net where the ball should be, but again, the ball is nowhere to be seen. Once again, Shimmy was asked for the replay, which, after a small delay, he provided. But unbeknownst to Shimmy, this was a ruse. For you see, through a mutual friend whom Shimmy had given the replay to months ago, they had already acquired their own copy. This was just a test to see if he would scramble to make it more believable now that they were asking him directly for the replay. In the secretly acquired replay, using a third-person perspective, the ball trajectory was very strange.
Give me my fucking taskbar. So I fixed that problem. By the way, Tara, did I tell you that? I got over it. I finally figured it out. Did you know that if you hold the Windows key and the Shift key and you hit the S key, oops, sorry, I don't know what I just did there. Oh, cool. Did I crash my computer? Oh, no, okay. I don't know what that was, but anyways. If you go Shift key, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Oh, and I doubt I can do it in let me see, what was it? But there's a macro that I didn't know about. I hunted. Win Shift S. No, I'm sorry, that's not it. It is... Where is this? I wrote it down, damn it. It's like, where is this? Why do you keep fucking forcing Final Fantasy on me? Give me my fucking desktop. Jesus Christ, look at your fucking failure ass. Oh my god. There. I wrote this down. I swear to God I did. But apparently it really doesn't want me doing this, I guess, so just erase the file. It's that it really wants me to deal with this so much so that it erased the file that I wrote with the fucking command to do it. It's like Windows S? No, yeah, Windows D. There it is. See it? Windows D, right? And also, if you ever need a snip tool, that's Win Shift S, which is cool. So if you want to go like Win Shift S, right? It opens this thing where you can like draw like a box, you know, or whatever. I mean, what are you doing? Jesus Christ, you're fucking stupid. Depose Windows. What is it doing? I don't know what that was. Anyways, I suppose that might have actually made sense. Never mind. But anyways, Win Shift D is how you get your fucking desktop. Apparently, Bill Gates like assumes that everybody knows that. But Win Shift D for desktop, and yeah, and I didn't know. But there you go. Solves problem, fixes it. Took me years and years to find it because Bill Gates couldn't fucking software develop his way out of a fucking nutsack, you know? Or even let people know the bullshit macros that he hid in Windows, you know? Maybe when you're signing into Windows, maybe you should have a list of macros, maybe, you know? Maybe just saying. Maybe when they're like, you know, when they're reinstalling Windows and stuff, when they're reformatting, maybe it goes, hey, did you know that there's Windows key macros that are extremely useful? But never in my life have they ever even mentioned that this shit exists. So I had to go fucking dig, and I got so mad at the problem that I just spent like 2 hours surfing. And sure enough, like on fucking page 6 or something, 55 websites down, I finally got my fucking answer, which is that Windows doesn't deserve a dollar they ever made. You know what I'm saying? And I'll just leave it at that. Sorry about the vitriol. But I mean, it is really bad. It's like mad bad on a incompetent scale. It's like I've always said. It's building a race car, but never truly learning how to ever add a steering wheel. That's Windows for you. The fastest race car in the world, no steering wheel.
Strange. It sped up, slowed down, and sped up again, and randomly zipped away from the goal before the explosion occurred. I guess Shimmy didn't want you to see where the ball really was, so he just made it zip out of sight and didn't think anyone would notice because it all happened so quickly. But in
This is boring me because I don't care about Rocket League, and I like this video, and he's about to end anyways. I noticed that when he's about to end, it gets boring for me because he tends to kind of like point out all the time. He's almost too factual in the respect that he wants to slay the guy because he's a cheater. So he points out every single fucking time he cheats, and that does get it slightly boring. All I need is one. One's enough. And he knows that too, but he still needs time to fill this little 15-minute video with actual content. So he adds in every single time this kid ever cheated, just to make sure that the nails stay in the coffin and this fucking asshole doesn't make a fucking dollar, you know? And he gets disgraced and demonetized and kicked out of our community for fucking cheating. Why do you cheat in Rocket League? It's fucking Rocket League. Don't fucking cheat in Rocket League. Come on, man. It's not like anybody's paying you to cheat in Rocket League. Just don't fucking cheat in Rocket League. Billy Mitchell's gone insane and I need your help. Gaming's biggest scam artist is back and dumber than ever. Yeah. Huge discovery shocks the Spelunky community. Zelda 2 speedruns are completely broken. All speedruns are broken. I've never assumed in my fucking lifetime that any speedrun was ever legitimate. I don't think it's a good fucking genre. It's the only thing that the video game community's ever produced that I've never liked. I think speedrunning is entirely about cheating. It's exploiting fucking problems in the game, like jumping down and sliding down the sides of walls to fall into a pit, which glitches you through the world and drops you onto the boss, or shit like that. I don't know if you've ever seen this one, but the how to beat Super Mario World in 30 seconds. This one's always really funny, or whatever. So how to beat Super Mario in under 5, or not Super Mario Brothers. It was Super Mario World, though. I'm looking for World, right? Super Mario World, right? I don't know, you didn't pull the video, but I saw a really funny video where this kid beats Super Mario World in like 55 seconds, and it turns out that like the 9th pipe in the first level of Super Mario World, if you go backwards through it and under a block or something like that, and then re-enter the pipe like 4 times, it warps you to this fucking room that gives you like this button, and when you hit the button, it pops you to the end of the game and beats it. And I don't know why Shigeru put that in there, but he absolutely did. And whoever found it immediately became the #1 Super Mario World player in the world, and basically had a career overnight. But now you can beat Super Mario World in like 55 seconds. And if you call that a speed run, you're a fucking idiot, like all the other goddamn speedrunners who disrespect the developers by disrespecting how much work they put into making a title be really beautiful, and you just try to speed run all of it so that you can skip through all the content that they work so hard on and try to call it skilled. And I call it bullshit. Fuck speedrunning.
Welcome back, Sethling here. That's right, it's 2 days in a row of Super Mario World Credit Swap World Records. Yesterday I showed my world record where I took off 0.2 seconds from the 2-year-old world record held by Furious. Today I took off another 0.3 seconds for a total of half a second. This run had a time of 41.35. No major mistakes or anything, just a few frames here and a few frames there that I probably could save, but otherwise, very, very solid run. I'm just going to let you watch the run and enjoy. This is world record pace again. Oh man, the runs are hot. Let's go. Eh? Yes, 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 yes. 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 Yes, that's the moonwalk. Ah.
And this idiot speedrunner gets a Guinness Book of World Records, and his career explodes, and he's rich off of goddamn 42 seconds and a bunch of retardation, if you fucking ask me. Just saying. Whatever you think that community is, it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of fucking exploiting, cheating assholes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. That I wouldn't call that a world record. Nah. 47 seconds in a video game does not a world record make. It's you and your clever use of game mechanics taking over your life, taking over your community, ruining everything, and making false claims about shit that you beat a game in 40 seconds or any of this. You know.
Incoming note.
I'm not going to leave the white mage. Fucking speed run in 48 seconds of Super Mario World can suck a dick, and so can the entire speedrun community. Now, they do something that I do like, right? But I also don't like that either. They're famous for doing donation runs to fucking charities and stuff like that. That I really love, but it doesn't legitimize speedrunning. That's like saying, oh, Bill Gates is the greatest philanthropist in history. Even though he put 500,000 software developers out of work in the 90s, he still donated the most money to the entire world, so he's still a good guy. Nah, he put 500,000 people out of work. He's actually really like kind of a almost Hitler asshole. Sorry. I mean, and that's the factual shit you can get him for. I'm not talking about any of the other shit that all the other people complain about him with. I'm talking about he put like 500,000 fucking developers in the states of fucking Washington and California and Oregon out of work in the 90s, a couple of years before the worst recession in a long time. Both in 98 and 2008. He did it for like 20 years. He torched and burned through like, you know, thousands, 30,000 different companies, torched and burned all of them, swallowed them up, laid them all off, and left a fuck ton of software developers out on the streets with no way to feed their fucking kids. That's the Bill Gates I know, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I saw this. You know, so like, yeah, sure, I like him. I got no issue with him, and I don't care what other people say about him. I know what I can factually get him for is putting hundreds of thousands of people out of work. That's actually what I can get him for. You know, why I don't like him. I've never liked him. You know, that's a reality. It's the reality thing he's ever actually done that we can actually say is bad. You know, but it is true. So, like, sure, he donates billions. Good job. He gave all of his money away. Good job. That still doesn't, like, you know, change the fact that you put 500,000 fucking people out of work so you could get that money. It doesn't matter what you do with the money once you have it. It matters, did you, like, immorally fuck a bunch of people over to get the money in the first fucking place? That's what I care about. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about how much you give away to other people. If you burn people to get that money, fuck you. You're dirty. You know what I'm saying? So whatever, you know, like whatever. So speedrun companies, speedrunning is the same thing. Fucking donations and shit to charity doesn't make speedrunning any better than its fucking stupid like entire premise based around like clever use of cheating tactics, basically. You know. I'm a little bit bitter about the speedrun community. I don't like the attention they get. I don't think it's good for gaming. I don't think it's good for the developers. I don't think it's good for the community. I don't think it's good for, I mean, it's good for charities, so I guess I'll forgive them. I guess that's why they do it, you know? But really, I don't think speedrun has a very good effect on gaming at all. I never have. Like, when I was a kid, when I was like 8 years old, I played Sonic the Hedgehog on my Game Gear for like, I don't know, 15 months or something.
You've
And
been
by
examined.
the end of it, I used to sit in my room with all my friends around. There'd be like 5 or 6 kids there and shit at school or whatever. And I would sit there and I would beat fucking Sonic the Hedgehog on the Game Gear with a fucking blindfold on. When I was like 9 years old. If a 9-year-old can do that, I'm not too impressed with adult speedrunners. You know what I'm saying? I never have been. Like, god damn it. Sure, running one title so much, way too much, to the point where you get, like, super stellar good at it. More power to you, but I call that a very small fish in a very small pond, is what I call it, you know? And I'm sure speedrunners probably love me if I ever get famous, but I'm gonna speak out. I don't like speedrunners, never have. I think the developers don't like them. Some of them do, I'm sure, because it brings attention to their game. That means more money for their kids and shit. But most developers probably are like, man, I spent, 7 years making that title, and you beat it in 7 seconds? That's not what I fucking designed, you know? Or it obviously is. That is what he designed. But I mean, how is that credit to the gamer and not the developer, you know? The developer made it possible for that scrub to beat Super Mario World in 43 seconds off the 12th mob in the game, you know? That's not the kid that should get that fucking credit. That's Shigeru's credit that he stole, and I'll call it how I see it. You can see how I might have a vendetta later against the speedrunning community. Give the credit to the fucking devs, you know?
Incoming call. Incoming call.
That'd be 12, Tara. 12.
Incoming call. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. You've been examined.
How did I know this Galka was a warrior before I even spoke to him? I'm just sort of like, I hadn't even seen what he was. I didn't even know he was a Galka. I just knew from his personality that it was a Galka warrior. I go to look, and sure enough, that's how long I've been doing this. I can tell what people's classes and job choices are based off of their personalities. It's hilarious, and he's pushy, and I told him we had an empty spot because somebody DC'd, and he really wants it. And he's kind of pushy. He's like, well, can you get me in? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying. 408 hours, man. That's just tragic. 400 hours and you lose your hardcore status. You can tell these people probably implode afterwards. They're like, what the fuck? And they probably quit the server. Or they just start over. I want to do hardcore. I think I've got the skill for it. I want to do hardcore on BST. It's just taking BST to 75. I've done that like 4 times. Without deaths, it would be really, really, really fucking hard. You'd have to be really, really, really fucking careful. And I think it's sort of cheating to send money from an alt, because if you send money from an alt, it's really, really easy. Like, if I were to send 1 million ISK to a BST to level to 75, it wouldn't be that fucking hard. I could do hardcore to 75. I absolutely have the skill. It'd suck. I mean, it would suck, and it would take thousands of hours. But I could do it. I could set my HP here. What's the difference? It's actually better. It's better to set here, I think, and just take the teleport home and have the option to go to Juno. It's way better. This is the best HP in the world, I think, right now. I'm just gonna set my own point here and keep it here. I mean, if I die and I come here on a really low level class, like if I'm like, I don't know, if I come here on a low level class, it's kind of a fuck job. But I could get to Cufim, I suppose, if I really tried. It's hard to get past the worms without sneak, though. It's sort of dumb. You could get a lot of death that way, kind of. I don't think so. I think I'm going to just keep it in Juno and do the walkout here instead, where I can change jobs freely and stuff, and get to the market really fast, instead of, like, setting here and fucking myself on like a lower level class or something like that, or a level 1 or something like that. If I were to die as a level 1 and come back here, then I've got to go through Cufim as a level 1. It's actually really a bad idea. I can't set here. This guy shouldn't have set here. He's never going to get back to Juno now. He better stay alive and get home safe to Juno and set there. Setting here is a terrible idea, pretty much. Kind of funny. I mean, it's not a terrible idea if you're really, really good, and you like. I use death warps because I don't have warp yet, and I don't like using warp scrolls; they're too expensive. So like once I have scroll of warp, I probably will set here, but until then, I'm not setting here. I'd also like to get a white mage to 36, but yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, congratulations. Did that fast. Not bad. Did you get help from a 75? That makes that fight a lot better.
Oh my God, dude.
Look at this speedrunner exalt like he literally jizzed his pants when he fell through the world. And that's my problem. That's the core of it. That's what I'm going to say on the video when I attack speedrunning. I'll be like, look at this little idiot jizz his pants when he sees a glitch. Look at him jizz his pants. He's like, oh my God! I just fell through the... I just fell through the floor! Oh yeah. I just fell through the floor and I just shaved some time off of my speedrun now. And I'm like, what is that based in? It's not fucking reality, you know what I'm saying? Is there a way I can warp back to Sandoria from Bastock? Switch to a level 1. That's called blood warping or death warping. Yeah, switch to a level 1 and go hug 50 mobs out there in, out there in Gustaberg. Do it all day. Do it every day, right? Yeah, death warp. Yeah, losing XP on a level 1, who cares? Just go to the Mog House, switch to whatever you have that's level 1, and go out and nut hug some mobs and take a free ride home. You know, you might consider getting Utsusemi done before you even level, because it definitely makes... I've noticed that I've done Nin to 75 like 7 times now or something on all the servers. It's so annoying. Except for Wings. I didn't do it on Wings. I refused to do it on Wings. And I'm so glad I did. Everybody made fun of me, and I was like, you're making fun of me now. And I was absolutely right. I didn't touch Ninja on Wings, and I'm so happy I didn't touch Ninja on Wings. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT, don't waste your fucking time on motherfucking Utsusemi, etc. I am so smart. I am so smart. And I'm so glad I didn't do Ninja on fucking, I didn't even touch it on Wings. I didn't unlock it or any of that. I was like, nah, I'm not wasting my time on that. And I I absolutely am so happy that I did not waste my time to get. I was the smartest player on Wings, I swear to God, because I never went past rank 3 or whatever. What was it, 4? I think it was 4. I never went past rank 4. I never leveled ninja. I didn't do anything that I didn't want to do. I was rich. I loved my BST. I had good classes, you know, leveled and all this. And all this, but I did not waste my time on Wings like the rest of the entire Wings community. They should have seen it coming. I didn't see it coming, but what I did know is wasting time on shit that I just didn't want to do in 2022 was gonna be the play, and it absolutely turned out to be the play where I didn't waste my time on Wings any more than I needed to on stupid shit. And if I was going to unlock Ninja, it should be on Horizon. You know what I'm saying? Horizon, it's worth doing, but I don't want Ninja sub job. I decided I'm not taking Bard. I'm going to take White Mage to 75. White Mage doesn't need Nin. I mean, it helps, but I'm not going White Mage Nin. There's no fucking way. I can do with Stone Skin and Blink a lot better than a fucking Ninja can with Usasemi Ni. You know what I'm saying? I can tank better on a White Mage than a Ninja can with Ni. Absolutely. With no fucking help at all. No Nin sub either. I mean, with Nin sub, it's even more lol. You know? Even more lol. But yeah. Hey, finally we're together. Cool. Fucking son of a bitch. Thank you.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, thank God. This fucking party. That did not go the way I wanted it to. Yeah, macros, right? Why is my LECO, bind, yeah, blind and stuff. Yeah, where was it? Bind, right? Oh, yeah, bind, cast some spells. Yeah. Copy line, what is this gonna be? It's gonna be like, yeah, paste, copy, paste, delete, JA elemental seal, me, weight, 0.5, bind, right, weight 0.5, yep, weight 1, right, weight 1, yep, and there we go. Alright, we are good. No deaths that weren't unnecessary, yay. I have Shelra, I think. Oh, not at its level, apparently? Oh, no. What's Shelra? I thought that was like 7 or something, but not in this era. What? I don't have Shelra at 15? What's Shelra? That's like 17, I guess. Huh. Yep. Alright. Yeah, I was like, yeah. Like, man, what is Shelra? It's like 17, I think. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is. This loser. I don't even want to watch speedrun stuff. It's so stupid. This new Ocarina. That's everything he's got? No. Not at all. What game sued? Oh, Wada Game sued for market manipulation. Yeah. This gamer did the impossible. Yeah, cheated in a speedrun. And I need to come clean. Huge fraud. Wait, who did? Wait, what? 15 years in the making, the greatest world record I ever achieved. Disgraced gamer ability accused of extortion. Speedrunners have already broken Elden Ring. Of course they have. Speedrunning is so stupid. Huge fail. Command sues Guinness World Records and gets destroyed. This might be good.
Hello, you absolute legend. Things haven't been going well lately for Todd Rogers, aka Mr. Activision, aka Toddzilla, aka Todd Todges. For those of you that need a refresher on who Todd Rogers is, he's an old has-been retro gamer that claimed hundreds of video game world records spanning back to the early 80s. In fact, he even held the Guinness World Record for the longest lasting video game world record of all time. This was a score of 5.51 seconds on the Atari 2600 game Dragster, which he claimed to have achieved in 1982. Todd had it all: fame, money, women, and most importantly of all, video game world records. But in 2017, it all came crashing down, after a pesky speedrunner known as OmniGamer looked deeply into Dragster's code and discovered that Todd's claimed score wasn't physically possible. You just can't go that fast, and no matter how much human element you inject into the equation, it will never ever happen. After a lengthy investigation by Twin Galaxies, the video game high score authority, Todd Rogers was banned from competition and all of his scores were removed. Guinness World Records then followed suit, stripping Rogers of his most prized possession. Left with nothing, Rogers spiraled out of control, and in an attempt to pressure Guinness into giving his record back, he sued them and Twin Galaxies for defamation. But in a surprising turn of events, Guinness fought back. And I describe it as surprising because when Billy Mitchell sued them for essentially the same thing, they bent the knee so quickly that I swear the bottom of their leg snapped clean off. This time, Guinness was serious, and Todd Rogers got destroyed. In today's video, we will take a look at the Todd Rogers vs Guinness and Twin Galaxies lawsuit that has recently come to an end. It was hilarious. Even Todd's own lawyer ended up bailing, but not before calling Todd Rogers a liar. I really hope you enjoy. Now, Legends, I have a very important question for you. Are you trimming downstairs? If not, I'll give you 3 quick reasons why you should. 1, it makes you look bigger. Not that we would ever need that, of course. 2, it looks cleaner. And 3, most partners prefer it if you do. And when you trim, you should be using a very specialized tool, which is where today's sponsor, Manscaped, has got you covered. The Lawnmower 4.0 is masterfully crafted to make grooming your sensitive areas safe and easy. I am really glad Manscaped hit me up earlier in the year, because I've been using the Lawnmower ever since, and I love it. It's waterproof, so I use it in the shower, and it takes like 2 minutes. I recommend getting the Performance Package because it includes the lawnmower plus everything else you need and makes taking care of yourself super simple. Trust me, when you look good and smell good down there, you will reap the rewards. So click on the link in the description and pick up a lawnmower today.
Bullshit.
And if you use my link, you'll get 20% off and free shipping. I definitely recommend it. Todd Rogers doesn't get anywhere near the credit he deserves. In his gaming career, he claims to have thousands of world records. He even claims to be the first professional video gamer in history, which is a funny claim because Guinness World Records, whom these ancient gamers worship as the be-all and end-all, says that the first pro gamer...
I don't. I've got to do that. There's so much to do, Tara. It's gonna take months. Like I work slow when I'm enjoying it. When I'm not enjoying it, I'll speed right through it. I could have been 75 by now easily. I'm enjoying this, so I'm taking every little day real slow. I'm trying to get. I bought a race yesterday. You know, I'm trying to get Astro Rings. And like I'm so slow. So like it might be another week before I even see keys because I don't need to go anywhere yet. I can easily sit till 37 on Black Mage here in QFIM, no problem, and I can form parties to do it and stuff. I'm not too worried about, you know, I'm not too worried about it. But I do need the keys if you want to do them together. I don't mind. You know, I can heal for that, but I'll be in this party for like 3 hours or something. But yeah, if keys something you want to do together, I'm absolutely down. I'm not saying no. You have mine? Oh, good. Yeah, yep. No, I haven't bothered with the keys yet because, you know, I missed the Bastock when Bastock owned the upper and lower lowlands, right? Or upper highlands, right? Upper and lower jungle. And so my rush out there is I've already missed my window for when I needed to rush for that. It'll be some weeks before we see it again, I think, but let's see. I might be wrong about that. Right now, Bastock owns... I don't know who owns what. Let's see. Where is Kazam at in this? I always forget. It's like... Where is this? Like way over southwest, I think. Mindarsha is like... Where is that? It's like, man, where... What? Oh, I haven't been there yet, so I can't even see it. Is why. But yeah. I forgot it's like that. If you haven't been there, you can't see it yet. You know? Yeah, I'm sure, I haven't looked at, Bastock's, what day is it today? It's like, it's Monday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Monday. So, this white is too close, right? Yeah, oh well. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. When I get back to Bastock today, I will check and see what the Conquest Supplies quest is for Bastock and stuff. But if we own either, well, mainly Lowlands. I want Lowlands. Highlands I don't care about. You don't need that till way later. But I absolutely, because you can get to Yotor from Kazam really easy. But what I do need is Lowlands. And if Bastock owns Lowlands this week, I don't know if they do or not. I will push through keys like really fast. But I don't. I'm not too worried about, like, you know, I'm not too worried about Kazam yet. I'm more worried about earning the 490,000 gil required to take White Mage to 57. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. Because, like, DD can ride, White Mage can't. White Mage needs certain things it has to have, you know, or you know, or your tank dies, or not dies, but it's just a lot harder, you know. So, mainly, like, I don't need Astral Rings at all. I could use the Mind Rings. I could just buy the Mind Rings, and that would cut some of it, but it's also to my pride a little bit. What I want to do is take some BSTs to Wings of Fury and try to pull Astrals out of there. I think that drops in there. Let's see, Astral Rings, right? I think that's what I'll do. One day this week, I'll probably take some BSTs to Wings of the Goddess, and like, I'll just run it all day until I get my rings, because I'm fairly sure, yeah, Wings of Fury is how you get that. Or I could just run Treasures and Tribulations. I have 300, I have like I have 400 seals. I figure maybe 8 runs of Treasures and Tribulations might actually get me enough money to buy the Astrals, right? If I catch the right pull. But I always had terrible luck with Trials, right? And you have to be level 50 anyways. I mean, I don't think it matters what level you are, actually, for that one. So that might be the best use of the seals, because I don't even want to spend the time. I am going to do this. I'm just going to blow all 300 seals that I have on Trials, or Treasure and Tribulations, and then, you know, and just hope that I catch it, and if I don't, then I don't. But that's a fairly good chance at an Astral Ring. That Scroll of Quake might sell pretty fucking well. That Scroll of Regen 3 will definitely sell well. That Raise 2. There's a lot of stuff I need from this anyways. I may just, like, go dump all my seals on this, like, today. I don't know. Why did this go here? God damn it. Tenshoto Invite is the first step towards Norg. I'm sorry. Tenshoto Rep 4 is what is required for Susemi Ichi. So you would need Tenshoto Rep. That means like Zankor or Yugoto necklaces to Kaiju Sharhumi in northern Windrest Woods. Yeah, the whole Usasemi quest is actually kind of annoying, and it's hard for me to remember because they wrote it badly. So, like, I'll pull it, but it's like, it's hard to remember all the stupid-ass steps for this stupid-ass shit. It's like, I tried to run through it yesterday with my friend Dave. You met him, Sergeant Sausage. And he's, he just unlocked like you. He just did it yesterday. And he was looking at, like, getting Utsusemi, and the whole process is, like, the Sahagan Stash, which is easy. You go click a question mark past the silver Beast Coin door in the grotto. But before you can do the Sahagan Stash, you must have Tenshoto Reputation 4. Tenshoto Reputation is not easy, and there is a Tenshoto Reputation Guide that you can get, like, quick reputation, right? Oh, I'm gonna pull this. I'm sorry, I'm in this party. I've gotta pay attention here. Sorry, give me just a second. I'll get around to it momentarily. There you go. Fucking brilliant. See? There we go. That's a smart man. That's the smartest thing I've heard a Final Fantasy player say in a fuck long time. Yeah, I like hearing it. That's fucking beautiful, Tara. I think it speaks a lot to your skill, what you just said. You know what I'm saying? I'm not tripping. You know.
Your skill has increased.
So yeah, and I missed some of what you said. I'm so sorry. I'm under a bit of pressure. I was tanking that crap pretty much that entire fight. 7 stacks of zinc ore, right? That will probably get me to rep 4 if I had to guess. The current numbers are this quick reputation guide. I'll link it in the in the Twitch chat right now. It's there. Your information should be here somewhere, right? But we're looking for not Bastock, but all the way down here to 10 Shoto and stuff. And we'll look at the numbers on this, but I'm fairly sure zinc ore is definitely. There's Migos Amigo, Yugudo necklaces. It's actually 200 and I believe 22 Yugudo necklaces or something like that, or maybe it's reduced on this server, but it might be different. But there's of course zinc ore. They're saying 109 zinc ore or 27 trades of 4. Whatever 109 divided by 12 is. 109 by 12 is like basically 12, I think, or 12 is like 10, right? 109 divided by 12. Who died? Oh, that guy over there, yeah. Yeah. 109 zinc ore. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm doing like 7 things at once here. Bear with me. That'll be 9 stacks. You're close. You'll need 2 more stacks. But I mean, yeah, you are close. You'll need you're 2 stacks short, but you're like 8/10 of the way there, basically. Yeah. 27 trades of 4, whatever 27 times 4 is. Yeah, 27 times 4. I don't know what it is in arrow. Yeah, 108, 109, around there. I think this is an era, but let's go back and take a look at this guide, like from an earlier era, if there is one. This might have been a newer guide, but we'll go back and we'll take a look. This is a good guide, by the way. It's a really good resource, but we'll go take a look at the history and see if I can pull. Yeah, dude, we're in this for the long haul, man. This shit'll last for years. You know what I'm saying? There's no rush. You should relax and smell the roses and stuff. We've been given the greatest gift anybody has ever been given in the gift of gaming, which is, you know, the gift of a private server that's good. It's never happened before this one. People would say Nostralius, except Nostralius was taken down by Blizzard, wasn't it? I don't think this will be. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Square Enix will ever take this server down. I think Square Enix probably really loves this server, probably. Yeah, like Oregano. There's so many good spots, dude. There's so many good spots. You know, we already went through that whole talk. Yeah. Why can't that target? Come on, man. Fuck out. These crabs do not like me. I had to wait pretty much half of the mob's health, or I am the tank. Whatever this is, I have like int gear. I bought ink gear. I spent 10k on rings. It is showing like if I cast on mobs at all, they just get on me now. So I have to like wait. I have to like wait for most of his health bar to go if I don't want to be tanked. And I like that. I like that on Black Mage a lot. Oh no! What's happening here? Oh no! Ew. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, so we go back. This guy was written in 2013, so I mean, yeah, it's not really too accurate to Realm. I don't know what, I don't know how much zinc it is, but I mean, you might have enough, but I don't think so. I think you probably do need 108 zinc total, which is 9 stacks. You're gonna need 2 more. That's my word. I think I fall there. You're gonna need you probably need 2 more stacks, Tara. It's a little expensive, but yeah.
Was Dennis Fong. Todd has claimed a lot over the years, and for most of his life, people believed him without a second's hesitation. But here's the extraordinary thing about Todd. Of all of the world records and high scores he ever claimed, he doesn't have proof for a single one. I've spent years researching this guy, and I can't find a single video or any piece of footage of him actually achieving a high score world record. Ex-Twin Galaxies head referee Robert Merchek said the same thing, stating, "After multiple requests spanning several years, my request for proof was rebuffed at every turn. The reason cited was always the same, that the tapes were buried amidst hundreds of tapes and he had to find them, then make copies, and just did not have the time." It's astonishing he got the credit he did, but that just goes to show how powerful and corrupt Twin Galaxies was back in the day. But I digress. After his dragster score and many other scores were proven to be impossible, Todd was banned from Twin Galaxies and Guinness stripped him of his awards. Then in January of 2020, Todd sued both Guinness and Twin Galaxies for defamation. Todd filed his complaint pro se, which means he was representing himself and didn't have a lawyer. The complaint was terribly written. In a defamation lawsuit, there are a few basics you need to establish. You need to let the court know what the statements were, you need to establish they were false, and because Todd Rogers would be considered a public figure, given that he labels himself as a well-known video game player, he also needs to establish that the defendants made the statements with malice, meaning that they knew the statements were false and made them anyway. Todd's filing did none of these things. The only quote included was from Guinness, but he never established why it was defamatory and never stated any facts that would suggest Guinness made it, knowing it was false. The best word to describe this complaint is dumb. Really, really dumb. It never had any chance of winning, none whatsoever. But that's not really the point. Lawsuits like this aren't designed to win. They aren't supposed to have any merit. This lawsuit had one purpose, and one purpose only: scare Guinness and Twin Galaxies into giving him his records back. Todd Rogers wasn't necessarily deluded in thinking this would work either. Billy Mitchell
Your skill has increased.
in 2019 after they stripped him of his records, and they did give them back. It worked once, so it had a pretty good shot of working a second time. You also have to consider the fact that Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell are close friends, and Todd would be very influenced by Billy's actions. Todd's execution, however, was far worse. Unlike Billy, who, fake as it may have been, actually had video evidence, Todd has no
Your skill has
evidence
increased.
at all. He didn't even have witnesses who would give their testimony backing up any of his scores. And it wasn't just evidence that Todd didn't have either. He also lacks money, and a good lawsuit requires capital. As someone who is currently being sued and is also helping others with their lawsuits, I'm very aware of how expensive lawyers are. Todd just can't afford a good lawyer, or to pay for any of their time. The end result is a plaintiff that submits their
Your
own
skill has
poorly written
increased.
complaint and has no idea what they are doing. In Florida courts, you have 120 days to serve defendants after a complaint has been filed. Until papers are served, nothing happens. And for those unaware, the serving process is where the defendant is given the papers of the lawsuit in person to make sure they are aware they are being sued. From the moment they are served, they have 20 days to reply to the court with a defense. Todd didn't serve anyone, ever, and luckily for him, historically courts have been really slack when it comes to proactively enforcing these rules. So the lawsuit just sat there for months with nothing happening, until September of 2020, where Todd actually did find a lawyer, who advised the court that he would be appearing on Todd's behalf.
Your skill has
But
increased.
again, after that, nothing happened. Months went by with no activity, until April of 2021, at which time Todd's lawyer filed an amended complaint, which was basically
Your skill
just
has
an update
increased.
to the original filing. It did add some extra information explaining why Todd could sue Guinness and Twin Galaxies in the state of Florida, but as far as the defamation claim and establishing malice goes, it added nothing. Here is where things start to get really interesting though. Even though no party had been served, on the 24th of May, Guinness notified the court of the appearance of their lawyer. Despite not having been served, they entered the lawsuit anyway, which I find to be really strange, but perhaps Guinness deals with a lot of these lawsuits and like to be proactive.
Your skill has increased.
In any case, a month later in June, Guinness filed a motion to dismiss. A motion to dismiss is a plea to the judge to terminate the lawsuit before it goes to trial. The motion was filed because Todd's complaint failed to adequately establish why the Florida court had jurisdiction over Guinness World Records, and also because it didn't meet the basic requirements for a defamation claim. The motion was very well written, and it showed that Guinness wasn't going to roll over this time. The funniest thing though was the final paragraph. It stated, plaintiff has named the wrong Guinness World Records entity in the amended complaint. Plaintiff's allegations related to the 2019 Guinness World Records Gamers Edition. However, the 2019 Guinness World Records Gamers Edition was published by
Your
Guinness
skill
World
has
Records
increased.
Limited, an English company. Todd's lawyer didn't even put the correct company on the complaint. Generally, a party has 10 days to reply to a motion if they want to argue against it. But of course, this takes time, energy, and money, and Todd's lawyer simply ignored it. I mean, what could he really say? The motion made a slam-dunk case as to why the lawsuit should be dismissed. But unfortunately for Todd, his strategy of burying his head in the sand didn't work. On the 30th of July, the judge finally stepped in and dropped a bombshell. The judge basically said this: "Dude, Todd, you filed this lawsuit in January of last year, and you were supposed to serve the defendants over a year ago. What are you doing, bro? Also, I've read the motion to dismiss, and it's pretty good, you just can't ignore it. So therefore, you have 10 days to serve all of the defendants, and 10 days to reply to the motion to dismiss." Now, I don't know for sure what happened between Todd and his lawyer, but evidently his lawyer panicked big time. He said to himself, "Holy shit, Guinness is a massive company with a
Your
lot
skill
of
has
money.
increased.
They have a really good lawyer, and there is no way I'm wasting my time defending this extremely stupid and baseless lawsuit. So this is where I exit the vehicle, but not before sabotaging the entire lawsuit by filing a voluntary dismissal, which is where the plaintiff lets the court know it's ceasing
Your
all
skill has
action
increased.
and no longer wishes to proceed. At this point, the lawsuit was closed, and given that Todd was now outside of the statute of limitations, this is where the story ends. Or does it? No, it doesn't. This is where the fun begins. 10 days after the case was closed, Todd's lawyer submits a motion to withdraw as counsel, stating that the client insists upon taking action that the lawyer considers imprudent, or with which the lawyer has a fundamental disagreement. It also admits that the lawyer only took on the case because he thought that Guinness and Twin Galaxies would settle, but now that it was clear that Guinness was hell-bent on defending, he was no longer interested in representing Todd in his ridiculous lawsuit. Several days after this, Todd himself wrote a letter to the judge claiming that the lawyer filed the dismissal without his consent. He accused his lawyer of committing numerous errors, including the infamous misspelling of his name, which we all fondly remember being Todd Todges. He even said he was going to file a malpractice suit. He asked the judge to reverse the dismissal so that Todd could proceed with the lawsuit. It appears as though Todd was also panicking because he sent another letter to the judge a week later, repeating his request to reopen the case. Several days later, the judge responded, saying, "Dude, Todd, you keep sending letters but you still have a lawyer representing you, so I can't even accept them. Your lawyer did request to withdraw as counsel, but he did it incorrectly, so technically he's still your lawyer until I say otherwise." In response to this order, Todd's lawyer filed a motion to reopen the case so that he could be relieved. In the motion, he called Todd a liar, saying that he filed the voluntary dismissal with Todd's consent. He then states that after this was filed, Todd changed his mind. I'm going to have to go ahead and believe the lawyer on this one. Todd Rogers has been a compulsive liar for 40 years, so I really doubt he's being truthful in his letters. The judge granted the lawyer's motion, ordering that the court reopen the case for the sole purpose of allowing the lawyer to withdraw. The lawyer then submitted the motion to withdraw again, which is now correct seeing as the case status is open. This time, the judge granted the motion, discharging Todd's lawyer and ordering the case to be reclosed. And this is where the story ends. Or does it? No, of course not. Todd wasn't going to give up that easily. He was going to send more letters. On September 27th, he sent a letter saying the same thing as before, and after several weeks with no response, he sent
Your skill has
another letter.
increased.
Despite the fact that the lawsuit was closed, the judge, surprisingly, did actually respond. The judge said, "Dude, Todd, you still keep sending letters, but the case was dismissed ages ago. You have no idea what you were doing, and the letters make no sense. Like, we have procedures you need to follow. You can't just write me letters and expect things to happen." What's funny about Todd's letters is that the judge said specifically not to send him letters. Remember the order the judge gave giving Todd 10 days to reply to the Guinness motion and to serve the defendants? There was also another order included which demanded that all parties follow the correct procedures. I'm guessing this was in response to Todd not doing anything correctly for the entire duration of the lawsuit. In any case, the order from the judge included this guideline, which states, "All applications to the court requesting relief in any form shall be made in writing in accordance with this order and in appropriate form pursuant to the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure, and unless invited or directed by the court, shall not be addressed or presented to the court in the form of a letter or the like." For example, if Todd wanted to file a motion requesting an enlargement of time, he should have used this form, not write a letter. And you know what is absolutely beautiful? On the judge's final order denying Todd's request to reopen the case, he also misspells Todd's name, this time to Todd Rogues. It really does seem like Todd Rogers just can't catch a break. But let's be fair, Rogers is a hard name to spell.
Your skill has
And
increased.
this is where the story ends. Or does it? Yes, at least for now. The case is closed, Todd is beyond the statute of limitations, so he can't sue them again, and he clearly has no idea what he is
Your
doing.
skill has
so
increased.
he couldn't reopen the case, even if it were possible. If you want to know more about how Todd Rogers lied for 40 years about his dragster score, I have a full video
Your skill
on it,
has
which I will
increased.
link in the description. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just kind of talking to myself. I was just like, let's see what they're giving away for free today. I'll be out. I'm muted because, let me know, Tara. Give me your advice, right? I need your advice, right? I've got the speakers playing right now. Can you hear the game sounds coming through like echoey or doubly? Is it like, does it sound like two sound sources right now? No, it sounds fine. Okay, well, good. That's good. Okay, cool. So, yeah, okay. Well, then, cool. I'll keep the mic open. I've been closing the mic on the assumption that you guys were getting double sound because you should be. The TV sound, or I'm sorry, the speaker sound should be coming through the microphone, but maybe if they're perfectly synced up through Streamlabs. See, I'm so new at this. I don't know. If they're perfectly synced up through Streamlabs, I don't know why it would matter. But I just assumed that you had some kind of echo or feedback. And that's good. That's good that I don't. Let me know if it bothers you, huh? Because I'm gonna keep the mic open from now on. But if it doesn't work, I won't do it. If it does work, I'm blessed. It means I don't have to wear headphones and destroy my eardrums for the rest of my life. I can just do this with speakers, which is what I prefer to do. You know, I like headphones, and they're good for certain things like binaural sound, Tarkov, Rust. You know, what else is sound-based? Like single-player games like Alien Isolation and shit like that. But you know, but I'm not playing games like that right now. Fallout's like that too. Fallout's got really good binaural, kind of like Rust, though it's not as pronounced at all. But you know, I don't really see a like a need to have my headphones on unless I need binaural. So I prefer to stay on speakers. So how about this, Tara? A better question is here. Let me play a video. Now that I'm playing the video, does it sound like it's double when the video is playing? Give me your opinion about this.
Legend.
As As I've said before, cheating exists in every single competition, and speedrunning is no exception. We've even covered some examples of speedrunners doctoring videos and demos.
Does that sound like it's double? Or is it annoying? Is the better question?
Counterintuitive, but you'd be surprised at how often some of the best players that inevitably try to fake runs. You might think that having the talent to achieve a world record would make someone less susceptible to cheating.
Yeah, that's double. See, okay, so now that's very helpful to me. So when I start the video and I stop talking, I'm going to mute the mic. But if it's quiet, I'll keep it open. Thank you. And that way I can keep the damn headphones off my heads, because wearing headphones for fucking I know I'm going to be doing this for 80 years. Wearing headphones for 80 years will make me a deaf man, and I'm starting to become more and more aware of that. You know, I'm not experiencing loss of my, you know. Yeah, that's double, right? Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah. That's why people keep leaving. It's annoying. I'll just put the headphones on for the rest of the evening. It's good. I like them most of the time, you know. Oh, sweet, what was that? That was liquefaction. What is that? That's fire? I don't know. Is it fire? I can't remember.
Your skill has increased.
Was it? Did I catch the magic burst? I didn't. Oh no, it's arrow. Oh, it's arrow. Oh well, I forgot. Liquefaction is what? I can't remember these fucking things from 20 years ago. What's liquefaction? Is it arrow? I think it's arrow.
Your skill has increased.
Is it arrow? I think it is. Fuck. Fuck that up. I could have got a good MB there and I messed it up. I'm like, what's liquefaction? I can't remember. I've got too many games in my brains. Got too many games in my brains. Fucking die, you stupid crab. Die. There it is. Oh yeah, bitch. 37. Okay, so we're going to turn on and we're going to switch over here so that you guys don't get a nasty echo, and that way I can just freely do this. I'm trying to keep the headphones off my head if I can. I am very much a music person, and I was a musician for 8 years, and like I have been blasting my headphones my entire fucking life, and if I go deaf, I know that'll be the end of me. I'll end up killing myself. If I go deaf when I'm like 85, I'll just eat some poison or something, because if I couldn't hear music, I would just kill myself, you know? So, like, I don't think life is worth living without music. I really don't. I'm that deep into it. I'm a drummer and a singer and all this, and I got all this history. I'm a DJ. I can definitely write music on Fruity Loops and stuff like that. And I really don't wish to sacrifice my ears to a video game streamer career. But I mean, I think it's reasonable to wear it some of the time. I'll run the dots here. Give me just a second. What'd you do there?
Your skill has increased.
Yeah. Your advice, by the way, thank you. I'm forever in debt to your priceless advice. Thank you, because I needed it. I needed to know how the sound was. You're the only one who's ever been willing to do it with me. So thank you. Okay, so we switched over, and then now we're going to go to sound, and we're going to switch this over here to settings and changed our audio inputs to Razer Black Shark, there we go. 7.1 surround, bitch. Yeah. So you guys are getting, well, you won't hear it yet, but you'll be getting sound. I think we're probably good here, which is good. And okay, let's take a look. What is the free item? Do you have a Discord button? I do. Yes, I do. If you want to drop your Discord name, you know, I was very reluctant to open a public Discord because I will never use it. I'll tell you right now, you can get in my Discord if you want, but I've had it for 4 years and I've never spoken in it, and I never will. It's more time that takes me away from gaming. So you can get in my Discord with my friends if you want. I absolutely drop your Discord tag, but don't ever expect me to speak in it because I won't. I haven't and I never will. So I mean, you can, you know, if you want to pointlessly get in my Discord, you're absolutely welcome to. But I'll never actually use it. I don't think. I like one day I'll use it when I can pay somebody to like handle the handle it for me. But right now, I am not monitoring my Discord or doing any sort of admin around that. I've never understood gamers' willingness to do that sort of thing. They must be really bored. They must have time. I don't. I don't have time to do Discord admin, so. Or even respond, really. I most days, I don't even turn Discord on. Because, you know...
Your skill has increased.
I did it for 20 years. I prefer in-game voice now over Discord because it's just more immersive. It's more proper. I don't know why we need Discord anymore. I think all the games need in-game voice if they're multiplayer. But that's just me. I used to be like, disco, vent, every time. You can't be in my party if you're not in Discord and stuff. But these days I'm into like relaxing and striving and watching videos and fucking off, you know. I don't really care about like being in a Discord. And I'll definitely never get in voice. I'm terribly sorry. So but yeah, if you want to get in it, you can drop your name, I'll add you.
Your skill has increased.
Fuck. So, what did we get today? Let's see, it is a... Where is this? What? You say there's a free thingy. Where's the free thingy? Oh, nuclear keycard. Those are good. They vendor real good. What is the use of these? Who needs a key when you granted when entering adventure mode? What is it for, though? Let's go find out what nuclear keycards do. Oh, right. I have to restart Fallout because I switched sound. Yeah, I do. Oops. There we go. To desktop. I am restarting Fallout, but I'm going to grab my dinner first. I'll be right back. Was done. Dude from gaming. I haven't been doing any gaming. I've been fishing for an entire fucking week, and I'm kind of done with that now. I mean, I want 300 more K too. That's the problem. I'm not done with it now, but I'm done doing it all day, every single fucking day. I'm not letting this game be my fucking slave master. I'm not a fucking slave. I don't care how much I want the astral rings. I'll go get them with skill. Or whatever. I'll get them from Trials of Tribulation. I did. I popped in Eve last night, but I had a bad experience. Or not last night. The night before. But I took they made sweeping changes to the faction warfare system, which is very good, and I'm looking to get into that. I'll probably do a month of that here this year, specifically because they made a sweeping change to it that I care about, which is that you don't have to leave your corporation to go do faction warfare, which is how it's always been, and right now you do, but there sometime in early quarter 2023, I talked to a CCP dev about this. Sometime early quarter, I literally got confirmed by a CCP dev, came to my channel for 2 hours, it was or an hour and a half, something like that. It was amazing, and he confirmed sometime early quarter 2023. That was CCP Trash Panda. By the way, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm going to just hit you with what he said. Sometime early quarter 2023, they're going to do sweeping. Well, they already did the sweeping changes to the faction warfare system. It's called Uprising. And they added it to the game, but they haven't made the change that I care about yet, which is that you don't have to leave your corporation to go do faction warfare, because that's kind of like forcing you to leave your link shell permanently until you rejoin it, right? Just so you can go do Ballista. It's the exact same thing. It's like in EVE Online, if you want to go do Ballista, right? You have to like leave your corporation, which is not a good look in EVE Online. Popping corporations is what spies do, right? So I don't want a 500 corp long list. I don't. It makes me look like what we call in the scene an AWOXer. There's a very famous pilot in EVE Online called AWOX. And he literally got made, like, legendary, but they literally verbalized his name, because he's famous for working in a corp for, like, a year, working his way up all the way to the fucking top, getting in tight with their board of directors, because he's super skilled in all this, learning all their secrets, getting their hangar passwords, getting their trust, tricking them, directing their attention somewhere else, and stealing hundreds, if not thousands of people's entire corp hangar. And stealing it just for himself. And he was legendary in the scene for doing this. Think, oh, I'm in a 1,000-person guild, and we have a G-Bank, and it's full of 10 years worth of materials, and one guy stole it, which is just fine. Can't report that. Can't, that's EVE Online for you. That's fair play. That's EVE Online. If you trust somebody in EVE Online with those kind of resources, when you really don't know them that well, you're an idiot, and a fool and his money is soon parted. It's the closest thing to the real world, except for no sex and no rape, no blood, no violence. Other than that, like, anything that you can think of in EVE goes. So that guy's famous, and so one of the things you would try to do is avoid being considered an AWOXer by like hopping corporations all the time. It's not a good look, and as it is already, I have like 35 corporations on my list. So I'm very nervous about leaving Absolute Order right now, just to go do the brand new faction warfare changes. And I told CCP Trash Panda exactly verbatim what I just said. Pretty much verbatim. I told him exactly what I just told you. I was like, I am loath to leave my corporation right now, add another corp to my fucking list, piss off Ab Order and all this, which is my corporation, and force them to reinvite me and all this stuff, and stress their goodwill, and not look like some kind of fucking spy, because they've got enemies. They're getting stronger. They got people they're worried about in low sec and null sec that are spying on them and shit. We've caught them in the corp before, although I haven't been there for many months, but that's what they were saying last time I was there. So yeah, and so I popped in to do some faction warfare yesterday, or day before, excuse me, which I hadn't done. I hadn't done EVE in like 3 months or something like that. And I went out to Lowsec, and I went to Tristan, which is a drone ship, and this fucking what do they call it? Incursus, which is a T1 frigate. This Incursus was so fucking annoying to me. He popped $80 worth of drugs, Terra, to slaughter my 6 million ISK piece of crap 5-cent like nickel ship worth a nickel, right? Like a nickel, literally. My ship was worth a nickel in real life. He popped $80 worth of real life money drugs to kill me because I got him dead to fucking rights. He didn't see the trap coming. He went trying to burn to me, and I just web and scrammed him and kept him at range. And I sicked the drones, and he didn't defang my drones like he should have. And he was a cocky motherfucker. He started to defang the drones and shit, and then he realized he was gonna die. So he just popped $80 worth of fucking drugs and killed me. He blew $100 cash to kill me and not be embarrassed on stream or whatever it was. He realized that something was at stake or something like that he didn't understand, and he blew $80 cash to fucking beat me, and I immediately quit. I was like, nah. And if that's what the community has become now, I'd be okay with just enjoying the PvE sides of EVE. If that's what they're going to do, if they're going to fucking kill my nickel ship by dropping $80 American cash, they can do that. You know what I'm saying? And I know he did. He one-shot me in Incursus. Only way you can do that is pop every drug known to fucking man and fucking psycho mentats, fucking smack that motherfucker for with all your fucking heart and soul, because you're gonna die the next hit. And that's what he did. He popped like $80 cash worth of drugs to get that win, because he probably goes weeks on end without dying. I might have ran across a streamer. It would be my guess. I ran across a streamer who's so fucking mega rich that he could just pop $100 worth of ISK just to pop drugs to not lose a PvP engagement. And I was using a strat that only the streamers use, which is Gunless Tristan, taught to me by a guy named Marquis Dragon, right? This particular video. I'll play it. It's a good video. It's only like 90 seconds long or something like that. But I was using this strat, and they don't think to use this strat, but it's a good strat. It's more of an old school MMO strat than most of the bullshit that they do, right? So anyways, Marquis, the Dragon, Faction, Warfare, Tristan, right? This was the fit I was using. This is like a 2 minute and 20-second video or something like that, right? I love this guy. I think he's the greatest. I believe he is. I believe he is one of the most skilled players on the planet. Though, if you were to put him on Fortnite, I'd slaughter him 10,000 times in a row. So it's kind of debatable. I think he's the greatest MMO player who ever lived. People like Richard Garriott, the guy who made Ultima, are very good friends with this guy. This guy, most people don't know about him, but he's like the granddaddy of MMORMT sales from an American standpoint. He lives in Florida. He's got an American standpoint of why can't Americans make money selling currency? We've all had it. We've all had it. He's been doing this since Ultima Online. He made like $7 million off of Ultima Plat sales and WoW Gold sales and stuff until PayPal and the government attacked him and stole his money. Right? Which is why I'm here today streaming to you. I don't want to be fucking famous or rich or anything. I want to be rich, but not really. Like, I don't care about the money, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, like, I want to be famous or rich just specifically so I can make money doing what it is that I love. And that was his issue, too. And he did it. He managed to do it, but he did it illegally. I'm going to do it legally by becoming a streamer. He's trying to do it illegally by becoming a streamer. And so that's the phase that he's in. He's the one who gave me the not the balls, I would say, but at least like the motivation and the influence to actually go get what I wanted, even if it took 10 years. Like him, it took him 10 years to build a streaming career, and he still only has he's like a 70 viewership Andy, but he's happy and he's rich because he made a lot of money off RMT when it's still illegal. It's still illegal. He thumbed his nose at the TOS and the government, and they smacked him and they stole $10 million out of his PayPal account. He's lucky they didn't shoot his ass in the fucking chest with a high-power rifle from across the street, because you can't make money that they can't control in this country, right? He's lucky they didn't do that. They just stole the $10 million from his PayPal account that he made off WoW Gold. And there's a bunch of videos about this, and he's known in the scene for that. So I like this guy. I thought I would do him I'd do him like a little nod, and use one of his strats just to show his support. So that if anybody ever in the EVE community is watching me and I have, ninja viewers or whatever, I can be like, hey guys, if you like EVE, this is the guy who taught me how to do this, and I want to give him a little nod, because he definitely was a huge influence on me. And I know he looks really, really old, because he is. He looks like a neckbeard because he is, And I don't care, He doesn't care, I don't care. I've never understood the goddamn judgment. Judge the judgers. Judge the people throwing judgment around like they're God, Only judge not lest ye be judged, Hit you with the golden rule. Treat others like you would like to be treated, and don't fucking talk shit on the fucking internet trying to win an argument on the internet, because you know how that goes. You can't win an argument on the internet.
Dragon, also known as Marcus Eichenberry in real life, and welcome to a fit video for the Tristan. The Tristan here is a Tech 1 frigate in Galante, and it is awesome in faction warfare. Now, the reason that it's so awesome is, one, you can get really good skills on this really quickly if you want to fly it in faction warfare. Also, you can skip the guns on this fit. You do not need to train up the guns because it doesn't have any. So,
sorry, I don't want to miss it, and I'm trying to get sitting back down again, so oops. Try to get my mana back here.
So, that means that you can skip that portion of the training, and you can be quite effective quite quickly in this ship in getting your loyalty points and kicking some ass. So, this bit is pretty basic. It's 11 million ISK is what it's currently at. It is quite quick. So, 3,000 is what it can fly at. Now, I have Mastery 5, so this is what you can work up to. This is not necessarily what you will have at a lower Mastery. It has 5,300 EHP, and it has a Warp Disruptor with a 24K range. That 24K range allows you to orbit at like 15,000 apply your drone damage to whoever you're orbiting, keep them disrupted, and stay out of the range of their guns and their scram most of the time. Now, that won't always happen, but you do need to be smart about it and pick your fights. It's fitted with warriors, 5 warriors, 3 hobgoblins. So I use the warriors.
Your skill has increased.
Send them out, pull them back in. Send them out, pull them back in really quickly, and reset the target locks on them if they're getting some damage. And then, when I need to finish them off, pull out the hobgoblins and murder them. This is one of my most successful frigates that I fly. I really recommend it. It's a little bit different way of thinking about things because there are no guns, but it is a really, really great ship. It's really cheap, and you will make the money in LP many times over with a ship like this. So, give it a try, and let me know how it works out for you. I'm Murky Dragon. Take care.
Your skill has increased.
Thank you, Murky Dragon, for the excellent content for my stream. I have likes and subs to your channel. I don't want to watch any more speedrun shit. It boils my blood. Goddamn waste of goddamn gamer skill. Fucking speedruns. I don't care what you think about it. I don't agree. Fuck speedruns. It's bad for gaming. What else you got? Gaming's biggest scam artist. I don't know. A lot of his other stuff is just attack pieces. I don't really know about this. Yeah, I don't like speedrunners either, buddy. I know. He's trying to take down the speedrun community. He probably should. They're a bunch of cheating retards. I'm sorry, but they are, you know? I hate speedruns too, dude. I really can't stand them. Fucking cheaters talking about, oh, I fell through... I just jizzed in my pants because I fell through the world and now I'm at the boss. You know, man, fuck that shit. Yeah, this guy's content is entirely attacks on things that I hate, which you'd think I would be interested in, but I'm not trying to be negative. I'm sorry, I'm not that interested in it. I'm just not. I thought he was better than this, but he is. He's just another takedown piece artist, another downfall of guy, like Sunny B2. We need better, more positive stuff on YouTube, guys. I know attacks work for you, and they make you a living, but... you know, not all of us should be Danny DeVito in LA Confidential. It's not a good job, motherfucker. Takedown pieces, fucking, you know, fall, like, on YouTube, they don't even know what takedown piece is, so they just call it downfall of, because they're brand new to the entire fucking game. They've never seen LA Confidential before. They've never seen the newsroom or what a takedown piece is or how really bad it is or how TMZ can cancel a celebrity and put him on the streets drunk crackhead, you know? Fucking takedown pieces. They're not good. They're not good for YouTube. They're not good for the streaming scene. And those guys, they're not helping it. They're making it harder, you know? So, no, we're not doing this. We're going to gaming. Oh, yeah, I meant gaming. No, I don't want to watch games. I'm going to watch, Dreams, Cheating Confession. Why are we looking at Carl Jobst again? Why aren't we looking at gaming? I actually kind of asked you to go to gaming. Are you going to do it? And recommended, yeah. Yeah, but you recommended the same guy like 20 times. Why? Nah, I don't know, man. You lost me, I guess. We're just going to go back to the homepage then. Whatever your dumb shit is on. Oh, no. Combat updates?
50% right here. And then we got another... Oh!
Morph?
No way!
What? Oh my god. Well, I mean, it's not that big.
I feel bad. I was telling Danny...
10% damage shield buff.
Get any better. Someone get Danny in chat. Someone ping him in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I didn't read Sork. I just said Sork was getting crapped on because of they gave Streak to everybody. Max Sork needs nerf, 2 OP. Fail! I'm sorry, I'm not the best mathematician, but can we do some rough math here? So we already know we got a 15% increase to shields right here. So 15, I'll remember that. 15 plus 7, we got a 22% buff to Max Sork. And
I want to say this. I think there's so much negative shit around my African American community in gaming, and I want to say something positive. I love my fellow. I love my black gamers, specifically because I feel like their mothers were really good at raising kids, right? Because when everybody else was headed out down to the corner to gangbang and sling drugs and smoke weed and drink beer and shit, good mom sent her young, strong, black male to the local GameStop. And I know because I worked there. And there were several amazing black gamers coming into my GameStop over the 3 years that I worked there who were just the top of their fucking scene. They were very, very good in Denver. They were very good. And I watched them play shit like Street Fighter all day. They were fucking amazing and shit. And I liked those kids. Instead of going on down to the fucking corner like the rest of us and slinging crack and fucking speed in the fucking ghetto to get by and shit, they went to the game store and they pursued lives with college and shit like that. And it's funny how those things that we used to make fun of them about is what we become, you know? And I'm just trying to say, you know? I think it's far more likely for a white kid to become a gangbanger now, maybe. I'm just saying.
And then this right here, so 72 up from 60, so 22 plus 12, so that was technically on this morph already. So are we looking at like a 30 to 40% buff to max torque shield? What?
No fucking way.
Whoa, max torque shield, that being singular. 75% at level 4?
What? 75?
Everything except Magblade and MagDK needs to
They're
be
buffing.
clear.
They're buffing.
Zilla had 10k shield.
What is that?
Duels.
It's
There's no way to
conjure.
keep
They're buffing
I
conjuration.
want them to keep it strong, but they need to like, I don't know, maybe the base morph needs to get, well, maybe drop this down to like 65 or 7. You know, maybe this needs to go to 65. This number right here. You know what? Let me not complain. I want Max Torque to be. I think Max Torque needs to be powerful. It's magical source.
Yep.
And every other mag class.
Yeah, give him Conjurer. Why not? Frost Mage gets it in WoW. Why wouldn't ESO? It's, let Mage have good pets. Mage should have good pets. It's a good discipline. It always did in all the other Elder Scrolls games.
Still has no heals. I mean, does it need heals? I mean, you throw your damn Hardened Ward under this shield, maybe cast it twice, I think you're fine. Throw a Radiating Regen or a Vigor Ticket under there, you're fine. I don't think you need heals. And then you got Dark Field that you can use off CC cooldown.
His mic
I don't
sucks.
think Stark needs heals with shields like this, man. You just have anything ticking. I think they're fine. That's crazy.
I don't know, he's fine. I don't want to trip on him. He's good. By the way, subbed and liked, read him subbed. Oh, it's nice. I like nice. Nice is great. I've always liked nice. No wonder I like this kid. I've always liked this
I
kid.
don't think you want these strong of shields and Sork to have busted healing. Like, Dark Deal is a good heal, but you can be interrupted. But I think if you got a super strong... I tell you what, it wouldn't be the worst thing, because here's my logic. I've always said Max Sork shouldn't have ridiculous healing and OP shield. When I wanted Max Sork buff, I wanted this. If you give Max Sork ridiculous heals and some healing, then you have a balance issue. Then you run into what we had with DK and Templar, those like 2 patches where they were just shitting on everything. You don't want it. You gotta think about it from a balance perspective, and this is what Sork needs to be OP. And as a Sork player, it's hard to look at it that way, but you gotta try to look at it from a non-biased perspective. I know Sorks don't have the best heals, but that's not the way Max Sork was meant to be played. But now let me finish. Here's why I think it's unfair, and why, in a certain sense, maybe Max Sork shouldn't get healed. Because you know that logic I just spit to you? I have that same logic towards Nightblade. I have always been of the component when Magblades were complaining for a buff. I said, hey, I think Magblades should have a huge Dark Cloak buff. I don't know why they ever nerfed Dark Cloak. That to me just destroyed non-stealth Nightblade, and now we have even more stealthers around. But one thing I always said is do not give Nightblades a burst heal. I know Nightblades in chat hate me right now, and please forgive me, but I do have some sort of logic. I don't think a class that can literally go in.
He's good at theory. Really good. Better than most people. He knows what they're doing. Most people don't.
Hide from you. You can't.
He played all the Elder Scrolls games. He did the work. He knows what they're doing. I do too.
And have a burst heal. That's just horrible balance to me, and I think that's what Healthy Offering did.
Very good.
That's just my opinion. I don't know
how Absolutely agreed.
Class who can go invisible needs a burst heal, or at least not one as strong as they have.
I don't want to be capped.
Now, that's why I have the same logic with Sork. A class that has ridiculous shield stacking should not have an OP burst heal. I'm sorry, I don't want to see you put up 30k damage shield and then hit a 18k dark deal. It's just bad balance, and it goes against everything. It shows everything wrong with the game. Would I be molding if I seen Max Orcs get a heal with the stake that with everything they've had to go through recently? No, I wouldn't be mad. I'm just saying, balance-wise, it doesn't make sense to give them big heals. But honestly, since the stealth class that can go invisible has burst heals, give it to them. Just give it to them. Let them be competitive. Crit Surge is a good heal over time. Facts. Should have been the non-invisibility. Yes, I think they shouldn't have touched Dark Cloak. I think that was a mistake. I don't think no one, even little gankers and bombers are like when you pop the D-Tech, they're running away hitting big healthy offerings. It's just dumb balancing. I don't think classes that can go invisible or prevent you from damaging them, i.e. shields or invisibility, should have dumb burst heals. I want Cirque to have good healing. I just think dumb burst heals is on bad mechanics is just bad. But, I mean,
your skill has increased.
So, something with the pets, nothing relevant. Here's another buff, Mage's Fury. Increase the size of the AoE of Mage's Fury. They gave it 1 meter? Fix an issue where the execute damage from these abilities were not properly labeled as an execute. Interesting. This morph, Mage's Wrath, now deals its execute damage to all targets nearby, rather than dealing an initial hit in a smaller amount of damage to nearby targets. This will result in an approximate 1.9% damage increase with the AoE. So this is a really good buff, very big buff, especially for PvE. I think this is a game changer. I think you could see a lot of bomb sorts coming. Maybe
what was that? That was Liquefaction. Damn it! I forgot what Liquefaction even is now. So annoying. It's been a while since I played Black Mage. Nasomi was the last time I played Black Mage. It's been a little while. FFXI, Liquefaction. I know this, but I don't because my brain has deleted stuff to film other, fill other room, fill other games and stuff. What is this? It's Implifaction. A Magic Burst would be the fire. Oh, it is fire. Yeah, I was like, is there Liquefaction fire? But I guess it is. Nice. I like how Ginger Cookie actually works. It's fucking sweet. It's like actually what it should be.
People, that big burst goes off with Vicious Death or something, or just 1VX regular, you hit someone with a Mage's Execute, and I think that's a huge buff actually. That's very amazing.
I mean, it's boring though. I like this, but it's boring. I don't come back enough to I don't go back to Cyrodiil. Like, I've been trying to come back to Cyrodiil. I've done it like 20 times, and I keep trying to come back to Cyrodiil in ESO. But they would need good combat for that to be. This is not a combat This is not a combat update. This is just a bunch of nerfs. It's fucking stupid. I mean, there's some buffs there, but fake singers. Oh no. Let's do this one.
Milli Vanilli was one of the biggest breakout music acts of the 80s and 90s, going from entirely unknown to selling millions of records in a matter of months. They combined good looks, energetic dancing, and catchy R&B music to form an infectious act. But an act is exactly what it was. Fabrice Morvan and Rob Pilatus, the two halves that supposedly made Milli Vanilli, were actually puppets, being controlled by insidious contractual obligations, manipulation of circumstance, and literally dancing by puppet masters' movements. From one of the biggest musical groups on the planet to financial ruin, a destroyed reputation, and eventually tragic loss.
Your skill has
Fabrice
increased.
Morvan and Rob Pilatus met in Munich, Germany at a dance seminar. They quickly became friends, finding common ground in their life experiences so far. With so much in common, including their goals of becoming famous singers, the two joined forces to record an album. This didn't amount to substantial success, with just a few thousand copies sold. Very soon though, they were invited to a recording studio by a man named Frank Farian. This is exactly what they'd waited for, the opportunity that would change their lives forever. Frank played them a demo for Girl You Know It's True, asking if they could sing the song, which was already mostly finished. Of course we can sing it, the pair told Frank. Next week we have shows to do, don't worry, I'll make you into a millionaire, Frank replied. And so began the journey. What Fab and Rob didn't know at this stage is that the group they were about to create actually already existed. Frank created it prior to their meeting. As the producer, Frank gathered musicians and he made songs. These musicians were talented, but they weren't stars. To complete the package, he needed to find frontmen, which is where Fab and Rob came in. On January 1st, 1988, they were both handed contracts, which of course being young and naive, they didn't read or understand all too well. A common pitfall in business for those too poor to afford lawyers or too inexperienced to know they needed one.
At that moment in our lives, we couldn't think better or wiser. We were 22, 23, very naive Germans, French people who'd never been in the United States, who hardly didn't speak English, who got this offer, you know. And I don't know if I would do it the same way, but probably maybe I would.
Despite being singers themselves and assuming that's what they were being signed for, this was not the case. Within weeks of signing, it was very clear they were there to be seen and not heard. The first single released under the Milli Vanilli name was that of the previous demo, Girl You Know It's True. Rob and Fab didn't sing a word of it. Despite that, the song blew up. Within a couple months, Milli Vanilli, or at least the face of it, not the voice, were touring Europe, performing for packed-out venues of fans. The solution to not singing your own songs was actually pretty simple. A backing track and lip-syncing, something many singers have been exposed for in the past.
Sing your own songs.
And not
the solution not sing your own songs is sing your own songs.
To perform live, especially if a dance-heavy routine is involved, just like in this case. That being said, nobody knew this was lip-syncing. They believed that Rob and Fab were singing the hit song live at every performance. Despite being part of this success and literally the face of it, Rob and Fab were unhappy with the arrangement. They frequently asked Frank when they would be allowed to sing, when they would be allowed any artistic input. Not now, we're so busy with promotions and shows, we'll talk about it when you get back. Just stick it out, Frank would tell them. And they did need the money, so they continued. After their debut album released, many things changed, most notably their level of stardom, but also Frank's avenue of control. Now the world knew their names and their faces. It's too late now, you just have to go along with it, Frank told them, and they knew it to be true. The aspiring singers had finally come to terms with the fact their voices would never be heard on a Milli Vanilli record. Instead, they were there because the actual singers didn't look as good with their shirt off, wasn't as good at dancing, and didn't have the star sex appeal that Frank needed to front the group, which, to be fair, worked like a charm. A German group with 5 singles from an album reached the Billboard Hot 100 was unheard of. Frank Farian had written most of the songs, he'd picked the vocalists, he'd picked the frontmen, and he'd assembled the musicians. Milli Vanilli was Frankenstein's monster, just different parts stitched together by the man himself to create something with a very specific purpose, that purpose being to make himself money. And that's exactly what was happening. It wasn't long until the awards started to roll in, which included a Grammy for Best New Artist.
We want to say thank you very much, but we want to say there are a lot of artists here in this room, there are a lot of artists outside in the world who can achieve the same award that we achieved today. And it's an award for all artists in the world. Thank you very much.
Things, however, were about to take a drastic turn for the worse. With fame comes certain obligations such as interviews with the press. These interviews betrayed a pretty key detail about Fab and Rob. They didn't speak very good English. Now, there are of course examples of people who can sing perfect English without an accent, yet be unable to hold a conversation, or at the least have a heavy accent while they do. But back in the late 80s, this was not a consideration. From the minute they opened their mouth, a clock started to tick down towards zero. It was only a matter of time until they were found out.
Girl, you know it's true. Girl, you know it's. Girl, you know it's.
Now, as embarrassing
bullshit.
as this event would have been,
girl, you know it's bullshit. Girl, you know it's bullshit.
Group who would be out of breath, making our singing lackluster, so we prefer to use a vocal track and give our fans all of our energy. You know, something along those lines. I mean, other artists who were less active had similar mishaps without anywhere near as good of an excuse. This would have been enough to make everyone forget that it happened.
I've never liked
But when
Katy
you tell a
Perry.
lie,
Never
it
liked
gets
her.
exponentially harder to
And that really
think
hurts
that
my
each
best friend, but I don't
individual
care. I don't
knows
like
the
Katy
truth.
Perry.
For Milli
Never
Vanilli,
have.
that group was too big to ever keep quiet.
Like, you know, getting the Grammy was like a time bomb, you know, a kiss of death. We knew that one time it was going to come out. We knew that, you know, and it was very hard for us to live with it. We didn't tell our families. Living a constant lie every day was very hard.
Especially with Frank Farian's marketing
Your skill has
strategy.
increased.
Instead of crediting the vocalists who were actually singing these smash hit records, Frank decided to lie. On the American release, in plain black and white, the frontmen Rob and Fab were credited for vocals. On the European release, where the laws are considerably stricter, the real vocalists were listed. They, of course, didn't like this development. Charles Shaw, one of said vocalists, publicly stated that Milli Vanilli were imposters, further adding fuel to the already raging inferno of allegations. Frank rushed to pay him hush money of $150,000, but it was already too late. That's not really something you can take back. Shortly after this, in what is perhaps a shocking turn of events, in November of 1990, Frank Farian fired Rob and Fab, publicly announcing that the rumours were true. They didn't sing a word on any of the songs on the album.
I was not happy when everybody said, yeah, Milli Vanilli is the Grammy. I was under the table and I was very sad. And I know that all the problems come.
The duo took any interview they could in order to clap back at Frank, to tell people they were the victims in this situation. They referred to Frank as a maniac, someone who lied to them in the first place, locking them into predatory contracts when they didn't know any better, and using them to sell records that had made a considerable amount of money that they were not entitled to as a result of said contract. Despite being one of the hottest musical acts of the last 18 months, they were practically penniless at the end. All the money was with Dr. Frankenstein, who had just put down the monster. Regardless of those facts, they were the face of the group, which means they were the ones who people cheered for and who people held responsible. 1 week after this news broke, Fabrice Morvan and Rob Pilatus, as Milli Vanilli, were forced to give back their Grammy, or at least that's the polite, amicable way of saying it was revoked. They decided to do this during a press conference where over 100 journalists gathered, probably the biggest platform the pair would ever have access to. With all eyes on them for the controversy, they tried to seize upon the opportunity, turning it into a positive, proving that they could do what they were faking, they just weren't allowed to.
Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, 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 I love you.
That guy can't sing. No.
I'm in love with you, girl.
You're a bunch of bullshit, girl. It's a bunch of bullshit every time I lie. Let me tell you how much I lie, girl. It's all a lie.
They were rapping, and they were advertising that they could still be stars with their own voice.
Prince can sing. That guy doesn't deserve a career singing.
No. For stardom. Now, before they were famous, they struggled to get people to listen. Now they were infamous.
Girl,
and people listened, but they didn't care. In fact, there's a rather poetic coincidence in their story. From 1990 Scandal to 1993, Rob and Fab did some media work, a few commercials, even appeared in an episode of The Adventures of Super Mario Bros. But more importantly, they worked on their first album, titled Rob and Fab. This album released in their main target market, the United States. It sold only around 2,000 copies, around the same number they sold with their first ever album that released exclusively in Germany by a no-name label before the Milli Vanilli fame. As for Frank Farian, while this was happening, he was preparing to shamelessly milk the situation for every penny he could from behind the scenes, this time rebranding to the real Milli Vanilli, which ironically used a doppelganger called Ray Horton on the album cover, clearly picked for nothing except his likeness to the original frontman. This time, however, the vocalists who were deemed unworthy of being on stage but able to sing in the studio were also included in the public facing of the project. It was not very successful. Frank tried this again shortly after with another rebrand called Try NB.
Try and B. Try and B. It's like Shake and Bake, but Try and B.
Again, not very
Try and B
successful.
something, but
So
really it's
despite their efforts,
Try
both
and B
groups
something,
were
but really it's
struggling
just
to
lip
find any
syncing.
kind of success without each other. Rob and Fab were discovering that their 50 minutes of fame, predicated on a lie, had probably ruined their entire life. And for Frank, that catching lightning in a bottle is a one-time thing. Despite this, and in spite of actively badmouthing each other, the one-time puppet master and the voiceless singers decided it was in their best interest to combine forces once again. This was the best chance for success for everybody involved. This time their vocals would be used and the bankroll would be there to distribute, unlike their prior attempt. Recording of their album Back and In Attack began in 1998. Unfortunately, by this time, it was too little too late. Rob Pilatus had already years prior turned to drugs and subsequently crime. Even the active pursuit of his dream, which might have been in reach yet again, couldn't keep him out of trouble during the recording.
Like O.J.
He
Simpson.
spent 3 months in jail, followed by 6 months in
This
rehab.
poor guy. I'm
before
not
he
making
and
fun of
Fabrice
him.
Melvin were able
This
to
poor
finish
guy.
recording the album.
Nobody deserves jail.
Yeah.
Except for rape and murder.
Scandal, I guess.
You know.
But they did get it finished eventually.
I suppose
The
that's
night
what he was
before the
doing.
duo were to begin promoting the album with a tour on April 2nd, 1998, Rob Pilatus was found dead of an accidental drug and alcohol overdose. The album was cancelled and never
he
saw the light of
OD'd
day.
and died.
Even
What a bad ending to that fucking story. Thank you, Kira TV. I have liked and sub to your channel. Here we go. Here's a good Carl
Hello,
Jobs.
you absolute.
I like Carl Jobs when he stays off of attack pieces. Let's see. Let's see how good he is when he isn't trying to bring somebody down. You know.
Legends. High scores are a serious business. And
Ah, damn it. I thought this was something else. Damn it. The fall of this and the fall of that. I'm kind of sick of your bullshit. Yeah, let's go back to the drawing board. Maybe find something, you know. Why are we not pulling? Are you guys just jacking off or what? Somebody left. The disturbing fall. The fall of this, and the cocksucking of that, and the asshole of this, and taking down the career of that, and TMZ this. Oh wait, it's YouTube that. You know. Yeah, this one, let's go see.
the internet is full of heartwarming crowdfunding stories. From a disabled gamer being gifted a wheelchair van by Redditors, or a Facebook meme page raising money for a man's liver transplant, it's truly a beautiful sight when the internet rallies behind those in need and provides a break for
You know,
the
that's
people that really
0.001%
deserve
of the
it.
time. It's
Unfortunately,
really nice when
though,
it happens
there are
that
bad
one
actors out there
0.001%
willing to take
of the time.
advantage of the internet's generosity. Individuals who are skilled at crafting emotional tall tales in the hopes of making a quick buck off of internet suckers. And that is what today's mind-boggling case is all about. It was a GoFundMe fraud where a group of individuals conspired together in an effort to manipulate and exploit the public's sympathy for a homeless man, raking in close to $400,000 in the process. It's a story of manipulation, reckless greed, and prison time. This is the story of the biggest fraud in GoFundMe history. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps, and to begin the ad, let's look at my hair from old videos back in 2020. Yeah, your boy was losing hair back in the day, and losing it fast. I didn't feel like going bald, so I started getting hair loss prevention treatments through Keeps, and the results have been pretty insane. Here's me about 6 months after starting Keeps, a year after starting, and then there's me now, which, vastly improved over that old 2020 footage, if I'm being honest with you. Keeps offers generic versions of the 2 FDA-approved hair loss products at a can't-beat price. And best of all, you skip the trip to the doctor's office and pharmacy. Keeps will set you up with a prescribing doctor online and ship your prescription right to your front door. And in 4 to 6 months, you should start seeing results. So if you're a guy that has some anxiety about hair loss, there's no better time than now to start Keeps. You guys can go to keeps.com/wavy to get 50% off your first 3 months of treatment.
I love how YouTube is like watching television now.
This story begins back on November 10th of 2017 with the creation of a GoFundMe page by New Jersey woman Kate McClure. The GoFundMe was called Paying It Forward, and attached to it was a photo showing Kate smiling and embracing a homeless Iraq war veteran that would become known as Johnny Bobbitt. In the details of the page, Kate would go on to explain the touching story behind this photo and why she wanted to raise money for this apparently generous drifter. Kate claimed while traveling to visit a friend, she ran out of gas on an Interstate 95 exit in Philadelphia. Forced to pull over her vehicle on the side of a busy highway, she panicked. Quote, "My heart was beating out of my chest. I didn't know what the heck to do," unquote. This is when a nearby Mr. Johnny Bobbitt, a homeless man living in the area, sees Kate's predicament. And instead of coming up and trying to bum money, he actually offers to help her out. Kate says that Mr. Bobbitt told her to stay in her car and lock the doors and await his return. And not long after, Mr. Bobbitt was said to have returned from a nearby gas station with a tank in hand, spending his last $20 on gas in a selfless effort to get this frazzled young woman back on the road. Bobbitt fuels up her car, reportedly asks for nothing in return, and only wishes that Kate be safe and have a good rest of the evening. And it's an admittedly touching story. I mean, you've got this homeless man with presumably nothing to his name spending his last few bucks to help this panicked young woman out in a tough spot, when the guy himself probably needs all the help in the world. Kate would go on to claim that in the weeks following this incident that her and her boyfriend Mark D'Amico would go back to where Johnny hung out at and bring him some food and a couple bucks here and there, just as like a, show of appreciation for this good deed. But feeling as though Bobbitt deserved more for his kind act, that's when the GoFundMe is created and the story of the gas-toting homeless man gets published to the internet.
$769. Holy shit.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah, that was
yesterday. Yep.
God, that's amazing.
Kate had intended to raise $10,000 for Mr. Bobbitt, enough to help him get off of the streets and back on his feet. Bobbitt reportedly suffered from a heroin addiction around this time and wanted to get clean. So, the thought was perhaps the money could go towards like a rehab treatment or at least getting him a place to stay for the short term until
get
they
an apartment. If they want to get clean, they will.
They would end up getting far
fuck
more
around.
than
Don't fuck around with rehab. We're scamming. Like, there's two big scams. There's two big scams in mankind's history, right? Really big ones, bad ones, right? First one is online schooling. The other one is rehab. Don't ever fall for that fucking trap. That bullshit is full of crap. Both of them. Completely. I've done both. Trust me. Worst scams ever. Just totally takes your money. You get nothing in return. Zero. And on top of it, they'll treat you like you're in jail. Like they think that tough love is going to fix it or whatever. If you want to get fucking sober, you'll get sober anywhere in the world. If you don't, you won't. Don't fuck around with fucking rehab. Just spend that money on drugs or spend that money on an apartment and get sober in the apartment. And then if you want to get sober, you'll get sober. And if you don't, you won't. That's how that fucking works. Rehab is about as useful as wings on a fish. I mean, I guess fins could be called wings, but I'm talking about bird wings on a fish, Fucking worthless. I don't know, maybe bird wings on a fish wouldn't be that bad. I don't know. But it definitely would be normal. Come on, man, why aren't we casting a spell? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm out of range. Oops. It's hard to tell with the camera. There we go.
Your skill has increased.
Completely smashed, with the fundraiser to get Mr. Bobbitt back on his feet raising an eye-popping amount of over
Oh, it's just one time. Turns out that like 3/4 of the panhandlers in LA from 2001 till 2004 were actually in a cabal of fucking I don't know what you would call it, like a League of Shadows. What's that? From Batman, right? The League of Shadows, basically. It was like the League of Shadows, basically. There, you know, it was exactly like that. They were like, all of them were organized. All of them lived in apartments. All of them dressed up like drunk crackhead bums every day. There was like fucking 300 of them or something like that. And they were fleecing the public for something like 1.5 million a day or something like that. They walked away and they walked away in the end too. There was like proof and traces and confessions later and stuff. And they busted the ringlead. But I mean, they walked with like some kind of $100 million or something like that. And ever since I heard that, I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I ever want to give anybody on the streets money ever again. You know, because if that happened once, it'll happen again, you know. It's stupid. And then on top of it, nobody ever gave me a goddamn dollar in the fucking streets. I can't think of it. A couple of times, friends helped me. But I don't believe a stranger ever helped me when I was on the streets because I was fat. And they really don't believe in fat homeless people, you know. Humanity doesn't believe in fat homeless people, and they shouldn't.
$1,000 in about a month's time, which came out to about $360,000 after GoFundMe fees were taken.
$402,000, Jesus Christ. That's an interesting thing. How could I scam, let's say, I don't know, $10 million out of Kickstarter in a day? Let's see, what would I come up with? I would say that I've come up with the cure for online bullying and stalking. Why does this guy have a crab and a fish? The fuck is that? What? Whoa. Oh, it's a BST. Okay, I was like, what? I kind of want to help him, but I think that's probably a bad idea. It commits my group to something that I'm not willing to do. But yeah, so yeah, I'd be like, look, I've got the cure for online bullying and stalking. I know what it is, but you have to pay me. Or I'm sorry, I need a Kickstarter to start up the business, and I'll provide you the information one day later. And after a day, take that money. I'll leave the rest of that I'll keep the rest of it to myself.
The GoFundMe was closed by request of Mr. Bobbitt in December, and the funds were then placed in Kate's bank account for the time being. It was the biggest payout in the history of GoFundMe.
And I'm not talking about taking advantage of women. I'm talking about actually, like, I wasn't talking about scamming. I'm talking, like, if I were to do a GoFundMe, I'd say I've got the cure for online bullying and stalking, and I would say, but I need $10 million to implement, and then I would.
Me at the time.
I would teach the women of the world how to absolutely locate their stalker pretty much immediately in 2 minutes. And I shouldn't blow my fucking... It's so easy to track a fucking stalker. It's not even funny. Did you know that every single time that you take a picture, your geographical location is embedded in the photo? So wherever it was that you took that photo, it is entirely available to the internet unless you run it through some kind of cleanser for the what is this called? It's like Jiffy or something like. It's not Jiffy. It's like XP or something like that. I forget the name of the file that they use. But if you take a picture with your cell phone or any kind of digital camera at all, besides like a Polaroid and shit, there is a very much embedded fucking geographical location in it. So don't ever take fucking pictures that you fucking around on your wife or your boyfriend or your husband or whatever, or girlfriend or whatever, because like, yeah, that'll get you in court. And they'll be like, yes, you were there. Here's the geographical position of where this shot was taken. You were there. It was your phone. You know. So when you take a picture, understand that is a footprint that is very much permanent in the photo, not you. In the photo, it's hard-coded into any digital photo that anybody takes. Your geographical position and a bunch of other data too. And so just be aware, you know.
Not wearing the glasses because you're Hollywood.
So that's how I would teach the women of the world to stop their stalkers, because sooner or later every stalker sends a fucking picture. It's like some kind of fucking, you know, it's like some kind of fucking, I don't know, some kind of compunction. They've got to scare you or something, so they send something to scare you. And when they do, they've damn near sunk their ass in a felony. You know what I'm saying? Like, as in, find them now. As in, like, police, here is their general location. If they live in this house, you'll find them, and then they go get busted and shit. And I wish I could teach the women, I should teach the women of the world this, but it'll get me targeted by every fucking asshole on the fucking planet who actually does this, you know, as a pastime. And that's why I don't do that. And I really want to help the female species of my fucking genus or whatever the fuck with their terrible problem with stalking, because I know how to fucking, like, stop it, you know what I'm saying? I know exactly who my stalker is, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, you know, why can't I teach that to the world? I know why, because I'll get death threats and bombs in my mail. So...
Hollywood now.
Yeah, man. I got eye infection in my right eye.
But it's Johnny Bobbitt Jr.'s face and story that's gone viral.
News reports from the time indicated that after the GoFundMe had closed, an RV was purchased for Mr. Bobbitt to live in. It was placed on Kate and Mark's property.
Let's see. Nice teeth. Absolutely no heroin. Never did heroin. Those white kids, or sorry, not white kids, that's terrible. I'm talking about like those poor rich kids or whatever from LA. They don't know what they're fucking dealing with, but this is not a goddamn junkie, not even fucking close. This dude's a full-blown, straight-up scam artist. I can nail him a mile the fuck away. You want to know how I know? His teeth, his skin, his beard, his nice $400 fucking glasses, and all this shit.
Property in the Florence Township of New Jersey. Bobbitt also got a truck around this time so that...
Trust me, I've never met a junkie with a pair of glasses. Let's put it that way. Junkies lose their fucking glasses. Trust me. I used to live with one. Never met a junkie who could hold on to their goddamn glasses. That's a good way to fucking, you know, that's a good way to sort them out.
That he could drive. And Kate and Mark claimed that a trust fund was being set up in order to manage future payouts to Johnny Bobbitt. And this was contingent on him getting a job and staying off of drugs.
When you nod off on the fucking streets, right, on heroin, you're like dipping your head down like this all day, and your fucking glasses fall off, and then whoever's walking by steps on them or steals them and sells them for more junk. And I wish I was kidding, but that is absolutely what it's like on the fucking streets. You'll never see a fucking junkie with a pair of nice glasses. Nah. You'll never see a junkie with a nice anything, period. Nice anything at all. Basically a pair of pants, a shirt, maybe some sweatpants and stuff. Maybe a backpack with, you know, their rig so they can get high. Maybe a meth pipe. Maybe some food or something. Oatmeal, that kind of thing. And that's what you'll find on an average junkie. You know what I'm saying? Junkies can't walk into a fucking drug den with a $400 pair of fucking glasses and expect to keep them. The dealer will be just, give me your glasses if you can't afford it. You know? This is how that works. You guys have never been there, but I have.
Needless to say, Johnny Bobbitt was blown away by the couples and the internet's generosity. And his story served as an uplifting tale for folks around the world during the holiday season.
You're going from zero, literally, to $300 and some odd thousand.
It's like winning the lottery.
That guy has never even smoked a cigarette.
Less than a week ago, Johnny was sleeping under a bridge. Today, he's been given what he calls a second chance.
Yeah,
but
a second chance at $400,000 for free.
A little foreshadowing here for you.
I'm not saying don't be nice to people or look out for your fellow man. I'm not. I'm saying understand if there's some way for another human to get over on you, they will. So like this whole naivety about, I'm not saying don't help people. I'm saying understand what you're getting into, because a lot of people are fucking naive.
Quote from the legendary Notorious B.I.G.
But I mean, that's because they were never thrown in jail for a nonviolent drug offense. If they had been thrown in jail for a nonviolent drug offense felony, they would understand what it's like. But I know, you know, but if you've never been thrown in jail or end up on the streets over a nonviolent drug offense or whatever, you know, or probation or that kind of thing, you'd understand. But I mean, like, yeah, you don't get to have nice things when you're on the streets. Other homeless people fucking steal from you.
Mo money, mo problems. This story doesn't remain a wholesome tale for long, and it quickly degenerates into a cluster.
It's too dark. I don't even want this kind of content on my fucking channel. I'm terribly sorry to waste our time. I suppose it is halfway here. Let's see what the fucking let's see what the crux of it is, I guess. I think I will end it. I just want to I'm not too interested in this sort of debauchery. I just want to know what it is to avoid it.
Fuck of greed-induced insanity and fraud.
Of course. It's never
By
what
early
you think it is.
2018, just
it's
months
never what
after the
they tell you.
GoFundMe had ended,
It's so stupid.
Mr. Bobbitt was claiming that Mark and Kate had reneged on their trust fund agreements and were withholding the money that was donated to him. Bobbitt had claimed that he had only received about $75,000 of the $360,000 sum. And around this time, it appeared that the couple was actively dipping into Bobbitt's GoFundMe money to fund a lavish lifestyle, with Kate and Mark purchasing a $25,000 BMW around the time, Mark making frequent visits to the casino, and the couple suddenly splurging on a variety of expensive activities and a trip to Las Vegas. Despite their apparent recent stroke of prosperity, Mark and Kate would deny that they were using the GoFundMe money for themselves. And Mark D'Amico would even go on to claim that Mr. Bobbitt wasn't getting money at the moment because he was using drugs. Whatever the case, it seemed like these three individuals were in a constant state of quarrel in regard to this GoFundMe money. And eventually, this would boil over into a lawsuit.
Soon Bobbitt was broke, homeless, and again drowning in his heroin addiction.
If they had bought him a house and set up the two trusts that they said they were going to do, then we wouldn't be here today.
In August of 2018, Mr. Bobbitt sued Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, accusing them of withholding his donated funds and spending more than half of the $360,000 sum. His suit requested that a judge be appointed to manage the funds rather than Kate and Mark being in control of the fortune.
So I guess he was for real. See, I look at that guy and I think faker.
The announcement of this civil suit was a bit shocking to the public, as it was the first indication that something was amiss with the biggest GoFundMe in history. The ultimate feel-good story of 2017 was beginning to show cracks. Many news reports at the time were sympathetic towards Johnny Bobbitt, and online negative sentiment began growing towards Kate and Mark. They felt like the couple was screwing this guy over.
To the people who read that Inquirer account,
your skill has increased.
They committed a fraud. I know you've been getting death threats now. You tried to do a good thing. Oh, kid.
I'm sorry.
What do you want
It's
people
my
to know?
family, and it's so hard to deal with because these people are getting one side of the story and receiving death threats and
your skill has increased.
Threats to burn my house down and threats against my family and everything like that. It's so hard to deal with when we know that we did a good thing, and I still believe that we did a good thing, and I would do it all over again.
Amidst the civil case against the couple, Bobbitt's attorney in a press release would state that not just half of the GoFundMe money was spent, all of it was. $360,000 allegedly spent in 8 months' time. This sent the media into a frenzy, and it was being speculated that Kate and Mark were about to be facing criminal charges, not just civil ones.
Says the GoFundMe money of $400,000 is all gone. So the question is, where did it go?
Well, the big question to me is, are we going to see this couple in mugshot soon? Are we going to see them in criminal court and not just here in civil court where this case has been playing out now? Civil matters, of course, no criminal charges, just people fighting over money. So is this fight over money going to be a criminal matter because you think it would? And there's potentially 14,000 plus victims, all those people around the world who donated money.
The media was right in their speculation, as authorities would indeed begin a criminal investigation into Mark and Kate. On September 6th, police would arrive at their residence with a search warrant. They scanned the property and rifled through the couple's home for hours. Police left with bundles of evidence, collected cell phone text records, and even confiscated the BMW. And after the search, things only get more bizarre. On November 15th of 2018, Burlington County, New Jersey prosecutors announced that not only were criminal charges going to be placed on Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, they were also going to be placed on Johnny Bobbitt, the man that was suing the couple. So why was Johnny Bobbitt also charged? Well, it was discovered through text messages and other evidence that the entire premise of the GoFundMe was built on a lie.
On the evening of November 10th, 2017, Mark D'Amico, the boyfriend of Caitlin McClure, took a photograph of McClure and Johnny Bobbitt Jr., a homeless man, standing at the Girard Avenue exit ramp on Interstate 95 in Philadelphia. The paying it forward story that drove this fundraiser might seem too good to be true. Unfortunately, it was. The entire campaign was predicated on a lie.
Kate never ran out of gas. Bobbitt never helped her fill up her tank. The story was completely bogus. Johnny Bobbitt was simply a homeless man that Mark D'Amico knew from previous encounters, as Bobbitt often hung out by the casino that D'Amico frequented. Mark took this photo of Kate posing with Bobbitt. The couple invented a fake sob story to accompany it, and once the GoFundMe and the story took off, Bobbitt played right along with it. This feel-good story was a bunch of bullshit. A $400,000 load of absolute bullshit.
It was an elaborate hoax the trio cooked up together, and tonight all three are charged with theft by deception and could face up to 10 years in prison. The online reaction, swift and angry. They used people's hearts to steal. Now someone who deserves help will not get it.
Just take a look at some of these messages allegedly sent from Kate McClure to a friend. Okay, so wait, the gas part is completely made up, but the guy isn't. I had to make something up to make people feel bad. The friend says, this gas story is gonna backfire. She says, nah, it's all good. How would it? The friend gives more advice. They're gonna interview him one day and ask him, but you need to tell him first. Make sure he knows. Kate says, yeah, we'll tell him. This week, we have to. I guess discussing the story that Bobbitt had to memorize. Kate also says, my mom just called me and said that people go to jail for scamming others out of money, so there's that. That's what my own mother thinks of me. In the words of Welvin the Great,
got him!
Their conspiracy to swindle the internet with a holiday sob story, it was a dastardly ploy indeed. And for a while, the group had got away with it. If only they could quell their insatiable greed, and if Johnny Bobbitt could have just kept his mouth shut. You really gotta wonder what the guy was thinking when he thought lawyering up was a good idea here. So what would become of these feel-good phonies? Kate McClure, the architect of the now infamous GoFundMe page, pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in March of 2019. She was later sentenced in July of 2022 to serve 1 year and 1 day in prison in addition to having to pay restitution. Johnny Bobbitt, or the Gas Man as we'll call him, pled guilty to state charges of conspiracy to commit theft by deception in 2019. He was later sentenced to serve 5 years of probation. Bobbitt is still facing federal conspiracy to commit wire fraud charges, which he has pled guilty to and is awaiting sentencing. In November of 2021, Mark D'Amico, often accused as being the ringleader of this operation, would plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. In April of 2022, D'Amico was sentenced to serve 27 months in prison. He must also pay restitution and seek gambling addiction and mental health counseling.
Your skill has
And why
increased.
did Mark get a heavier sentence than Kate? Well, it's because Kate was willing to testify against Mark in court. You know what they say, there's no honor among thieves. Those on the internet who donated to the GoFundMe dedicated to Johnny Bobbitt would be refunded by GoFundMe itself.
I can't believe they were all in cahoots. Jesus Christ, that's even more. She was pretty good. She was a good actress, but the rest of them sucked. And they sunk it for her. And now she's like a villain in jail being like, you screw this up, blah, blah, blah. I trusted you, you fucked this up, average man, and all this stuff. You can tell she's all salty. She's like, I had this perfect, I had this sunk, we had so much money, and you fucked this up. You can tell her screech probably in her cell fucking screaming right now still. Fucking thieves. I've done some bad stealing in my life, but not like that. Never like that.
Your
you know
skill
what I'm
has
saying?
increased.
Nah, not even remotely close. I've never stolen more than $500 in my life, maybe. Like what? I don't know. Not even $500. I'm talking like $500 worth of stuff. You know, when I was a shoplifter.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I must find this monk replacement. Ooh, Dragoon. I'll take the Dragoon. I haven't seen them on the server yet. Oh, I should have taken the range. No, I didn't see the range. Maybe the drag won't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. I don't know. He's here. I'd rather that.
Incoming tell.
Yeah, 22.
Incoming tell. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
While those who were scammed did get their money back, an example of these conspirators had to be made. Prosecutors ensured that all involved with this ploy were punished for deceiving the public.
Yeah.
Their heavy-handedness in this situation, a warning to any opportunistic scammers looking to take advantage of the internet's goodwill. Talk about a twist ending. I definitely didn't see that Johnny Bobbitt stuff coming when I was doing the research for this. But that is the story of the biggest fake GoFundMe in history. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. And slap like on the video. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Your skill has increased.
Why are those blued out? It's weird. It's like blocking it because of streaming or something like that. Oh no.
One internet trope that I've explored quite thoroughly here on the channel is the idea of feel-good crowdfunding. You know, the cases where someone falls on tough times, they post their plight to the internet, people feel bad for them, they get emotional, and before you know it, you got half the damn internet donating to a GoFundMe account to turn somebody's life around. Yeah, you know, just a good old wholesome showcase of digital beneficence. And while I do love stories like this, I think it's time I throw you guys a bit of a curveball. And with that said, today's story is that of Thomas Smith. Thomas Smith found himself receiving sympathy from across the world back in 2015 when his firing dispute with Walmart went viral. Thomas Smith was portrayed by the media as a hard-working ex-con trying his hardest to get his life back on track. And all was going well until he was abruptly fired from Walmart for an admittedly petty reason. Reports framed Walmart's firing of Thomas Smith as outrageous, and people would rally behind him through online crowdfunding efforts to right this perceived injustice. However, as time progressed, a shocking development would come forward that left many thinking that their faith in this man may have been misplaced. This is the story of Thomas Smith. Real quick, before we get started, I want to give a big thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Surfshark is a VPN app that works across all of your devices. It protects your IP address and hides it from prying eyes, and it also hides your internet browsing activity from your internet service provider, potential hackers, and targeted advertisers. Surfshark also has this pretty neat tool that allows you to change your server location to practically any region in the world. This comes in handy when you're trying to access region-blocked content on the internet. Say a streaming service only has something in Europe and you live in the United States like me, well, if you change your server location to somewhere in Europe, you just might be able to watch the content. It's pretty damn useful. Right now you can take advantage of Surfshark's Black Friday sale. Click my link in the description box to get 83% off and 4 extra months free.
Incoming towel.
To begin the story, we must introduce the man at the center of the controversy itself, Thomas Smith. Thomas Smith was in his early 50s at the time of the Walmart firing, and he was a man who was recently released from prison at the time. His prison sentence stemmed from a crime committed all the way back in 2002, and that crime was bank robbery committed at a key bank branch located in Latham, New York. According to reports, Smith was sentenced to 15 years in prison for this crime with an opportunity for parole. And after serving over 13 years of his prison sentence, Smith made his parole and was once again a free man. In 2015, he was released. But if he made any more mistakes or any more forays back into criminality, he would be right back behind bars in an instant. But after being released, this foray back into criminality, well, that simply didn't seem like a foray that Thomas Smith was interested in taking. Rather, it appeared he was taking the straight and narrow path and began looking for work almost immediately. It's not easy getting a job as a convicted felon, and it's often common for folks with a criminal record to face hiring discrimination. Regardless, Smith accepted the challenge and started looking. And eventually it's reported that he would find work at a Walmart supercenter located in Greenbush, New York. Now, it's no secret that Walmart isn't the best paying institution, and as someone who's worked in the grocery business myself, it's not the most pleasant ordeal being around people all day long and dealing with their shit. But for Smith, this was a job, a routine, and was likely going to be a giant boon in regard to his transition from the prison world to the free world. At Walmart, Smith landed a job as a cart receiver. You know, the employees that go out into the parking lot, collect the stray carts, or take the carts that are in the little hubs and bring them back to the foyer of the store so customers can use them to shop with. It's tough work. You're out exposed to the elements, moving heavy carts all day, messing your back up. It can be kind of rough. But Smith took this job with pride and even picked up extra shifts when available. He was a hard worker. If you were a fly on the wall watching this guy get out of prison and hold down a job and really bust his ass, you would be proud of the man. Unfortunately, though, just as it seemed like Thomas Smith had acquired some stability in his new life in the free world, the rug gets pulled out from under him.
Organizing shopping carts in the parking lot of Walmart for $9 an hour was Thomas Smith's first full-time job since being released from prison for first-degree robbery.
He only wanted to do his job, and he wanted to do it the best that he could possibly do it. And Walmart took this job away from him, and they did it with such disrespect.
In November of 2015, Thomas
You've been
Smith
examined.
was abruptly fired from his cart receiving position at Walmart. The reason? Well, according to initial reports from Paul Grandal of the Times-Union, it was because Thomas Smith had been collecting cans and bottles discarded around this Walmart location and was returning them to recycling for money. This particular Walmart location had a recycling receptacle that doled out cash vouchers for recycled cans and bottles. Yeah, initial reports were saying that Smith had literally just been picking up trashed bottles in the parking lot and was recycling them, okay? Like, that seems pretty harmless, right? A spokesperson from Walmart indicated that Thomas Smith was also caught on security cameras and that Smith, quote, stole from the customer service desk, was caught on camera doing so, and signed a statement admitting to that fact. However, in the signed admission statement referred to in the previous quote released to the Washington Post, Smith in this statement claims the items stolen were simply bottles. Neither Smith or Walmart specifically clarified if these bottles in question were empty. Yeah, so even with this statement from Walmart, like he's taking bottles from the customer service desk allegedly.
Damn it, I can't move my mouse.
It kind of just seems like he's recycling trash to me. I don't know about you guys. It
Oh,
seems
no.
pretty harmless, right? The kicker to all of this is that you would think that for this to be such a big deal, he must have made like hundreds of dollars from recycling these cans. Well, check this out. Reports indicate that Thomas Smith made a grand total of $5.10 from recycling
Your skill has
cans and
increased.
bottles found around Walmart. But to Walmart, this was just completely out-of-line behavior, and they considered it theft. You would hope that maybe Walmart would cut this recovering ex-con some slack, but then again, you know, this is Walmart we're talking about,
No.
so he was terminated for gross misconduct. Thomas claimed that he had no idea there was a rule against something like this, and even offered to pay Walmart back the giant sum of $5 he made from recycling.
What do you
It's
mean
unknown
command
if Walmart
error?
accepted this
What?
offer. Regardless, Thomas Smith would remain terminated indefinitely. The whole situation just seemed unfair. For the time being, the now
What?
jobless
What do you mean
Thomas
command
Smith
error?
found
Okay.
his future once
Whatever
again
that was.
uncertain.
Thomas Smith had been working at Walmart for only 2 months. When he was called into a manager's office, he had no idea why, but figured out quickly that it wasn't going to be good.
She said, sit down. I sat down. She said, now listen to me. Don't say a word. Don't say nothing. How many times you did it? I said I did it twice. The other one was for $2. And I took it to the cashier.
I got fired from a job like this when I was 13. I marked 55 cents worth of waste macaroni salad at the salad bar at the Whole Foods, or well, Wild Oats is what it was called back then. And I knocked 22 cents off of a 55-cent tub of macaroni salad so that I could eat. And all I had was a quarter, so I marked it down to 22 cents and kept the 3 pennies, and they caught me and they fired me.
Things would begin to turn around. As thanks to his local media, his plight not only reached his community, but the internet at large. And it soon became clear that the general public felt that
I've been in that job for
Walmart
2
was
years.
outrageous. And I gotta agree, a slap on the wrist would have been far more.
I mean, they were
appropriate
teenage
here,
years,
in my opinion.
or I was
As Thomas
15,
Smith's
14 and
story spread around the
15,
internet,
all
people
summer. I
began
worked there when I was
rallying
14. But all summer at Whole Foods, I worked from when I was 14 to 15, and as well as 15, so I could buy a car when I was 16. And they fired me at the end of the summer in my 16th year because I marked like fucking 55 cents worth of fucking macaroni salad down to 22 cents. And they were like, that's still theft. You can't do that. We have to follow the policy, and we must fire you. And I was like, over 26 cents? And they were like, yep. I was like, all right, see ya. Have a nice life. That sort of stupid shit that's been happening to me my entire life is so fucking stupid. I'm so sick of humans. I like that job too. My best friend was working there. You know, I bought a car out of the money I made there. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I like that place, but now you gotta fire me over 22 cents worth of mac salad. Just tell me not to do it again. I didn't know. I was like, man, I thought waste was waste. It was wasted mac salad. They were gonna. She literally threw it in the trash after she fired me. And I was like, wow, thanks for firing me over waste mac salad. Fucking Wild Oats.
him in an effort to not just help him, but to also make a statement that ex-cons should have a fair shot in the working world. Protesters began appearing at the Walmart he was fired from, wielding signs and demanding recourse. And there was social media chatter of a Walmart boycott. And of course, the internet did what the internet does best in these situations: make noise and crowdfund. You see, the efforts to boycott Walmart were pretty ineffective, and it didn't seem like they were budging to any sort of public scrutiny. So if Thomas wasn't going to be able to get income through a job at Walmart, he was going to get it through them, the beneficent strangers of the World Wide Web. On November 19th of 2015, a woman from Chicago who had stumbled upon Thomas's story on Instagram felt compelled to create a GoFundMe page on his behalf. The GoFundMe's description read, "Thomas Smith has recently been fired from Walmart with no warning and/or explanation prior. He is a hard-working man trying to make a living any way he can. He currently brings in the shopping carts from the parking lot. As an employee, he is going above and beyond by also getting rid of items left in the carts, such as cans and bottles. He did not think twice about the consequences of redeeming these cans for a few dimes and nickels because it should not be a crime to do so. Walmart has stripped him of his employment because they considered it to be theft. I know we can stand up to these corrupt corporations that have no empathy to people like Thomas. All they care about are their dollars at the end of the day. Let's help Thomas get back on his feet." The crowdfunding effort went viral and was shared across numerous...
It's not that they don't only care about money. It's not that they care about money. It's that the people who they are beholden to...
Your skill has increased.
Fucking elemental seal didn't pop off. So fucking annoying.
facets of the internet. And after several weeks had passed, the GoFundMe was completed, raising an impressive sum of $22,315. The creator of the GoFundMe claims the money was successfully sent directly to Thomas Smith's bank account.
What was with that, man? Why did my macro not work? Fucking so annoying, dude. Like, what? I am hungry. Oh well. Why did that not work? Oh, because they'd erased my macro on a relog or something? What was this now? Wait. That needs to... Yep. Yep. Wait. 0.5. Okay. As usual, I end up fucking being, like, the leader. What am I doing? First of all, I am trying to... Oh, what was this? Oh, you moved that way over there for some reason? Yeah, you did. So, okay. I'm gonna pee while the... I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, I gotta pee while this white mage is getting mana. We aggroed a white in that zone. I've noticed that being leader isn't so good for me when I'm streaming because it's very hard for me to focus on it. Loran, he's got, what, like 25 minutes? Yeah, I'll wait 10 minutes before I pull. Oh.
22,000 would certainly be an ample amount of funding for someone to live on temporarily while trying to find a new job, which Thomas reportedly did find a job at a property maintenance firm. Thanks to the kindness of the community and the internet, this sad situation was completely flipped, and Thomas Smith was back on the right track in terms to his transition from the prison world to the free world. He was enormously grateful for the support.
I thank these people. I love you. Even if I never met you, if I never seen you, but I appreciate all the support that you have given.
Your skill has increased.
God bless you. I mean, you lift me up when I'm down, and I thought I was all alone.
After the publicity, Thomas
Your
Smith
skill
would
has
return
increased.
back to his private life. But this wouldn't be his final appearance in the public limelight. Not because of another unjust firing, it was because Thomas Smith had taken an unfortunate, abrupt turn back to criminality. In a sad and immensely ironic development, it would be revealed that Thomas Smith, the former bank robber on a path to redemption, was back to robbing banks.
Well, Lydia, his name is Thomas Smith. He's a serial bank robber who hit not one or two, but 4 separate banks in this area over the summer. Now, this is what he looks like normally behind me. And if you take a look at the picture on the right, that's what he looks like when he was robbing the bank. That's
Crack cocaine is, wow, he was dressed like Lil Wayne.
Thomas Smith went on a bank robbing spree.
Crack cocaine is a harsh mistress.
In a 6-week period. Keep in mind,
I wouldn't know, but
went on this spree, this is just less than a year after everyone came and supported him. According to the Times-Union, the first robbery occurred in July, with Smith entering a First Niagara bank branch wearing a wig. He allegedly passed a note to the bank teller demanding money, also
your skill has increased.
A weapon. He gets the money and flees. The second robbery occurs in August at a Citizens Bank branch. Using a similar disguise, he reportedly made away with over $1,000. The
Your
third
skill
robbery,
has increased.
September 1st. Smith hits First Niagara again and allegedly slaps one of the bank tellers and makes away with a large sum of cash bills. September 12th, the date of the final robbery, Smith hits yet another First Niagara branch, with him reportedly wearing a construction helmet as a disguise. This summer bank robbing spree may very well have continued for some time, but eventually police figured out that it was the once renowned Thomas Smith who was behind these robberies. After Smith's September 12th holdup at First Niagara, police found Smith on Green Street in Albany, New York. Police allege that during the arrest, Smith attempted to back a vehicle into an officer, resulting in one deputy reportedly shooting out the back window of Smith's vehicle that he was in. It was a dramatic affair, but ultimately resulted with Thomas Smith surrendering to police, and he was taken into custody. Smith was now facing bank robbery charges, the same type of charge that left him in prison for a 13-year stint all the way back in 2002. In December of 2016, Smith pled guilty to 1 count of robbery and was later sentenced to 15 years in prison. It was a dramatic and unexpected twist to a story that had thus far been about the kindness of strangers and ex-cons' road to redemption and second chances. Unfortunately, the end of Smith's saga only served to reinforce the many negative stereotypes associated with ex-cons and their struggles with assimilating to the free world. And it also bolstered the ever-troubling statistics around prison recidivism. And of course, there's the people who supported Smith during his firing from Walmart, not to mention the over 1,000 individuals that donated money to him on GoFundMe, fully convinced that he was on the straight and narrow path. You gotta imagine some of these folks likely felt duped. For Smith to go out and rob these banks less than a year after they came out and supported him, I would understand them if they were feeling a type of way about this. Look, I'm nowhere near qualified to diagnose or determine why Thomas Smith turned back to criminality as soon as he did, and I have no interest on speculating why this happened. Paul Grandal of the Times-Union claims to have been on a first-name basis with Thomas Smith, and he says Smith had been struggling behind the scenes with drug addiction around the time of the robberies. He seems to suggest that fueling this addiction may have been a contributing factor in regard to Thomas Smith's criminal relapse. Outside of Paul's report, I can't provide much more insight. What I can say, though, is one thing that I've taken away from this story is that oftentimes it seems like these internet crowdfunding support rally-type movements behind an individual in need, it seems like they're magic fix-all band-aids for a person's problems. You've seen many happy endings on this channel that were created because of internet support. But Smith's story shows that unfortunately, kind words and GoFundMe donations don't fix everything. Sadly, some folks have deep-rooted problems that are far too complicated to solve with internet beneficence. A seemingly wholesome tale gone sour, that was the story of Thomas Smith. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. Do me a favor, slap like, ring that bell, and I'll see you next time. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Incoming tell. Incoming tell. Incoming Tau. You've been examined.
So I would imagine most of you watching are probably already familiar with Olive Garden. It's a popular Italian chain restaurant here in the United States. For whatever reason, the internet has a long history of dunking on this particular restaurant. It's one of those places that's clearly trying to be fancier than it really is. I mean, the food is okay, but it's kind of one of those places where I'll only go if like an extended family member gives me a gift card at a Christmas party or something. It's not necessarily bad, it's just middle of the road kind of meh. Olive Garden in many ways is a meme, particularly on Reddit. They like to make fun of people who think Olive Garden is some sort of fancy restaurant, asserting that people who regularly enjoy eating there are classless heathens. And this sentiment is what leads us to the topic of
Your
today's
skill has
video.
increased.
In 2012, an 85-year-old woman would write a positive review about her experience dining at a North Dakota Olive Garden. This would lead to thousands online mocking and patronizing her for the positive review she left, with only an intervention from Anthony Bourdain stopping the harassment.
I wrote a review of the Olive Garden, which opened in Grand Forks, and minding my own business, and all of a sudden there were just hundreds of emails and phone calls, and someone told me I'd gone viral. I didn't know what that meant.
Oh hey look, it's me, standing in the kitchen. So rather than making the trip to Olive Garden tonight, I decided to do Italian at home. And what's on the Wavy Web
Why does
search
he have
menu?
fucking
A
peach?
frozen pizza. Well, not literally, it's been cooked, but you know what I mean. And you know what pairs nicely with frozen pizza? Something that can really add a bit of dignity to this meal? Some delicious red wine. Courtesy of the sponsor of today's video, Bright Cellars. Bright Cellars is a monthly wine club for wine enthusiasts across the spectrum, from relative newbies like myself to wine connoisseurs. It works like this. Simply fill out the quiz on the Bright Cellars website. The quiz will ask for your personal taste preferences, whether you like red or white, and when you typically drink wine. Based off your input, they'll pair you up with a few bottles of wine most compatible with your choices and ship them right to your front door. You get bottles sourced from all over the world, and honestly, I prefer this to randomly guessing at a wall of wines at a local supermarket. I like this Vanishing Act red wine, so next time I may build a box based off wines similar to it. You guys can get 50% off your first 6-bottle box by clicking the link down below in the description box. Want to give a big shout out to Bright Cellars for sponsoring? Now let's get on to the story. To begin, I want to introduce you all to the setting of today's story. Grand Forks, North Dakota. Boasting a humble population of approximately 50,000, residents of this somewhat isolated Midwestern city
Your
have
skill
long
has
enjoyed
increased.
a quiet, unassuming, and community-focused existence. To give you a better idea of what living in Grand Forks is like, I want to show you some of the tourist attractions listed on its tourism website. Grand Forks offers can't-miss experiences such as Bob's Oil Company, the American Legion Cafe, and of course their state-of-the-art AMC movie theater. Yeah, Grand Forks is keeping it humble, and with these examples shown, I think you can begin to understand why the people living in Grand Forks may be a little bit excited when they heard that Olive Garden was coming to town. And this is exactly what happened in February of 2012.
New stuffed shells with shrimp and a creamy seafood sauce, or with sausage and Alfredo, starting at $9.95 at Olive Garden.
With lots of spaghetti.
In late February, Olive Garden, the undisputed king of franchise Italian fare, would be blessing Grand Forks with all of its Alfredo sauce-laden glory. And when opening day came, you could bet your bottom dollar that Grand Forks' own most esteemed culinary critic would be present to try out the exotic flavors provided by the chain.
I'd like to try the classic lasagna. It's got some nice sharp taste to it. Time has come for dessert.
Meet Marilyn Haggerty. Age 85 at the time of this story, she was a columnist for the city's most popular newspaper, the Grand Forks Herald. For over 20 years, she had written a segment called the Eat Beat, in which she would review restaurants around the local area. Essentially the sweet geriatric version of the Report of the Week, Haggerty's column mostly detailed her experiences dining at franchise chains. While some critics may consider the act of reviewing a chain restaurant redundant or beneath them, Haggerty enjoyed these sorts of eateries. She had given positive reviews to a local Subway, McDonald's, and even Taco Bell. And Grand Forks' newly opened Olive Garden was next on the list to be reviewed. Shortly after the new Grand Forks Olive Garden opened, Haggerty would make her way to the restaurant and enjoy a meal. Afterwards, she would write a review for it, which was overwhelmingly positive. It's a pretty long and detailed review, but here are the highlights. My first visit to Olive Garden was during mid-afternoon, so I could be sure to get in. After a late breakfast, I figured a late lunch would be fashionable. The place is impressive. It's fashioned in Tuscan farmhouse style with a welcoming entryway. There is seating for those who are waiting. It had been a few years since I ate at the older Olive Garden in Fargo, so I studied the two manageable menus offering appetizers, soups and salads, grilled sandwiches, pizza, classic dishes, chicken and seafood, and filled pastas. At length I asked my server what she would recommend. She suggested chicken Alfredo, and I went with that. Instead of the raspberry lemonade she suggested, I drank water. The chicken Alfredo, $10.95, was warm and comforting on a cold day. The portion was generous. My server was ready with Parmesan cheese. As I ate, I noticed the vases and planters with permanent flower displays on
Incoming
the
towel.
There were several dining areas with arched doorways, and there's a fireplace that adds warmth to the decor. On a summer day, I will try the raspberry lemonade that was recommended. All in all, it is the largest and most beautiful restaurant now operating in Grand Forks. It attracts visitors from out of town as well as people who live here.
The North Dakota woman who's been writing columns for 50 years but never has one of her restaurant reviews captured this much attention.
Somehow this seemingly innocuous and most certainly wholesome Olive Garden review would cause Marilyn to become the target of online mockery. Marilyn's review was first criticized by a food blogger in Colorado who would set the patronizing tone which would be shared amongst food critics in regards to Marilyn and her review. This critic says, "Did you know there was a line at the Olive Garden in Grand Forks through February? Marilyn Haggerty does. She is about the cutest food blogger ever. And if my own grandma didn't already love the Olive Garden, I would adopt Marilyn as my excuse to go to the Olive Garden. She ordered chicken Alfredo and a water. She turned down the raspberry lemonade. Who goes to the Olive Garden and turns down the raspberry lemonade? Apparently the Grand Forks Herald needs to up her stipend." Another blogger called her review unwittingly hilarious and joked, "I just hope a Popeyes never moves into the neighborhood. Otherwise everyone's heads may explode like that famous gif from Scanners." Marilyn's Olive Garden review would eventually make its rounds on Reddit, where neckbeards would share personal anecdotes and jokes regarding her seemingly over-enthusiastic review of the chain restaurant. A while ago, I was standing at the Taco Bell at the mall waiting for my food when an elderly lady came up beside me to talk to the manager. Her purpose? To send her compliments to the chef because it was the best quesadilla she had ever had. That's adorable! Quote, "Instead of the raspberry lemonade she suggested, I drank water," end quote. Well, it was a late lunch. Can't get too crazy before
Incoming
dinner.
tell.
Bro, you got the whole squad laughing with that one. Within days of Marilyn's interview being posted, it seemed like everyone and their grandma had something to say or some sort of joke to crack about it. Because I guess it's a cardinal sin to actually enjoy Olive Garden. I mean, don't get me wrong, Olive Garden isn't my favorite place to eat or anything, but I consider it to be a perfectly fine establishment. I think a lot of the snark thrown in Marilyn's direction was rooted in a lack of understanding of what it's like living in a smaller city or town. You aren't surrounded by five-star dining options. Hell, you aren't surrounded by many options in general. And people genuinely get excited when a new restaurant comes to town. And there's nothing wrong with that. With Marilyn's Olive Garden review now viral, her column on the Grand Forks Herald website was getting upwards of 10,000 page visits per day. And she personally was getting inundated with emails, with feedback both positive and negative. She would first address her viral fame in an interview with
Your
the
skill
Daily
has
Force.
increased.
Here she claps back at her haters. I may sound a little on the defensive to you today because of the emails I received. One was kind of snotty, but the other 4 or 5 were kind of friendly. But my daughter tells me I should go on Facebook and read all of this crap. And I do not have time to let myself be bothered with emails. I have a Sunday column I'm doing now about a completely different subject. I don't have time to sit here and twit over whether some self-styled food expert likes or does not like my column. The publisher likes it. Marilyn seemed mostly unfazed by the jokes that were coming her way, and she really didn't need any emotional support throughout this. But whether she wanted it or not, she got some. This support came from late famed American celebrity chef Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain would praise Marilyn for her response to all the attention, tweeting this out on March 8th of 2012. Very much enjoying watching internet sensation Marilyn Haggerty triumph over the snarkologist, myself included. This wouldn't be the only time Bourdain and Haggerty would cross paths. Anthony would invite her to New York City. There, they met and tried out restaurants around town. This resulted in not only a friendship, but a business deal. Anthony offered Marilyn a book deal, wherein she would publish her nearly 30 years of food reviews for the Grand Forks newspaper into one book. This book is called Grand Forks, A History of American Dining. This is a clip of Anthony speaking highly of Marilyn, and it's pretty heartwarming to say the least.
Tell us about this woman who's 85 years old. She did this review, and you saw it and loved it.
Marilyn Haggerty wrote from the Grand Forks, North Dakota Press, wrote a small article, a review of the new Olive Garden opening up in her neighborhood. And of course, it became sort of an immediate viral sensation. People were putting it up as the most hilarious and mockable review ever. And of course, that was my first instinct as a New Yorker, as somebody who's eaten all over the world, to sneer. And then her reaction was kind of so dignified and
genuine,
genuine, and the review itself was so heartfelt. And this is a woman who's been reporting for the paper 5 columns, I think, for 30 years. I thought, wow, she's making us all look bad. This is the way much of America eats, and I just thought, actually, this body of work, these 30 years of reviews of dining in North Dakota, is in a sense a history of dining in America, and I thought, I want to publish this person, and in fact, I will be doing just that.
So you guys are going to work together with a book deal.
Yes, I'm meeting with her later today.
Very nice.
After the Anthony Bourdain co-sign, Marilyn became less of a target of online mockery and more of a beloved living meme that the mainstream media couldn't get enough of. Marilyn's book would go on to sell thousands of copies, and she continues to write reviews for the Grand Forks Herald to this day. Looking back, she is very grateful for all the attention and opportunities granted to her by this Olive Garden review, and she is most grateful for what Anthony Bourdain did. Shortly after Anthony's passing in 2018, she had this to say about his upstanding character. He spoke up for me at a time when people all over the country were making great fun of the column I write. To have a man of his stature to rise up and befriend me, it meant a lot to me. You know, sometimes you go through life and you think about all the wonderful things that happened to you. And one of the wonderful things that happened to me was when Anthony Bourdain spoke up for me and wanted to publish my columns in a book. And in regards to his death, she said, it's sad, shocking news.
Incoming tell.
And that, my friends, is the wholesome, heartwarming story of Marilyn Haggerty's Olive Garden review. Shout out to Anthony Bourdain. Dude is really a legend for stepping in and helping out this lady in a time of need. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. Want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Incoming tell. Incoming tell.
At the end of every video, I ask you all to tell me who or...
No, no, I'm trying to compose.
So I would imagine most of you watching are probably already familiar with Olive Garden. It's a popular Italian chain restaurant here in the United States. For whatever reason, the internet has a long history of dunking on this particular restaurant. It's one of those places that's clearly trying to be fancier than it really is. I mean, the food is okay, but it's kind of one of those places where I'll only go if like an extended family member gives me a gift card at a Christmas party or something. It's not necessarily bad, it's just middle of the road kind of meh. Olive Garden in many ways is a meme, particularly on Reddit. They like to make fun of people who think Olive Garden is some sort of fancy restaurant, asserting that people who regularly enjoy eating there are classless heathens. And this sentiment is what leads us... At the end of every video, I ask you all to tell me who or what you want me to talk about next, and lately, a lot of you have been doing exactly that. It looks like the YouTube algorithm has been recommending Rappin' for Jesus to a lot of you because you really want me to talk about it. Well, boys, I'm here to deliver. Rappin' for Jesus was uploaded to YouTube back on February 5th of 2013, presumably by a man named Brian Spinney. The video itself is a music video which was supposedly filmed over a decade ago for a community church and features the church's pastor and his wife performing this unapologetically white and Christian-themed rap song. Now, there are some pretty ridiculous bars in this song, but the one that everyone remembers is this one.
So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my God.
This video is really something out of the Tim and Eric playbook with the VHS aesthetic to it and the overall absurdity of it. Rappin' for Jesus has become crazy popular over the years, garnering over 59 million views since its upload day back in 2013. And I think if there was such a thing as a YouTube Hall of Fame, this video belongs right there smack dab in the middle of it. But with that said, as time has passed, there have been more and more people questioning the authenticity of this video. Like, was this really recorded for some church years ago, or was this like an intentional project? You gotta understand that most of the comedic value of Rappin' for Jesus relies on the fact that the viewer is made to believe that it is actually a real low-budget cringe music video created completely unironically for some random church and it just got leaked onto the internet. But is this really the case? Because there's plenty of evidence out there that suggests that this entire music video was a carefully calculated internet shock project created to go viral. So today I want to share with you all the inconsistencies when it comes to the backstory of this video, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of the real story behind Rappin' for Jesus. Real quick, before we get started, I want to thank the Vids for sponsoring yet another one of my videos. They make these sleek metallic wallets that go in your front pocket. The one I just showed you was the aluminum gunmetal version, but there's tons of different metals and colors to choose from on their website. 'Tis the holiday season and a Vids wallet makes a perfect gift. I've got a 10% off link for you guys to use in the description box. That's vids.com/surf and use code SURF to save 10% off of your order, and that includes free worldwide shipping. So check that out and let's get on to the video. To begin, let's take a look at Rappin' for Jesus and deduce its surmised backstory based only off of the content itself, Brian Spinney's YouTube channel, and the metadata associated with the video. And what we will find are the elements that make up the commonly accepted backstory associated with this video. On January 15, 2013, Brian Spinney's channel is created. His About section reads as follows: proud father of two, loving husband, and a devoted Christian. Iowa born and raised. The channel remains dormant until February 5th when Rappin' for Jesus is uploaded. This was its innocently written description. I helped my pastor make this music video when I was in high school. Thought you guys might get a kick out of it. May the Lord bless and keep you. Now let's look at the video content itself. The video begins with an image of what is supposed to be the West Dubuque Second Church of Christ. We are also told the title of the song and that it is a product of the church's youth outreach program. Moments later, the song begins and small corner text establishes the supposed names of the performers in the song. These two performers being Pastor Jim Kolerick and his wife, who is referred to Miss Kolerick here, but her name is revealed to be Mary Sue later in the video. This corner text also states that the music video was filmed and edited by the uploader, Brian Spinney. Now, the actual lyrical content in this video is irrelevant to establishing the backstory. You guys already know the gamer word that is spoken. At the end of the video, a call to action inviting viewers to join the church's outreach program is shown. and a link to the church's website is displayed. On the website's homepage, we find a message written from Pastor Jim thanking us for visiting the website. The rest of the website remains incomplete outside of the contact.
What are you doing? God damn it.
The news section is what is really important for the narrative. It reads as follows. June 15th, 2004. Sadly, our church has closed its doors. It's been an honor and a privilege to bring Christ's message to the West Dubuque community for all these years. May the Lord bless you and keep you always, dear friends. Jim. So naturally, this implies that the website is pretty old, and further implies that Rappin' for Jesus was recorded quite some time ago. And when you consider the VHS artifact-filled quality of the video, this kind of makes sense. So to summarize, if we analyze this information as presented at face value, the viewer is made to think that Rappin' for Jesus was some bizarre, poorly thought-out church outreach production filmed in the 90s or early 2000s. And good old Brian Spinney decided to pull it out of his video vault one day and threw it onto YouTube. And it would end up going viral just by complete accident. An effective narrative, but is it true? In short, no. Rather, I'm almost 100% certain that this was a carefully orchestrated viral hit perpetrated by someone using Brian Spinney as a creative alias. I guess I gotta prove myself here, so let's do a bit of cross-examination and prove why this story they've given to us doesn't add up. I want to start off with the really damning evidence. Let's start off by discussing the questionable existence of this West Dubuque Second Church of Christ. So there's no church in Iowa that goes by this name, but it's not game over yet, because if you remember, the church's website stated the church closed its doors back in June of 2004. So yeah, maybe it existed at one point, but it's just shut down now. But what if I told you the website lied? Fortunately, we have the luxury of being able to look up when a website domain was registered. And what do you know, the West Dubuque Second Church of Christ domain was registered not in 2004, but January 15th of 2013. That's right, this website was created around the time of Rappin' for Jesus' release, and was intentionally designed to masquerade as a genuine church website created in the early 2000s. There's literally no way to explain why someone would retroactively create a website for a church that supposedly closed its doors almost a decade prior. This church was 100% fake and was only created as a companion piece for the Rappin' for Jesus video. And I've got another spicy nugget for you here. You know what was also created on January 15th of 2013? Brian Spinney's YouTube channel. After this discovery, it becomes clear that on January 15th of 2013, Brian Spinney, or whoever the person is behind this video, was carefully setting the stage and creating the universe for his Rappin' for Jesus video, which was to be completed and released just under a month later. The fake church discovery alone, in my opinion, silences any argument that suggests that Rappin' for Jesus wasn't a carefully put together hoax/parody. The date of the fake church's website creation and Brian's channel creation being on the same day is too much to be passed off as sheer coincidence. Alright, enough about the church. Let's talk about the performers in the song. Pastor Jim Kolerick and his wife, Mary Sue Kolerick. These people simply don't exist. I've looked far and wide. Facebook people searches, nothing. White page name lookups for Iowa, even the entire United States, nothing. I also checked the obituaries for good measure and even went back and did all of this searching with Jim Kolerick's name being James Kolerick, because sometimes people go by Jim and James interchangeably. Nothing. There is literally no digital footprint left by these two individuals. And before you say, oh, maybe they're just boomers and they've never used the internet so they don't have a digital footprint. Look up your grandparents on white pages. I guarantee you their name will pop up. If you're a person who has ever had an address, you're in the system. So after discovering this, it's clear to me that these were simply made-up names for these actors to use for their characters in Rappin' for Jesus. I mean, come on, the wife's name is Mary Sue. That's just too perfect. Furthermore, using fake names would be a pretty smart idea when you consider the lyrical subject matter of this song. Yeah, we think it's funny, but that chorus could have gotten them in trouble if their real names got out. I don't know, maybe the NAACP would come after them. But yeah, it's clear these are made-up, fabricated names, and everybody involved in the project wished to remain anonymous. And that concludes cross-examination. Future Wavy Web Surf here. I wanted to share another piece of evidence with you guys that I discovered when I was editing this video. And this piece of evidence pretty much proves that the video was created in early 2013 or late 2012 and wasn't recorded in the 90s or 2000s like this story wants us to believe. So when I was editing, this image of what looks like college students sitting on a set of stairs caught my eye. And I decided to crop it and reverse Google image search it to see if anyone else had ever used this photo. And well, what I found was that a lot of colleges actually have used this photo on their website. And I don't know the exact date of when this photo was published to the internet, but it began to see its first use in late 2012 and early 2013. It looks like whoever made Rappin' for Jesus nabbed this photo off of Google and just put filters over it so it looks a lot older than it really is. So what I'm getting at here is that there's no way Rappin' for Jesus is like a decades-old project because it uses a stock photo from the early 2010s. But yeah, just thought I would share that with you guys. So in conclusion, the church is fake. The website is fake. The website and the YouTube channel were created on the same day in 2013. Jim Kolerick and Mary Sue Kolerick aren't real people, and Jim's not a pastor. At this point, I think we can say without reasonable doubt that this video wasn't some accidental viral anomaly. It was rather a methodically planned out and galaxy-brained piece of Christian satire put together by a very talented content creator who goes by the name of Brian Spinney. What am I missing? Am I missing something here? Are you guys not on the same page? The care that went into developing the mythos surrounding this video is admirable, as there are still Reddit threads popping up to this day that are debating if this thing was real or staged. Well, after what we have discovered today, it appears as if the latter is true. So wrapping up, what we've discussed today, in my opinion, doesn't take away anything from this video. Real or fake, it will always be a legendary piece of YouTube content. And hopefully one day we'll get another piece of content from Brian Spinney that's just as good or even better. And if you would like to see this happen, I invite you to support Brian Spinney on the Bandcamp page he created for Rappin' for Jesus back in 2013. The link is below in the description box. So guys, that concludes today's episode of Wavy WebServe Goes Ace Attorney on Rappin' for Jesus. Let me know what you thought about this. Let me know if this is just some earth-shattering, revelation for you, or is this something that you kind of... So I would imagine most of you watching are probably... At the end of every video... So when we're in the business of making kids media, think television for kids or YouTube for kids, maintaining that Weenie Hut Jr. squeaky clean public image is paramount to running a smooth operation. Parents want that peace of mind knowing they can sit their kid in front of a screen for hours watching your content and that content won't traumatize them for the rest of their life. But what happens when a freak accident happens and something slips through the cracks? Today's video is about one of those times. It happened back in 2011 when the YouTube channel of one of television's most recognizable and trusted children's shows, Sesame Street, was hacked. And during the Sesame Street hack, extremely graphic adult video content was shown to unsuspecting parents and kids who visited this page while it was going on. How the hell does something like this even happen, and who would want to do such a thing in the first place? Well, today we're going to go back and take a look at this bizarre moment of YouTube history and explain the twisted debacle that was the Sesame Street YouTube hack. Before we get started, I want to thank Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Surfshark is a VPN app that works across all of your devices, protecting your IP
skill has increased.
With Surfshark, your online browsing activity is protected from internet service providers, advertisers, and of course, hackers. Not only does Surfshark VPN keep you anonymous online, it allows you to change your server location to practically anywhere in the world. Want to watch a show or movie exclusive to UK Netflix but you're located in the United States like me? Simply change to a UK server and watch to your heart's content. You can use this same strategy to access region-locked websites. And with that said, you guys can get Surfshark 83% off with 3 additional months free by clicking my link in the description and using code WAVY at checkout. Big shout out to them for sponsoring. Now let's get into the Sesame Street story. Let's begin with the backdrop on the Sesame Street YouTube channel as a whole, as it's actually one of the oldest YouTube channels in the history of YouTube. Sesame Street was the first mainstream television show that I'm aware of to establish its own dedicated YouTube presence. Launched back in January of 2006, the channel would serve as an online repository for famous clips from the show. It was a place where kids could go on YouTube and kick it with the likes of Elmo, the Cookie Monster, and Big Bird, and watch some classic, wholesome content in an on-demand fashion. It was kind of a maverick move for Sesame Street at the time, to be honest. Over the years, this channel would accumulate a sizable following consisting of parents, kids, or just adults who were nostalgic about Sesame Street. Within the first 5 years, it had amassed an impressive subscriber count of over 140,000 and a total view count of over 420 million. It was actually in the list of the top 100 most viewed YouTube channels at this time, and needless to say, there were a lot of eyes on it on any given day. For 5 years, everything had gone smoothly on youtube.com/Sesame Street, but that 5-year streak would come to a screeching, should I say, moaning halt on October 16th of 2011. The hack. On October 16th of 2011, the unexpected happened when Sesame Street's YouTube channel was abruptly hacked by an unknown entity. Within minutes, the channel's entire catalog, consisting of hundreds of uploads, was either privated or deleted by the perpetrator, purging its public library of content within minutes. That's not even close to being the worst part of this, though. After deleting these videos, the perpetrator would begin spamming uploads of adult videos to this kid's channel. The videos were being sent out to people.
What?
Nostalgic about Sesame Street. Within the first 5 years, it had amassed an impressive subscriber count of over 140,000 and a total view count of over 420 million. It was actually in the list of the top 100 most viewed YouTube channels at this time, and needless to say, there were a lot of eyes on it on any given day. For 5 years, everything had gone smoothly on youtube.com/Sesame Street, but that 5-year streak would come to a screeching, should I say, moaning halt on October 16th of 2011. The hack. On October 16th of 2011, the unexpected happened when Sesame Street's YouTube channel was abruptly hacked by an unknown entity. Within minutes, the channel's entire catalog, consisting of hundreds of uploads, was either privated or deleted by the perpetrator, purging its public library of content within minutes. That's not even close to being the worst part of this, though. After deleting these videos, the perpetrator would begin spamming uploads of adult videos to this kid's channel. The videos were being sent out to people's subscription boxes with deceptive titles, and many unsuspecting viewers clicked them and were met with, well, what was likely a horrifying surprise if you were a parent or a kid. News of what was happening spread quickly around the YouTube community, and YouTubers would fire up their cameras and report on this unbelievable scenario as the hack was still unfolding.
See, they had the Coochie Monster, Big Bruh, the Shocker, and Oscar the Crotch.
Clever. Clever.
I would be here all week, man.
During the hack, the hacker would change the name of the Sesame Street YouTube channel to Mr. FFXI, which was curiously the name of a Romanian gameplay channel with approximately 10,000 subscribers. Following this name change, the hacker would broadcast this text message on the Sesame Street channel. Who doesn't love kids? Right? Everyone loves it. I'm Mr. FFXI, and my partner, Mr. 91, are here to bring you many nice content. Please don't let Sesame Street to get his account back, kids. Please, let me and Mr. 91 have it, and we're gonna make all the America happy. Yeah, the hacking dramatics were in full swing at this point, and when you really take a step back and look at what this person was doing, it's just kind of messed up, man. Like, when you think about what Sesame Street is as a brand, as a television show, and what you're putting on this channel and possibly showing to children, this kind of shit could get you on a list, bro. Seriously. Now, fortunately, YouTube would respond to this situation very quickly, and approximately 30 minutes after it first started, they shut down the channel and the content was wiped. So yeah, the situation was resolved pretty swiftly, and Sesame Street would get their channel back, but at this point you gotta wonder who was responsible for this, and would they be getting in trouble for this hack? Considering the message left on the channel by the hacker, naturally this dude was the prime suspect. The owner of the Mr. FFXI gaming channel had some explaining to do. If this guy really was the person responsible for what had happened, he could potentially lose his YouTube channel, not to mention be on the receiving end of legal action from Sesame Street. Journalists at the time who had learned about this story would find Mr. Ed's public email and sent him messages asking if he was really the one behind it. In response to the many questions, later in the same day of the hack, a short video would be posted to Mr. Ed's channel. It was simply a white background with some text, reading, "I did not hack Sesame Street. I am an honest YouTuber. I work hard to make quality gameplay videos, and most importantly, I respect the community guidelines." Despite his explanation, many weren't satisfied and they took to the comments to either straight up accuse him or just joke about what had happened. That said, many out there at the time did believe his story and speculated as to what may have actually happened on Reddit. This appears to have been a Vids hack, essentially framing this person as the culprit behind this. No matter what happens, that person is going to be obliged to deal with some YouTube/Google static until the full story becomes elucidated. Someone apparently wants to grief that person. Which honestly, this seems like a reasonable conclusion to come to. I mean, think about it. Why would you self-incriminate yourself with something like this? You could make some crazy argument and say that Mr. Ed really was the hacker behind the channel, and the reason why he put his name up there is because he wanted to redirect people to his gaming channel, I guess? But that doesn't make any sense, because if he really was the one who hacked it, he would probably get his real channel banned, and he could potentially get in trouble with Sesame Street. It would just be really stupid. Whatever the case, Mr. Ed's channel was never terminated, and it remains up and active to this day, and there was never any reported investigation initiated by Sesame Street into Mr. Ed, which in my view suggests his innocence. In the years since the hack, Mr. Ed has been mostly silent about him being blamed in the situation. I decided to reach out to him in email and see if I could get some new information regarding it. I started by simply asking him outright if he did it, and he responded, "I did not hack Sesame Street. I know it was a big problem. I had a lot of hate comments at the time, but I didn't do it." I asked Ed why he thought he was targeted and who he thought was responsible, and this is what he had to say. "Hello, Wavy. I don't know. Someone who wanted to make me look bad. It's a hateful act, and I had video trolls that make mean comments, but I don't know who did it, or why was I the target of his revenge or action. I never did bad things. I'm the guy who will save a fly and not kill it. Funny thing, I see an insect inside, I catch it and let it go. Do good things in life, and good things will follow." Ed would also type out a dozen or so answers to frequently asked questions he gets regarding this situation. Sesame Street did not try to contact me. I contacted YouTube to explain I didn't do it, but I did not get a reply. I think they have the IP address, and no, I did not do it. That's why I have no problems with YouTube. They know I did not do it. I don't know Mr. 91. I received spam emails fishing for information to hack my channel. The story was so big, CNN posted a link/article. The story made it in German newspapers. I got a lot of hate and blame for a long time. My channel is my life. I had times when I was working and going to after high school to finish my studies for the job. At that time, I was sleeping 3 or 4 hours per night, but I did not quit making videos. At the time Sesame Street was hacked, some reporters sent me emails to ask if I did it. I did my best to reply and help. I want to know who did it and why me. The spotlight was on my channel and it for all the bad words I got. Some users supported me and subscribed. I'm grateful for that. My English is not perfect, but I do my best. I'm from Romania. He even shared with me an old email that he had sent to what appears to be some sort of contact at Sesame Street, where he explains that he had nothing to do with the hack and that it was simply someone trying to frame him. And with that, I think I'm more than comfortable in saying that I don't think Mr. Ed was responsible for this hack, and he was indeed being framed by some unknown
Your skill has increased.
An entity that could have been a disgruntled fan or a jealous YouTube competitor. Who really knows? What's clear is that Mr. Ed's actions when this event took place don't align with a malicious hacker. They align with someone who is trying to desperately clear their name. So if Mr. Ed wasn't the guy, the next and really only other lead is this Mr. 91 fellow, the other guy mentioned in the hacker's post. 91 has never said anything publicly regarding this hack or him being named in the hacker's post. Very little information is known about this person. When you try to find a YouTube channel under this guy's name, nothing pops up nowadays, but there was a channel under his name at one point that had about 12,000 subscribers. Using some old links, I was able to get a copy of this channel working in the Wayback Machine, and it appears to be some kind of music
Your skill has increased.
archive channel. Interestingly, this channel, like Mr. Ed's channel, is based out of Romania, and it appears it was disabled sometime in 2012. There really isn't much to be taken away from this guy's channel. It is interesting that him and Mr. Ed are both from Romania, but I mean, that's just a coincidence, and since Mr. Ed seems innocent, I really don't see why that link would mean anything in the first place. That said, it is important to consider that Mr. 91's channel is no longer active on YouTube, and Mr. Ed's is. Could it be possible that the reason for Mr. 91 being gone is because YouTube later discovered that he was the one responsible for the hack and got rid of him? While I can't find any evidence to substantiate this, nor can I determine why Mr. 91's channel is disabled, I think it's a theory worth considering. Take it with a grain of salt, though. As far as we know, this Mr. 91 guy did nothing wrong. Yes,
Your
he's
skill
never
has
made
increased.
any public comments about this hack, but just because you don't say anything doesn't mean you're guilty. Ultimately, there's really no evidence that this Mr. 91 was responsible for the hack, and it looks like they just made it on this hacker's ship.
Your skill has
similarly
increased.
to Mr. Ed. I did reach out to this channel using an old email that I found, and I've yet to receive a response. It's been over 10 years now since this hack, and the true identity of the hacker is
Your
still
skill has
unconfirmed.
increased.
Many make blanket claims that 4chan was responsible for it, but no evidence has surfaced to confidently implicate the users of the site for what happened on that day. And in all reality, it's unlikely that we'll ever really know who was behind this and how they got the information to log into the account. That said, it is speculated that the hackers could have gotten Sesame Street's password using a phishing scam that fooled the management of the channel. These types of scams were popular with hacking syndicates like LulzSec at this time. While we don't know for sure if that's what happened, it definitely seems more likely than two random Romanian channels coming together to overthrow the Sesame Street channel and then pointing viewers to their channels to implicate themselves for the hack. That just doesn't seem like that would actually happen. Because, you know, you'd probably get permanently banned from YouTube in the process. Ultimately, Sesame Street would recover from what had happened. Their channel is doing great nowadays. While it wasn't a series-ending blunder, it is definitely a strange and bizarre
Your skill has
internet
increased.
hacking moment that internet history nerds like myself will remember for many years to come. And that, my friends, was the story of the Sesame Street hack. Let me know what you guys thought about this story down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my... Today's story is one that details the plight of a high school student versus his principal. The year is 2011, the location Shelton High School in Shelton, Connecticut. It's nearing the end of the school year, and a general buzz of excitement is palpable amongst the student body as summer break inches closer. Oh, and another catalyst for excitement, it's almost time for senior prom. Students are asking each other out in creative ways, hoping to lock something in for the big day, but one student might have gotten too creative. Perhaps taking things a bit too far, at least according to the school's headmaster. See, one morning, school administrators arrived to Shelton High School with this plastered across the front of the school. Sonali Rodriguez, will you go to prom with me? Hit me up. Hey, Tate was a student named James Tate, and his bold proposal to Sonali would end up getting him banned from the prom. Now, this ended up kind of being a big deal. The student body was outraged over the ban, the internet was outraged over the ban, and eventually the mainstream news media would become outraged over the ban. So what would be the resolution here? Well, today I tell you all how James Tate supporters banded together to put the pressure on this school's headmaster and get the prom ban reversed. This is the story of James Tate's prom ban. Today's video is sponsored by Extra Wallets. My link, extra.com/wavywebsurf, gets you up to 25% off their entire store. Link in the description, and more about their wallets and their gift bag deal later. The story begins with James Tate and two other friends sneaking onto school property in the dead of night.
Your skill has
The latter
increased.
in a collection of cardboard letters that James had arduously cut out himself, he admonishes the exterior wall of the school with his prom proposal to his friend Sonali. The group works quick and leaves school property, returning around 7 a.m. for the start of the school day. And naturally, when students start arriving, they're impressed with the boldness of the proposal, and this thing kind of just came across as a hilarious prank in the same vein. People respected James for doing this. James became the man of the hour, and even more impressed was Sonali, who promptly accepted his prom proposal. James got his date locked in. The students loved this thing, but the school's administration and headmaster Beth Smith, they were kind of pissed about it. Shortly after the school day began, James and his two accomplices were called to the office, and after some review of the situation, all three were issued a one-day in-school suspension for trespassing and defacing school property. But at the time, James wasn't worried about some one-day
Your skill has increased.
He was the big man on campus and got his prom date locked in. Who cares about a one-day ISS? That was until the school's headmaster turned the tables and completely shadow-realmed James's hopes of going to prom. Citing some arbitrary rule created by the school system, any student suspended after the date of April 1st would automatically be forbidden to attend that year's prom. And since James did his proposal in early May, he was going to be banned, and he was totally screwed. Whispers of James's prom ban spread around the school, and students who had come to revere him over the course of the day thanks to his proposal, well, they were quickly outraged by this newsflash. Students felt like the punishment didn't fit the crime here. At worst, it was a harmless prank, and at best, well, this was a pretty creative and romantic gesture towards Sonali. So in an act of protest, the students staged an in-school sit-in. They shared what had happened to Twitter and created a Facebook group. And this Facebook group would wind up going viral, amassing hundreds of thousands of followers, becoming the impromptu headquarters for James Tate supporters and people who wanted this prom ban reversed. The school's administration was well aware of the unrest that the decision caused, but felt as if it would die down shortly because, well, you know, students can only do so much. But what they underestimated was the power of social media and this story spreading around the world and potentially going viral, which it did, and eventually it would land in the hands of the mainstream media.
Coach James Tate has been banned from the Shelton High School prom because of the way he asked his date to go to the big dance. Everybody seems to have an opinion on this story.
He got the girl, but guess what? Not the prom. James Tate put up these letters on the entrance of his Connecticut high school asking his friend to prom. She said yes, but the school said nope.
And News 8 is, of course, following the latest developments this morning as the public outcry grows for Shelton schools to let James Tate go to the prom. News 8's Kent Pierce is watching this outcry grow. You just had to watch the Facebook page to see that, huh?
Yeah, the Facebook page, they've gotten about 500 more people liking it just in the past hour.
Within 48 hours, James's prom ban became a national headline, and it seemed like everyone was on James's side. Despite the mounting pressure both online and offline to reverse this ban, Headmaster Smith wasn't budging. In fact, she would actually go on a televised press conference and double down on the decision.
Shelton High School is a learning community where students are expected to meet high academic and behavioral expectations. There has been a practice at Shelton High School for many years that students receiving an in-school or out-of-school suspension after April 1st for any reason would not be allowed to attend the prom. This regulation is reinforced over the course of the spring by daily TA announcements, posted signage in common areas of the building and in classrooms, as well as informational letters and automated phone messages to parents. These communications are intended to remind our students and parents of the high school expectations and consequences.
James was understandably upset by the school's hardline stance on his prom ban, and on many occasions he would be invited to speak publicly on the matter in interviews. You really can't help but feel bad for the guy, as he seems like such a chill dude and really just had his best intentions at heart.
Tate says he had hoped for a compromise, but is not surprised by the decision.
I don't think they would gain anything if they caved at this point. I think it was the best decision they could have made.
Today you heard about, obviously, what the headmaster had said. She read from a brief statement, but basically, long story short, she stood firm and said that her decision is what it is and it's not changing. What was your reaction to that when you heard?
It seems right, or expected. I feel like at this point they would gain nothing by caving in. But obviously I was disappointed, but my feelings still haven't changed because the outcome hasn't changed.
The headmaster wasn't budging, but this fight wasn't over, as it seemed like as every day passed, James would get more and more support. Popular figureheads and celebrities would come out of the woodwork to support him. He was on Jimmy Kimmel, and there were professional athletes who were once alumni of Shelton High who would speak out in support of James Tate. It seemed like everyone was on Team Tate and nobody was on Team Smith here.
I think it's really important to stand up against this ridiculous administration decision. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So,
Your skill has
anyways,
increased.
we're all on your side. Hopefully, you guys work everything out.
Tate, I support you. I appreciate the fact that you didn't ask her to prom over text, like most of your friends probably did. I thought it was nice, and I don't want you to take this as a bad experience. I think what you did was nice, and who knows, maybe your headmistress, her heart made out of ice, will melt. Maybe you'll be able to go to prom.
Eventually, calls for this prom ban reversal got so loud that they reached government officials for the state of Connecticut. And this is where you would actually see a glimmer of hope for James Tate here. You can't make this shit up. Connecticut Congressman Jason Perillo and Sean Williams had been following the James Tate prom ban story since it broke in early May, and they had many of their constituents writing and calling into their offices requesting them to do something to reverse the ban. So they actually did. On May 13th, these two congressmen announced that they were working on drafting an amendment that specifically would prevent schools in the district from banning students from prom for a suspension occurring in the last month of the school year, instead giving schools the option to issue community service instead of a ban. So essentially, this was an entire amendment to a bill that specifically covered the situation that
Your
these
skill
two
has
congressmen
increased.
were writing at the time of this going down. And once the news came out that these two congressmen were on the case, Headmaster Smith finally folded. In a televised briefing, she announced that James Tate's ban would be reversed.
I have considered the effect that this incident has had on the individual student, on the entire student body and my staff, and the community. In an effort to maintain a focus on teaching and learning,
Your skill has increased.
I have decided to implement alternate consequences on a case-by-case basis, beginning with James Tate, and for other students
Your skill
who
has
receive
increased.
internal suspension after April 1st, which would then permit some to attend the Shelton High School prom.
The impossible had been done. The James Tate supporters had gotten Headmaster Smith to reverse her ban. And this seemed like an impossible feat because getting school administration to reverse a punishment decision is just something that you don't hear of in high school systems. In an ironic twist of fate, the once prom banned James Tate was given impromptu prom king status by fellow classmates. And James and Sonali finally got to enjoy their prom together. The event was on June 4th. It was Hawaiian themed, and all rejoiced.
Tonight's theme, a night in Hawaiian paradise. This room is just waiting to explode. James and Sonali will sit at table 50 and enjoy prime rib. They came out of the limo. They're a sharp-looking couple, but that's all you're going to get. James and Sonali have decided not to do any more media interviews. They're inside enjoying their prom, having a night to remember, and they certainly will for a long time to come.
But yeah, that's the story of James Tate's prom ban and how the internet and the media and Facebook and everybody came together to get this guy's ban reversed. But yeah, I want to give a major shout out to Extra for sponsoring today's video. Extra wallets are not only stylish, they're extremely functional, boasting plenty of card space, and this Parliament wallet
Your skill has
a
increased.
switch function that gives you quick access to all of your cards at once. It's RFID protected and trackable thanks to a solar-powered tracking card sold by Extra. Simply sync the card to your phone using Bluetooth and put it in your wallet. If you ever lose
Your
or
skill has
misplace your
increased.
wallet, you can track its exact location via an app using GPS. And you can do stuff like this.
Hey Siri, where's my wallet?
Right now, if your Extra order is over $150, you'll get a free gift bag. And of course, I've got a discount link for you guys to click below. Extra.com/WavyWebServe. That gets you up to 25% off site-wide. Well, guys, make sure you let me know what you thought about today's video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys.
Your skill has increased.
WavyWebServe out. Peace.
What a cute little story. I loved it. You never hear, like, good love stories anymore. It's all just people raping each other. It's so disgusting.
In today's world, becoming internet famous is a dream come true for many, and hell, some would happily accept being made into a living meme if it meant they got an ounce of popularity out of it. Yes, it's true that sometimes becoming attached to a meme has its benefits. There are countless stories of individuals becoming online celebrities thanks to quirky viral video appearances or one-off gimmicks blowing up on sites like TikTok. And sometimes these one-off viral hits can become monetarily lucrative. But while living memehood has worked out for some, for others, their abrupt run-in with online celebrity proved to have life-ruining consequences. From a living meme suing its creator for monetary damages, to a woman's career destroyed by a fake viral story, to a teenager being implicated as a deranged psychopath, these are the cases where internet memes ruined lives. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps, and to begin the
Your
ad,
skill
let's
has
look at my
increased.
hair from old videos back in 2020. Yeah, as you can see, I was losing hair and losing it fast. I didn't feel like going bald, so I decided to do something about my hair loss and started getting treatment through Keeps. And to be honest, the results have been pretty insane. Here's me at 6 months after starting treatments, a year after starting treatments, 2 years after starting treatments, and me right now, almost 2.5 years
Exact same
later,
hair,
and
the
your
exact
boy's
same
looking pretty good.
length.
Keeps offers
Looking
generic versions
looks
of
like
the
you
two
just didn't
FDA
lose
approved
anything,
hair loss
which is
products
maybe
at the
something
same
really
price.
good to sell, I would
Best
say.
of all, you skip the
But it
trip to
doesn't
the
look like you
doctor's
lost
office and
anything, and that's the main
pharmacy.
thing.
Keeps will set you up with a
I don't
prescribed
think you
medical
grew any more
provider
hair though.
online and ship your
And I think that's what
prescription
you
right
guys
to your front
believe it
door.
does.
In 4 to 6 months,
I don't
you
think
can
it's
start
that.
feeling
It's more like it helps you
Look,
prevent
I stand by
Your
prevent
skill
you
has
from
increased.
thinning out
for years
so
now,
fast.
it works. And if
Yeah,
you're a guy
boy,
that's
that
having
shit
some
does not
anxiety
work.
about hair loss,
You
then
know the
better
hair
time
treatment
than
like
now
that does not work. You
Hair
fucking
loss
liar.
stops with Keeps.
Liar.
Get 50% off your
Please
first
do not
order.
mislead
Go
the
to
public.
keeps.com/wavy,
You're fucking so
or click the
stupid.
link in the description.
Things you'll
That's
never hear me say or do. Right?
https://wavy.
Not that. I'll tell you that. Oh yeah. Or what am I? We're good. I thought it was over, but it's actually starting. That's good. I'm hungry.
For most individuals that
how
become
the
living
UI
memes
goes
thanks
away
to a
when
viral
you're
video,
alt-text.
the living meme is always a bit at fault for the creation of the meme itself. As almost every viral video either originates from a public setting or was a piece of content the would-be living meme actively chose to put out into the world. However, there are a few cases out there where an individual was essentially forced into memehood after bad faith actors leaked private videos to the internet. Which of course brings us to the age-old story of the Star Wars kid. In April of 2003, well before the advent of YouTube, a video called jackass_Star Wars_funny.wmv was uploaded to a popular peer-to-peer file sharing website known as Kazaa. This video features a portly teenager wielding a metallic-looking rod, who was apparently attempting to mimic Darth Maul's lightsaber choreography from Star Wars The Phantom Menace. The video is notable for a variety of reasons, but what you need to know is that this was intended to be a private recording, never to be shared or seen by anyone else. The creator and star of this video was a 14-year-old from Quebec, Canada named Ghislaine Lazare. In late 2002, Ghislaine had filmed the video using a camcorder loaned out from his school, the scene being recorded to an 8mm cassette tape. So how does this embarrassing video make its way to the internet? Enter Ghislaine's classmate, Jerome Laflamme. Jerome would stumble upon this botched lightsaber choreography after Ghislaine had mistakenly left the cassette recording at school along with that shared camcorder. Apparently Ghislaine had forgotten to remove or delete this footage and it was still just sitting on this camera that other classmates used. Finding the cassette's contents cringeworthy, Jerome and two of his other friends come up with an idea. They would upload Ghislaine's lightsaber video to the internet in an effort to prank and humiliate their classmate. In regard to why he uploaded the video, Jerome has been quoted as saying, "I thought it'd be an interesting prank. I wanted Ghislaine to know what I knew of him, what I had seen.
All I did was take the cassette, digitize it on the studio computer to pull a joke on Ghislaine. After that, I had nothing to do with it. And with that said, no one could have ever predicted just how viral this video would become. Upon viewing this video, many believed the flailing teenager featured in it to be someone who actually thought they were performing impressive choreography. And of course, most believed that it was the kid who uploaded this video to the internet in the first place. I mean, after all, how does the video get online without you uploading it, right? Under these assumptions, it becomes pretty reasonable to make fun of the guy, and hundreds of thousands would do exactly that. In a 2003 pre-YouTube internet, the video was shared to message boards, indie video sites, and
I wonder if you might be interested in sharing
truly viral video memes, literally spreading by word of
my
mouth,
Fallout
no algorithms involved. This thing was all nasty.
a custom
Within
base
2
with
weeks,
me.
meme edits of the footage had been created by internet jokesters, and many more would follow, warping Ghislaine's original recording in seemingly unlimited ways. Internet blogger Andy Bio would mirror the file to his own website, waxy.org, under the name StarWarsKid.wmv. Here it would receive over 1.1 million downloads, and because of the name he assigned to it, Star Wars Kid sort of became the unofficial name of this meme. And this is still just the beginning of the meme spread.
An experience on my
exactly how
custom
many people
Fallout
saw the video
76
at the
server
time, but some estimates say over 900 million
and
people
share a
had
base
seen the
with
Star
me?
Wars Kid video by 2006.
Question mark?
The video would become so popular it leaked from the internet and entered pop culture. Star Wars Kid was referenced in shows like American Dad, South Park, and Arrested Development, and was also featured in more unexpected
I stream
places, like in Tony
15
Hawk's
hours a
Underground
day.
Zoo.
I'm almost
But
never
initially,
actually
as with all
available,
memes, the Star Wars
and I'll
Kid
take
did
up like
die
0
off
of
in
your time.
popularity. And when things simmered down, that's when people started asking the question, hey, you know this
But this
kid
is
that
something in
we've been
particular that I think you
religiously
might be
bullying
interested
for,
in,
like,
you might actually
6
really
years?
appreciate and have
I
fun
wonder
with.
what happened to him. I wonder how he's doing. This was a question
So I
that
thought I'd
Andy
offer.
Bio, the aforementioned blogger, had himself. And considering his relevance to the legacy of the Star Wars Kid, you know, being the guy that kind of gave the name to the meme and spread it to millions of people, he made it his quest to track down this guy and try to interview him. Andy's quest would eventually lead him to getting into contact with one of the classmates that uploaded the video in the first place. Remember Jerome LaPlame and his 2 unnamed associates? Yeah, those guys. This classmate would explain to Andy how they got the video, how they found it on a school camcorder and uploaded it to the internet.
Particularly because the commitment's 0.
Classmates of the Star Wars Kid, and also told Andy that the Star Wars
And it's
Kid's
the best
name
Fallout
was
experience
Ghislaine
ever made
Rogat,
now.
and they could get an interview with him. With the help of a French interpreter, Andy manages to set up an interview with
It's not
Ghislaine to get the
cross-console,
scoop
so it'd
on
have
what
to
the
be on
Star Wars
PC. I
Kid
don't own
thought
an
of his
Xbox.
viral fame. And
I don't
surprisingly,
own
in
a
this
console.
interview, Ghislaine seems surprisingly chill about the whole affair, even saying that he kind of likes some of the remixes
It's not
of this
cross-console.
video. Though if you read between the lines a bit, he does appear a little bit frustrated about certain elements. What's your opinion of these videos? From what I saw, they looked very well made. It's surprising to see what people have done with a video that wasn't meant to be seen. It's interesting. Did you know that over 500,000 people have viewed your video? Yes, I know. When you made the video, did you think this many people would be viewing it? No, I really never anticipated that. How did the video end up on the web? Actually, it was a mistake. The cassette was left in the studio and someone put it on the internet. In this interview, Ghislaine also expressed the desire to get an
Damn it.
iPod at
Why do you
some
keep
point
doing
in
that? I
the
guess
near
I'll
future,
switch.
which then gave Andy Bio the idea to ask the internet's help in crowdfunding an iPod to give to the Star Wars Kid himself. And about a month later, this effort proved successful, with over 400 people donating to the cause, raising the Star Wars Kid $4,334. Fun fact, Andy Bio would later become the chief technical officer of Kickstarter. Anyhow, Ghislaine was soon sent the iPod crowdfunded by Andy, along with a gift certificate for the remaining balance of the fund. Andy also left a touching note which read, "In return for the countless hours of entertainment you've given us and the hardships you've had to face, please accept this 30-gigabyte iPod for your trouble. A very large gift certificate to Future Shop with the remainder of the funds in the mail." Remember, the internet loves you. May the force be with you.
Give you
always.
something to do on your
It seemed like
fancy
it could have
PC,
potentially been a
and you can
turning
use the
point in
controller,
regards
no
to public
problem.
opinion of just slaying the Star Wars kid. You know, hey, he's kind of accepting the meme. Let's send him an iPod. You know, this guy's pretty chill after all. But as Andy's note even mentioned, the guy went through a lot of shit. I mean, it's like
This custom experience is the most fun I've ever had with anything Bethesda's ever done.
Content. I hope we didn't ruin your life or anything. Here's an iPod for your trouble. Take care, bud. It just kind of really doesn't seem like making amends for much of anything, if you ask me. In response to getting the iPod, Ghislaine would respond via email to Andy, explaining that while he appreciated the gesture of being gifted the iPod, he wished the video had remained private from the start. Clearly stating for the record that becoming a living meme had been an overall terrible experience for him. After all, the kid had lost friends over the video and was being bullied relentlessly at school. According to Ghislaine, classmates would climb on top of tables and mimic the moves he performed in the video in front of him. That just sounds fucking terrible. Jesus Christ, I would punch somebody in the face. Ghislaine would be so mentally damaged by this viral disaster that he would eventually drop out of high school and was sent to a children's psychiatric ward to continue his education and receive indefinite treatment. With this in mind, it was obvious that uploading the kid's private video to the internet was a clear injustice, and those responsible for the theft should likely be held accountable. In late July of 2003, in light of the depressing developments...
And if not, it's fine. I've never seen something I thought you'd actually like yet.
...filed a civil suit against the parents of the students who first leaked the private video to the internet, demanding over $250,000 in damages. This lawsuit would carry on for 3 years before eventually concluding out of court, with an unspecified amount of money changing hands between the families. Most on the internet had long moved on from Star Wars Kid at this point and didn't even realize these legal proceedings had happened. And fewer still knew about the hardships experienced by Ghislaine. Ghislaine would eventually leave the psychiatric facility and return to high school for his senior year. Upon graduation, the young man continued his education and received a law degree at McGill University in Montreal, and has reportedly garnered other accolades in his adult life. Despite his adolescence essentially being ruined by a viral video, Ghislaine managed to pick up the pieces and move on to better things. In May of 2013, just over 10 years after the original release of Star Wars Kid, Ghislaine would break his silence on the matter and give an interview for a Quebec magazine after seeing a trend of suicides online as a result of cyberbullying. Quote, "You'll survive, you'll get through it, and you're not alone. You are surrounded by people who love you." And what was likely the first case of a living meme getting cyberbullied over a viral video, that was the story of the Star Wars Kid. When an aspiring filmmaker makes a documentary exposing Ugandan war criminal Joseph Kony, a worldwide effort to stop the man takes over. The humanitarian meme Kony 2012 is born. However, Kony's creator never expected his video to get as big as it did, and this popular documentary wound up turning into a meme that inadvertently ruined the man's life. This is the story of Kony 2012. On March 5th of 2012, a YouTube video was uploaded titled Kony 2012. It was a documentary detailing the story of a Ugandan warlord named Joseph Kony. At the time, Kony was relatively unknown to most of the world, but in Uganda, he was a feared leader of a Christian-based terrorist group known as the Lord's Resistance Army, or LRA. The main goal of the faction was to overthrow the Ugandan government. The LRA and Joseph Kony were responsible for committing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, from mass murder to employing child soldiers and employing child sex slaves. The creator of Kony 2012, Jason Russell, had in fact witnessed some of these atrocities firsthand during a research filmmaking trip he took to the area in 2003. Russell had been attempting to raise public awareness regarding Joseph Kony ever since, and had created many failed video campaigns in an effort to do so. But something about Kony 2012 was different. This documentary was the culmination of Jason Russell's life's work. Its purpose was twofold in that it wanted to raise public awareness regarding who Joseph Kony was and the atrocities that he's committed, and of course it wanted to raise a bunch of money to, I guess, stop Joseph Kony and help Ugandans. They were admittedly pretty vague in the documentary about exactly what they wanted to do, but that's the gist of the project. The end of the Kony 2012 YouTube video detailed ways viewers could help, which included signing a pledge of support and contributing money by way of the purchase of a $30 action kit. These action kits contained a Kony 2012 shirt and Kony poster. The selling point of the kits were linked to an event dubbed by the Kony creator as Cover the Night. The event plan being that on April 20th, 420, everyone who purchased action kits would go out at night and canvas, plastering Kony materials around their local area in mass protest of the warlord. This documentary was polished, at least in regard to YouTube standards,
You've been
and
examined.
the call to action against Kony resonated with those online. Kony 2012 would crack just over 75 million views in a week, and Invisible Children, the charity that Jason Russell had co-founded, would raise over $10 million in this short period of time. If you were an active internet user in 2012, you know just how inescapable the phrase Kony 2012 had become. The entire campaign to overthrow Joseph Kony essentially becoming one of the biggest internet memes in internet history. Kony 2012 was being discussed by YouTubers both big and small. The mainstream media was obsessing over the story, the entire world fixating and donating massive sums of money to stopping a dictator they didn't even know existed until about 7 days prior. But as is the case with many stories that I discuss on this channel, the moment that a large sum of money gets involved, that's when some fuckery is afoot. Naturally, with the immense success of Kony 2012 and large sums of money now involved, folks began asking the question, alright, so we raise all this money and we hate Joseph Kony, but now what? What exactly was Invisible Children, more importantly Jason Russell, going to do about Joseph Kony and his victims? With no clear, immediate action being taken by the organization, skeptics would become vocal, and a certain sect of the internet actively began prying into the affairs of Russell and his charity. The first blemish, donation ratio. After doing a bit of digging, critics discovered prior year financial statements from the Invisible Children charity. These documents revealed that only 32% of the organization's expenditures went towards direct humanitarian services, while the lion's share of 68% went back into the operating costs of the charity, with almost everyone assuming that all of the donated money was going towards toppling Kony. You can imagine some people were pissed off about that. Additionally, some would unearth old photos of Jason Russell wherein he's flexing with guns in Uganda, and they shared these photos, citing the images as an indication that Russell was more of an unprofessional grifter than a humanitarian hero. Others found embarrassing old videos created by Russell, apparently coming from prior failed efforts at starting a viral Kony campaign. Financials and unprofessionalism aside, some simply just had issue with the entire premise of the campaign and felt that Russell had focused far too much on Joseph Kony in the documentary and didn't talk about the victims enough, essentially claiming that the documentary didn't help anyone's situation and only made Joseph Kony a celebrity in the West.
People's problems into their businesses, and it's unfortunate that we can have people who are merchandising but using people's problems.
This scrutiny began to snowball and narrative cracks would begin to form in regard to the documentary itself. One such error was the fact that despite the documentary presenting Joseph Kony as this current scourge of Uganda, in all reality, Kony was no longer in the country and hadn't been there for years. It almost seemed as if Russell purposely omitted the truth about Kony's location and activities to strengthen the narrative of the story and attach his cause to Uganda's ongoing humanitarian crisis. So it was like the more you looked into Jason Russell and the Kony 2012 documentary and the fundraiser, it's like the less anything made sense. What the hell is the actual purpose of this documentary? Like, why are we raising money? What's going on here? The entire Kony 2012 project revealed itself to be lazy and unfocused in regard to its goals, and media outlets began to accuse Russell and his organization of being slacktivists, or opportunistic grifters who attach themselves to a humanitarian cause in an effort to attain fame, money, and notoriety. As the creator of the film and face of the Kony 2012 movement, Jason Russell would become inundated with criticism. His phone was ringing off the hook with media outlets from across the country attempting to book interviews with the man and question him regarding the charity's next step. And for a while, Jason Russell attempted to placate the masses, attending these interviews day after day. For weeks, Jason Russell spent his time traveling across the United States, attending interviews, spending practically every waking moment of his life dealing with the unfolding controversy surrounding the Kony 2012 movement he personally created. The man got little sleep and was under immense stress. The media and public pressure exerted upon Jason would eventually become so unmanageable that the man essentially broke, and Jason Russell's psyche unraveled in a public display that would become one of the most bizarre mental breakdowns caught on camera in history. TMZ would publish disturbing amateur footage, the recording showing Jason Russell completely naked in public, yelling at the top of his lungs while aimlessly roaming around in a San Diego street corner. Russell had completely lost his mind, the pressure of maintaining the disaster that Kony 2012 had become, whittling his psyche down to a dysfunctional state. Concerned bystanders would notify police, and Jason would be detained and hospitalized not long after. While receiving medical care, Jason reportedly attempted to escape the facility and expressed that doctors were trying to kill him. According to Jason's family,
Actually, I wouldn't mind Black Mages. Black Mages would be better, but I don't see it.
An acute state brought on by extreme exhaustion, stress, and dehydration. Jason would receive extensive treatment, and after some well-needed rest, his mental state returned to normal approximately 2 weeks after his embarrassing public freakout. The video showcasing Jason hitting rock bottom of his downward spiral was published to YouTube, and the video would go on to amass millions of views. And with this thing now floating around, any goodwill that was out there towards Jason Russell and Invisible Children had practically evaporated. The TMZ video proved to be the kill shot of Kony 2012. While some devout Kony 2012ers would participate in the April 20th Cover the Night event in their local communities, the campaign had for all intents and purposes imploded. Some of Invisible Children's co-founders attempted to keep the sinking ship afloat with public appearances and reassurances that Kony would be stopped, but by this point the charity was considered nothing more than a joke, with Jason Russell and his nude mental breakdown being the punchline. Aftermath. Today, Invisible Children has all but disbanded. In regard to the money raised during the Kony 2012 campaign, well, despite the misleading documentary, the campaign was never determined to be fraudulent, and the money raised found its way to a series of small Ugandan charity projects. So at least money ended up in Uganda. I guess that's a W, right? And in case you're wondering, no, they didn't stop Joseph Kony. In fact, the man is still alive, but his health is on the downslope, so who knows how long he'll be around. And as for Jason himself, he would leave Invisible Children, but continues his activism in other ways to this day. It's impossible to say how much this affected him in the long term. I mean, at least there hasn't been any more public breakdowns. I'd be willing to say Jason Russell learned his lesson in regard to biting off more than you can chew in regard to fundraising projects. I find it hard to come away from this story really hating Jason Russell, as I don't really think he was a malicious actor. I just think he was a guy that really punched above his weight class and, like I said, bit off more than he can chew. But anyways, that's the story of Jason Russell and the Kony 2012 flop. Many of you are likely familiar with the Techno Viking. One of the first viral memes in YouTube history, this muscle-bound Chad of a human being and his signature dance moves have been viewed by hundreds of millions of internet users in the nearly 2 decades of the clip existing online. But what a lot of people don't realize is that the Techno Viking wasn't at all happy about being made into a living meme, and actually attempted to sue the man responsible for recording it. A meme that negatively impacted practically everyone involved with its creation. This is the story of the Techno Viking.
Incoming
The story
towel.
begins all the way back in July of the year 2000 with German media art student Matthias Fritsch. Fritsch was in the process of creating a series of experimental short films and recorded many public events and gatherings around Germany during this time. One such event documented by Fritsch was Fuck Parade 2000 held in Berlin, Germany. Fuck Parade is an annual grassroots demonstration held in the city to celebrate music and arts while simultaneously protesting commercialism. Essentially like Woodstock, but in a city, and it's like a loosely organized parade of sorts. Matthias Fritsch would capture a great deal of footage on this day, but the most notable recording involved this particular scene, which begins with a blue-haired girl dancing to techno music. In this now iconic shot, the dancing girl appears to be grabbed by a disorderly man in the crowd. Moments later, a muscular, bearded individual, seeing this inappropriate contact, intervenes. The bearded man goes on to separate the offender from the girl and keeps the guy in his grip for a few seconds, apparently issuing some sort of verbal warning to the rabble-rouser, and then the disruptive parade attendee dejectedly walks away. This series of events by themselves is already a great catch by Fritsch, but what happens next makes the footage legendary. After the conclusion of the Fuck Parade, Fritsch would go home and upload several clips he recorded at the event to his website, subrealic.net. One of the clips uploaded was the altercation involving the muscle-bound dancer. Fritsch would title this recording Knee Cam Number 1. Matthias would go on to show footage obtained at the Fuck Parade at film festival events around the time. The distinct Viking-like appearance of the video's protagonist and the overall absurdity of events displayed in the footage certainly made for a compelling viewing experience. But considering the inaccessible nature of early internet video, few would actually see Knee Cam when it was published, and the video would essentially sit in a state of online purgatory for the next few years. But then a site called YouTube comes along. In 2006, Matthias Fritsch creates a YouTube channel for his subrealic content, and in October he uploads a copy of Knee Cam Number 1 to his channel. This upload receives little attention at first, but strangely enough goes viral in September of 2007 after the clip is discovered and reposted by a Central American porn website called Catardist.com. Knee Cam's YouTube views began to skyrocket after the video had been shared, and in the comment section you would see a lot of commentary regarding the video's Viking-like protagonist. As with many living memes on the internet, folks are quick to assign a catchy shorthand nickname to any figure involved in a viral video. And the name that commenters unanimously seemed to agree on for this individual was, of course, the Techno Viking. In 2007, Techno Viking would become an inescapable online presence. The man became a phenomenon, with fans of the meme and video uploading recreations of the dance and parodying the video in a variety of ways. The internet built up the legend of the Techno Viking as this righteous and mighty figure, an individual that strikes fear into the hearts of Fuck Parade girl grabbers and stuns all with his impressive dance moves. He was beloved by all online. And needless to say, the popularity of the Techno Viking was a good thing for the guy who recorded the video, Matthias Fritsch, essentially the creator of the meme. Fritsch's Techno Viking video saw such popularity that he was offered an AdSense deal with Google, with the company reportedly directly reaching out to him sometime in 2008. According to reports, this AdSense money was enough that Fritsch was able to essentially live off of the video for some time. In an effort to capitalize off the video's success even further, Fritsch would create and sell a wide variety of t-shirts featuring the Techno Viking's likeness. These shirts were advertised in the video's description box. Through ads, merchandising, and 2 TV licenses, Fritsch managed to rake in close to $15,000 in the months following the viral explosion of the Viking. And for any small-time independent video creator, this was a dream come true. Fritsch was able to monetize something he recorded and basically live off of his own work. The meme he had inadvertently created being beloved and being watched daily by millions of people. It was beginning to look like Matthias might be able to convert this Techno Viking thing into a long-term career of sorts. But just as things begin to get good for Matthias Fritsch, that's when he's hit with a life-changing reality check.
God damn it.
That reality check coming in the form of a cease and desist letter in his mailbox. In December of 2009, Matthias Fritsch was sent a letter from a lawyer representing the Techno Viking himself. The Viking, who remained anonymous, was demanding Fritsch remove all content featuring his likeness from the internet, including the famous video and any merchandise associated with it. A segment from the cease and desist reads as follows. My client has hired us to take care of his legal interests. We have to point out that the use of our client's image, especially for commercial reasons, is a violation of his personality rights, especially the right to images of one's likeness.
Oh.
So apparently the man behind the Techno Viking had issue with this online silliness surrounding his image and also didn't care for the fact that Matthias was making money off of this thing. Fritsch would issue a measured response to this cease and desist letter. Cognizant of the internet's unanimous affection for the Viking, he attempted to reason with the man and even offered to work together to monetize the Viking video in a way that would be beneficial for both him and the disgruntled man. You know, Matthias was likely thinking, dude, the internet loves you, like this isn't a bad thing, there's a way that we can make this a mutually good thing for the both of us. However, the Viking nor his lawyer never took up this proposition, and as a result of the threat, Fritsch found it prudent to remove all merchandise associated with the Techno Viking from his social media. He also turned off the monetization of the Techno Viking video. He would keep the video up, but placed a large annotation over the content which blocked the visual. The annotation informing viewers that ongoing legal issues surrounded the Techno Viking video. Matthias was taking the matter seriously and appeared to respect the wishes of the Techno Viking, even if he may not have agreed with the guy's analysis of the situation.
Ich habe ihm als erstes einen Brief geschrieben, ihm gedankt, dass es super ist, dass er sich jetzt endlich meldet, dass wir eine Möglichkeit haben, miteinander zu reden. Habe ihm auch versichert, dass es mir jetzt nicht daran liegt, seine Rechte zu verletzen. Habe ihm auch angeboten, da wir jetzt miteinander kommunizieren können, kann man ja auch drüber nachdenken, diese Berühmtheit der Kunstfigur, die da entstanden ist, vielleicht wirklich lohnenswert ist.
But despite Matthias Fritsch's compliance, the Techno Viking and his lawyers wanted the man to pay for using the anonymous individual's likeness, even if Matthias Fritsch made this guy an internet legend. In January of 2013, it was revealed that the anonymous Techno Viking filed a lawsuit against Fritsch under the grounds of violating his privacy, damaging his character, and profiting off of his image without necessary permission or compensation. The Viking's lawyers were demanding Fritsch to pay at least 40,000 euros for the damages. The anonymous man's team would present a case that not only attempted to hold Fritsch accountable for publishing the original video, but also attempted to make Fritsch responsible for the thousands of re-uploads that had populated YouTube around the time. It's also been reported that an additional 10,000 euros were requested for the Viking because of, quote, pain and suffering, unquote, that he suffered due to the video's spread. After a series of trials in the early months of 2013, the case concluded on June 11th, with the judge ruling in favor of the Techno Viking and asserting that his personality rights had indeed been violated. Matthias Fritsch was required to pay all royalties he generated from the video's ads and merchandise sales in addition to a majority share of the court costs. The pain and suffering request was thrown out, however. As a result of this lawsuit, Matthias Fritsch owed a lot of money and could no longer publish any imagery showing the Techno Viking unless it was obscured to the point where you couldn't even tell it was the guy. And it's important to note that this court order only applied to Matthias Fritsch. It didn't affect any of the re-uploads that were out there uploaded by the thousands of other random people on the internet. If the lawsuit's intention was to stop the spread of the Techno Viking meme, it failed miserably. But what it didn't fail at was transplanting about 15,000 euros of Matthias Fritsch's money into the pocket of the Techno Viking and his lawyers. The loss of this income essentially ruining Fritsch's life for a period of time and putting him on the verge of bankruptcy. During the trial, Techno Viking's lawyers claimed that Techno was getting unwanted approaches by right-wing groups and lost jobs as a result of the meme. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that does kind of suck, right? Nobody wants to lose their job over a meme. Whatever the case, becoming a meme didn't set well with the Techno Viking, and he especially didn't like that Matthias Fritsch was making money off of it. Probably one of the most bizarre elements of this story is that even after a lawsuit, the identity of the Techno-Viking is still unknown to this day. As with the case being about personality rights and privacy, the Techno-Viking's name was never publicly revealed. Only the people involved in that trial know the man's identity, including Matthias Fritsch, and it's safe to say that Fritsch won't be revealing that name for obvious reasons. Over the years, many have made false claims of being the Techno-Viking, with articles citing a plethora of bearded gentlemen as candidates for the Viking's identity. All such claims have been debunked, and the man's identity remains a mystery to this day. A viral video that cursed both the living meme figure in it and its creator, that was the story of the Techno-Viking. When a Taiwanese model's photograph is used to make an internet meme, what follows is a series of events that end up permanently damaging the woman's life and her career prospects. This is the story of the plastic surgery hoax. To begin, we need to become familiar with an old internet story that was being reported almost 20 years ago. In June of 2004, a bizarre news article was published online, claiming that a Chinese man known as Jian Feng divorced his wife after he suspected that she cheated on him. And what was his reasoning for having this suspicion? Well, it was because his pregnant wife gave birth to ugly babies.
Oh, no.
And apparently the man, feeling as if he was a good-looking guy and thought he had a beautiful wife, he thought this to be impossible. The only explanation was that his wife had cheated on him. But the story purports that a DNA test later confirmed that the baby was actually his, and that the woman didn't cheat. So the man is confused. How is it possible that we have these ugly babies? Well, the story claims that eventually the wife would confess to the husband that she had thousands of dollars of plastic surgery done before the two had gotten together. Absurdly enough, this story goes on to purport that the man was later able to sue his ex-wife for $120,000 in damages for apparently deceiving him with her artificial looks. Now, I think it goes without saying that the validity of this story is extremely questionable. It may or may not have happened. But just know that it existed, and let's bookmark this story and fast forward to 2012. In 2012, a Taiwanese model by the name of Heidi Ye was hired to participate in a photo shoot. Photos taken from this were going to be integrated into an advertisement for a plastic surgery clinic in the city of Taipei. The ad was intended to be humorous, and it took the form of a family photo, with members of the family being portrayed by Heidi and other actors. In post-production, edits were applied to the image to give the children featured an unsightly appearance, each sporting small eyes and flat noses, while the adults in the image were left normal. The suggestion here being that the adults had had plastic surgery but that couldn't hide their, bad genetics, hence the ugly babies or whatever. It's admittedly a strange angle for an ad to take, but the joke is pretty obvious. The caption associated with this print ad translated to English read, "The only thing you have to worry about after plastic surgery is the explaining you'll have to do to your children." So what does that 2004 Chinese couple divorce story have to do with this plastic surgery ad? Well, on October 31st of 2013, the Irish Examiner wrote an article discussing the 2004 story and included a supposed picture of the mother in question and her before and after images after receiving plastic surgery. This prompted the old story to go minorly viral again, and other outlets would discuss it. However, when publications attempted to dig up and expand upon the reporting, that's when trouble arose, as some would begin erroneously associating the old Chinese divorce story with Heidi Ye's Taiwanese plastic surgery ad, misidentifying the woman as the Chinese wife featured in the infamous report. The result of this was a popular meme format which showed Heidi's photo shoot with the text below stating "plastic surgery, you can't hide it forever." Additionally, this image began to go viral on Facebook, and it almost always was attached with that bogus Chinese story. People online were mocking Heidi and the other actors featured in the image under the false pretense of them being the family featured in the old tall tale. Eventually, Heidi herself would catch wind of the development. She had heard about the confusion early on from a friend and could only watch in horror as lies about her spread around the world. People in Taiwan had become aware of her story, and the meme started to negatively affect her personal life and modeling career prospects. Prior to all of this, Heidi had gotten major modeling roles in commercials for large brands such as KFC, and also was hired to promote many Japanese beauty products. However, after the meme featuring her and the bogus story started to spread, the woman struggled to lock down even minor gigs. In an interview with the BBC, she would describe hardships faced during this time. When I first heard about this from a friend, I thought it was just a one-off rumor. Then I realized the whole world was spreading it, and in different languages. People actually thought it was real. Even my then boyfriend's friends would ask about it. People refused to believe that I had never had plastic surgery. Clients would ask me if I was the woman in the picture. After this, I only got small roles in advertising. The model stated that the spread of the meme left her crying constantly and needing to change profession. These claims would later be echoed by an attorney hired by the woman, who was representing her in an effort to sue the plastic surgery clinic and advertising agency responsible for the image, stating that the usage of the images violated the copyright agreement specified in her contract. And Heidi claims that she didn't know that this plastic surgery advertisement would be posted to the internet. She thought it was a print-only ad. A representative from the ad agency stated that both their use and the clinic's use of the image had been fully legal and that the defamatory actions had been perpetrated by others online. Quote, as we all know, no one controls the internet. We can't anticipate what degree of an impact it will have, how people will view it, and what they will do with it. These legal threats from Heidi resulted in both companies threatening to sue her back for claiming that they were responsible for the wrongdoing. A lawsuit regarding this incident would begin in 2015. Details of how that went are unclear. Whatever the case, it's clear this meme caused irreparable damage to this woman's life. Moral of the story here, guys, is make sure you're not just blindly reposting wild stories you find on the internet, because you just may be actively participating in a mass defamation campaign against a completely innocent person. One of the most infamous early internet viral videos is that of the angry German kid, aka Keyboard Crasher. It's a classic video apparently showcasing a clearly disturbed youth experiencing a bit of gamer rage. And for decades, the kid featured in the video was a target of mockery, derision, and relentless memery. However, what few fail to realize is that this was actually intended to be a satirical skit. And when the context of this video being a joke was stripped from the video, the internet mocked the kid so much he became a living meme, a designation that essentially would ruin his life. This is the story of the angry German kid. In 2000,
The Jeremy Kyle Show.
I guess this show's called The Jeremy Kyle Show, right? But it could be called The Show. When you believe it. Shut up.
The most evil television show in English history. A viciously exploitative production that took the most vulnerable people from society and put a spotlight on their life, with a host who would mercilessly ridicule them for a live audience reaction of abuse and laughter. The Jeremy Kyle Show ran for over 14
Steve
years,
Wilco.
with more than 3,000 episodes.
The British Steve Wilco.
That is, until the dark truth finally
The British
came
Steve
to light.
Wilco. Oh, he was a pederast, of course. Of course.
Born in 1965,
Or he was a
Jeremy
rapist.
grew
One
up
or the other.
privileged. His
It's always
father
pederasty or
worked as an
rape
accountant
with these weird
to the
fucking
Queen Mother
nuts,
for over 40
you know?
years. And
Pederasty
as a
or
result,
rape.
Jeremy attended a private boys' school for his entire
Oh, I would say
education.
pederasty.
He then attended university
Pederasty.
to study history and sociology. Following this, he bounced around employment for about a decade
You've been
before
examined.
deciding on his future. This included selling life insurance, as a recruitment consultant, and finally in radio advertising. In 1996, he transitioned onto the microphone himself as a broadcaster, and over the next decade, honed his craft. Within a couple of years, Jeremy Kyle had developed a recurring show that was seeing great success. It was called Jez's Confessions. The premise was real simple. Jeremy would wait for callers to provide content for the audience. These callers could talk about absolutely anything that they wanted. Jeremy was there to listen, give advice, and hope that it was interesting enough to keep his listeners entertained. Which it almost always was, as people would usually talk about the things they wouldn't discuss in public. Problems involving addiction, infidelity, violence, sex, mental health, or anything else you can think of that would traditionally be taboo. This format, even as early as the year 2000, was polarizing. You either love it or you hate it, said Jeremy's boss. The amazing thing is that the people who hate it are as loyal to it as the people who love it, Jeremy added. And this remained true the entire time Jez's Confessions ran, which was for a little over 5 years, across multiple different radio stations. In fact, the only reason it even ended was that it was simply too successful to remain on radio. The format was almost perfect for capturing a recurring audience. There was, however, a few ways to improve the formula. It needed visuals, and so television, an audience, and the guests there in person to air out their story live, it was now perfect. This also came with a rebrand from Jez's Confessions to the Jeremy Kyle Show. It was an immediate smash success, and you can see why.
Your first day, do me a favour, big boy, get rid of that. You, be quiet.
The Jeremy Kyle Show was essentially a magnifying glass above an ant colony. That is, of course, if the ant colony was only the lowest rungs of the social ladder, the working class. People from council estates, the roughest low-income areas in the country, people with little to no education, no money, often no job, and no prospect of getting a job. The guests were often drug addicts, gambling addicts, convicts, thieves, and almost always with severely debilitating mental and or physical illness that went without treatment for so long that it had completely ruined their lives. What good, upstanding members of the public would call the worst of the absolute worst while looking down their nose. The people on the other side, looking through the magnifying glass, were mostly split between two groups. Those who deemed themselves classes above and found pleasure in seeing the fascinating life of people they could never understand and would never interact with in person, and the second group, which were from a similar background as the guests. Perhaps they saw themselves, or people they knew from day-to-day life, in those people on stage, someone they could relate to, or prop themselves up with the idea that while they might be in a bad situation, at least they're not those people on the Jeremy Kyle Show. There was, of course, a third group too, those who watched to see what was going on, but quickly realised just how sick and twisted it all was, and moved along.
What is it? Why does everybody talk? What is that? Shut up! Well, it's you, love.
Your skill has increased.
Regarding the format of the show, it was one that already saw success overseas with the likes of Jerry Springer, but due to differences in law, without any of the fake interactions, which would not be allowed in England. This is the crux of what made the show as popular as it was. It was completely real, it was raw, and it was insane.
Keep going! Keep going!
Each episode, Jeremy would introduce the scenario, give a little bit of context, and then bring on the guest who would explain further while being questioned by the host. They would have the people involved in the conflict backstage, watching and listening in. They would often cut to the reactions of those people getting more and more upset, more angry as things went on, and Jeremy would then likely bring those people on stage and just wait for the fireworks, which would always happen. The claim of Jeremy Kyle and the producers was that this was mediating issues. What Jeremy Kyle was actually doing was shouting at, belittling, abusing, and bullying these people. And the audience could not get enough of this. But who can blame them with the topics of each show? Some of the classics include, your boyfriend killed my hamster. Has my son cut up my sex toy? I'll marry you if you prove you only cheated 16 times. Have I been having sex with my brother? And who can forget, I'll leave my boyfriend if he doesn't stop.
Your skill has increased.
Eventually, most episodes involved a lie detector test, which was usually the point that the audience went absolutely wild. The victims started screaming, fighting, trying to run away, but being cornered by Jeremy, cameras, and security. The format was pure gold. The ratings were through the roof, and as Jeremy had accurately pointed out years prior with a less polished product, whether you loved or hated it, you still watched. It was just that hard to look away. Even if you knew what it was, a gross exploitation, it was interesting to see the most intimate details and interaction of those who live a life so foreign to you, they might as well be another species entirely. For this reason, it was the most popular program on the network by a country mile, but despite being so visibly vile, somehow things behind the scenes were even worse. As early as the first ever episode of the Jeremy Kyle Show, people saw what it was. Even if all the proper precautions were taken, there was only one way the show would end, in tragedy. Now when we think about what is important to a television network, to the creators and to the producers, we encounter the vicious cycle. When your show is about conflict, about insane scenarios that bewilder onlookers, causing them to stop what they're doing and watch like that of a car crash, you stand to benefit the more extreme this conflict becomes. That means the impetus is to find the most extreme guests possible. It also means you are heavily incentivized to make sure these extreme guests are fired up the minute they hit the stage. In an investigative documentary released by Channel 4, another UK broadcaster, former staff were interviewed anonymously. These former staff revealed allegations of the most insidious off-camera behaviour you could ever imagine. Some of these allegations were backed up by former guests of the show, such as, upon arriving to the Jeremy Kyle Show studio, each individual in the conflict were taken to separate rooms and manipulated for multiple hours, psychologically prodded and baited with information they knew would just get their blood boiling. He said this about you, oh you wouldn't believe what she just told me, I know what I'd do if I were in your position, you know, that sort of thing. Years on the job, watching people unravel in real time, taught the staff all the buttons they needed to press to get people in the mindset to immediately go for it when they got on stage. After all, the viewers were there for exactly that, for people to appear on stage and start going absolutely crazy immediately. They also alleged the producers would lie to guests right as they are about to walk on stage regarding the rewards of the show. For example, if you were there to get someone into rehab for a drug addiction, they would tell you that there was only one spot for rehab available and multiple families fighting for it. The family that made the best content for Jeremy's show would be given the spot. This wasn't true. There was a spot for all guests. Another allegation made by the anonymous workers was that they helped guests to bypass the mental health questionnaire, guiding them through answers that they knew might get them disqualified. After all, if they failed a mental health test, the show could not go
Your
on.
skill has increased.
And it was of course in the producer's best interest to get them through the liability portion to say that they were actually okay to proceed, even if that was not true. And again, the less okay they were, the more likely they were to make for good victims for the show. The checks and balances that were in place to protect the guests were alleged to be a facade, one that worked since the show continued for 14 years doing this, constantly fueling that vicious cycle of looking for the most vulnerable people you could find to be exploited for the machine of Schadenfreude. A question you will no doubt ask yourself while listening to this story is one of the most important questions in life. Why? Why would people sign up for the Jeremy Kyle Show after knowing what it was, when the evidence was in front of their eyes, how they would be treated on a national stage, how this would probably ruin their life? Well, the answer could have come up previously in a video during the exploitation portion, because they were manipulated and exploited, first by society and later by the producers of the show. Again, the people targeted were the most vulnerable among us, the ones who had nothing, the ones
Your
who
skill
were
has
perhaps
increased.
not mentally capable of making sound decisions, the ones that were the most desperate in life. The show did offer solutions to guests as a carrot on a stick. If you needed answers to a burning question and had no other way to know, you could turn to the Jeremy Kyle Show. Perhaps you were worried your partner was cheating on you. Well, you could go and get a lie detector test for a few £100s, which you probably don't have. Or you can go on the Jeremy Kyle Show and get it for free. Perhaps your daughter's a heroin addict and you can't afford rehab to get her clean. You know if you don't, you might lose her. Well, you can go on the Jeremy Kyle Show and they'll pay for rehab. Perhaps you think your child might biologically not be yours. You can't afford a paternity test, but Jeremy will get you one. The trick here, of course, is you are being offered these carrots, but to get the carrots, Jeremy would also be beating you with that stick. He will be degrading you, he will be bullying you, and the mob will be cheering.
About them, do you? Don't you think I feel ashamed about? Oh yeah, what? During, before, or after?
reason people went on the show was they thought it was a path to stardom, a path out of where they were living. They watched the Jeremy Kyle show, they loved it, and they loved Jeremy himself. These people always thought they were the person who was right, and
Your
everyone
skill
else
has
would be
increased.
taking their side. The audience, Jeremy, people in the real world would watch their story and think, actually you're right, maybe this would make their life a little bit better. Almost always, they were actually wrong. They just didn't know how wrong they were until it was too late. One aspect to also consider, the Jeremy Kyle show was about conflict between multiple parties, which means if someone had an issue with you, they could contact the producers and start the process, which resulted in the desperate producers relentlessly hounding you, allegedly lying to you, and trying everything they could to get you to say yes. And of course there's another why here. Why did the show work so well? People love Schadenfreude. I don't know why. We've all seen someone fall over and laugh. We've seen the popularity of things like America's Funniest Home Videos. It can't be denied that people inherently like to see things like that. Although for the majority of people, it's only funny when you know the person is okay after, when you don't see real harm. The insidious element of the Jeremy Kyle
Your
show
skill has increased.
is that unlike
Hey, what's up, Dave?
knowing they're okay when they stand up after,
How you doing?
you don't ever see the consequences. You watch these people as if they're characters in a play. They cry, they scream, they attack each other. But what happens after the cameras finally stop rolling? You don't ever know if they're okay. There's no moment where you have to come to terms with the damage that was caused for your entertainment. You thought you saw people reach their lowest, and you were wrong. If you ever met someone in real life who was on the show or dealt with problems as severe as those you were laughing at while watching, you would understand that when the cameras stopped rolling, that wasn't the end. It was just the beginning.
Diamond came on the show to prove to his fiancée that he wasn't a cheat.
Diamond was found dead. Police believe he took his own life.
The reality of this is when you push anything to its limits, it will eventually break. For the Jeremy Kyle show, the thing that would break was people.
An episode of the Jeremy Kyle show has been taken off the air at the last minute after a guest died
That's good.
shortly after appearing on the show.
I don't know anything about him. I've never heard of him. I didn't know he existed. For me, it's Jerry Springer and Steve Wilco.
The Jeremy Kyle producers begging them to be allowed on the show. You see,
This guy said there was a dark ending to this, though. Something bad happened, but I don't know what it is yet.
or at least he had been before she found out he was lying to her. He told her that he was in the Navy for 10 years. He wasn't. He told her many things that turned out to be untrue. When confronted with this fact, he plainly stated, "I'm not sure why I do this. I just can't help myself." Steve was clearly a troubled man with some untreated mental health problems, but he did love Jane more than words could express. There was a divide in the relationship despite this. Jane couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he was a cheat. Maybe part of the lies he told was that he was faithful to her. Steve begged her to believe him. He said he would take a lie detector test. He'd seen them do it on Jeremy Kyle, a show that Jane watched often. She really liked Jeremy. And so, that's what happened. Steve and Jane arrived on set, were separated into different rooms, and didn't see each other for about 6 hours. As people.
An episode of Jeremy Kyle show has been taken off the air at the last minute after a guest died.
Oh, the old Jenny Jones. Yeah, this happened to somebody here in America as well. They canceled Jenny Jones, despite I actually really like Jenny Jones, but they canceled Jenny Jones because she was doing all this, like, bringing people together and forcing them to deal with each other and get their problems out. And she did this one where, like, this gay guy hits on this straight guy who is his best friend, and he's been in love with his best friend for 10 years, and so Jenny Jones convinces them to come on the show, and then the boyfriend, the gay boy, pops the question, and the straight kid goes nuts and shoots the poor gay kid dead the next day when they were offset. And they canceled Jenny Jones over that as if it was her fault that some crazy straight kid shot a gay kid. I like Jenny Jones. She was a bottom feeder, you know. She wasn't like this guy. She didn't do a lot of philanthropy, I don't think. She just, I think, was interested in getting all the people with, like, poor people problems to talk to each other. And so was Jerry Springer, and I respect that. You know, I respect that a lot. sometimes an open communication is what's needed, you know? And that's what's so good about these stars. And this exact same thing happened here in America to one of ours as well. And they canceled her, and overnight, I'm surprised she didn't kill herself. She was doing so good. She was like 5 years in or something like that. And then she just did the same old show she's always does, because that's what sells. And then the stupid-ass homophobic dude, you know, gay slaughtered the poor gay kid, and she took the blame for it. They canceled her. And, I mean, she was kind of provoking it, I would say. But, I mean, it's not her fault somebody shot someone, though, you know? Yeah, that's not good. Did they kill themselves, or was it a murder, though? What?
In May of 2019, a man by the name of Steve Diamond contacted the Jeremy Kyle producers, begging them to be allowed on the show. You see, Steve was in a relationship with a woman called Jane, or at least he had been before she found out he was lying to her. He told her that he was in the Navy for 10 years. He wasn't. He told her many things that turned out to be untrue. When confronted with this fact, he plainly stated,
Kira's sound isn't too good.
I just can't help myself. Steve was clearly a troubled man with some untreated mental health problems, but he did love Jane more than words could express. There was a divide in the relationship despite this. Jane couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he was a cheat. Maybe part of the lies he told.
There was a guy we had like this. His name was Steve Wilco. He was the bouncer for Jerry Springer. He was a wonderful man. He would get people on stage, and he would be like, all right, you, why can't you stop cheating on your fucking wife? I'm gonna beat your fucking ass. I'm gonna scream at you. And if you don't fucking fix up and shit, we're gonna give you a couple weeks. If you don't fix up and shit, I'm taking your ass to fucking boot camp. Yeah, you know Steve Wilco. A lot of people don't. He was kind of on the poorer channel, and not a lot of people knew who he was. He was a very great man, yes.
Old was that he was faithful to her. Steve begged her to believe him.
I didn't watch all those shows. I never watched any of that stuff. But I would tune in from time to time to see what they were doing, and I know what I saw, and that's what I remember. I think I'm probably the kind of audience that they really like. I hung around and watched maybe 5 shows from each one. I left with a favorable opinion, and I spoke well of all of those people the rest of my life. And I'm sure I'm who they like. They probably take so much hate from all the fucking like woke people and all the people who hate that sort of shit and all that. They get so much hate. But I think open communication is good. Always have. Some of it is exploitation. They come in and they expect a battle, and they want the battle to be bitter, and that is a little bit exploitative. But I don't really see how it's their fault if something bad happens. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the danger of their job. You deal with some nuts, you might get some really hot nuts in your face that kill a gay kid and backstage and destroy your career. That's what happens when you deal with crazy nuts from the fucking trailer park. None of us were surprised. Nobody had any sympathy for her. People hated her. They said, you killed him. But I mean, motherfucker, it's not like she bared arms against somebody and killed a gay kid, though. She didn't, though. You know? She didn't do that.
Were separated into different rooms and didn't see each other for about 6 hours. During that time, Steve took the test. He was then taken on stage with Jane and exposed as a liar, told he was a cheat, to which he broke down and wouldn't stop denying the results, wouldn't stop promising Jane it wasn't true. But according to Jeremy Kyle, there was no ifs, ands or buts. He was a cheater, he betrayed Jane, and that was that. They left the show. He called and called, left hundreds of voicemails, hundreds of texts, went to her window, but she didn't want to speak to him anymore. It was over. Steve then moved into a house nearby with all of his worldly possessions, 2 small bags. Despite being a man in his 60s, he had nothing in life. He'd lost the one thing he did have, Jane. I hope the Jeremy Kyle show is so happy now. They are responsible for what happens now. I hope this makes good ratings for them. I bet they keep this quiet. Never, never, never did I cheat on you. Never, never. My final words. And they were his final words. A few days later, Steve was gone. In the aftermath, the landlady he was staying with contacted the Jeremy Kyle show to tell them what had happened. They immediately went into damage control mode, moved Jane to a hotel for 3 days to control the narrative, and tried to keep her on side. They interviewed the landlady and her partner extensively, trying to get a read on what they were going to tell the press, who were now aware of the situation. ITV, the company who ran the Jeremy Kyle show for the last 14 years, suspended the airing of old and new episodes pending an investigation. This investigation lasted no longer than 2 days, at which point the show was permanently cancelled, everyone was made jobless. The decision, however, was 14 years too late. After seeing the news break and the show cancelled, there was of course mixed reactions. Those who loved the show were distraught that they could no longer feel superior in the face of those born into abject poverty.
I forgot to buy my scroll of sleep. That's kind of nub. Oh well, I'll get it when I get out. I don't need it. I got a power level.
To strike. Unfortunately, that wasn't true. People had
lost
their lives long before.
No, this guy is trying to prevent all that stuff. They were all trying to prevent all that stuff. Jenny Jones felt that she needed to open the dialogue when a poor gay person is in love with their straight best friend. That can't be fun for 10 years. You know, that can't be fun. You know, I was always in love with my best friend. They were just girls, and it was downright tragic. One time I attempted to kill myself over it because the woman that I love moved to California, and she was like, "Nah, I like cocaine and dick. I can't marry you. I'm gonna cheat on you, and I'm gonna do lines of cocaine. You're gonna hate me." And I was like, "I respect it. Thank you for giving me an honest answer." And she was like, "No problem. You know I love you. I would marry you if I could, but I know that I'm gonna be out there sleeping around and fucking, you know." And doing cocaine and shit, and I'm like, that's okay, you know. She wasn't even addicted either. She just liked drugs, you know. But yeah, I was like, that's okay, I get it, you know. And you know, like that's what I feel like these guys always were up to. What they were actually up to. They were trying to foster like an open communication in broken marriages and you know, families that were falling apart because their kids was dressing like Marilyn Manson and shit like that. It was always about like, you know. Oh yeah, you got the use of semi, huh? Right on. See, that only took you a day. Nice, that's not bad. Congratulations, Dave. Yeah, you're on your way. Yeah. They like to blame the person who wants to help the most. I've noticed. The sicker and the longer I've been alive, the more they play the blame game with people who just aren't responsible for what the actual problem is, which is the person who pulled the trigger, you know. Yep. Why do we have two? Oh god damn it. Fine. You want to tank it? Oh. Oh, of course, because, like, they're not trying to hurt anybody. They're out there trying to help. And everybody's like, you caused this. Nah, motherfucker. No, they didn't. They tried to stop it. They were there trying to foster an open goddamn conversation about it. You know? Open conversation. That's all that was about. Open conversation. And, sure, some bad happened. They didn't succeed. But at least they were there on the front lines trying to open lines of communication. It's like blaming fucking Switzerland when Nazi invades Poland. You know, when the Nazis invaded Poland. Nah, they're just trying to remain neutral, trying to foster a conversation and keep it cool, keep it simple, keep it like, you know, not World War-ish and all this stuff. Remaining neutral and being like a negotiator. Like I view those people as hostage negotiators. Some of those kids, like the Catch Me Outside girl, she was like holding her mom hostage, you know. And I viewed Dr. Phil, even though I don't like the guy, I still consider him to be basically at this point a legal fucking hostage negotiator. He's basically a hostage negotiator. Those family lives keep those people like basically under hostage, you know, like they have bad family homes and bad family abuse and bad family shit, you know, and they're trapped in their home, they can't get out, all this stuff. The only people even remotely trying to help them are those fucking Dr. Phil types, like Springer and stuff, because who's going to help them, right? The system helps them by giving them food stamps and making sure they don't starve to death, and maybe that they've got doctors and stuff, but nobody comes in there and pays for a fucking psychiatrist to help a fucking wife deal with the fact that her husband of 12 years finally cheated on her. And now she doesn't love her child anymore because she's so broken up on it about it that she's pounding Vicodin all day and sleeping in. And like, you know, so Dr. Phil comes in, everybody hates Dr. Phil or whatever, but at least Dr. Phil comes in and tries to fucking help them, you know what I'm saying? At least he's trying to fucking help. I don't see the public casting judgment, You know, casting judgment like it's their job to act like God or whatever, actually helping the situation in any way or form. They're not on the front lines. They don't understand. They don't know. You know. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. I missed what you said. Oh, and also the lie machine. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Like the media's like the lie machine now. Hold on, let me pull what you said. And also the lie machine, they do say if you have that done, knowing you're lying about anything, it will say you're lying. Yeah, it is. They've got good ways to sort of detect lies. I can do it without the machine. Humans look to the right, their right, right? So when you roll your eyes right, you'll see my eyes go left. For you, it's left, I think, unless the camera's flipped, you know? But like anytime a human looks at you and they look to the right like that, that means they're accessing their right brain, which is like the creative center of their process. It means they're creating something in their brain to offer you, and that's how you can tell when someone's lying. And that's another thing I always thought that Jenny Jones and Dr. Phil and all the American ones anyway. I don't know the British ones at all, Dave. I'm so sorry, but like I don't know the British ones, but I stood still and I didn't sit. Damn it. Tempted a 2-hour, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, and so like, and I trust those like Dr. Phil types to look people in the eyes and see if they're lying, like Judge Judy and all that, right? But I also kind of trust the lie machine at the same time, you know. Distortion is Blizzard. Is it Distortion Blizzard? I don't know. Oh, it wasn't it. I don't know. Whatever. What is Distortion, man? I've been looking at Distortion all night. It's fucking Blizzard. Why didn't I catch it? They're really uptight about the fucking Magic Burst now. What is that? Don't know why that wasn't I don't know why that wasn't a Magic Burst, but okay.
For this, in fact, as early as 2005, the first year of
And so, like, that's why the women tend to love all those Oprah shows and stuff, you know? Because they can see somebody on the front lines trying to save family lives. To save the life of a family. And I've always thought that's like you're on the fucking, those are the first responders. I'm not talking about the firemen. I'm not trying to bring the firemen and the ambulance people down and the paramedics and stuff. They have the most important job. But right behind them is the mental health people trying to pick up the pieces. Oh god, there's a white in the way. I'm gonna die. Oh well, that's okay. At least I have a power level to raise me. Come on, you stupid ghost. Let's go. He's gonna drain me for the rest of my health. Oh, but I'm gonna live though. I'm gonna live. No, I'm not. Yep. Cool how the white came directly to me because of the fucking HP. Fucking so dumb. God damn it, man. Not fucking blood aggroing a goddamn fucking ghost. I'm not doing it.
The show, Jeremy Kyle convinced a man to leave his wife of 18 years. She was gone a week later. The husband claims neither of them were psychologically screened prior to the show, and if they had been, would have easily been.
But he wasn't wrong. That's the worst part. He was not wrong. He wasn't wrong, though. He wasn't right. I'm sorry. He was right. Excuse me. He was not wrong. He was right. He was right. Like, he was not wrong. Excuse
Rejected. His wife was on strong painkillers, suffered from depression, and had taken overdoses before. She was clearly unfit to be on a show.
No, see, these people were going to detonate anyways. They just needed some kind of platform to do it with, in my opinion.
Like this. That wasn't the end of it. More and more deaths were then linked to the show over the 14-year runtime that saw over 20,000 people on its stage across more than 3,000 episodes. That's not taking into account the multiple women who were later battered by their partner, threatened with weapons, and the people who otherwise had their lives destroyed as a result of walking on that stage. And it was all done based on a technicality. You see, according to experts and during an investigative panel into the Jeremy Kyle show, a lie detector test is not infallible. In fact, without proper training, up-to-date equipment and perfect conditions, it can be a coin flip as to whether it's accurate or not. When you then consider people like Steve Diamond, who were compulsive or pathological liars, it's unlikely the results would have been accurate at all. Certainly not enough to be used as a foundation for life-altering decisions, and definitely not enough for Jeremy Kyle to stand on stage and abuse, belittle, and recommend things to these people. The excuse the showrunners gave when faced with this fact was that they did tell the guests themselves that the result could be wrong.
You failed it, pal. Where did you take the money?
I didn't take the money.
Of course you took the money. You got it written all over your face. Written all over your face, pal.
Failed the test. Why did you fail the test? Because you're a liar, aren't you? I need you to stand on television and say she did this and she did that.
You're a tea leaf.
But as you can see, he didn't add this particularly important information to the main segment of the show. No,
what's a tea leaf, Dave? A liar?
Instead, he used those results as if they were a stick to beat people with and to humiliate them with. On top of all this, the victims of the show were not just on screen, but behind it. One of the producers, the one responsible for the Steve Diamond episode that never aired,
oh, a thief.
eventually was also gone from this world. The guilt of bringing him on,
leaf,
what happened to him, and the jobs of her long-term colleagues was just too much. Jeremy Kyle throughout the years remained silent on the matter, though he did do an interview when taking another job on television, which he of course still receives to this day. And during that interview he claimed he'd been diagnosed with anxiety disorder after losing the show. I mean, it was a lot to handle, losing that show, you see. It was on for 14 years, and it was a really big part of Jeremy Kyle's life. It must have been hard for him to no longer play God to the cheering masses as he passed judgment on those you believe are utter filth.
No, I don't understand. Aren't it the most terrible one fucking game? You've done it again, it was thick as shit.
To not have any more props to use in your ascension to daytime television superstar, to feed your ego more, under the guise of helping people, which is what he claimed this was, which anybody can plainly see, this is not help.
You are one of the most disgusting people I've ever met in my entire life, and what I read about you would make any person with a brain cell recoil in horror.
Help isn't when somebody's an addict and you shout at them calling them a disgrace, blaming...
I don't believe in tough love, but I do believe in expressing your fucking anger when you feel it that badly. I don't believe in this surrogate doing it that much. But I mean, if a surrogate is needed, somebody's got to do it. If nobody in the family will do it, somebody else like him has got to step in and fucking yell at somebody. It's called a surrogate. We do it sometimes with mothers. We do it sometimes with lawyers and guardianships and stuff like that. Somebody who comes in, guardian ad litems and such, you know, we have somebody come in who can do the parent's job for them when they can't do it themselves, or the husbands or the wives or whatever it is. And that's all he was trying to do. It's not tough love. It's called, you know, I would say being a surrogate support or a surrogate cop. Or, you know, there's good cop, bad cop. He's playing the surrogate, the surrogate good cop. You know, he's trying to step in and let them know that their bullshit won't fly when they themselves are not capable of doing that. A lot of people, when they've got their worst problem that they have in their life, they're completely unwilling to understand or even, I know I was like pretty much unwilling to understand what my problem was until I got it. Which was that I had a crippling fear of success after watching my mother lose millions of dollars. I was like, I'm not working. I'm just going to be a drug addict my whole life. I'm just going to play video games and be a drug addict my entire life and just be happy and do the things that I find fun and just, you know, fuck off and never work and do all this stupid shit, right? And I had to go back to work, and it took me a bit before I finally understood that I had a crippling fear of success after I watched my mother lose $10 million. And that it's okay for me to succeed, even if she lost it all, kind of, you know, even though she lost it all, lost her marriage because of it. She lost everything. She lost her marriage. She had 2 mental breakdowns. She lost her company of 40 people that were all her best friends, and all this personal stuff that I don't really want to get into too much. But, you know, like when she hit rock bottom on her second time, it was so fucking bad. No, wait. Oh, I want to actually MB. I want to actually MB. Come on, man. Go. God damn it. Man. But yeah. My real life friend went on that show. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss what you said, dude. Trying to do like 7 things at once. Forgive me if I'm slow, Dave. I'm not slow. I'm just busy. So I've never had any friends who went on the shows, but I've definitely had friends who needed to go on the fucking show. Like, I had some friends, I had a friend who had me be the personal assistant for his mother, who no longer was ambulatory. She was like 400 pounds, she was short, she was fat, she was kind of crazy, and she wasn't very, well, she was smart, but she also had like, she was like Down syndrome sort of, and so was her son. Good friend of mine. I owe him $600, so I haven't talked to him in like 5 years, and that's such an asshole thing. But I've known him since freshman year. But one of the reasons I'm doing this is to pay everybody back for all the money I borrowed and all the bullshit I did. You know, it's like because I didn't borrow much money actually. I've only ever borrowed $12,000 in my life, but I really want to fucking pay that now. I borrowed more than that. I borrowed 35 grand for student loans, 12,000 personal, and another $600 one, and I want to pay it all back. That's another reason I'm doing this. I want to pay back my student loans, you know, and the other people that I owe. And so after going like 5 years of that, or longer now, like 7 years now, it's been, I think, ever since my last girlfriend died. Not my last girlfriend, the one before. Excuse me. Well, the one before, like 2 girlfriends ago, I had a girlfriend who was a heroin junkie, and she's dead now. And but like you know, that was the last time I talked to my friend. And while we were on the streets, while I was trying to deal with her terrible affliction, because I've never had an issue with drugs, but she definitely did. Like, I never needed rehab. I never stole from anybody. I always worked. I'm the definition of functional drug addicts. You know what I'm saying? And there's no such thing. But I mean, like, for me, it was like, take a hit, stay high for 3 days. It's not like I would smoke even an entire bowl or anything like that. It was like, take a hit so you can be high for 3 days. That was my whole vibe. And she was just off the hook fucking crazy, you know, just like straight up like heroin junkie. And, you know, and she eventually did pass. I watched her shoot up AIDS and HIV, right, or I shot her shoot up a rinse of dirty AIDS and Hep C right in front of me. And then she deteriorated over 3 years and disappeared off the face of the earth. I don't know where she is now. She might be alive, but I kind of doubt it. She's a survivor, but her brain was already fried anyways. There's nothing left in there. She fried her brain on drugs. She would stay up for like 14 days on meth and heroin and shit, trying to be a stripper and all this stupid shit. And at the end, she would just scream and walk. She would walk somewhere. She would just walk away, no matter what you were doing. You could be buying her a sandwich. She would have an episode, and she would start screaming and just walk down the fucking sidewalk and leave you. It didn't matter. She was so out of it and crazy. I got that out of my life. I couldn't do it anymore after watching her kill myself in front of me. I was like, this costs too much. Loving a junkie costs too much, you know? So these people step in, they try to help situations like that because no one else will. My mother wouldn't, my friends wouldn't, nobody would help me with that at all. Nobody would have helped me, but I believe somebody like this guy would have. You know, he would have told me what I needed to hear, which is that the addiction is actually mine. Being in love with somebody who is dependent on drugs is a really, really bad addiction, because you end up forcing yourself to love them when you don't anymore, and you force yourself to take care of them when you shouldn't be, and enabling them. Oh, bump. Bad DC, or bad lag. But yeah,
your skill has increased.
And nobody was willing to step into that motherfucker, and I didn't go to her funeral because I just cut her off, because one day I was like reading, and I read something that did change my life. It was like the addiction of loving and not backing down and supporting the junkie is far, far worse than the heroin, and that's what I needed to hear. It was about my pride. I just wasn't willing to ever walk out on a woman who needed me. I just wasn't willing to do it. I would have died first. It was not the morals that my mother raised me with. I just wasn't willing to do it. I was willing to die with her on the streets, if need be, to make sure that I was there every last minute of it until she either found peace or found peace, one or the other. And in the end, I had to walk away. Like, as I was going to chase her, I happened to read something. I was like, I think I Googled something like, what do you do if you're in love with someone who can't stop doing drugs or something like that? And it was like, you need to stop fucking enabling them. Stop fucking letting the... And it was like him. It was like the website was kind of acted as the surrogate that this guy was trying to be for them. It was like, you need to stop. You need to stop lying to yourself that it's ever going to end. You need to stop lying to yourself that they're not going to die. You need to like fucking stop lying to yourself that it's worth it. You need to stop lying to yourself that it's not too much of your love and energy and expenditure that you'll never get back, that you'll never see requited, that you'll never see a return on or any of this stuff. You need to stop sending that love down the well. And then the big one was... and I'd always struggle with this. Everybody in my life did try. They did try. Everybody in my life tried. They were like, it wasn't that I was an addict. It was that she was dying. And they told me a bunch of times, all my friends stepped, my friends' family, all of them stepped. And they were like, listen, you have to understand that before you can love another, you must love yourself first, and you're not loving yourself. And I was like, you know what? Then my response to it, you know what my response to that was? Excuse me, I gotta look at something here. Yep. You know what my response to that was? I was like, try it. Try me, motherfucker. I will love her until the day she dies. Try me. That's not who I am. I am gonna do it. I am. Watch me. I will love her more than myself. Watch me. Watch me do it, because, like, if I don't, I will not be able to live with myself. And I was, like, in denial about that for 3 whole years. And finally, like, the wake-up call was, like, some fucking website played surrogate for me. And it gave me the mental, like, fortitude I needed to look at the situation correctly, which was, you're throwing your love down a well. Eventually, you'll fall in afterwards. You're not going to get out of this. She's not going to get out of this. They're not going to get out of this. You have to stop. You have to, like, just let them either hit rock bottom and get themselves better, and then maybe they can come back in your life again, like 5 or 10 years later after that. That was a wake-up call, too. They were like, you might still be able to love this person, but the statistics are, like, 0. That was another one that was a wake-up call. They were like, you might be waiting, like, for them for 5 or 10 years because they're the love of your life, but the love of their life is heroin, right? And, shit. I'm always aggroing this ghost. It's not too good. And I took them all wake-up calls because nobody, like they kept hitting me with bad cliches that I didn't like, that I didn't agree with, which is like, motherfucker, try me. I've got enough love for I've got enough hate to push the button to kill every last human on the planet. I hate them all so much after the treatment I've received. I hate humans. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I would love to press that button and nuke the entire fucking world. I hate humans. Hate them. Oh, I got that Hitler hate for all of humanity. Fuck hating a specific race. How about all of humanity? They all suck. You know what I'm saying? There's no race that's better or worse. They all are equally fucking worthless. You know what I'm saying? I hate humans. I really do. You can see the damage that these people did to me, And then the other side of it is I've got enough love to father 200 children. I can love 200 different women. I love everybody around me. I've got enough love and energy to feed the entire fucking world. I got the other side of that in me too. You know what I'm saying? I got endless love. I got a mighty heart. You know what I'm saying? All my life I got hearts on my windows and hearts in my hands and stuff, and I got endless love to give to these people. They didn't show it. None of them, except my inner circle, showed any sort of love whatsoever. None of the like, I don't know, 2,000 people I met in the last 15 years showed love in any way or fucking form. They just try to hurt me, take advantage of me, bully me, try to kill me, or any of that shit. That's been my experience with every human that I expected that would be the last thing I would ever see. And so, I gave up. I was like, all right, fine. And then, so that wake-up call ended up being from some surrogate fucking website that this guy's trying to embody. He's just trying to be the personification of the fucking wake-up call. You gotta change before it's too late. I'm gonna smack the shit out of you if that's what it fucking takes with my words, if nothing else. Until you understand, this is the wake-up call. This is the ultimatum. You have to fucking get better. You're going to lose your family. You're going to lose your friends. You're going to lose your life. You're going to lose your money. You're going to lose everything. And that's what he was trying to do. And of course they crucify him like they do Jesus, because that's how humans are. That's why I would press the button.
And then for everything they've done with cheers from the cultists behind you. Telling people you're there to help them, telling people they'll be sent to rehab if they can't afford it. All they have to do is come on the show and open up. Then mercilessly bullying them for cheap laughs. This was class warfare, plain and simple. Jeremy Kyle was a rich kid from a privileged background, a private school, university, and all that comes with it. He grew into a rich man who saw poor people with their typical poor people problems as absolute disgusting filth. He frequently said as much on his show. You cannot fake the look on his face or the snarl to his words.
No, he really didn't like this guy.
People that he claimed to be helping.
No,
he used his platform.
No, he didn't like these people because they spend their lives not trying to better themselves. They don't learn to be better people. They just wallow in their fucking filth until their fucking lives and their family are a fucking mire, and they don't try to better themselves. And this is what somebody on the outside, that's what it looks like to somebody on the outside. And, you know, sure, that's cold and harsh and shitty, but I mean, that's what it looks like from the fucking outside. It's like people who don't want to help themselves. That's what it's like when you're a spiritual healer. The first thing you encounter is pretty much people who tell you they really want help, but they don't though. They don't though. They're in denial about that. They don't want help. They like the pain. They're sadists. They like suffering. They like destroying their family. They like cheating. They like fucking doing nasty shit. They like being drug addicts. They like fucking everybody over. They like stealing and shit. And that's the bottom fucking line. And of course he's got disgust for them because that's what they show. That's how they are. I mean, now, are humans good? Yeah, I would say inherently, most humans have intentions of being good, I would say. But what happens in the meantime is how the human race is sussed out, you know? So, like, this whole thing, like, I don't know, like, yeah, he's got contempt on his fucking face, because the guy he's dealing with is a fucking monster.
Of saying whatever he could to people he deemed less than himself. And ironically, he did this for an audience who were probably not that much higher in his own estimation, but could at least trick themselves into feeling superior for an hour a day watching him do it to somebody else. Someone who they almost certainly had more in common with than they did Jeremy Kyle. The Jeremy Kyle Show was a vile, miserable, evil TV show that brought out the worst in the viewers and fed the ego of a man with a god complex. To this day, Jeremy Kyle still gets work on broadcast television.
Listen, I've been cancelled.
Yeah.
In this world, it seems now that unless you follow a certain path, you're late.
That was a good video. I like Kira TV. I didn't like him at first, but I like Kira because he attacks bad people, as in not like trying to cancel their culture and shit. He attacks bad people who are blatantly trying to rob and destroy people, and he defends people that, like, you know, that actually need to be defended, like that guy. And he made a point of, like, pointing it out to the world what actually happened, which is what we need. Instead, there's just somebody in the ghetto saying that guy sucks dick. What they really need is some goddamn perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, or not the ghetto, but it's just, like, the ghetto had nothing to do with it. I would just say, like, you can tell a lot of people, they just didn't bother on educating themselves or working on their mind or any of that stuff. And so now they formed these dumb opinions, and he just, you know, he can't actually handle it. Most of them can't. And none of these guys stay around for longer than, like, 5 years before they can't handle, oh, no. Like, yeah, $4 million taken, 5 years developed, where is this game? I like stuff like that. I mean, it's a takedown piece, but the people he's attacking are actually criminals. They're like full-blown criminals. They don't even have identities. They're like Bitcoin thieves and fucking like scam artists and shit. They don't even have identities to attack. So he just, you know, he just attacks the company that's robbing people because nobody else is. I actually think that's sort of good social justice in a way because he's trying to protect gamers, you know? No, he wasn't showing. He showed the good side of the show, Dave. You missed the first half of it. He was trying to show that this guy got a bad rap, you know? Like, Kira TV himself doesn't like talk show hosts, and that's very common, Dave. I would say if you were to poll the human race, I'd say probably about 50% of them would say that talk show hosts are a menace to society. I bet you they would. Like 50% of them, something like that. And he just doesn't like talk show hosts. But he did step and he defended the guy. He was like, all this guy tried to do is give this other guy a fucking wake-up call. That's it. Right? And the guy, you know, and what happened, you know, and yeah. So, I mean, he gave him a fair shake. No, nobody else did, I don't think. The government didn't. The people who canceled him didn't. Nobody gave that guy a fair shake. Hero was there trying to give the guy a fair shake when no one else had. It's actually quite uncharacteristic for him. He does attack pieces like this 4,358,000 taken, 5 years developed. Where's this game? Are you robbing people? You know, he does takedown pieces, but he does it against really, really nasty people. This time he flipped the script and he fucking defended. You know, I don't know. He did. Never mind. He did crucify him. I don't know. I missed a lot of this because stupid ass thief pulled like 5 ghosts, dude. And I missed this entire video. I think I'm gonna watch it again. Like I missed the perspective, and I'm sorry about that. It's not my fault. The fucking thief pulled 5 different goddamn ghosts. You know, and I did get killed by one of them. And it's like he pulled 5 of them. We had the zone 5 times and all this stupid shit. And it distracted me horribly. And I missed like most of this video. So I realized it's not that fun to watch it again. But I missed it. You know, I want to see it again. Yeah, he doesn't like talk show hosts, and that is a very common opinion, though. And that I get, because like it seems like they're trying to exploit people's pain, Dave. They call this exploitation. There's a word for it. You exploit someone's pain for ratings, you know? And that is actually a valid thing to think about most of these talk show hosts. But in the end, he gave the guy a fair shake. He was like, you know, he was just trying to help, you know, I think. But we'll take another look at this.
Jeremy Kyle Show.
I guess this show's called the Jeremy Kyle Show, right? But it could be called the Show. When you believe it or not. Don't tell your ass. Shut up.
Yep. Oh, damn, he went for him.
The most television show in English history. A viciously exploitative production that took the most vulnerable people from society and put a spotlight on their life.
Yeah, see, but like, you know, and so he used clickbaity attacking the guy to get hits. But then at the end, he was very soft on him. He was like, all he was trying to do is help, I think. And that's a more of a fair shake than I think this guy got in the media, at least. So let's see where it goes. He starts out trying to destroy his already destroyed career, but I think at the end he actually did sort of defend him, I think. But let's see.
With a host who would mercilessly ridicule them for a live audience reaction of abuse and laughter. The Jeremy Kyle Show ran for over 14 years.
I don't know, dude.
With more than 3,000 episodes. That is, until the dark truth finally came to light.
It's
Born
clickbaity.
in 1965, Jeremy grew up privileged. His father worked as an accountant to the Queen Mother for over 40 years. And as a result,
I didn't know that.
Jeremy attended a private boys' school for his entire education. He then attended university to study history and sociology. Following this, he bounced around employment for about a decade before deciding on his future. This included selling life insurance, as a recruitment consultant, and finally in radio advertising. In 1996, he transitioned onto the microphone himself as a broadcaster, and over the next decade, honed his craft. Within a couple of years, Jeremy Kyle had developed a recurring show that was seeing great success. It was called Jez's Confessions. The premise was real simple. Jeremy would wait for callers to provide content for the audience. These callers could talk about absolutely anything that they wanted. Jeremy was there to listen, give advice, and hope that it was interesting enough to keep his listeners entertained. Which it almost always was, as people would usually talk about the things they wouldn't discuss in public. Problems involving addiction, infidelity, violence,
see, isn't that good?
Mental health.
Like, see how everything he's saying is really positive, though. You see it? He, did an attack piece that I think he's disguising as actually praise. It's sort of weird, the style here, because he's saying good things about him right now.
Or anything else you can think of that would traditionally be taboo. This format, even as early as the year 2000, was polarizing. You either love it or you hate it, said Jeremy's boss. The amazing thing is that the people who hate it are as loyal to it as the people who love it, Jeremy added. And this remained true the entire time Jez's Confessions ran, which was for a little over 5 years across multiple different radio stations. In fact, the only reason it even ended was that it was simply too successful to remain on radio. The format was almost perfect
it's a good problem to have.
for capturing a recurring audience. There was, however, a few ways to improve the formula. It needed visuals, and so television, an audience, and the guests there in person to air out their story live, it was now perfect. This also came with a rebrand from Jez's Confessions to the Jeremy Kyle Show. It was an immediate smash success, and you can see why.
It's your first day. Do me a favour, big boy. Get rid of that. You, keep quiet.
The Jeremy Kyle Show was essentially a magnifying glass above an ant colony. That is, of course, if the ant colony was only the lowest rungs of the social ladder, the working class. People from council estates, the roughest low-income areas in the country, people with little to no education, no money, often no job, and no prospects of getting a job. The guests were often drug addicts, gambling addicts, convicts, thieves, and almost always with severely debilitating mental and or physical illness that went without treatment for so long that it had completely ruined their lives. What good, upstanding members of the public would call the worst of the absolute worst while looking down their nose. The people on the other side, looking through the magnifying glass, were mostly split between two groups. Those who deemed themselves classes above and found pleasure in seeing the fascinating life of people they could never understand.
Yeah, see, like that, he is giving him a fair shake. He was like, people think two things about this guy. If they're fucking snobs and they're rich and they don't have problems like this because they have money and they're not in the fucking ghetto and all that shit, right? They don't like him. And that's a fair shake, I would say. Kira's being fair about it. But if you ever had to face these sort of problems, or your friends or your family have, you're extremely interested in how people solve them, and it's a good thing.
And would never interact with in person. And the second group, which were from a similar background as the guests. Perhaps they saw themselves, or people they knew from day-to-day life, in those people on stage. Someone they could relate to, or prop themselves up with the idea that while they might be in a bad situation, at least they're not those people on the Jeremy Kyle Show. There was, of course, a third group too, those who watched to see what was going on, but quickly realised just how sick and twisted it all was, and moved along.
What is it? Why does everybody talk? What is that? Shut up! Well, it is you, love. Fucking unbelievable.
Regarding the format of the show, it was one that already saw success overseas with the likes of Jerry Springer, but due to differences in law with...
Was this on public was this on a public channel, Dave? Because, like, you guys have, I forgot, you guys have cussing and nudity on your TV. I forgot about that. Because we can't have that. We can't say fuck. It's so annoying.
Without any of the fake interactions, which would not be allowed in England. This is the crux of what made the show as...
I'll never forget, the day that I got to London, right? We were going to this Camelot tour, and I get in London, and they put us down on the Toms somewhere in some little, like, quaint little motel with ups and downs and stuff all over. And we get in the room, and we're smoking a Cuban cigar and drinking Jack Daniels at the age of 15. My best friend and I, we're in there, like, smoking Jack Daniels with two other kids, and we're, like, you know, and smoking Cuban cigars, because, you know, we had never bought those legally yet. And it was so nice, and we're in there enjoying we're having the time of our fucking lives. And we turn on the TV, and there's Jerry Halliwell, the Spice Girl, I think, you know, Jerry Spice or whatever, Ginger Spice, I think. And there's Ginger Spice in her Playboy spread on the BBC. And we're just like, all four of us are like 15, and we're like staring at Ginger Spice's breasts from the Playboy spread on national television. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is so different from like where we come from. I couldn't even believe it. I had never seen nudity on television at all. It was awesome. It was so awesome seeing a culture that wasn't quite as hung up on sex. It was kind of cool.
It was. It was completely real. It was raw, and it was insane.
Keep going! Keep going!
Oh.
Each episode, Jeremy would introduce the scenario, give a little bit of context, and then bring on the guest who would explain further while being questioned by the host. They would have the people involved in the conflict backstage, watching and listening in. They would often cut to the reactions of those people getting more and more upset, more angry as things went on, and Jeremy would then likely bring those people on stage and just wait for the fireworks, which would always happen. The claim of Jeremy Kyle and the producers was that this was mediating issues. What Jeremy Kyle was actually doing was shouting at, belittling, abusing, and bullying these people. And the audience could not get enough of this. But who can blame them with the topics of each show? Some of the classics include, your boyfriend killed my hamster. Has my son cut up my sex toy? I'll marry you if you prove you only cheated 16 times. Have I been having sex with my brother? And who can forget, I'll leave my boyfriend if he doesn't stop eating cereal. Eventually, most episodes involved a lie detector test, which was usually the point that the audience went absolutely wild. The victims started screaming, fighting, trying to run away, but being cornered by Jeremy, cameras, and security. The format was pure gold, the ratings were through the roof, and as Jeremy had accurately pointed out years prior with a less polished product, whether you loved or hated it, you still watched. It was just that hard to look away. Even if you knew what it was, a gross exploitation, it was interesting to see the most intimate details and interaction of those who live a life so foreign to you, they might as well be another species entirely. For this reason, it was the most popular program on the network by a country mile, but despite being so visibly vile, somehow things behind the scenes were even worse.
See, I don't like that he editorialed there, but I mean, it's YouTube. That's the whole point of YouTube. He can supply his own opinion to his own fans, and I think that's one part of the problem about YouTube is I think like he was trying to speak to his own fans when he said that like what he just said about how it was bad. But I mean, that gets editorialized as this thing, like, it kind of, YouTube has this problem where he's kind of, like, called to arming other people to dislike this guy with that, and I dislike that. That's the part of the editorial of the YouTube that I think these irresponsible kids never should have gotten a hold of. They have so much clout now and stuff that when they say stuff like that, that's what the viewer thinks. And that's why YouTube is YouTube, is they're pretty much just, like, out there to try and control your fucking mind. And so I look at it from an outsider's point of view. I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking draw my own conclusions, motherfucker. I don't need you to editorialize this guy. Just tell me what happened, right? But I mean, at that point, is it even YouTube anymore, and not just some fucking boring documentary? I will say it's at least entertaining to hear what his point of view is about it. I just don't like how judgmental it sounded. I think he could approach it better. He could be like, here's what my thoughts are, with in a way that doesn't attack the guy, right? I wish they would verbatim say that, because like that, I think that's what his actual intention is to provide an editorial about what he thinks about the situation. But instead, he says he makes this statement like that the guy's horrible, and it's not like he's asking you to reach that conclusion. He's just telling you that that's the case, and that is not the case. Not from what I saw. The man's never committed murder. He's never, like, hurt anybody. He's only tried to give wake-up calls to people who have problems and stuff. I'm sure he was a philanthropist and all this stuff. Do we need to cancel his career? I don't know about that.
As early as the first ever episode of The Jeremy Kyle Show, people saw what it was. Even if all the proper precautions were taken, there was only one way the show would end. In tragedy. Now, when we think about what is important to a television...
He's got a point about this, Dave. Like, as much as he might have been trying to help, I believe at the end of each show, I'm not sure anything happens at all, but I don't think that's the fault of him. I think that's the fault of the people that he chose. I don't think any of these people learn. I'm not trying to talk down like I'm better than them. I'm one of them. I know that I never really learned, and that I'll throw my love down the fucking well. I don't care. You know? I'll love them anyways. I don't fucking care. I've got enough love. It's okay. They can have it. It's alright. If it's throwing it down a well, it's throwing it down a fucking well. I still love every girl I've ever slept with. It's fucking stupid. I've got nothing but love for them. I don't have a bad ex or an ex who hates... Well, I got one ex who hates me, and she was the only incompatible girl I ever slept with. That's it. You know, out of the, I don't know, like long terms, I think I did 13 of them, something, 12 or 13 of them, I think. And... like, you know, number 12 was not compatible with me, and I only slept with her because she wanted my drugs. And then she was in love with me, but she wasn't my caliber, and that's unfortunate because I'm the worst fucking piece of shit on the planet. So, like, you know... not the worst piece of shit on the planet at all, actually. I'm just saying, like, I am not a role model or probably a good lover. I'm a good lover, but I'm talking about, like, I am not, I'm a good lover. I'm just, like, not the best person. I've done very bad things with my life sometimes. Not bad things like rape or murder or any of that. I've never harmed any living thing. I've just been a thief and a drug addict and a fucking outlaw, ran from the cops and been a drug dealer and shit. And she was just this buttoned down... like, lady who just had never done anything like with that in her entire life. And I was like, we're incompatible. I'm terribly sorry. The girl, I told her, I was like, I know who I'm in love with, and it's not you. I called her up on the phone, and I was like, I break up with you. And she was like, why? Well, because I'm about to kiss this other girl, and I don't believe in cheating. And I told you, as I tell everybody else, I don't believe in cheating, right? Just call the person up and break up with them first, and then it's not cheating. And if you want to fix the relationship, do that the next day. But trust me, you want to be with a woman and sleep with another woman, fucking call them up and tell them. Trust me, even if it's your wife, call them up. Fucking, you know, before you're about to fuck the other girl or whatever, call your wife or your girlfriend up or whatever, or boyfriend or husband or whatever. Say, I break up with you, and you don't have to say why. You can just hang up the fucking phone at that point, and trust me, we wouldn't have all of this murder and all of this jealousy and all this bullshit around cheating if you just told the person first and just warned them, and you don't have to explain it. You can just go fuck the girl at that point. You're out of the relationship. You informed them that you broke up with them, and sure, it's shitty that you dumped them like that in under a second. And if they're a good person, they probably won't take you back, right? But I mean, the only 2 times I've ever been tempted to sleep around on a girl, I just called them up and broke up with them. And you know what? It worked too. Within a couple of weeks, we were absolutely fine. Just fine. She was like, I understand that you're not in love with me, and that you're in love with her, and that we don't share anything in common at all, and that you think we're not incompatible. You should give me some time to work on it. And I was like, nah. I don't love you and I never will. I'm sorry, I'm going to end this relationship. And it broke her heart, but I mean, I know what it is. It's stupid. It's rather, and I ended up being homeless again after that because I was living in an apartment for 7 months, and I just left. I got all my shit. I got in an Uber and I left, and I was like, nah, I'm not going to lead you on. This is never going to go anywhere. We're not compatible. You judge me all the fucking time, and I've never been critical about you ever. You know what I'm saying? And now I can do it in retrospect. Now that I'm not with her and I'm not responsible for her or with her or being, you know, unfaithful or a bad partner by talking shit and stuff. But she just wasn't on my, like, I would say, level. And I don't know if that's a low level. I'm guessing it probably is. It's like she was on a higher level than me. So, like, I was like, dude, we're just not compatible. You didn't grow up in a survival situation. You didn't have abusive parents. You didn't have, like, you know, problems. Nobody tried to kill you. You don't have when she had a drug addiction, but it was brand new. That's how I met her. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have 7 years of a history of a fucking drug addiction. She wasn't a drug dealer. She had never run from the cops. She had never slept with hookers. She had never fucking, like, you know, been like all types of weird criminal artistry stuff, you know, all types of weird shit. You know, she had never been any of that. And I was like, look, I'm not trying to play the bad boy card. I just don't think that you know, I just don't think that we're ever going to see eye to eye on almost anything at all. And I know the signs. My parents did it my entire fucking life until they got the divorce, and I never did see my father ever again. And went for a fucking pack of cigarettes and never came back. And no, he didn't smoke cigarettes. He went for a bottle of liquor and never came back. And so, you know, and so I'm like, look, like trust me, my life hasn't been good. Yours has. You're it's like that old problem. I'm like the punker from the south side, and you're the uptown girl. That's the problem, and it's a bad cliche, trust me. Like, uptown girl is a bad fucking cliche, trust me. When the girl falls in love with the outlaw, he's either got to rise to her level, or she's got to sink to his, and she was sinking to mine. I gave her that conversation, too. I was like, uptown girl doesn't work. And she wasn't even rich, she was just decent middle class. And I was like, trust me, you've never had to rob somebody to eat or whatever. Not rob somebody, but, you know, like, you've never had to steal to eat. Like, trust me, we're not the same caliber of person. I'll do whatever I have to do to live or whatever the fuck. And I think you would just demand help from others, right? There was a fundamental differences there. She was inherently dependent on everybody that she was around, and that's pretty much the opposite of me. And I just kept pointing out all this stuff. I was like, look, I'm sorry, I'm open-minded to a relationship, obviously, or I wouldn't have dated you for 7 months, but, like, you know what I'm saying? We're just not compatible at all. And, like, so this guy, he's just trying to point that shit out to people who don't want to listen. That's his job. And he yells at them to do it because they don't listen, you know?
To the creators and to the producers, we encounter the vicious cycle. When your show is about conflict, about insane scenarios that bewilder onlookers, causing them to stop what they're doing and watch like that of a car crash, You stand to benefit the more extreme this conflict becomes. That means the impetus is to find the most extreme guests possible. It also means you are heavily incentivized to make sure these extreme guests are fired up the minute they hit the stage. In an investigative documentary released by Channel 4, another UK broadcaster, former staff were interviewed anonymously. These former staff revealed allegations of the most insidious off-camera behaviour you could ever imagine. Some of these allegations were backed up by former guests of the show, such as, upon arriving to the Jeremy Kyle Show studio, each individual in the conflict were taken to separate rooms and manipulated for multiple hours. Psychologically prodded and baited with information they knew would just get their blood boiling. He said this about you. Oh, you wouldn't believe what she just told me. I know what I'd do if I were in your position. You know, that sort of thing. Years on the job, watching people unravel in real time, taught the staff all the buttons they needed to press to get people in the mindset to immediately...
But I mean, that's what sells, though. Is it his fault that that's what sells? I don't think so. That's my problem with the drug thing. You know what I'm saying? That's my problem with the fucking drug thing, too. Is it Pablo Escobar's fucking problem that girls in Miami like to do cocaine? Is it his problem? Is it his fault? No, he just supplies the fucking product. And no, I'm not trying to justify fucking Pablo Escobar or the cartel or any of that shit. I'm just trying to say, do we blame the guy selling it to us or do we blame the guy buying it? You know what I'm saying? Because usually you blame the guy buying it. The guy selling is just trying to feed his fucking kids or buy hookers or whatever the fuck Pablo Escobar does with his money. Convert jails so he can walk in and out of them and stuff. That kind of thing, you know? Like, who cares what he spends his money on or whatever? He's just supplying a product that we willingly buy as Americans. I've never understood the war on the cartel at all. Like, it would make sense if, like, you know, no, it doesn't make sense ever. That's the problem. I kept trying to look for some redeeming reason, and there is none. There's no reason why that would ever make sense. It doesn't really make sense, the war on that. Oh, damn it, why are you fucking with me? Oh my god, stop. Stop it! Stop it. Get your controls under control. Get them under control. Jesus Christ, dude. Get your controls under control. Get it back to tab. I need you to alt-tab and get back and under control. Get it under control. There you go. Goddamn fucking Fallout. Fucking controller ports. They're always nuts like this. They're like broken games. Fucking controller ports on PC. So annoying. Where is he? I know this fuck's here. I can hear him. What the fuck is that? Oh, he's upstairs? Yeah, he is. Oh, how many did I aggro? Uh-oh. Are you coming? Oh, God. Ooh. Ah. Ah. Upstairs, I guess. Oh. There he is. What are you doing? Okay. Okay, so
immediately go for it when they got on stage. After all, the viewers were there for exactly that, for people to appear on stage and start going absolutely crazy immediately. They also alleged that producers would lie to guests right as they are about to walk on stage regarding the rewards of the show. For example, if you were there to get someone into rehab for a drug addiction, they would tell you that there was only one spot for rehab available and multiple families fighting for it. The family that made the best content for Jeremy's show would be given a spot. This wasn't true. There was a spot for all guests. Another allegation made by the anonymous workers was that they helped guests to bypass the mental health questionnaire, guiding them through answers that they knew might get them disqualified. After all, if they failed a mental health test, the show could not go on, and it was of course in the producer's best interest to get them through the liability portion to say that they were actually okay to proceed, even if that was not true. And again, the less okay they were, the more likely
Come
they
on!
were to make for good victims.
And they fixed that, I guess.
The checks and
Damn it!
balances
Like, why would
that
they
were in place
fix
to
that?
protect the guests
So
were alleged
stupid.
to be a facade.
It's not an
One that
exploit.
worked
It's just
as
a
the show
grenade in the
continued
fucking hallway.
for 14
There you
years.
go.
Constantly
Some kind of
fueling
glitch,
that
maybe.
vicious cycle of looking for the most vulnerable people you could find to be exploited by the machine of Schadenfreude. A question you will no doubt ask yourself while listening to this story is one of the most important questions in life. Why? Why would people sign up for the Jeremy Kyle show after knowing what it was, when the evidence was in front of their eyes, how they would be treated on a national stage, how this would probably ruin their life? Well, the answer could have come up previously in the video during the exploitation portion, because they were manipulated and exploited, first by society and later by the producers of the show. Again, the people targeted were the most vulnerable among us, the ones who had nothing, the ones who were perhaps not mentally capable of making sound decisions, the ones that were the most desperate in life. The show did offer solutions to guests as a carrot on a stick. If you needed answers to a burning question and no other way to know, you could turn to the Jeremy Kyle show. Perhaps you were worried your partner was cheating on you. Well, you could go and get a lie detector test for a few £100s, which you probably don't have. Or you can go on the Jeremy Kyle show and get it for free. Perhaps your daughter's a heroin addict and you can't afford rehab to get her clean. You know if you don't, you might lose her. Well, you can go on the Jeremy Kyle show and they'll pay for rehab. Perhaps you think your child might biologically not be yours. You can't afford a paternity test, but Jeremy will get you one. The trick here, of course, is you are being offered these carrots, but to get the carrots, Jeremy would also be beating you with that stick. He will be degrading you, he will be bullying you, and the mob will be cheering.
About them, do you? Don't you think I feel ashamed about it? Oh yeah, what, during, before, or afterwards? After that. Well then get off it! Come here for! You didn't know, did you?
The other reason people went on the show was they thought it was a path to stardom, a path out of where they were living. They watched the Jeremy Kyle show, they loved it, and they loved Jeremy himself. These people always thought they were the person who was right, and everyone else would be taking their side. The audience, Jeremy, people in the real world, would watch their story and think, actually you're right, maybe this would make their life a little bit better. Almost always, they were actually wrong. They just didn't know how wrong they were until it was too late. One aspect to also consider, the Jeremy Kyle show was about conflict between multiple parties, which means if someone had an issue with you, they could contact the producers and start the process, which resulted in the desperate producers relentlessly hounding you, allegedly lying to you, and trying everything they could to get you to say yes. And of course there's another why here. Why did the show work so well? People love Schadenfreude. I don't know why. We've all seen someone fall over and laugh. We've seen the popularity of things like America's Funniest Home Videos. It can't be denied that people inherently like to see things like that. Although for the majority of people, it's only funny when you know the person is okay after, when you don't see real harm. The insidious element of the Jeremy Kyle show and others like it is that unlike seeing somebody fall over and knowing they're okay when they stand up after, you don't ever see the consequences. You watch these people as if they're characters in a play, they cry, they scream, they attack each other, but what happens after the cameras finally stop rolling? You don't ever know if they're okay. There's no moment where you have to come to terms with the damage that was caused for your entertainment. You thought you saw people reach their lowest, and you were wrong. If you ever met someone in real life who was on the show or dealt with problems as severe as those you were laughing at while watching, You would understand that when the cameras stopped rolling, that wasn't the end. It was just the beginning.
Steve Diamond came on the show to prove to his fiancée that he wasn't a cheat.
Diamond is now dead. Police believe he took his own life.
The reality of this is when you push anything to its limits, it will eventually break. For the Jeremy Kyle show, the thing that would break was people.
An episode of Jeremy Kyle show has been taken off the air at the last minute after a guest died shortly after appearing on the show.
Kyle show being taken off air has been named in newspapers as 63-year-old Steve Diamond.
In May of 2019, a man by the name of Steve Diamond contacted the Jeremy Kyle producers, begging them to be allowed on the show. You see, Steve was in a relationship with a woman called Jane, or at least he had been before she found out he was lying to her. He told her that he was in the Navy for 10 years. He wasn't. He told her many things that turned out to be untrue. When confronted with this fact, he plainly stated, "I'm not sure why I do this. I just can't help myself." Steve was clearly a troubled man with some untreated mental health problems, but he did love Jane more than words could express. There was a divide in the relationship despite this. Jane couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he was a cheat. Maybe part of the lies he told was that he was faithful to her. Steve begged her to believe him. He said he would take a lie detector test. He'd seen them do it on Jeremy Kyle, a show that Jane watched often. She really liked Jeremy. And so, that's what happened. Steve and Jane arrived on set, were separated into different rooms, and didn't see each other for about 6 hours. During that time, Steve took the test. He was then taken on stage with Jane, and exposed as a liar, told he was a cheat, to which he broke down, and wouldn't stop denying the results, wouldn't stop promising Jane it wasn't true. But according to Jeremy Kyle, there was no ifs, ands or buts. He was a cheater, he betrayed Jane, and that was that. They left the show. He called and called, left hundreds of voicemails, hundreds of texts, went to her window, but she didn't want to speak to him anymore. It was over. Steve then moved into a house nearby, with all of his worldly possessions, 2 small bags. Despite being a man in his 60s, he had nothing in life. He'd lost the one thing he did have, Jane. I hope the Jeremy Kyle show is so happy now. They are responsible for what happens now. I hope this makes good ratings for them. I bet they keep this quiet. Never, never, never did I cheat on you. Never, never. My final words. And they were his final words. A few days later, Steve was gone. In the aftermath, the landlady he was staying with contacted the Jeremy Kyle show to tell them what had happened. They immediately went into damage control mode, moved Jane to a hotel for 3 days to control the narrative, and tried to keep her on side. They interviewed the landlady and her partner extensively, trying to get a read on what they were going to tell the press, who were now aware of the situation. ITV, the company who ran the Jeremy Kyle show for the last 14 years, suspended the airing of old and new episodes pending an investigation. This investigation lasted no longer than 2 days, at which point the show was permanently cancelled. Everyone was made jobless. The decision, however, was 14 years too late. After seeing the news break and the show cancelled, there was, of course, mixed reactions. Those who loved the show were distraught that they could no longer feel superior in the face of those born into abject poverty. Those who saw the show for what it was knew this was only a matter of time, and thankful it had taken so long for such tragedy to strike. Unfortunately, that wasn't true. People had lost their lives long before this. In fact, as early as 2005, the first year of the show, Jeremy Kyle convinced a man to leave his wife of 18 years. She was gone a week later. The husband claims neither of them were psychologically screened prior to the show, and if they had been, would have easily been rejected. His wife was on strong painkillers, suffered from depression, and had taken overdoses before. She was clearly unfit to be on a show like this. That wasn't the end of it. More and more deaths were then linked to the show over the 14-year runtime that saw over 20,000 people on its stage across more than 3,000 episodes. That's not taking into account the multiple women who were later battered by their partner, threatened with weapons, and the people who otherwise had their lives destroyed as a result of...
How is he responsible for any of that? I don't like the editorial. You're right, Dave. He lashed out too much. This guy is not responsible for any of that, and it's like a takedown piece for somebody who is actually like a crusader of light. And I'm moving away from it now. I'm gonna thumbs down this video. It's too much of an editorial. It's like it's okay to deliver all of this information, but providing the editorial, I don't like how I feel like I'm being like basically bullied into thinking something from this video, and I'm gonna dislike this video, I think. I keep getting into darker content. I'm not trying to. It's so annoying.
Feeling a bit of deja vu, are you? Well, that makes sense, because there was a video with this exact same title uploaded on the channel a couple of weeks ago. But I was made aware of some glaring errors in that video, and because of those mistakes...
Incoming tell. Incoming party invite.
Oh, 8 seconds till a ghost pops me. Come on. 4, 5, 6. No, they're already out. Never mind, never mind. When did they pop? I thought it was supposed to be 20. It should be 20, isn't it? I don't know. This party isn't going to materialize, is it? Oh, well. That's alright. I'm not too worried. Did I recharge my ring? Yeah, nice. Yeah, alright. Love that sound, actually. It's really good. I love the ambience in this game. I think it's very good. I'm going to turn the master a little higher. Like that, right? And then... Why no ambience? Because the sound's actually super good in this. It's like really good. I need to eat. I have 140 fucking purified water? Damn. Oh, alright. I mean, I guess I can fish on the bridge, I guess, because that's also a very valid place to be, which is good. Yeah, we will go home. How much do you want for it, though? Please be cheap. Please be cheap. 250. I mean, yeah, that's not bad. I'll spend the conquest that I earned in this party. I guess it's only right. Rather than pay the gill. I don't know. Conquest sells. I don't know. I want to put a radio in my thing. And put it like way outside where you can barely hear it. I think that'd be so cool. Like, how far would I have to be? See, like... That's kind of cool. It's worms, it's gonna be so fun. We're just gonna nuke worms. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Oh, this is gonna be fun as hell. Amazing. Yeah. We don't have to do any stupid shit with the Bard or anything. We could just fucking dump on the Nin's target, sit down. It's gonna be so fun. I actually maybe take... I mean, it's more expensive to get a Chatoyant staff. But I might consider going Black Mage to 75, but the problem is, if I go Black Mage to 75, they'll harass me all the time. I don't have expertise as a Black Mage, not really. I mean, I do, but not really. I'm saying, like, I did it some, but I never did it in, like, Dyna or Sky or any of that. I definitely did it to 75, but I haven't done it, like, in Dyna or Sky, and I'm not going to Dyna or Sky, and that's what, I know that's what they want. They want Black Mages in Dyna or Sky, and I just want to, like, take Black Mage to 75 so I can sleep and Ancient Magic stuff, like Coffer Mobs. Just pull a Coffer Mob, sleep it. Ancient Magic that bitch, sleep it again. You know? Ancient Magic it and collect my fucking Coffer Key, basically. Except you need Thief, though. But yeah. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with leveling Black Mage, because, like, on this server in particular, it's fucking strong. You just, like, open nuke, bind, close nuke, and they're dead. Like, I don't know, not dead, but they're, like, hurt. You know, they're fucking hurt. At that point, though, you would need to be hired to solo and stuff. I would need Blink and Stone Skin. How is that going? I worry about my other plants. I can't remember if I did my alts today or not. I wish I had money, like really bad. Please, please. Damn it! I really wish I had money. I gave away so much money. Let's see. Money. I could sell the water for 400. Now I'm gonna use that. And I mean, yeah, those fish, they aren't worth anything. It's so annoying. This is failing fuck fast too. What's Riddle? He's Nin Black Mage, 2 Nins. Okay. Is that the strat? I guess he knows the strat, I guess. Alright. Well, works for me. I haven't done a burn in a while. I haven't done a Black Mage burn in a long time, like since Nasomi. Like 5 years now or something. Sinking Minnow 4. Giant Catfish, very good. Okay, we'll keep those in. The fishing tunic, I really want to buy a tunic, but I can't afford it. It's so annoying. I need the water, so I won't use it. Those winds will sell. Yeah, there's nothing left either. There's like nothing left here. Oh well, I look like I'm okay. You know, I would like to buy the cloak with the intel on it, but then I have to wear a cloak, and I really don't like those Black Mage cloaks at all. I think they're fugly. So whatever. Oh yeah. I suppose I'll make my way over there. So yeah, I can't afford that chess piece, but that's alright. Move this mic over just a little bit so I can be a little bit louder. Okay.
Well, I decided to pull the video, and some of those corrections can be found below in the description box. But today we're going to be retelling the story of whatever happened to Kai the Hitchhiker, and honestly, this version of the video is
this is not the...
a lot more entertaining than the last one.
Alright.
Because this story, I mean, it's way more fucked than I originally had thought it to be. And if you thought that Kai was dealt an injustice after watching the previous video, you're gonna think that more so after watching this one. So let's get into this. And make sure you watch till the end because I've got a very special, exclusive statement from Kai himself. Let's get going. Caleb Lawrence McGilvery, aka Kai the Hitchhiker, was born September 3rd, 1988, and he was raised in Canada. His birth parents, Gil and Shirley, divorced when Kai was only 4 years old. And I think this sort of sets the tone what Kai would experience in his younger years. You know, a lot of people watching the video can probably relate to what it's like having divorced parents. The shit isn't easy. In an essay that Kai wrote on Mother's Day of 2013, he claims that he was beaten from the age of 2 and locked alone in a room for up to 20 hours a day. In an interview with his mother, Shirley, provided by NJ.com, Shirley claims this isn't true, and the essay was a manifestation of her son's mood disorder. But she said she didn't want to elaborate on the nature of his behavioral issues, so nothing really to say. At age 11, social services removed Kai from his birth parents, I guess stemming back from these claims of abuse. And after being removed from his parents by social services, he would begin to live at what's called treatment homes, more specifically Bosco homes. The John Bosco Child and Family Services Foundation, also known as the Bosco Foundation, provides rental facilities to select organizations and agencies concerned with the welfare of vulnerable children, youth, and adults. It's basically a place for kids to go when there's problems at home, and they provide a place for them to live and grow up.
At age 13, Kai would leave the Bosco homes claiming he was experiencing sexual abuse in a situation that sort of mirrored, well, what he was going through with his birth parents. And from ages 13 to 15, he stayed with foster parents that were assigned to him. But from what I understand, he has nothing but good words to say about it.
After leaving the Bosco home, he would go on to complete high school, attend college courses, and even learn to fly a plane. He took up hobbies like skateboarding, surfing, playing music, and he also visited several Indian reservations and sort of dived into that culture as well. Kai is actually a registered member of the First Nations indigenous people. It seems overall Kai was just like a super multifaceted guy who had tons of interests and was dealt a bad hand as a kid. Now it would be his penchant for traveling and playing music, well, that would get him involved in a pretty insane situation that I'm sure a lot of you watching this video were probably already aware of. On February 2nd, 2013, while traveling through Fresno, California, Kai hitched a ride with a motorist by the name of Jet Simmons McBride.
Ooh,
while riding with Jet,
1500.
Kai rolled up a joint and him and Jet smoked one and proceeded to have a conversation about their personal life. Now this conversation began to take a dark turn when McBride had admitted that he had raped a 14-year-old girl while on a business trip in a different country. He began to go into this psychotic break, apologizing for all the bad deeds he'd done. I mean, this guy was clearly in some sort of really unstable mind frame at the time of the car ride with Kai. And then seemingly out of nowhere, Kai claims that McBride stated the following: "I've come to realize that I'm Jesus Christ and I can do anything I fucking want to." And it was at this point where McBride swerved the car, hitting a parked truck and also hitting a Fresno County utility worker, a man by the name of Rayshawn Neely. Rayshawn Neely was pinned under the vehicle and needed immediate help to get out. It was at this point, after hitting the truck and hitting Neely, that both Kai and McBride hopped out of the vehicle. Kai and some bystanders went to Neely immediately and tried to save him from, being pinned and losing his life. But it was at this point that McBride, well, he didn't like the fact that people were trying to rescue Neely and began grabbing at rescuers. Kai, feeling that McBride had to be stopped or something even worse could possibly happen in this situation, in order to do this, he pulled out a hatchet from his travel pack and approached McBride, hitting him with the blunt side of the hatchet 3 times. Now, these 3 strikes stopped McBride temporarily, but he would still continue to try to harass the rescuers, and it was reported that shortly after this, he was seen masturbating on the road. It seems like this guy was really going through some stuff. But eventually, police did arrive, and, well, McBride was taken into custody. Kai was briefly interrogated after the event, but was let to walk and pretty much was just let free. Everybody thought he was a hero in the situation. Rayshawn Neely would survive the attack, but unfortunately suffered some pretty serious leg injuries, which required him to be wheelchair-bound for what I understand was quite a long time. In court, McBride testified he was delusional at the time of the event. He also admits that he told detectives that he intended on hitting the truck and killing that man being Rayshawn Neely. When detectives asked McBride if he was remorseful for his actions on that day, he responded, quote, "Yes, very." McBride was facing charges of attempted murder and pled not guilty. He would be found not guilty by reason of insanity for the most serious crime, attempted murder.
Jet Simmons McBride would be sent to a California state psychiatric hospital. While found not guilty on the attempted murder charge, he was found guilty on 2 other charges, one of which was an assault with a deadly weapons charge. Kai would appear in court for the McBride case, but it was the decision ultimately that what Kai did was indeed a heroic action and was justified in stopping the attack, so he didn't face any sort of deadly weapons assault charge. Kai was let go from this and pretty much lauded as a hero. Now let's go back to the actual day this happened. With any colorful news interview, you're going to expect it to get uploaded to the internet and the thing's going to go viral. Well, that's exactly what happened. And here's the colorful interview that made Kai the Hitchhiker immensely famous.
Before I say anything else, I want to say no matter what you've done, you deserve respect. Even if you make mistakes, you're lovable. And it doesn't matter your look, skills, or age, or size, or anything. You're worthwhile. No one could ever take that away from you. Senator, he said, oh, when I was in the Virgin Islands, 30 years old on a business trip, I fucked this 14-year-old. I was like, you what? He's like, I raped this 14-year-old, starts crying, gives me a big hug. He's like, fuck, 300-pound guy. I was like, oh, shit. Comes driving down this way. He's like, you know what? I come to realize I'm Jesus Christ, and I can do anything I fucking want to. And watch this, bam, and he smashed into this fucking guy right there, pinned him in between that fucking truck. If you started driving that car around again, man, there would have been a hell of a lot of bodies around here. And then fucking Buddy gets out, and these 2 women are trying to help him. He runs up and he grabs one of them, man. Like a guy that big can snap a woman's neck like a pencil stick. So I fucking ran up behind him with a hatchet, smash, smash, smash. Yeah.
This interview was viral on the internet, and even more so because Shmo Yoho made a song remix of it, similar to how they did in the Charles Ramsey video I made last month. Here's that famous remix that Shmo Yoho made right here.
A man claiming he's Jesus plows his car into a PG&E worker, pinning him against his truck. The man's passenger comes to the rescue.
People say don't hitchhike. Well, good thing I was hitchhiking. That one was in danger. So I ran up behind him with a hatchet. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah, yeah. If he started driving that car again, there'd be a hell of a lot of bodies around here. Dude, that guy was fucking cool. Down, he can snap a woman's neck like a pencil stick. So I started smashing him in the head. Smash, smash, smash.
This remix would become one of their most popular uploads, and in my opinion is one of the better remixes they have. Not long after the McBride incident and Kai's sudden rise to fame, well, he was invited to go on Jimmy Kimmel in Hollywood, California. So he made his way there, stopped into the show, they chopped it up, and Kai got a little bit of surfing gear along the way. Here's that interview.
You've become very famous now from YouTube, haven't you? I mean, people are recognizing you?
Yeah.
What do people say to you when they see you?
They say, hey, you're Kai. You're that dude with the hatchet. And I was trying to build this really cool ass treehouse with willow hoops, and I was gonna make a dream catcher out of it, and put wood planks on the floor, and then have another little hoop above with a chain dangling down beneath that one, tied up to a tree so I could drape tarps across that. And then on the inside, have some bed sheets with some moss in there for insulation. Then you could put a crab trap there, and the inside of a hot water tank heater.
Right.
Yeah. You can burn some wood in there. That would be really awesome to go surfing like that.
And you were going to do all that with a hatchet? What, is this some magic hatchet that you have that you wave and things, contractors appear?
No, I'm just a badass.
An embarrassed motherfucker, dude. Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to give this away immediately, but we have something to
They give him accolades. That's good.
the Minnie Mouse Surfboard and the wetsuit.
After his appearance on Jimmy Kimmel, Kai would continue to pursue his 2 biggest hobbies, that being traveling and playing music. Well, in New York City and Times Square, a series of events would begin to unfold, which would leave Kai fighting for his life and freedom. About a month after Kai's heroics in Fresno, on May 11, 2013, Kai was approached in Times Square by a man named Joseph Galfy. Joseph Galfy was well recognized in the New Jersey community and was a partner at a local law firm. Vocative reports Saturday, after spending the previous night sleeping at the Port Authority bus terminal, Galfy struck up a conversation with Kai, and when he learned that the long-haired drifter was making his way to New Jersey, the lawyer, who was unaware of Kai's hatchet episode, offered him a ride and placed a crash at his home in Clark, around 11 miles south of Newark. And to sort of give context as to why Kai would just randomly go into a stranger's house to stay the night, Well, at the time, he was pretty used to being recognized in public. He was a popular guy at the time, and people were willing to let him stay at their house just because of, well, how popular he was. And Kai admits that he wasn't sure if Galfy knew who he was. Kai would end up going back with Galfy to his Clark, New Jersey home, and it's there where they ate dinner, drank a few beers, but things aren't as hunky-dory as this situation may seem on the surface. On the first night that Kai stayed with Galfy, Saturday, he reports that after eating and drinking, he suddenly became extremely tired and retired to the guest bedroom for sleep. He awoke on Sunday and looked in the mirror and saw what he thought was just some drool on the side of his face. Well, he just wiped that off and didn't really think much of it. He claims that he was waiting on a friend to pick him up, but that friend never showed up, so, well, Kai asked Galfy if he could stay another night at the residence. Kai would end up staying Sunday night as well with Galfy, and after eating and drinking with Galfy in the evening, he experienced a similar situation where he suddenly got extremely tired and went unconscious. But this time, waking up late in the evening of Sunday with Joseph Galfy on top of him. On February 15th of 2010, two men would board a bus in Oakland, California, headed across town. Neither of these men would make it to their destination, as both would disembark early. One of these men would leave the bus with a knuckle sandwich, and the other the status of soon-to-be internet legend. The incident I'm referring to is none other than the infamous Oakland bus fight video featuring an individual the internet has dubbed the Epic Beard Man.
I don't deserve all that attention, I'm just doing what's right.
The elderly Epic Beard Man, Thomas Brusso, became a world-renowned internet star thanks to a viral video showing him whooping some ass in a bus confrontation with a much younger man. The video portrayed Tom as this kick-ass old-timer who had no tolerance for BS, and while that's mostly true, this video only really scratches the surface of the insane day-to-day life of Thomas Brusso, aka the Epic Beard Man. Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into the man behind this living meme, Thomas Brusso, and chart his meteoric rise to internet fame and his depressing downfall. Before we get started, I want to thank 1440 for sponsoring today's video. 1440 is an easily digestible daily newsletter that cuts through all of the online clickbait BS and just gives you important news in an unbiased way. In one concise 5-minute read, you'll get stories from sports, science, politics, to finance. 1440 covers it all. When it comes to television, news loves to waste your time with commercials and blatant bias, and the online blogs can be just as bad. 1440 covers even the most controversial stories with a balanced perspective without bias that I've really come to appreciate. The newsletter is consistently on point, and I genuinely enjoy perusing through it when it hits my inbox, so give 1440 a shot. You guys can subscribe to 1440's newsletter by clicking my link below. That's join1440.com/WavyWebSurf. Subscribe today for free. Now, let's get on to the video. I want to begin by saying there is very little information known about Thomas Brusso's early life, and the stories that we do know come in the form of tall tales from Tom himself. And if what he has to say here is true, growing up for Tom was pretty crazy. Just hear him talk about it.
And I was crazy because I was fighter. I was always beating up my teacher. By the time I was 12, I threw a fucking chair through the window in the principal's office. I knocked the shit out of the monitor and threw his chair through the fucking glass window. And then I went to reform school for 11 months and 9 days. And then I got released and I stayed out 6 months. And the next time I went to reform school, they sent me to state penitentiary in Wisconsin. And I went to the mental ward, Waupun State Mental Hospital for the criminally insane.
Now, after becoming an adult, Tom claims to have left his allegedly abusive parents and joined the military, stating he served in 1969 and served in Vietnam. He says this is where he got the nickname Vietnam Tom.
My name's Thomas Alexander Brusso, Tommy Slick in Chicago, Illinois.
Everyone's calling you Vietnam Tom.
Is that right?
Yeah, so did you serve in Vietnam?
I did.
Now, after serving in the military, Tom claims that he moved to Chicago and became a pimp, making money in the city's criminal underworld. Beardman had the hose, apparently. Sometime in the 1980s or 1990s, Tom would move to California doing God knows what, but he reportedly got an apartment in Oakland, and his activities after this would be unknown for some time. But this relative anonymity would be stripped from Tom decades later in 2009 when he was introduced to the news media for the first time. In August of 2009, a video surfaced online showing a man being apprehended and subdued by police at an Oakland A's baseball game. And this man was none other than Thomas Brusso. Brusso claims that he smoked a bowl of weed mixed with cocaine, got drunk off multiple bottles of alcohol, and went to this baseball game.
A little tight, but I started smoking some weed and I said, what the fuck, let's put some cocaine in there.
He would then sit at a seat that he didn't pay for, and when security approached the belligerent Brusso, a physical confrontation ensued, resulting in police arriving and unfortunately having to tase Brusso to subdue him. I think they probably could have gotten away with not tasing him, but anyways.
Next thing I know, the Oakland TVs, every fucking were 12 of them, tasing my ass. In my face.
Now, this altercation resulted in Thomas being sent to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation because apparently he had a known history of mental illness and was allegedly bipolar. He would be released from the hospital after a short while. And this altercation was what planted Thomas Brusso into the public sphere for the first time. And the funny thing is, this event is really only a preamble to the major Thomas Brusso altercation that everyone knows about. As about 7 months later, Tom would find himself on camera again when he got into an altercation with a man on an Oakland City bus. Apparently, Tom was speaking with a stranger on this city bus when he started talking about this funeral he was attending in the near future. When he asked this stranger, how much you charge for a spit shine of my Stacey Adams shoes.
How much you charge me for a spit shine? What? How much you charge me for my Stacey Adams? I'm going to the funeral on Friday.
The man, feeling disrespected and interpreting the comment as a racist insult, responds, why a brother gotta spit shine your shoes?
Why a brother gotta spit shine your shoes? And you can offer it.
This results in an argument with the two lobbing verbal threats back and forth.
I'm 67 years old, you ain't scared me. You ain't scared me. You ain't scared me. I'll put my foot up your ass. No, you won't. No, you won't.
Eventually, after some heated exchange, Tom moves away from the man and sits in the front of the bus. But the stranger follows Tom, pushing him, resulting in a fisticuffs brawl. One that Tom absolutely dominates in. After the fight, both men get off the bus. The stranger's nose is bloodied, and Tom can be seen screaming and raging in the street, also kicking a signpost. After the altercation, Tom was eventually apprehended by police and taken to the hospital for a 72-hour psychiatric hold. The man whose nose was bloodied in the fight by Tom would later be identified as Oakland resident Michael Levette. Levette did not press charges against Tom. The video of this crazy altercation would soon be uploaded to YouTube, and it almost immediately went viral, getting millions of views. And one thing soon became clear after seeing the response to this video. Everyone supported Tom, and they were impressed by the fighting prowess displayed by the 62-year-old scrapper. It was a true display of giving zero fucks, and the legend of the epic beard man was birthed with the publishing of this video. Mr. Levette was seen as the aggressor by most, and since he continued to approach Tom and pushed him, people saw Tom's retaliation as justified. In the aftermath of this brawl, freelance reporters tracked down both Tom and Michael Levette. Tom expressed that he had no remorse for the event, and well, Mr. Lovett admitted that he was intoxicated on the bus ride. Here are both of them giving their respective takes on the altercation.
What do you think about all of this?
Oh, it's a little overwhelming. I don't deserve all that attention. I'm just doing what's right. He was a murderer. I got a murderer off the streets. I feel good about that. He was wanted for murder. He did 18 years in the penitentiary. He's on parole. He's a parole violator. He's going to go back for 10 years for armed robbery and assault and battery and possession of a knife while on parole. And theft. They stole my money and they stole my bag.
First of all, I would like to apologize to AC Transit and the public and everyone who was on that bus that day.
Okay.
Because of the way that I conducted myself. I was a little bit intoxicated.
A little bit.
I also would like to apologize to him because he's a veteran. My brother is also a veteran. And I apologize to him for the way I conducted myself by throwing the first punch.
Tom, in several interviews, is on YouTube claiming that he got a murderer off the street, that you've been to the pen for murder, and you're on parole right now.
Never. No, I'm not.
Okay.
That's not true.
As views of the bus fight video increased, so did the intrigue with the enigmatic Epic Beard Man. And when the bit got out that he was supposedly a Vietnam War vet, well, the badass caricature was solidified. The internet fans had to know more about him. Well, fortunately, the Epic Beard Man was relatively easy to find, as he could often be spotted wandering around the streets of Oakland participating in a variety of shenanigans, and was always eager to tell long-winded stories. Here are a few examples.
Get your tickets early. I think they're all sold out. I think there's 65,000 sold. $1.50 a ticket. Seniors get in free. If you're homeless, you don't have to pay. Predicting the first round, 12 seconds. 89 punches in the fucking face. I'm gonna roll over him like a piece of shit, man.
101st Airborne Unit, Sergeant E6. I got demoted 3 times for fucking punching lieutenants and captains. I can't take orders, man. Especially when I'm stoned out of my mind on crystal meth. And that heroin, don't give me no motherfucking heroin, man.
I am an expert in Kung Fu. I'm an expert in karate. I'm an expert in judo. I'm an expert in hand-to-hand combat.
Vietnam was a generation of men who I feel like were trying to be gonzo when they don't have the, most of them don't have the discipline. You want to be gonzo, you got to know your drug effects. You can't just pound like 10, 12, 15 drugs all at once or whatever for 3, 5, 10, whatever. You can't actually just pound a bunch of drugs and not know what the side effects are, what you can and can't do, what'll kill you, what won't, what'll stop your heart, what'll, you know, what way to lie down, all that stuff, man. Like, I look at these guys and I think, oh man, you were at war. You were at war. The last place you should have been high is war. I don't know. I mean, if it's all just standing there and waiting, I get it, but I also sort of don't. War is not where you get high at. Like, war when your life's at stake? Nah. Don't be fucking around with heroin and meth and all that stupid shit. I think in a way, I think that they definitely, you know, I think, you know, I don't know, without being disrespectful to the veterans, I'm just saying, in my experience, I've met a lot of people who thought that they could be gonzo, but they're not. They're not even remotely close, and they do lots and lots of drugs, and they fuck up. This guy might be good gonzo, but I don't know.
I'm an expert boxer. I'm an expert wrestler.
Listening to the stuff this guy says, it's almost hard to believe him, but you just want to, right? The fascination with this eccentric and boisterous man grew to a fever pitch by the summer of 2010, so much to the point that directors wanted to make movies based off of him. It's reported that in the summer of 2010, writer and director Craig Moss offered Thomas Brusso a contract for $6,000 for the exclusive rights to tell his story. According to a report by SF Weekly, this $6,000 offer was one that Tom accepted, burning through this money in about a week by buying weed and passing out money to his personal friends. This Craig Moss director guy would eventually go on to create a film called Badass starring Danny Trejo, which is loosely based off the Epic Beard Man and his bus fight incident. Emphasis on loosely. Really, the only similarity is that the main character has a beard, was a Vietnam vet, and got into a fight on a bus and went viral. Everything else is just totally made up. It's not good. Now let's for a moment put the legend of the Epic Beard Man aside and look at the man behind this character, Thomas Brusso. Beneath the machismo and larger-than-life persona, there certainly is a guy here that has experienced a lot of hardship and struggles in his life. When you consider his pattern of psych ward visits, physical altercations, and other various erratic behaviors, I think it's fair to say that Tom is not the most well-adjusted individual.
Likeable, yes, but he seems to really struggle with mental illness amongst other things. In fact, one of Tom's sisters has gone on record and made the claim that Tom's entire life story is just a complete fabricated delusion. A misrepresentation and fabrication of reality brought upon by Tom's unmedicated bipolar disorder. It's all a bunch of lies. If he has your attention, he can tell you all types of stories and make himself feel good about who he is for that moment in time. She adds that her brother is bipolar and gets out of control because he refuses to take his meds. Quote, it's a delusional life he's living through this media glittery type attention. The SF Weekly article also reports a claim from the sister stating that Tom never went to Vietnam and that he was never a pimp in Chicago. Now, it is important to note that this sister that gave all these statements chose to keep her name anonymous. So with that being the case, I think you should take this report with a grain of salt. But given Tom's proclivity for these tall tale type stories that he's often...
You know, Dave, I don't remember, but I'm sure I can find it. Fungus, beetle. I remember that it's an NM, I think. Don't remember what it drops, though. Bear with me here. That'd be the Clippius. It is a Rare X shield with Evasion 1 on it for Warrior Paladin Dark. It's a good shield. Like the best you can get for that level. Fuck, man, I don't remember this place at all. It's so annoying. Please tell me I'm going the right fucking way. There we are, thank God. Level 10 mob, Dave. I didn't know about the shield, but I'm not intending to play my warrior with a shield anyways. I mean, it's a really good paladin shield. Dark would never use it, and warrior probably shouldn't use it. Warrior needs to needs to use great axe unless you're like actually full blown like off tanking Kirin or something like that. So I mean, really, it's only a paladin axe, or sorry, a paladin shield, Dave. Defense is extremely high on it. You see it? Defense is huge. But yeah, very good shield though. You know, I thought about going paladin, but I don't want to. I don't want to tank. I don't want to. I want to DD. I don't want to DD. I don't want to tank. I want to be a healer. I know I do. So yeah, I gotta turn my heater on. It's fucking starting to be like 40 degrees in here. I don't want my pipes to freeze. Oops. Oh, I'm hungry again, huh? like the clouds in this game, though they're not as good as Rust. They're still really beautiful. They did a better job than most people do. It's good looking.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, Rare X, yep. Sorry, Dave, I went to go bathroom because this party's starting. I love the crickets. The sound quality actually really is super good in this game. They got such a bad rap. They worked so hard on this fucking game, and they got such a shit receive, and I feel so bad for them. Poor Bethesda. They built their, like, it's not even like they built themselves up that high. They're just perceived that way. They're like perceived that way because they made the best set of RPGs we've ever had, short of Final Fantasy. Like, they're given this, like, god status where their expectations are so fucking high that I'm sympathetic to Todd Howard, and I know that's supposed to be sympathy for the fucking devil, but I'm sympathetic to him. You try fucking being perfect. It's not easy. It's easy to take shots up there at them. That's what I said about this a couple weeks ago on my Facebook. It's easy to take shots at them up there. You know? They're up there. It's easy to take shots at them. They're bouncing on a fucking, 50-foot pole. They're going out on a limb, out on a pole, trying to bounce on a pole and deliver something, and people just take shots at them with shotguns and shit like that all day long, and I do it myself. I'm like, fucking, I could do Bethesda better than Bethesda. I'm not talking about, like, designing the game or what they created. I'm talking about the quality of life is fucking terrible compared to what it should be. I don't really understand that. Yeah, alright, fine. You want some more? Oh, might shoot this guy, or these guys, I mean, because that hurts. Oh, yeah, that hurt. Yeah, you want some bitch? Oh. What? Ah. Come on, man. Do something. Damn it. Come on, don't kill me, motherfucker. Don't kill me. Ah. What am I doing? Oh, what am I doing? Gotta be careful. Can't get aggro. God damn it. Don't kill me, motherfucker. Stay in your hole. Don't you want to go to your hole? Go back to your hole, mole. Your mole hole. Go back to your mole hole, mole. Ah. Like, take me home. It's like it's too much right now. It's too much right now. Ah. Where am I now? Oh no. What did I do? Ew, that's very scary. You just an idiot. Sorry. What? Damn it, shut up. I want to build a wall around this fucking place, and I probably will. A huge wall. I want to take the roof off this place. That looks like the RFK color. That's crazy, man. I feel like I'm gonna die. We don't. No, we're gonna die. We're not gonna die. This is a good camp. There's enough mobs. It's actually cool.
Your skill has increased.
on Saturday, November 6th to see Watoga High Drama perform Armor Ace and the Power Patrol, the musical. Bring the whole family to come see their favorite Power Patrol heroes like Platinum, Liberty. It wasn't just meant for me and you. It's our destiny to show the rest our point of view. Brick House. The Yukon 5. Take no prisoners. We must defeat the Ice Space Commissioner. Chaos. And more. Like we've never seen them before. Pick up an ice-cold Nuka-Cola from the concession stand and get ready to laugh, cheer, and sing along. Children ages 17 and up who want to become a real member of the Power Patrol can speak to a U.S. Army recruiter just outside the auditorium before and after the show. Spread the word to every nation. Liberty, your voice is strong. Doors open at 6 on Saturday, November 6th.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.